Chapter 1. The father takes up his role, system activation. What did you say? You want me to be the nanny for the aloof CEO, Meng? Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his friend. His companion, Che, patted Jiang Ning's shoulder and earnestly replied, "Brother, this is a golden opportunity to earn a fortune." "Wait, Che, are you telling me the truth?" The cold CEO, Meng, there's no chance you share a family connection, right? Che, Jiang Ning's close friend from university, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, not at all, we just know each other from childhood. The main reason is that Meng has to leave the country for 3 months to negotiate a significant partnership and urgently needs someone trustworthy to care for her 3-year-old daughter." Jiang Ning awkwardly interjected, "But I have no experience with children." "Don't worry, brother. I know your situation well. Plus, the remuneration is substantial. Just consider it a favor for me, give it a try." Just as Jiang Ning was about to refuse again, a crisp electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Super Daddy system binding in progress. Binding successful. Immediately, detailed information about the system and the beginner's gift package flooded his consciousness. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in confusion. He then spoke, "Open the beginner's gift package. Host beginner's gift package. Expertise in parenting, top-tier culinary skills, beginner-level painting skills, beginner-level carpentry skills." All items have been dispatched. A surge of information filled Jiang Ning's mind, and he felt changes in his arms. A thought flickered in his mind with this system. Perhaps he could manage after all. He nodded in agreement to his friend Chi's request. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and made a decision. "All right then, for the sake of our friendship, I shall strive to fulfill my duties as a father." For someone who had just graduated 2 years ago and recently lost his job, accepting this role as a nanny was indeed a fresh challenge. Whether it was his friend Chi's suggestion or his own willingness to take it on, at least he had secured a job once again. However, this job differed from the usual office work. It involved spending time with a child. Admittedly, it sounded somewhat unflattering, akin to being a caretaker or simply a nanny merely renamed as daddy. The following morning, Jiang Ning rose early. He meticulously arranged his attire and groomed himself before heading out to catch the bus to the designated location. As agreed, he arrived at Meng's opulent villa. Ding dong, he pressed the doorbell. The grand entrance slowly opened, revealing a woman clad in an exquisite white suit standing at the threshold. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet her gaze was icy, unmistakably Meng. "Are you Jiang Ning?" Meng scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes filled with appraisal. "Miss Su, hello. I am Jiang Ning, here to apply for the temporary nanny position," he replied with a smile, striving to project confidence and reliability. Meng nodded slightly and stepped aside to allow him entry. "Come in. My daughter is named Meng, and she can be quite mischievous. She will be in your care for the next 3 months. I have organized her daily routines and preferences, and I will send that to you shortly." Meng's voice was cool and distant. At that moment, a little girl with 2 braids rushed down the stairs, her large, curious eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Ning. "Mommy, who is he?" Meng knelt down and gently addressed the little girl. Meng, this is Uncle Jiang Ning. He will play with you for the next 3 months." Jiang Ning hurriedly knelt to meet Meng's gaze, smiling as he said, "Hello, Meng. I brought you a gift." With that, he produced a meticulously crafted wooden puzzle from his bag, a creation he had fashioned overnight using the carpentry skills bestowed by the system. Meng's eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, thank you, Uncle Jiang. It's such a beautiful puzzle." "You're welcome, Meng. Shall we play with the puzzle together?" Yes. Uncle Jiang, please play with me." Meng blinked her big eyes, exuding a lively charm. Jiang Ning beheld the adorable little girl. An inexplicable sense of affection welled up within him. He affectionately patted Meng's little head, his face brimming with indulgence. Meng observed this scene, her initial impression of Jiang Ning remaining quite favorable. "Jiang Ning, take good care of Meng. If you encounter any issues, feel free to contact my assistant." After saying this, Meng turned to attend to her unfinished work. "Rest assured, President Su, I will take excellent care of Meng," Jiang Ning replied, casting a glance at Meng's slender figure before looking back at Meng, who was eagerly playing with the puzzle. He silently resolved to ensure that these 3 months would be fulfilling. Jiang Ning said to the enchanted Meng, "Come, Meng, let us find a place to play with the puzzle together." Yes. Uncle Jiang, follow me to my playroom, we can play there. Meng obediently took Jiang Ning's hand and led him into the villa. They took the elevator to the second floor, arriving at Meng's playroom. Though termed a playroom, it resembled a miniature amusement park. The room was spacious, measuring 400 to 500 square feet. Toys, plush dolls, balloons, mini slides, and small bumper cars were scattered throughout, creating an astonishing sight for Jiang Ning as he entered. Children of the wealthy truly live differently, he mused, contrasting it with his own rented accommodation, which was barely 10 square meters. I must work hard and earn more, Jiang Ning sighed. Uncle Jiang, this is my playroom. Come, let's sit over there and work on the puzzle, Meng chirped in her sweet voice. All right. They settled onto a floor entirely composed of interlocking foam mats. Jiang Ning handed Meng a handcrafted wooden puzzle, adorned with the image of a little girl. Meng diligently shifted the pieces left and right, yet despite her earnest efforts, she could not assemble the complete picture of the little girl. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, refusing to give up. Jiang Ning patiently guided and encouraged her from beside. The two were thoroughly enjoying their time together. After 5 minutes, a mechanical voice resonated in Jiang Ning's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired top-tier cognitive skills. Subsequently, a series of logical reasoning techniques flooded into Jiang Ning's consciousness. He felt a newfound clarity in his mind. Matters that had once eluded his understanding now seemed laughable upon reflection. System, what does it mean to possess top-tier cognitive skills? And how is top-tier classified? Jiang Ning inquired. Host, cognitive skills are categorized into several levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, master, grandmaster, and divine. And what was the level of my original cognitive skills? Jiang Ning pressed further. Host, your original cognitive level was beginner. Jiang Ning's expression darkened upon hearing that his former cognitive level was merely beginner. What about Meng's cognitive level? He asked. The system responded, Meng's cognitive level is at the initial Meng level. Initial Meng level? Jiang Ning echoed. Indeed, it refers to the understanding of the unknown exhibited by children under the age of 3. They exist in a state of innocence, all categorized as initial Meng level. The system explained. And after the age of 3? Jiang Ning continued. After 3, depending on each child's inherent talent and education, some may reach the intermediate Meng level or the advanced Meng level. Ah, I see. So after the advanced Meng level, it transitions to beginner. Are you implying that my cognitive skills as a university student are merely slightly superior to those of a child? Host, do not doubt yourself. Most individuals below university level remain in the Meng level, as they are still in the process of learning and growing. Generally, university graduates tend to possess basic beginner-level cognitive skills, unless they are exceptional talents. Sighing, Jiang Ning reflected, so I am not among the exceptional talents, merely an ordinary university graduate. No wonder my circumstances are rather lackluster. Chapter 2. Culinary Mastery, Conquering the Palate with Jiang Ning's Assistance. Meng finally completed the puzzle. A vividly animated image of a little girl emerged on the wooden board. Uncle Jiang, look, I did it! Meng exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight. Could you scramble it again for me? This time, please don't guide me. I want to do it myself. Meng declared with unwavering confidence. All right, but you mustn't peek, Jiang Ning teased playfully. I won't look, I promise. Meng replied, covering her eyes with her hands, though her fingers left a narrow gap through which her curious eyes occasionally darted toward the puzzle pieces in Jiang Ning's hands. Naturally, Jiang Ning did not completely scramble the pieces. He was mindful that making it too difficult might dampen Meng's spirits. Thus, he merely rotated a few pieces, casually adjusting the position of the little girl's body and clothing. With Meng's furtive glances, Jiang Ning felt assured that she would piece it together swiftly. All right, Meng, you can uncover your eyes now, Jiang Ning said with keen interest. Okay. Meng quickly released her delicate hands and eagerly grasped the puzzle board, recalling the order in which Jiang Ning had scrambled the pieces. 5 minutes later, the disordered image of the little girl reappeared on the board. Yay, Uncle Jiang! Look, I did it again. Am I amazing? Meng proclaimed proudly. Jiang Ning couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, praising, indeed, our Meng is truly remarkable. Let's do it again, Uncle Jiang. This time, make it a bit harder, she said, covering her eyes once more, her adorable big eyes peeping through her fingers, intently watching Jiang Ning as he scrambled the pieces, fearful of missing a single detail. Amused by the scene, Jiang Ning chuckled softly, deciding to make this round more complex than the last. He realized that playing with the whimsical Meng was not as exhausting as he had anticipated. It was quite enjoyable. All right, let's see if the brilliant Meng can succeed this time, Jiang Ning said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Time passed gradually, and the pair delighted in their game for over an hour. System, may I inquire how I can elevate my thinking to the master level? Host, if you engage in similar cognitive games with Meng for 30 hours, you will achieve the master level. Currently, you have 28 hours and 35 minutes remaining. Is there still so much time? Jiang Ning pondered. If they continued playing this puzzle game, Meng would surely lose interest within a couple of days. To keep her engaged, he would need to purchase more thought-provoking toys in the future, such as Rubik's Cubes or Lego sets. However, to Jiang Ning's astonishment, every time he increased the difficulty, Meng managed to solve the puzzle successfully. Although there were hints of her sneaking a peek, Jiang Ning discovered that her memory was exceptionally sharp. Unbeknownst to him, while he and Meng reveled in their playful antics, at the entrance, Meng would sneak down every half-hour to check for a moment. She remained somewhat apprehensive about Jiang Ning, considering that a young man taking on the role of a caregiver seemed quite improbable. The thought alone evoked doubts about his patience, especially given the restlessness of today's youth. Were it not for her brother Su Che's fervent recommendation, she would have been entirely unwilling. However, seeing Meng playing joyfully allowed her to ease her anxious heart significantly. Meng, play for a bit longer. Uncle Jiang will get you a glass of water, Jiang Ning said with a smile, observing Meng engrossed in her puzzle. Okay, thank you, Uncle Jiang, Meng replied, her focus unwavering as she continued her task. Jiang Ning rose and made his way to the first floor. Curiously, he noted the absence of any housemaids. In such a spacious villa, one would expect at least a few attendants. Why were only Meng and her daughter residing here? He dismissed the thought and proceeded to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water. Glancing at the fridge, he noted its ample provisions. Perhaps I shall prepare a little snack for Meng later. I wonder how effective the culinary skills bestowed by the system truly are, Jiang Ning pondered, eager to try out the new cooking abilities he had received in his novice package yesterday. Wow, Meng, you're doing wonderfully. You're almost finished. All that remains are the head and arms, Jiang Ning exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he held the glass of water. It was worth noting that the sequence he had scrambled was over 5 times more complex than the first. Yet in such a short span, Meng was nearing completion of her puzzle. Uncle Jiang, Meng is really impressive. Meng giggled, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, my little Meng is the best in the world. Here, drink some warm water first, Jiang Ning said, showering her with praise. Uncle Jiang, I don't want plain water. I want a drink. I want orange juice. Meng shook her head in refusal. Meng, that is not acceptable. You must drink plain water. It's not good for your body to consume drinks all the time, Jiang Ning gently insisted. But plain water has no flavor and isn't sweet, Meng continued to protest. Meng, if you drink too many sugary beverages, you'll become less clever. Only by drinking more plain water will you grow healthier and stronger, Jiang Ning replied patiently, though feeling a bit helpless. Why? Meng asked, still puzzled. Because warm water detoxifies, invigorates the blood, quenches thirst, and nourishes the little cells inside you, Jiang Ning explained. Is that so? Do those little cells inside me like to drink plain water too? Meng asked innocently. Yes, when you feel thirsty. It's your little cells asking for warm plain water. If you drink orange juice or similar drinks, they might feel uncomfortable and could get sick, Jiang Ning clarified. Oh, I see. Then, Uncle Jiang, I will drink now to make my little cells as smart and wonderful as I am, Meng declared as she took the cup and began to sip slowly. Watching Meng finally drink the plain water, Jiang Ning felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed that becoming a competent caregiver was indeed no easy feat soon. Midday approached. Jiang Ning had forgotten to prepare snacks for Meng. Feeling rather remorseful, he realized this was his first slip-up as a new father figure. He resolved not to let it happen again tomorrow. Meng, are you hungry? Uncle Jiang. Just a little. All right, you stay here and play. I'll make you a delicious meal. Yay. Meng wants to know if Uncle Jiang's cooking is tasty. The little girl clapped her hands in delight. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, finding it well stocked with vegetables and meat. Guided by the system's knowledge, he set to work. As he picked up the knife to chop, his movements flowed with the precision of a seasoned chef honed over decades. His instincts for nutritional balance, ingredient pairings, and seasoning were impeccable. He knew exactly which parts of each vegetable to use, the precise measurements for spices, and the perfect timing for each step. The dishes he prepared were bound to be exquisite. Meng had already sent him a list of Meng's food preferences. Yet, regardless of her usual likes or dislikes, he was confident his cooking would win her over. Half an hour later, the rice was steamed, the soup simmered to perfection, and 3 vegetable dishes alongside 1 meat dish were arranged neatly on the dining table. The tantalizing aroma drifted upstairs, through the second floor where Meng was piecing together a puzzle, and up to the 3rd floor where Meng was working. Both paused, their stomachs growling in anticipation. Chapter 3. Meng is actually an orphan Meng. It's time for dinner. Jiang Ning called out cheerfully from the 1st floor. Okay, Uncle Jiang, I'm coming. Meng replied, adorably descending in the elevator. Meng, remember to wash your hands before eating. Jiang Ning smiled, observing her eager expression. I know, Uncle Jiang. Mom always says we must wash our hands thoroughly before meals, or those nasty germs will sneak into our bellies, and we might get worms. Meng's chubby, baby-faced visage was filled with understanding. Uncle Jiang, your cooking smells delicious. I could smell it all the way from the 3rd floor. At that moment, Meng stepped out of the elevator. She maintained her usual icy demeanor, yet nodded with satisfaction. After washing their hands together in the bathroom, Meng skipped joyfully to the dining table. Jiang Ning lifted Meng into her high chair. Upon seeing the spread of delectable dishes, Meng's eyes widened in awe. Wow, Uncle Jiang, these dishes look incredible. I can't wait to taste them. Go ahead. See if they suit your palate, Jiang Ning encouraged. Just then, Meng entered the dining room, clad in a fitted black suit, her hair impeccably styled, exuding a formidable presence. Upon surveying the table, she raised an eyebrow. Did you prepare all of this? Yes, Ms. Su, Jiang Ning responded, feeling a twinge of anxiety at her furrowed brow. Did he misjudge their tastes? As Meng sat down, she picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of stir-fried mushrooms with meat. A flicker of surprise crossed her otherwise stoic face. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this impressive. I've always enjoyed experimenting with food, which honed my skills, Jiang Ning replied modestly, relieved. He then served a bowl of rice to Meng before preparing some for Meng. Just half a bowl for me, please, she instructed. Certainly, Jiang Ning nodded. Before he could serve her, Meng exclaimed, Wow, Uncle Jiang, your dishes are delicious, and they look so beautifully arranged. Meng, what did your mother tell you about eating? Meng's smile belied a tone of seriousness. Oh, I remember, Mom. I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk while eating, Meng quickly replied, lowering her head to eat quietly. Yet, her enjoyment was evident as she devoured the food with delight, betraying her true feelings. Observing her daughter's contentment, Meng glanced at Jiang Ning, her trust in him growing. Jiang Ning, take good care of Meng. When I return, I will ensure you are well compensated. Rest assured. Ms. Su, I will do my utmost, Jiang Ning affirmed earnestly. Meng then selected another plate of braised beef slices, and, as she savored a piece, her eyes widened in delight, signaling the beginning of a culinary revelry. The beef was meticulously prepared, each fiber imbued with the rich, savory essence of the broth. The flavor was akin to a magical key, instantly unlocking the treasure trove of deliciousness. The beef's juices first burst forth upon the tongue, a harmonious blend of saltiness and just the right amount of sweetness, with the subtle hints of spices creating a complex tapestry reminiscent of undulating mountains. This braised beef was akin to a dreamy culinary odyssey that utterly captivated Meng, immersing her in unparalleled delight from which she found it difficult to extricate herself. She couldn't help but steal a few glances at Jiang Ning, remarking, with your current culinary skills, You could easily serve as the head chef at a five-star hotel. Please, Miss Su, do not jest. I have no desire to be bound by the constraints of a high-end kitchen. I prefer a more liberated lifestyle, Jiang Ning replied, seeking an excuse. His culinary prowess was newly acquired, having just emerged from the super dad system the day before. Typically, Su Meng only consumed a modest portion of rice accompanied by a few greens. However, at lunch today, though she still only ate a small bowl of rice, she indulged heartily in the accompanying dishes. Were it not for her desire to maintain her figure, she would have relished the opportunity to feast further. Ultimately, she reluctantly set down her chopsticks, lingering momentarily at the table. Meng, Jiang Ning, you may continue eating. I must take my leave. All right, Mommy, take care. Meng responded habitually. Miss Su, are you in such a hurry? You barely ate. Are you already full? Jiang Ning inquired, puslet. He assumed she hadn't eaten much due to the inadequacy of his cooking, unaware of how fervently Su Meng wished to remain and indulge further. The cravings within her stomach had protested numerous times. Were it not for her aspiration to maintain a flawless figure, she would have been unable to resist continuing her feast. Jiang Ning remained oblivious to the fact that his culinary skills were indeed sufficient to qualify him as a head chef at a five-star establishment. Moreover, head chefs at such venues rarely cooked unless for esteemed guests or special occasions. Typically, patrons dined on dishes prepared by the chef de cuisine. Su Meng glanced at the time and hurriedly departed for the office. Jiang Ning watched her retreating figure, pondering that he needed to further hone his culinary abilities. Despite Su Meng's earlier praise suggesting he could work at a hotel, Jiang Ning was uncertain whether her words were sincere or merely a reflection of the dish's presentation resembling that of a hotel. Perhaps her early departure and limited consumption led him to mistakenly believe she found the meal unsatisfactory. He mused on the varied tastes of wealthy individuals, wondering what they deemed delicious. Ultimately, he concluded that as long as he found his creations delectable, that was sufficient. Perhaps preferences varied. Some favored lighter fare, others a sweeter profile, while some preferred saltier or spicier dishes. He pondered what flavors Su Meng might enjoy, contemplating the nuances of taste. Uncle Jiang, your cooking is truly delightful, Meng exclaimed once Su Meng had left. Is that so? If it's tasty, then you should eat more, Meng, Jiang Ning replied, beaming at her compliment. Yes, Uncle Jiang, I have a little secret to share, Meng said, glancing towards the door as if wary of being overheard. Meng, you say? It's fine, no one is watching. Now the entire villa is just the two of us, Jiang Ning remarked with great interest. In truth, I'm not Su Mama's daughter. I am a child whom Su Mama brought back from the orphanage. Meng spoke with the poise of a little adult. What? Jiang Ning was taken aback by this revelation. He had assumed that Meng was Su Meng's daughter, and many questions had lingered in his mind. With someone like Su Meng, as CEO, there should be numerous caretakers in the household, not to mention the presence of Su Meng's parents. How could it be that such a grand villa housed only Meng and Su Meng? Uncle Jiang, I was truly brought back from the orphanage by Su Mama just a week ago. She often visited our orphanage to play the piano, and then, I don't know what she discussed with the matron, but she took me home and asked me to call her Mama, Meng recounted, seemingly lost in her memories while eating. All right, Meng, since Su Meng Mama has asked you to call her Mama, you must be her good daughter from now on. Be obedient and listen well, Jiang Ning said, affectionately ruffling Meng's hair. Upon learning that Meng was originally an orphan, Jiang Ning felt an even greater sense of tenderness towards her. Yes, I will be very obedient and listen well, just as the matron told me, Meng replied sweetly. Chapter 4. Attaining the elementary fairy tale level before long. Both of them were satiated. Regrettably, it was his first attempt at cooking, and Jiang Ning was unaware of their modest appetites. He had prepared a substantial quantity of dishes. Though Meng had eaten her fill, her young age limited her capacity. Su Meng also consumed only a small amount. Observing the abundance of leftover food on the table, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of regret, accompanied by a growing doubt regarding his culinary skills. His own satisfaction did not necessarily reflect that of others. Just as he often believed his stir-fried dishes to be delightful, others might not share the same sentiment. The remnants of the meal spoke volumes. Meng, why don't you entertain yourself for a while? Uncle Jiang will tidy up, Jiang Ning said. Meng nodded obediently. Okay, Uncle Jiang, you go ahead. Jiang Ning began to clear the table, reluctantly disposing of the plates of leftover food. Clearly, he needed to be more mindful of portion sizes next time. This was a misstep that led to an unfortunate waste of food. System, when will my culinary skills reach the master level? Jiang Ning could not help but inquire. System, 30 hours to reach the master level, 60 hours to attain the grandmaster level, and 90 hours to achieve the divine level. 90 hours, 3 hours a day, would take a month. Did tasks like cooking, chopping, washing vegetables, and cleaning dishes count? If only the time spent on actual cooking was considered. Preparing a few dishes would only take about 10 to 20 minutes. To reach the level of a culinary god, it seemed 3 months would suffice. Moreover, he had promised Su Meng a time frame of 3 months. System, it counts. Upon hearing that it counted, Jiang Ning finally let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest, thank goodness. Thus, Jiang Ning patiently wiped the dining table again and again until it gleamed. He then proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes, pots, and stove, repeating the process with unwavering diligence. It was worth noting that when he lived alone, he enjoyed cooking, but was rather negligent when it came to washing pots and dishes. Whether they were truly clean was often a matter of conjecture. Before long, Jiang Ning had busied himself in the kitchen for an hour. If he continued scrubbing, he might well wear through the bottom of the pots. The dishes in kitchen were impeccably clean. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Ning exited the kitchen. Uncle Jiang, why have you been in the kitchen for so long? Meng inquired curiously upon his arrival in the entertainment room. Meng, the kitchen is where we prepare our meals, so Uncle Jiang must ensure it is spotless. Otherwise, you and Mama Su might consume contaminated food, which could lead to illness or a cold. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Ning explained patiently. Meng reminded him, yes, Uncle Jiang is right. Mama says it's time for Meng to take a nap. All right, let us go. Uncle Jiang will take Meng for a nap. Jiang Ning replied, leading Meng to her bedroom on the second floor. Meng's room was small, yet entirely adorned in shades of pink, featuring an adorable rabbit-shaped bed. The space was filled with stuffed animals, dogs, bears, and various plush toys, creating a whimsical atmosphere. It's evident that Su Meng deeply adores Meng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to purchase so many adorable plush toys. Uncle Jiang, can you tell me a story? Meng blinked her large, innocent eyes at Jiang Ning. Oh no, storytelling. Jiang Ning froze. He was utterly inept at soothing children to sleep, let alone spinning tales. Facing a 3-year-old girl left him at a loss. What kind of story would even be appropriate? 4 years in university, sharing a dorm with 6 male classmates, had filled his mind with crude jokes, but when it came to wholesome children's stories, his mind was a blank slate. Desperately racking his brain, he could only recall the fable of 1 monk carries water, 2 monks share the load, 3 monks go thirsty. Beyond that, nothing came to mind. Oh, right, there was also the boy who cried wolf, but that seemed more suited for boys than a delicate little girl. Looks like I'll have to consult the internet for help. Meng, wait a moment. Uncle Jiang will find a nice story for you, he said, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. Meng obediently nestled into bed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. All right, Meng, how about the beautiful rainbow dress? Jiang Ning had just found the story online. It seemed perfect for a little girl. Uncle Jiang, could you pick another one? I've already heard that one, Meng replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Jiang Ning had thought he'd finally found a winner, only to be met with rejection. How awkward. Fine, let me look again. How about the secret garden under the moonlight? Uncle Jiang, I've heard that one too. Auntie Sue told me. The whale's song beneath the stars? Heard it. Here comes the sun? Ugh, so old-fashioned. I've heard that one a million times at the orphanage. The golden pheasant and the crow. Surely you haven't heard this one? Meng rolled her eyes. Uncle Jiang, can you please find something else? I've heard that too. By now, Jiang Ning was at his wit's end. The secret of the dream garden? Oh yes. Uncle Jiang, tell me this one. I haven't heard it before. Meng clapped her hands, finally breaking into a delighted smile. Jiang Ning rubbed his temples. Being a first-time babysitter is harder than I thought. I'll need to prepare better next time. In a tranquil forest, there lived a lively little rabbit named Lily. She was the happiest bunny in the woods, spending her days hopping and playing with her friends. Jiang Ning read slowly from his phone. Meng's bedroom fell into peaceful silence as she listened intently. 5 minutes later. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. You have attained the beginner's fairy tale level. Suddenly, a flood of rare, unpublished fairy tales surged into his mind. Wait, storytelling can level me up? Jiang Ning was utterly baffled. Nonetheless, this is quite favorable. The fairy tales that linger in my mind should suffice to entertain Meng for a while. It would be rather embarrassing if she had already heard the stories sourced from Baidu. As Jiang Ning gradually narrated to his phone, his expression was somewhat stilted, devoid of any accompanying gestures, resembling more of a reading than storytelling. Yet, as he continued, Meng soon drifted into slumber. Observing her peaceful sleep, Jiang Ning finally tucked away his phone, a sense of self-mockery washing over him. This was his inaugural experience as a caregiver, and he felt woefully inadequate. In the morning, he had played with Meng, but neglected to prepare any snacks. During lunch, he had overcooked the dishes. While narrating fairy tales for her afternoon nap, he realized his repertoire was scant and his delivery was awkward. Even contemplating this made him chuckle softly. Taking advantage of Meng's slumber, Jiang Ning stepped out of her bedroom. The villa enveloped in tranquility. He hesitated to close the door, fearing it might rouse her, and carefully made his way downstairs. Chapter 5. Acquiring 100 cubic system space. Attaining primary martial arts level, Jiang Ning retrieved a pen and paper from the drawer, meticulously outlining the day's schedule. 6 o'clock a.m. Rise early, tidy the house. Prepare a wholesome breakfast with love. 7 o'clock a.m. Wake Meng, assist with morning routines, enjoy breakfast together. 8 o'clock a.m. Accompany Meng for outdoor activities. 9 o'clock a.m. Return home for interactive games and puzzles. 9:30 a.m. Prepare light refreshments. 10 o'clock a.m. Guide Meng in artistic endeavors, teaching her to paint. With painstaking deliberation, Jiang Ning revised and refined the itinerary, ensuring every moment was thoughtfully arranged. Never had he devoted such scrupulous attention to academic planning during his student years, nor had he approached work tasks with such diligence. Yet for Meng, his focus was unwavering. Perhaps it was because Meng hailed from an orphanage. At this moment, he aspired only to excel in his newfound role as a devoted caregiver. Matters of compensation, which might have once concerned him, now seemed trivial in the face of such an endearing and well-mannered child. Introduced through his university friend Su Che, he found himself indifferent to formalities. After merely a morning spent with Meng, he inexplicably discovered profound joy in her company. Could it be that he was inherently suited for vocations involving children, be it as a kindergarten teacher or a nurturing guardian? Should one pursue the career that truly resonates with their aspirations, or is it merely the endearing charm and intelligence of Meng that captivates one's attention? Or perhaps it is the pitiable circumstances of Meng's background that evoke a sense of compassion within oneself. How delightful it would be to have such a charming and understanding daughter, Jiang Ning sighed. He entered the entertainment room, surveying the scattered toys strewn across the floor. He began to tidy up, meticulously arranging each toy in its designated spot or placing them into the storage cabinet. After 5 minutes, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 cubic units of system space. System space? Jiang Ning spoke in a somewhat bewildered manner. The system responded, Indeed, host. As long as your thoughts guide you, any object not exceeding 100 cubic units that you touch may be stored within the system's space, with the exception of living beings. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Ning touched the wooden puzzle he had previously gifted to Meng. In an instant, the wooden puzzle he had been touching vanished without a trace. How remarkable! Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind, and the wooden puzzle reappeared in his palm. If he had previously been unemployed, taking up a job as a mover or a delivery person might not have been such a bad idea. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt an immense joy. He had never anticipated that the system could be so playful, introducing new twists. Thus, he began to patiently tidy up the toys once more. This time, he meticulously organized everything, arranging them neatly and categorizing them appropriately. Even the toys that were askew were carefully aligned and positioned correctly. However, after 10 minutes, half an hour, and an hour had passed, there was still no notification from the system. Why had the system not enhanced the spatial capacity? Jiang Ning could not help but inquire. System, host, tidy up the children's playroom. It can only be enhanced once a day. Ah, why didn't you mention this sooner, system? You have caused me to be so meticulous in my organization, Jiang Ning lamented. System, host, you haven't asked again. I'm dizzy. I thought it was like cooking. Oh dear. Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. However, after an hour of tidying up, the entertainment room now appeared exceptionally neat and aesthetically pleasing. Each toy beckoned to be played with. Yet one feared to disturb the order. At that moment, a soft weeping resonated from the adjacent room of Meng. Jiang Ning hurriedly exited the entertainment room and approached Meng's room. What is the matter, Meng? Why are you crying? Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Meng sobbed, Uncle Jiang, I just dreamt that everyone abandoned me, that Mother Meng didn't want me, and that you wouldn't make me delicious food anymore, and then you left me. Boo-hoo. Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a sharp pang in his heart and quickly stepped forward. Meng, my dear, do not cry. Uncle Jiang would never abandon you. I will always be here with you. Meng blinked her eyes. Really? Yes, of course. Jiang Ning gently brushed her nose. Uncle Jiang, I want to watch a cartoon. Meng said weakly. All right, but children shouldn't watch too much television. It can harm their eyesight. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang, Meng will only watch a little bit. Meng pleaded. How about this? Uncle Jiang will watch half an hour of cartoons with you, and then I will teach you how to draw. Great. Come on. Uncle Jiang, let us hurry and watch cartoons. Jiang Ning helped Meng get dressed. Hand in hand, they made their way to the living room on the first floor. Upon turning on the television, Meng exclaimed, Uncle Jiang, I want to watch The Panda Doesn't Eat Vegetarian. The panda in it is so awesome. All right, let me find The Panda Doesn't Eat Vegetarian for you, Jiang Ning replied. Soon, the cartoon began to play. Meng sat on the sofa, engrossed in the show, while Jiang Ning accompanied her, all the while glancing at his watch. He dared not lose himself in the show, fearing Meng would exceed her screen time. Prolonged exposure to screens would undoubtedly be detrimental to her vision. Before long, 5 minutes passed. Ding. System. Congratulations, host, you have attained the initial level of martial arts. Subsequently, Jiang Ning felt a transformation within his body. It grew more robust, muscles bulging. He touched his solid arm and felt his abdomen, revealing the definition of 8-pack abs. Additionally, he noticed a slight alteration in the shape of his face. He could distinctly sense the changes. His strength seemed to have significantly increased, and a wealth of martial arts fighting techniques flooded into his consciousness. No way is this really happening? I'm merely watching cartoons with Meng, Jiang Ning mused. At that moment, he felt like a martial arts master who had been secluded for years. He believed he could effortlessly defeat 10 opponents. What boy doesn't harbor a dream of being a martial artist? System, when will I ascend to the divine level of martial arts? Upon reaching the realm of martial arts mastery, will I be able to fly? Jiang Ning inquired with palpable excitement. System, host, advancing to intermediate martial arts requires 10 hours. Advanced martial arts 20 hours, peak martial arts 30 hours, master level 50 hours, grandmaster level 80 hours, and divine level 200 hours. It is at the divine level that one can soar through the skies. Jiang Ning quickly calculated, spending half an hour a day watching animations with Meng. It would take 200 hours, equating to 400 days over a year. A sense of disappointment washed over him. 400 days did not account for the times when Meng fell ill. Moreover, he could only care for her for 3 months. He could not possibly force Meng to watch animations incessantly for 24 hours a day in pursuit of his martial arts aspirations. Were he to do so, it would not be long before Meng would decisively send him packing. Alas, the dream of flying coolly in this lifetime seemed utterly unattainable. Jiang Ning shook his head in resignation. System, will there be rewards for caring for other children in the future? Jiang Ning continued to inquire with hopeful anticipation. The system responded coldly. No, it was disheartening. The most vexing part was that the system offered a glimmer of hope only to extinguish it mercilessly. Never mind. If it is not to be, so be it. After all, he was still at the initial level of martial arts, which was sufficient to handle certain individuals. Jiang Ning could only find solace in this thought. Chapter 6. Meng possesses an extraordinary talent for painting and has acquired advanced basketball skills. Jiang Ning pondered. It had barely been a day since he embraced fatherhood, yet he had already amassed an impressive array of skills. He should feel content. Jiang Ning entered the bathroom, shed his shirt, and gazed into the mirror. At that moment, a muscular figure stared back at him. Was this truly the same person he had been before? Jiang Ning found it hard to believe. Previously, he had only lightly touched his body, but now he noticed subtle changes in his face. Though slight, they were unmistakable. He felt more handsome than ever, exuding an indefinable charisma. Perhaps this was the unique aura that accompanied his newly attained beginner martial arts level. He traced the contours of his 8-pack abs, astonished. Throughout his university years, he had dreamt of becoming a fitness enthusiast. He had attempted numerous push-ups, but his roommates had only laughed at him, often distracting him with their gaming habits. Ultimately, he had succumbed to their influence, coasting through 4 years of university life. Now, this muscular physique had manifested before him. Jiang Ning was both thrilled and elated, his hands instinctively caressing his abs. The solid texture filled him with a profound sense of pride. Time was of the essence. It was time for Meng to watch her animated series. After dressing, Jiang Ning exited the bathroom and glanced at his watch. Meng, it's time. Let's go paint. Okay, she replied, though reluctantly, nodding obediently. Jiang Ning switched off the television and led Meng to the balcony, where a table and chairs awaited them. He retrieved brushes and paper, ready to teach her the art of painting. Meng, what do you like to paint? Jiang Ning inquired with a smile. I love to paint everything, Uncle Jiang. Frogs, kittens, puppies, flowers and grass. Meng exclaimed joyfully. Well then, shall we start with a frog? He suggested. Yes. Yay. Meng clapped in delight. Meng, what shape does a frog take? Is it standing, sitting, or crouching? Meng shook her head, her little braids swaying. It seems like it's sitting, but also crouching. Indeed, Meng, you're correct. You could depict the frog as sitting or crouching. Now how about its 4 legs? Are the front legs upright, while the back legs are bent and resting? Yes, and the back legs are thicker and longer, Meng recalled, beaming. Right? Excellent observation, Meng. Now, is its body upright, horizontal, or diagonal? I know, it's diagonal. Sitting on its bottom and looking up at the sky, she answered without hesitation. Very well. Now that we understand the frog's form, Meng, pay close attention to how Uncle Jiang paints. Jiang Ning encouraged her to think critically as he began to sketch. As he started to draw, Meng watched intently. In no time, a vividly lifelike frog emerged on the paper. Wow! Uncle Jiang, your depiction of the frog is truly exquisite, almost lifelike, exclaimed Meng, her delight evident as she danced joyfully. Now it's my turn to draw. If I focus diligently, I will surely surpass Uncle Jiang's artistry in the future. Really? Indeed. With determination, Meng picked up a pencil and began to sketch, while Jiang Ning offered guidance from the side. Meng, has Su Meng's mom and dad ever come to see you? Jiang Ning couldn't help but inquire. No, Uncle Jiang, I don't know who my mom's parents are. I've never met them, Meng replied earnestly, engrossed in her artwork. It appeared that Su Meng's adoption of Meng was unknown to her parents, or perhaps they held opposing views. Yet, wasn't it rumored that Su Meng, the president of the Su group, had always lived with her parents? Could it be that her parents disapproved, prompting Su Meng to move out and live with Meng? Never mind. Such thoughts were unnecessary. The truth would reveal itself in due time. An hour flew by, and Meng had created several frogs, along with ponds and lotus leaves. Observing her focused coloring, Jiang Ning couldn't resist affectionately ruffling her hair. He noticed Meng's remarkable talent for drawing. Although he had only sketched one frog himself, and merely in pencil, Meng absorbed about 60% of the skill. Though her work wasn't yet superior to his, it was clearly beyond what a 2.5-year-old could typically achieve. Her vivid imagination brought forth numerous frogs, lotus leaves, and ponds. Such a composition could easily rival that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Reflecting on his own first-grade art skills, he realized he had not drawn as well as Meng. Without the beginner's reward from the system, along with basic drawing skills, he probably wouldn't have dared to teach her. After an hour, Meng completed her painting with vibrant colors. Meng, let us go outside and play in the community for a while to get some exercise, shall we? Jiang Ning suggested with a smile. Upon hearing about going outside, Meng's interest peaked. Sure, let's go play ball, Uncle Jiang. All right, Jiang Ning nodded. Meng dashed to the entertainment room to retrieve a mini basketball, about 15 centimeters in diameter, bouncy and safe for children. Cradling the small ball, she and Jiang Ning stepped out of the villa. Outside, a spacious patch of grass awaited them. With cheerful enthusiasm, Meng began to gently bounce the basketball on the lawn. Unfortunately, after just a few bounces, the ball rolled away. Undeterred, she continued to chase after it. Uncle Jiang, why does it seem like the basketball sticks to the hands of the black uncles on TV, while mine just rolls away? Meng asked, puzzled. That's because you are still mastering the skill, and ball control requires precision, Jiang Ning explained. Here, let Uncle Jiang demonstrate. Yes. How amazing, Uncle. You can do everything. Meng said, obediently handing the small basketball to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning grasped the basketball and commenced dribbling. Yet alas, the ball was excessively elastic and light, lacking the gravity of a genuine basketball, especially on grass. As Jiang Ning lightly tapped the small ball, it veered off course, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Observing his misadventure, Meng chuckled. It's not that I can't do it, Uncle Jiang, but you too, the ball simply doesn't favor you. Well, Meng, please refrain from laughing at Uncle Jiang. I was merely being intentional. Jiang Ning awkwardly fabricated an excuse. He then retrieved the small basketball, cautiously regaining control. After one setback, Jiang Ning's dribbling improved significantly. Though still unaccustomed, his movements were somewhat clumsy, darting from side to side. Nevertheless, the small basketball remained firmly within Jiang Ning's grasp. Wow, Uncle Jiang, how impressive! Meng exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands in applause. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired advanced basketball skills. Subsequently, waves of basketball knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind, and he sensed a transformation in his leg power, jumping ability, and even his vision. He felt akin to the Chinese version of Jordan, capable of soaring through the air for dunks, and three-point shooting no longer seemed daunting. Chapter 7. Su Che is the cherished son of the Su family. System, why did you grant me advanced basketball skills this time? While previously I received none of the higher-level skills. Host, you have a solid foundation in basketball from your university days, hence the reward of advanced basketball skills. I see. Since I lack any background in painting, I received only basic painting skills. My absence of carpentry experience resulted in basic carpentry skills. Without a repertoire of fairy tales, I was bestowed with beginner-level fairy tale proficiency. Lacking martial arts training, I received only basic martial arts skills. However, my frequent culinary endeavors have earned me top-tier cooking abilities. My university basketball practice has granted me advanced basketball skills. But system, I have no experience in childcare. Why then do I possess mastery in it? That is a unique reward tier exclusive to the Super Daddy system. All right then. At that moment, Jiang Ning regretted his limited skills, realizing that most of his rewards began at the basic level. The two played for an hour. All right, Meng, it's time to head home, Jiang Ning said with a smile, observing Meng, who was drenched in sweat from playing. Children require exercise. It enhances their physical health and reduces the likelihood of illness. Uncle Jiang, I want to play a little longer. Meng was not yet satisfied with her playtime. That's not possible, Meng. You've already played for an hour. We must return home to take a bath, or you might catch a cold. Fine. Though reluctant, Meng eventually nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning escorted Meng back to the villa and led her to the bathroom, where he helped her bathe, wash her hair, and change into clean clothes. Meng, come. Uncle Jiang will teach you how to practice writing. Uncle Jiang, I don't want to practice writing. Meng pouted. That won't do. Children must learn to recognize characters. Otherwise, when you grow up, Meng, you could become illiterate, unable to comprehend anything. Uncle Jiang, what does illiterate mean? Illiterate means not recognizing a single character, unable to understand the words and stories. It's quite dreadful, akin to being blind, knowing nothing at all. Then Meng doesn't want to become blind. I want to practice writing. Good girl. Today, Uncle Jiang will teach you to write your name, all right? Yes, yes, Meng exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Thus, Jiang Ning earnestly taught Meng to write on the balcony. Meanwhile, in the office of Su Dream at the Su Group, she was conversing with a young man, Su Che. Sister, what do you think of my classmate Jiang Ning, whom you met today? Su Che asked with a broad smile. Su Che, what do you mean by what do I think? Su Dream responded, passive. I mean, how does my classmate Jiang Ning look? Is he handsome? Su Che, I asked you to find a nanny. Your classmate Jiang Ning is the one you introduced to take care of Meng. What does his looks have to do with it? Su Dream shot her brother an exasperated glance. Alas, their appearances bore no resemblance. Su Meng took after her mother Lu Mengyan, while Su Che inherited his father Su Yunlong's features. With merely a year between them, passers-by would never guess they were siblings. Moreover, Su Che had been raised since childhood by his influential maternal grandparents, shielding him from public scrutiny. Few outside the family knew of the Su Group's young heir, allowing him to remain concealed until his graduation. When Su Yunlong finally summoned him home, determined to prevent his son from becoming a spoiled, incompetent heir, the very downfall of many affluent dynasties, Su Yunlong insisted Su Che start from the company's grassroots. In this regard, his foresight was impeccable. Thus, when Su Che claimed to have known Su Meng since childhood, it wasn't he entirely false. In contrast, Su Meng had grown up under her parents' doting care. Su Yunlong, unwilling to let his daughter endure hardship, placed her directly into his executive role upon her graduation, mentoring her discreetly from behind the scenes. Elder sister, do you think I don't understand your intentions? Su Che remarked knowingly. Adopting Meng was merely to fend off those persistent suitors, wasn't it? Suke, mind your own affairs, Su Meng snapped irritably. Come now, Jiang Ning is an excellent match, handsome from humble roots. Our family hardly lacks his trifling wealth. You'd find happiness with him. Su Che persisted, undeterred. Su Meng shot him a withering glare. Must I repeat myself? A child like you has no business meddling in my affairs. Focus on your duties. Very well, I'll say no more. But surely you don't intend to remain in that villa indefinitely? Su Meng Said Guididi. After my 3-month business trip, we'll discuss it. Her thoughts drifted to her father's vehement opposition during their earlier conversation. Su Yunlong refused to let his cherished daughter bear the scandal of an alleged illegitimate child. Even if clarified as an adoption, rumors had a way of distorting truth. He couldn't fathom why, after merely volunteering at the orphanage, she resolved so stubbornly to adopt a granddaughter. Her obstinacy mirrored his own. At least consider it carefully. Su Che urged gently. Mother and father long for your return. A reunited family would bring them joy. Rubbing her temples, Su Meng murmured, I wish for it too. But will they ever accept Meng? Suke's expression darkened. It's complicated. You know their temperaments better than I. If even you can't sway them, what hope have I? Merely their disregarded son. Don't think that way, Su Meng chided softly. They hold high expectations for you. Why else would they have kept you distant, shielding you from indulgence? The Su legacy rests in your hands. You must prove worthy. No, Suke replied quietly. Understood. That's enough, Su Che. Please hurry out. I have numerous tasks to attend to. In the luxurious villa area of Su Meng, a chime resonated. Host, congratulations on attaining the master level in calligraphy. At that moment, Jiang Ning was diligently instructing Meng on the strokes of her name. Given the complexity of the characters, Meng struggled for quite a while, producing a rather crooked rendition. After 5 minutes, the system's voice abruptly echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Following this, a wealth of calligraphic knowledge flooded his consciousness, and he felt a subtle transformation in his hands. Master level in calligraphy? System, how long until I reach the Grandmaster level? The system replied, you will attain the master level in calligraphy after spending another 30 hours with Meng. It seemed that Jiang Ning's handwriting, which he had previously deemed satisfactory, had directly granted him this esteemed level. He was astonished to discover that teaching Meng to write could also enhance his own skills. Jiang Ning found himself somewhat bewildered. It had barely been a day, yet he had experienced such significant advancements. It felt as though his life had transformed into a dream. The previous 23 years appeared to have been lived in vain, or perhaps squandered in the company of dogs. Chapter 8. Su Meng returns home from work. Meng, come. Let's continue our writing. Today, Meng will learn to write her own name, Jiang Ning said with a warm smile directed at Meng. Uncle Jiang. Meng will be very serious about it. Meng replied in her sweet, childlike voice, brimming with confidence. Meng is truly obedient. Now, let me tell you about the origin of your name, Meng. The top part is called the grass radical, which signifies that Meng is like tender grass, thriving endlessly. The bottom part represents the sun and moon, forming the character Meng, meaning tomorrow. This implies that Meng's future will be even brighter. What do the two main characters represent? Meng giggled. Haha, Uncle Jiang, I know. It means that Meng's tomorrow will be even better than today. Indeed, Meng, you are remarkable. You grasp it so quickly. Jiang Ning couldn't help but gently stroke Meng's innocent and adorable face. But, Uncle Jiang, why is it grass and not flower? I like flowers, Meng inquired, puzzled. Meng, do flowers wither? Meng nodded earnestly. Yes. And what about grass? Does it wither? Meng pondered for a moment and, surprisingly, could not recall a time when grass withered. Uncle Jiang, it seems it doesn't. Exactly. Thus, Meng will never wither, and her future will always be bright. Right? I understand now, Uncle Jiang. I really like the name Meng. Encouraged by Jiang Ning's guidance, Meng appeared even more joyful and fond of her name. She diligently practiced her writing, mirroring Jiang Ning's strokes. Before long, the characters Meng had painstakingly crafted were unexpectedly exquisite, far beyond what one would expect from a 3-year-old. It is worth noting that Jiang Ning's own calligraphy was of masterful caliber. The characters Meng wrote were more elegant than those of many ordinary elementary school students. As an hour slipped by, Jiang Ning said, "All right, Meng, take a break and play for a while. Uncle Jiang will go prepare dinner." Uncle Jiang, you must make the same delicious dishes as lunch. Meng licked her lips, her face alight with happiness, seemingly reminiscing about the midday meal. Of course, Jiang Ning nodded, rising to head into the kitchen, where he began his culinary endeavors. There was an abundance of leftover food from lunch. Learning from experience, Jiang Ning recognized that the combined appetite of Meng and Su Meng was still less than that of a single adult. Thus, this time, he only prepared a small portion of rice. Although he had planned 3 dishes, 1 meat, and 1 soup, the quantity was less than half of what he had prepared at noon. Each dish was served in small portions. However, he devoted great effort to the presentation and artistry of the dishes, making each one appear as a work of art, so beautiful that one might hesitate to disturb them with chopsticks. Mommy, you're back. Mommy, come see. Today, Meng can write her own name. At that moment, the cheerful shout of Meng echoed through the living room, announcing Su Meng's return from work. Meng is so good, Su Meng said, changing her shoes as Meng eagerly tugged her towards the balcony. When she beheld the characters Meng had written, disbelief washed over her. Meng, are you sure these are your writings? Su Meng picked up the paper to examine it closely. Indeed, it was Uncle Jiang who taught me how to write my own name. Look, this is the piece written by Uncle Jiang. Meng eagerly presented the characters penned by Jiang Ning for Su Meng to admire. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's writing, Su Meng was utterly captivated. She had not anticipated such elegance in his calligraphy, which could easily be deemed masterful. Furthermore, Meng's writing bore a resemblance to Jiang Ning's, capturing about 60% of its essence. Meng, are you certain that Uncle Jiang did not assist you with this? Su Meng inquired, harboring a hint of skepticism. Absolutely not. Uncle Jiang wrote each stroke while I mirrored his movements beside him. I wrote this all by myself. Isn't it beautiful? Meng's adorable expression seemed to implore, Mommy, praise me. Su Meng, perceptive to Meng's unspoken desire, promptly responded with a warm smile. Splendid. Meng, your writing is truly exquisite. Come on, Mommy. Let me take you to the entertainment room. Uncle Jiang has arranged it so beautifully. It's impeccably tidy. Meng is reluctant to play with it. Meng continued joyfully, pulling Su Meng upstairs. Upon entering the entertainment room, Su Meng was once again taken aback. The toys were arranged meticulously, rivaling even a military parade. Each toy stood in orderly fashion, resembling a battalion of proud soldiers. It must have taken immense effort to organize them. Even Meng felt hesitant to disturb the arrangement, fearing she wouldn't know how to return them to their rightful places. Little did she know, Jiang Ning had tirelessly dedicated an entire hour to meticulously sorting them, all in a bid to expand the system's space. It was evident that Jiang Ning was a person who valued cleanliness. Meng's admiration and trust in Jiang Ning deepened significantly. She believed that not even a hired maid could match such efficiency. Meng, what did Uncle Jiang play with you today? Meng asked with curiosity. In the morning, Uncle Jiang and I did a puzzle together. Oh, by the way, Mommy, I've become quite skilled at puzzles now. If you don't believe me, mix it up and I'll show you, Meng declared, presenting a wooden puzzle to Meng. Covering her face with her hands, she peered through her fingers, her large eyes fixated on the puzzle. Meng naturally played along, smiling as she took the puzzle and began to rotate it. After a moment, she handed it back to Meng. Now, let us see how impressive my little Meng is. Meng received the puzzle and wrinkled her nose in disdain. Mommy, this is far too easy. Without hesitation, she completed it in less than 30 seconds, leaving Meng feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, let me provide you with a more challenging one, Meng said, increasing the complexity, though it was merely about twice as difficult as the previous one. Despite the possibility of Meng peeking, she swiftly finished it again. However, Meng was not convinced. After all, her daughter was only 3 years old. Such remarkable memory and quick reflexes? Determined, Meng escalated the difficulty to 5 times that of the original puzzle. This time, Meng took a bit longer, and Meng felt a surge of satisfaction. Let us see if you can tackle this, little one. You think puzzles are that simple? Due to the current disarray, it is generally beyond the capabilities of a typical third-grade student to piece together the puzzle, and their attempts only lead to further chaos. However, after a mere 10 minutes, a charming little girl emerged from the jigsaw. Meng was once again taken aback. She could hardly fathom how Jiang Ning had managed to teach Meng to this extent in less than a day. Moreover, she marveled at how he had imparted such remarkable writing skills to Meng, along with his culinary prowess. As she contemplated that she would be departing for an overseas trip for 3 months the following day, her unease began to dissipate. What did Uncle Jiang do with you? Meng curiously inquired. Uncle Jiang told me stories during lunch, helped me take a nap, and after I woke up, we watched television for a while. Then he taught me how to draw, took me out to play ball, and when we returned, he gave me a bath. Oh, and he also helped me with my writing, Meng recounted, scratching her head in earnest recollection. It seemed that these memories were from a long time ago. Then why haven't I seen your drawings? Come on, Mommy, I'll take you to see my artwork. It's really beautiful, Meng exclaimed, proudly taking Meng's hand and leading her into the elevator. Does Meng enjoy having Uncle Jiang play with you? Without hesitation, Meng replied, yes. I really like Uncle Jiang. He's incredibly amazing. Chapter 9. Exquisite culinary skills. The delightful dishes of the little rabbit astonish Meng soon. The two of them arrived at the balcony on the first floor. Meng took out the frog community drawing she had previously created and handed it to Meng. Mom, look, this is all drawn by Meng. Isn't it beautiful? Meng picked up Meng's artwork, utterly astonished. Goodness, in just 1 day. Accompanied by Jiang Ning, Meng's drawing has improved remarkably. It truly does not resemble the work of a mere 3-year-old. Each frog was depicted with remarkable precision. Meng, you mustn't deceive me. Is this really your creation? Did Uncle Jiang assist you? Meng inquired with a hint of skepticism. Not at all. It's really all Meng's work. Uncle Jiang only sketched 1 frog on the side. Here, this is the one Uncle Jiang drew, Meng replied, presenting a pencil sketch of a frog to Meng. Upon seeing this drawing, Meng's eyes widened. She was taken aback by Jiang Ning's skill. The frog appeared incredibly lifelike, reminiscent of an artist with years of training. Meng was overwhelmed, her heart racing. Jiang Ning possessed an extraordinary array of talents. What mattered most was his ability to nurture Meng's artistic gift within such a short span. Moreover, she recognized Meng's innate aptitude for drawing, as well as her impressive cognitive abilities and memory. Could it be a jest that her brother had introduced Jiang Ning as a potential partner? Surely, her brother was quite responsible towards Meng. Su Meng mused. However, her brother, Su Che, harbored different thoughts. He wished for Jiang Ning to become his brother-in-law and had no intention of focusing on Meng's upbringing. His goal was merely to ensure that Jiang Ning had ample opportunities to interact with his sister, hoping that a spark might ignite between them over time. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Meng, hurry and wash your hands. The dishes will be ready soon. Jiang Ning called from the kitchen, unaware that Su Meng had returned. Come on, Meng, let us wash our hands and eat, Su Meng urged, leading Meng to the restroom. Afterwards, she walked into the kitchen, intending to assist with serving the dishes. Upon witnessing the immaculate state of the kitchen, she was once again astounded. This kitchen was exceptionally well maintained, spotless in every regard. "Ah, Miss Su, you're back. Just in time. I'm about to finish this dish, so we can enjoy it while it's hot," Jiang Ning said, glancing at Su Meng before continuing to stir the food. "Thank you, Jiang Ning. You've worked hard." Su Meng finally regained her composure. "It's no trouble at all. I had a wonderful time playing with Meng today," Jiang Ning replied as he cooked. Standing at the kitchen door, Su Meng admired Jiang Ning's focused demeanor. It was quite charming. "Wait, something seems off. Jiang Ning appears significantly more handsome than this morning. Did I fail to notice it earlier?" Su Meng thought, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly turned and headed towards the dining room, having completely forgotten her initial intention to assist in serving the dishes. Soon, Jiang Ning brought dish after dish of stir-fried delicacies and soups to the dining table. Upon beholding such exquisite presentations, charming little vegetables and meats, Su Meng and Meng's eyes widened in amazement. "Uncle Jiang, what is this white rabbit dish? Is it edible? And what about those little red eyes?" Meng curiously inquired, pointing at a platter adorned with 12 small, carved white rabbits. "Meng, this is sculpted from white radish, and the eyes are made from carrots. Why not give it a try and see if it delights your palate?" Jiang Ning responded with a smile, placing one on Meng's plate. "But, Uncle Jiang, Meng can't bear to eat it. It's such a cute little rabbit," Meng whimpered, her mouth watering yet hesitant to take a bite. "Dear Meng, this is not a real rabbit. Real rabbits are far too adorable. And even Uncle Jiang wouldn't want to cook one for you," Jiang Ning patiently reassured her. "Yet Uncle Jiang, Meng really likes this little rabbit," she murmured, gazing longingly at the radish sculpture. "Do not worry, it is quite delicious. If you enjoy it, tomorrow I will carve many more little rabbits from just for you." "How does that sound?" Jiang Ning gently persuaded. He internally sighed, pondering whether the meticulous attention to detail and artistry was always beneficial. Meanwhile, Su Meng observed Jiang Ning's patient coaxing, her impression of him growing fonder. "Meng, be a good girl. You must consider that Uncle Jiang has worked hard to create this dish. If you refuse to eat it, it would surely sadden him," Su Meng chimed in. "Oh, all right then. I shall eat one," Meng conceded, no longer conflicted upon hearing her mother's encouragement. However, as she took a small bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wide and round. "Wow, Mama, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious," she exclaimed, forgetting all decorum as she devoured the dish. Seeing Meng relish the food so joyfully, Su Meng couldn't help but swallow her own saliva and took a piece for herself, cautiously biting into it. She was taken aback by the flavor. Soon, she too finished off the little rabbit, as Jiang Ning had carved them quite small, each one barely larger than a spoonful, permitting one to consume 3 with a single bite. Knowing that Su Meng and Meng had smaller mouths, Jiang Ning had deliberately sculpted them petite. The diminutive size also had its advantages, allowing the flavors to infuse more readily. As Su Meng savored the crisp and tender texture of the white radish, each mouthful burst with sweet juice, the pure essence dancing on her tongue like the first gentle rays of spring sunshine. The carrot eyes not only added a splash of color to the dish, but also blended harmoniously with the refreshing taste of the radish, enriching the texture with a delightful contrast of sweetness, perfectly balanced and not cloying. This dish was not merely a feast for the palate, but also a visual delight, each bite reflecting Jiang Ning's care and creativity, leaving an indelible impression. She had never tasted such a delightful dish of white radish in the shape of a little rabbit. This was undoubtedly a testament to the skills of a five-star chef. The crux of the matter lies in Jiang Ning's exceptional culinary skills. Each little rabbit appears so lifelike, akin to a genuine creature, which explains why Meng is reluctant to partake. At that moment, Meng disregards her image, exclaiming, "Uncle Jiang, this is utterly delicious. May I indulge in just one more, please?" She slightly regrets her earlier words. "No worries. Meng loves to eat, so indulge yourself. In the future, Uncle Jiang shall prepare more dishes like this," Jiang Ning replies with a smile. Thus, the three of them share laughter and conversation. Although Su Meng rarely displays a smile, she occasionally steals glances at Jiang Ning while dining. No matter how she looks at him, he seems different from the morning. He appears so handsome. How did she not notice this earlier? Could it be that the exquisite dishes have clouded her judgment? After half an hour, the table is finally cleared of all the food. Jiang Ning then reveals a satisfied smile. No waste, how wonderful. The portion control was just right. Chapter 10. A stroll in the neighborhood. Su Meng watched television with Meng for a while Jiang Ning busied himself in the kitchen, scrubbing and cleaning repeatedly. Half an hour passed, yet he remained there. Curious, Su Meng stepped into the kitchen and found him meticulously wiping down the stove. The kitchen now gleamed even brighter than when she had first returned. Every surface polished to perfection. "Jiang Ning, that's enough for now. Would you have time to accompany Meng and me for a walk around the neighborhood?" Su Meng asked. "Of course. Just give me one more minute. I'll rinse this cloth." Jiang Ning replied without turning around, still absorbed in his task. Unbeknownst to him, Su Meng's bright, shimmering eyes lingered on him from the doorway. She herself didn't quite understand why, but in just a single day, the way she looked at Jiang Ning had subtly shifted. It was as if an enchanting aura surrounded him, drawing her in. In truth, this was due to Jiang Ning having attained the foundational level of martial arts, which refined his physique and demeanor, naturally exuding an irresistible presence. Had he removed his shirt, he might well have captivated a crowd of admirers. As they strolled along the garden path, Su Meng inquired, "Jiang Ning, what did you do before this?" "M.A.S. Su, I used to work as a network administrator at a company," Jiang Ning answered without hesitation. "Did you study computer science?" Su Meng thought of her younger brother, who had also majored in the same field. It seemed certain now that Jiang Ning had been his classmate. No wonder he had been assigned the IT role at the company. "Yes, Jiang Ning, someone as capable as you could surely earn far more in other professions. Why settle for being a network admin?" Su Meng pressed passive. Let us not dwell on that. Other jobs might not suit me, nor do they interest me. Honestly, I find great joy in spending time with Meng now." "Really?" Su Meng's curiosity was piqued. "Indeed, though this is my first time taking on a fatherly role, and I'm still adjusting. This morning, I got so caught up playing with Meng that I forgot to prepare her snack. At lunch, I overcooked, wasting food. And when telling her stories, my delivery was a bit stiff. But I'll strive to improve. I've grown fond of Meng. Strangely enough, despite only knowing her for a day, I've come to cherish our time together." Jiang Ning's earnest self-reflection impressed Su Meng deeply. The delicate dish he had prepared that evening was proof of his devotion, far beyond what an ordinary caretaker would offer. It was as if he treated Meng as his own child. Her regard for him rose yet another level. "Jiang Ning, what kind of work do you envision for yourself in the future?" Su Meng continued. "At the moment, I have no such thoughts. My priority is to take good care of Meng. After these 3 months, I'll reconsider my path." His sincerity was unmistakable. After all, accompanying Meng had granted him the super dad system. In just one day, he had acquired numerous skills, an opportunity rarer than finding a lantern in broad daylight. Why would he waste time pondering other careers? Su Meng carefully observed Jiang Ning, utilizing her extensive experience in the corporate world, where she interacted with a myriad of individuals daily. She could discern whether Jiang Ning was being deceitful with just a glance. Naturally, Jiang Ning's earnest demeanor greatly pleased her. "Jiang Ning, you need not concern yourself overly with cleanliness. I can hire a cleaning service to come once a week. Your primary responsibility is to care for Meng," she stated. "Ms. Su, there's no need for that. I have ample time during the day to handle it myself. I may not be satisfied with the cleaning service's work, and I would prefer to spend more time with Meng. I don't want outsiders coming into the villa and potentially disturbing her, Jiang Ning replied. However, the villa is quite large, and it will be arduous for you. So marked. Rest assured, Ms. Su, while Meng is napping at noon, I have over an hour to tidy up. After Meng goes to bed before 9 in the evening, I have several hours to spare. It's more than sufficient, Jiang Ning reassured her. If that's the case, you might be overexerting yourself, Su Meng insisted, still wishing to engage a cleaning company for assistance. It's not burdensome at all. Trust me. M.A.S. So, if I need to rely on an external cleaning service for tidying up while caring for a little girl like Meng, it would reflect poorly on my capabilities as her nanny, Jiang Ning confidently asserted. His words further elevated Su Meng's admiration for him, especially when he mentioned the term nanny, which seemed to evoke a blush on her cheeks. Nonetheless, Jiang Ning, do not overexert yourself. If you find yourself overwhelmed, please call my assistant for help. I have already sent you her contact via Huaxin, she instructed. Yes, I will, Ms. Su, Jiang Ning replied. Jiang Ning, I will be leaving tomorrow, but I will frequently video call you. Please ensure you facilitate video calls with Meng as well. Of course, that is my duty, he responded. At that moment, a notification chimed on Jiang Ning's phone, signaling that 100,000 had been transferred. He looked at Su Meng in astonishment. Jiang Ning, this 100,000 is for your and Meng's living expenses. Feel free to use it, and if it runs low, just let me know or inform my assistant. Su Meng smiled. But Ms. Su, Meng, and I could hardly spend so much in 3 months, he protested. That is all right, Jiang Ning. It's better to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Just keep it, she insisted. Additionally, I have arranged for a BMW in the underground garage for you. It is equipped with a child safety seat for Meng, so you can take her out for fun. All right, Jiang Ning acquiesced, surprised by Su Meng's meticulousness towards Meng, as if she had already embraced her as her own child. He pondered her motivations. Why not have a child of her own if she loves children so much? As Meng frolicked ahead, Jiang Ning and Su Meng trailed behind like devoted parents, embodying the essence of a family. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Qingfeng illusionary step skill, a foundational level lightness technique. A flood of information surged into Jiang Ning's mind, and he felt changes in his body and legs. Could it be that Meng's innocent running around has activated a system skill? Jiang Ning mused, momentarily speechless, noticing Jiang Ning suddenly halt with a furrowed brow. Su Meng inquired, "What is it, Jiang Ning?" Su Meng inquired with curiosity, initially thinking that the car assigned to Jiang Ning was subpar. "It's nothing. I merely recalled something," Jiang Ning responded, coming back to his senses as he noticed Su Meng's gaze upon him. "Jiang Ning, do you feel that the BMW assigned to you lacks prestige?" Su Meng continued to question, still puzzled. "President Su, what are you saying? I never expected you would arrange a car for me, and a BMW is already quite expensive. I had considered taking Meng to the park or similar places, and a taxi would suffice. I never even contemplated the matter of you assigning me a vehicle." Su Meng scrutinized Jiang Ning, confirming that his expression was genuine and not a facade. She regularly drove a Lamborghini, a limited edition worth over 26 million. Naturally, she perceived a vehicle costing over 600,000 as lacking in status. However, she was aware that she could not gauge Jiang Ning's financial situation through her own lens. Given Jiang Ning's current economic circumstances, he would likely be elated with a modest vehicle worth over 100,000. Chapter 11. It seems I overthought Jiang Ning. I apologize. I shouldn't have doubted you. I thought you might be dissatisfied with the BMW we arranged for you, Su Meng said apologetically. President Su, you are overthinking it. At present, I simply wish to accompany Meng and help her live well. I have no other demands, Jiang Ning replied with a hint of helplessness. Su Meng cast another glance at Jiang Ning. She could not comprehend why, in just a single day, she had scrutinized him countless times, examining each of his words with a critical eye. Perhaps it was her deep concern for Meng, or perhaps it was Jiang Ning's remarkable demeanor, which set him apart from others who were primarily driven by self-interest. For someone like Su Meng, who had navigated the treacherous waters of business for years, it was her instinct to regard every statement from Jiang Ning with skepticism. Yet, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to Su Meng's inner thoughts. His only desire was to care for Meng. Perhaps the super dad system had bestowed upon him enough capabilities. Or perhaps it was Meng's secret revelation that she had been adopted from an orphanage, which inspired him to treat her with kindness. Witnessing Jiang Ning's sincerity, Meng felt a twinge of guilt for her actions that evening. She realized she should not have regarded him through such a lens. Jiang Ning's conduct today was not merely commendable. It transcended the responsibilities expected of a parent, proving to be more considerate than that of a biological father. People often behave in this manner. When an employer hires an employee who does not exhibit diligence, dissatisfaction arises. There is a belief that having spent money, the employee ought to reciprocate with double, triple, or even more effort. Conversely, when an employee excels beyond expectations, the employer may grow suspicious, questioning the employee's motives and intentions, viewing them with a wary perspective. Meng was no exception. Jiang Ning's exceptional performance, coupled with her brother's earlier words, led her to feel that the more kindness Jiang Ning showed Meng, the more he was attempting to curry favor with her, seeking her affection. As a beautiful CEO, Meng was often the subject of admiration and attention from wealthy suitors, all vying for her attention and affection, making it no surprise that she scrutinized Jiang Ning during their stroll. They unknowingly walked several laps around the community. An hour passed. Meng, it's about time. We should head back. Meng called to Meng, who was playing on the grass ahead. Already? But Mom, I want to play a little longer. Meng replied reluctantly. No. Meng, you're all sweaty. It's time to go back, take a shower, and get some rest. Seeing Meng's firm stance, Meng reluctantly turned and ran back. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Ning said, President Su, leave Meng's bathing to me. You have a business trip tomorrow. You should focus on packing your things. Meng nodded. Thank you, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, President Su, I've already stated that this is my duty. Please don't be so polite. With that, Jiang Ning led Meng into the bathroom. Jiang Ning filled the bathtub with warm water and, upon testing the temperature with his hand, deemed it suitable for Meng to indulge in a bath. After a day of play, he envisioned Meng enjoying a relaxing soak, hoping it would ensure her a good night's sleep. The bathtub was designed for adults, yet once Meng entered, she began splashing about, mimicking the swimming strokes she had seen on television, gliding through the water in a dog paddle. As Jiang Ning gently wiped her chubby body, he was met with a shower of water from her playful antics. Uncle Jiang, look how well Meng swims, she exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the drenched Jiang Ning. Meng, you are a bit mischievous. Swimming should be done like this. Jiang Ning demonstrated the proper strokes beside her. Having grown up in the countryside, he had spent countless hours swimming in the river and was quite proficient in the water. Teaching Meng the correct swimming techniques was a simple task for him. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have attained the master swimming level. Suddenly, a wealth of swimming techniques flooded Jiang Ning's mind, and he felt a transformation within himself. His limbs felt stronger and more resilient. To his astonishment, even splashing about in the water yielded rewards. The rewards encompassed an extensive range of swimming styles, including freestyle, breaststroke, backstroke, butterfly stroke, and even diving and other aquatic activities. The influx of information was overwhelming, necessitating some time for Jiang Ning to assimilate it all. 10 minutes later, he called out, All right, Meng, it's time. We can't stay in for too long, or you might catch a cold. Hastily, he lifted Meng and rinsed her off with fresh warm water. Meng, why don't you take a moment to look at some children's storybooks? Uncle Jiang needs to change into dry clothes after you soak me. Okay, Meng replied obediently, making her way to her little reading nook, filled with fairy tale books, cartoon illustrations, and storybooks blending drawings with text. Jiang Ning returned to the guest room to change into clean attire. Meng, it's time for bed, he announced as he entered the small study. Meng, engrossed in her book, barely looked up. But Uncle Jiang, Meng wants to read a little longer. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, No, it's too late. Meng must be obedient. All right then, can you tell me a story? She asked. This time, Uncle Jiang will share a brand new tale, one you've never heard before. Yay! Meng clapped her hands excitedly. The two made their way to Meng's bedroom. where Jiang Ning did not consult any search engine for a story. The tales swirling in his mind were ample to entertain Meng for over a month. As Meng lay on her bed, Jiang Ning stood at the foot, narrating vividly, occasionally incorporating gestures that captivated her attention. Meanwhile, at the door, Meng quietly observed Jiang Ning, enchanted by the story he told, one even she had not heard. She listened intently, her gaze on him growing slightly dreamy. What is happening to me? Am I enchanted? Meng blushed and hurried away. Half an hour later, Meng drifted into slumber. Jiang Ning gently tucked her in and tiptoed out of the room, closing the door softly behind him. Afterwards, he went to the bathroom to fetch the mop and began cleaning from the first floor. The third floor housed Meng's office and piano room. At that moment, Meng was on the phone with Che. Sis, why are you calling so late? What's the matter? Suke grumbled, clearly annoyed as he was in the middle of a game. Che, be honest with me. What exactly did you say when you introduced your classmate, Jiang Ning, to me? Che felt a pang of resentment. Because of this call, he had just lost a round. Sis, what could I possibly have told him? He doesn't even know I'm your brother. Che, did you tell him to pursue me? Or did you hint that he should try to get us together? Good grief, sis, why are you being so paranoid? You're smart enough. Do you really think I'd be foolish enough to say something like that? If I had, do you think he'd still have agreed to be a nanny? Suke, I want you to tell me exactly what you said to Jiang Ning at the time. Every single word, no omissions. Meng's tone was stern. She still found it hard to believe that Jiang Ning could be so devoted and patient with Meng, more so than her own father. Even she herself couldn't match that level of care. Fine, I'll tell you, sis, but listen carefully because I want to repeat it. Che then recounted the conversation in detail. Che, what did you call me? Cold and aloof? Since when am I like that? Meng snapped irritably. Sis, just ask around. The title Ice Queen CEO is practically your trademark. Can't your little brother speak the truth for once? Enough. I'm hanging up. Meng ended the call impatiently. Seems I was overthinking things. She let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 12. The emerging lotus blossom at the Li family villa. At this moment, the head of the Li family, Li Qingfeng, was conspiring with his son, Li Haishan. Li Qingfeng's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he inquired, My son, are you certain that Meng is currently embroiled in a conflict with that old cur, Su Yunlong, and residing elsewhere with her daughter? Li Haishan pounded his chest confidently, declaring, Father, it is absolutely true. I do not know with which rogue she bore this child, but she is presently living in the Yunding Villa community. Moreover, she has employed a mere youth, just 2 years out of university, to care for the little girl. Li Qingfeng pondered. A young man fresh from university? Could he possibly be her current boyfriend? Is that child theirs? Father, that is not the case. I have dispatched someone to investigate. The lad was previously a network administrator at a company and has recently lost his job. He is now merely a nanny due to financial constraints. Li Haishan explained. Li Qingfeng stroked his chin. Ah, I see. No wonder you have been unable to win her affections. It turns out she has a child already. What shall we do next, father? Li Haishan asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Li Qingfeng's gaze sharpened with determination. Tomorrow, Meng intends to travel abroad for business negotiations. We shall abduct that little girl and dispatch that young man with a sound thrashing. Capture some photographs to coerce that wretched Meng into signing a marriage agreement and a contract for company shares with someone you can trust. But what if that wretched Meng refuses and alerts the authorities? Li Haishan queried, fear evident in his tone. Li Qingfeng glared at his inept son. You cowardly fool. This is precisely why I said to find someone trustworthy to act in your stead and have our subordinates impersonate him. Afterward, we can discreetly transfer assets and sell shares without leaving a trace. Should the scheme be exposed, there will be no evidence linking us. Li Haishan's eyes gleamed with lascivious intent. Yet, father, I still wish to bed Meng. Li Qingfeng, exasperated, struck the back of Li Haishan's head. Damn it. First, you must manage your own desires. We shall assess how to handle Meng once the situation unfolds. If she capitulates and becomes our puppet, you may indulge in her as you wish. Many families harbored similar aspirations as the Li family. The Su group had only this one daughter, Meng. With total assets exceeding 100 billion, the Su family alone held a 51% stake, amounting to over 60 billion in assets. Whoever wed Su Meng would essentially inherit these vast resources. Such wealth was a tantalizing prospect for any family and many a young heir. With fortunes ranging from millions to hundreds of billions, coveted Su Meng and her family's riches. Su Meng's striking beauty surpassed that of many celebrities, coupled with her affluent background, attracting countless admirers. Little did they know, the Su group also had a hidden young heir working diligently at the grassroots level, poised to ascend to the position of president and take the helm of the Su group in a few short years. Jiang Ning spent a full hour meticulously tidying the rooms on the first and second floors. Upon reaching the third floor, he found himself in unfamiliar territory. At that moment, Su Meng had just finished her own tidying and was preparing to descend to the second floor for a bath. Jiang Ning, you need not clean the third-floor office with excessive diligence. Simply tidy up your dormitory and then retire for the night, for you have toiled throughout the day. Understood, Mr. Su, Jiang Ning replied as he ascended to the third floor with a mop, cloth, and bucket in hand. He was uncertain whether such supplies were available in the third-floor restroom. Upon reaching the third floor, he discovered that all necessary items were indeed present. It seemed each level was equipped similarly. Jiang Ning shook his head in resignation, recalling that Su Meng had previously occupied the third floor, which had made him hesitant to ascend empty-handed. Before long, Jiang Ning commenced his tidying duties on the third floor. His eyes lit up upon spotting a piano in the music room. It appeared that he might have the opportunity to teach Meng a few piano lessons the following day. Although he himself could not play, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the basic keys. Perhaps, in just 5 minutes, he would earn a novice piano reward. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning diligently scrubbed the floor. Half an hour later, the third floor had been restored to order. Jiang Ning returned to the second floor, where Su Meng's bedroom awaited. At that moment, Su Meng had just finished her shower, clad in a bathrobe. She felt a twinge of confusion upon entering her room, which had been tidied up. The notion of a grown man intruding into her private space unsettled her, even though Jiang Ning had merely cleaned the floor and organized her books and vanity. It felt peculiar, as if she had been unwittingly observed. Upon entering, her instinct was to rush to the wardrobe to inspect its contents. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was not of the sort to invade her privacy. He had not touched her wardrobe or rummaged through her intimate garments. With a sigh of relief, she proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. When Jiang Ning descended, Su Meng emerged from her room, her hair damp and glistening, the bathrobe accentuating her graceful, porcelain legs and stunning features. Jiang Ning could not help but swallow hard. He vowed this was the first time in his life he had laid eyes on such an exquisite beauty. Noticing Jiang Ning standing there, mesmerized, Su Meng quipped, "What is it, Jiang Ning? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before?" Jiang Ning snapped back to reality at her words, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I was momentarily distracted." He then hurriedly retreated to the communal restroom to stow away the mop and bucket and awkwardly dashed into his own room. Observing Jiang Ning's flustered demeanor, Su Meng couldn't suppress a smile. It seemed she still possessed a certain allure. It also became evident that Jiang Ning was a rather innocent young man. No wonder her brother had persistently encouraged her to pursue a relationship with him. Jiang Ning appeared to be a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. Strangely, instead of feeling angered by Jiang Ning's gaze, Su Meng found herself secretly pleased. Had it been anyone else, she would have immediately felt repulsed, perhaps even resorting to a harsh rebuke. Yet, she could not comprehend why she had merely teased Jiang Ning. The sight of his flustered state struck her as amusing. Jiang Ning entered the bathroom, weary from a long day's toil, and now found solace as he reclined quietly in the bathtub. It felt as though the day had unfolded like a dream. The prospect of marrying Su Meng seemed utterly beyond his reach. He was acutely aware of the disparity in their social standings. Yet, in that fleeting moment he had caught sight of Su Meng, he had indeed been momentarily entranced. He had never gazed so directly upon a stunning beauty, as radiant as a lotus emerging from the water. The sight of her fair, slender legs stirred within him an impulse to reach out and touch. The delicate curve of Su Meng's proud waist ignited a longing to embrace her. Her exquisite visage and softly shaped lips even provoked a fleeting desire to kiss her. Being a young man in his 20s, such thoughts were entirely natural. To be devoid of them might even warrant a visit to a doctor to investigate any potential issues with his health. Nevertheless, these were but ephemeral musings. He understood his own circumstances. He was merely an employee tasked with caring for a 3-month-old child, which was his true responsibility. Reflecting on these matters, Jiang Ning submerged himself in the bath once more. After holding his breath for 2 minutes, he emerged, rinsed off, donned his bathrobe, and prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 13. Meng on the verge of surrender upon hearing a knock on the door. Jiang Ning hurriedly approached and opened it. At that moment, Meng stood there, momentarily entranced, clutching a car key in her hand. The sight of Jiang Ning, freshly emerged from a bath, revealed his captivating demeanor and the well-defined muscles of his chest exposed by his robe, causing Meng to momentarily lose her composure. Especially with the potent aura of masculinity emanating from him post-bath, coupled with the inherent charisma of his elementary martial arts level, Meng found herself perilously close to succumbing. "Mr. Su, what is the matter?" Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Meng snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to give you the keys to the BMW in the underground garage. I was afraid I might forget to hand them over tomorrow when leaving in a hurry, Meng hastily explained, her cheeks flushing crimson with warmth. After passing the car keys to Jiang Ning, she turned and hurriedly retreated to her private chambers. With a clunk, the door closed behind her. Meng gently pressed a hand to her chest, her thoughts swirling. What just came over me? My heart races incessantly. How embarrassing, how utterly mortifying. What is happening to me? Meng burrowed into her bed, covering her face with a blanket, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following morning, Jiang Ning rose early to prepare breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen and gazing at the array of ingredients, inspiration struck him. He resolved to craft a whimsical, cartoon-themed, nutritious breakfast for Meng. First, he combined flour, eggs, and milk, whisking them into a smooth batter. He then poured the mixture into various cartoon-shaped molds, and before long, delightful pancakes in the forms of little bears and rabbits emerged from the pan. Next, he artfully arranged fruit to create a cheerful, smiley face, complemented by 3 cups of rich, hot milk. Once breakfast was prepared, he ascended to the second floor and entered Meng's bedroom. Meng, it's time to rise. The sun is shining brightly, Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, recalling the words his mother often spoke to him in his childhood. Meng wishes to sleep a little longer. She murmured, half awake. That one tea do. Our Meng cannot be a lazybones. She's a good child who rises early, Jiang Ning gently encouraged. Upon hearing this, Meng immediately sat up. Yes, Meng is a good child. She is not a lazybones. Meng will get up now. Afterward, Jiang Ning assisted Meng in freshening up. And as they emerged, they spotted Meng leaning against the doorway, observing them with keen interest. "Oh, good morning, President Su. How long have you been standing there?" "I hardly noticed." Jiang Ning had been so preoccupied with Meng that he failed to observe the earnest expression on Meng's face as she called out to Meng. It was truly heartwarming. "Good morning, Jiang Ning. I just finished my morning routine," Meng said with a smile and a nod. "Perfect timing, since you're both awake. Let us go downstairs for breakfast," Jiang Ning suggested, gently holding Meng's hand. "Good morning, Mama. Meng is not a lazybones. Meng is a good child." Meng chimed in with her sweet voice. "Indeed, my little Meng is the most well-behaved," Meng replied, kneeling down to ruffle Meng's small head. The 3 of them then took the elevator down to the first floor. To an outsider's eyes, this would undoubtedly appear as the portrait of a blissful family. For the scene of this trio serves as the most heartwarming testament. Meng, breakfast is ready," Meng called out with a smile. Meng skipped over to the dining table, her eyes widening in delight at the sight of the feast laid out before her. "Wow, Uncle Jiang, is this all for me? It looks amazing. Go ahead, try it. See if it tastes as good as it looks," Jiang Ning encouraged. Meng picked up a little bear-shaped pancake and took a bite, her eyes crinkling into happy crescents. "So yummy. Uncle Jiang's cooking is the best. Su Meng observed the adorable pancakes, realizing Jiang Ning must have used the mold from the kitchen. They were visually appealing, but she had her doubts about the taste. After all, she had attempted similar creations before, though hers lacked his artistic flair. Yet, the moment she took a bite, her skepticism dissolved. This infuriating man. How does he make even the simplest dishes taste so divine? This humble pancake, crafted from basic ingredients, surpassed her own efforts by leaps and bounds. If she allowed herself to succumb to his culinary temptations every meal, her figure would undoubtedly suffer. Her usual breakfast routine, a single bite of pancake and a cup of warm milk, had been utterly demolished today. Unable to resist, she had indulged in 5 times her usual portion. And still, she craved more. Glancing at Jiang Ning, who was calmly enjoying his own meal, she shot him an exasperated glare. "You wretched man. Couldn't you just make one mediocre meal? Must you always be this irresistible?" If this continued, her meticulously maintained figure would be ruined. Unaware of Su Meng's internal turmoil, Jiang Ning remained convinced his cooking was subpar. He was determined to refine his skills to a godlike level. Then surely, even the most reluctant eater would come running at the mere mention of a meal. Noticing that Su Meng had finished every last bite of her portion, Jiang Ning smiled in satisfaction. He had intentionally served her a modest amount, knowing her appetite was comparable to Meng's. What he didn't realize was that Su Meng's usual intake was even smaller than the child's. For 6 years, she had disciplined herself to maintain her flawless figure, until Jiang Ning arrived. Now, every meal felt like a tantalizing temptation, a siren-esque call to her senses. Her restraint was the only thing keeping her from surrendering completely to the feast. Suddenly, she thought of her best friend, Hong Yuan, a fellow devotee of dietary restraint. Once she returns from her business trip, I'll drag her here. Let her suffer the same torment. The imagined look of agony on Hong Yuan's face sent a mischievous chuckle bubbling up within Su Meng. Jiang Ning, noticing her inexplicable amusement, glanced up in confusion. "President Su, is something amusing?" Meng, too, tilted her head in curiosity. "Mommy, what is so funny?" "Kilearing hertrot, Su Meng composit herself." "Ahem, I'm full." "Jiang Ning, I'll entrust Meng to your care for the next 3 months. I must be on my way now." Su Meng hurriedly cleared her throat and left in a flustered manner. Jiang Ning found the situation rather peculiar. However, seeing Su Meng smile today was truly delightful. It is worth noting that when they first met yesterday, she had spoken to him with an icy demeanor. She seemed much improved now. Contrary to the assertions of those outside, Su Meng was not as stern as they claimed. Her laughter was indeed enchanting. As Su Meng exited the villa, Meng timidly inquired Uncle Jiang, what was going on with Mom just now? Why was she laughing to herself? We weren't even telling jokes. Jiang Ning could only speculate. Well, your mother must have recalled something joyful, hence her private laughter. All right, Meng, let us eat. Afterward, Uncle Jiang will take you to the supermarket to purchase some fruits, vegetables, and meat. Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 14. Wang Mena with ulterior motions soon. Jiang Ning and Meng finished their breakfast. Meng, play by yourself for a while. Uncle Jiang needs to clean up. Okay. Meng nodded obediently. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, washing the plates and cups. Then he opened the refrigerator to check and take stock of the ingredients he still needed. He also had to ensure a balanced nutritional intake every day, with the top-tier culinary skills and extensive knowledge bestowed upon him by the system, which included detailed information about the nutritional content of various vegetables, meats, flour, and other ingredients. Jiang Ning could clearly determine what ingredients to purchase. Moreover, he had to ensure that the ingredients were fresh every day. Now that it was just him and Meng, he couldn't buy large quantities of any single item. He had to make sure they could finish everything within 1 or 2 days. Otherwise, even with the refrigerator's preservation and quick freeze functions, the quality of the ingredients would be compromised. This was a blind spot in his knowledge before acquiring top-tier culinary skills. Let us go, Meng. We're heading to the supermarket. Yay! Uncle Jiang, can we buy other things at the supermarket too? Meng asked cheerfully. That depends. Some things we can buy, others we can't. Meng asked curiously, Uncle Jiang, what can we buy and what can't we buy? For example, snacks and drinks, we can't buy those. but things like Lego or Rubik's cubes, which help Meng improve her intelligence, we can buy. Oh, Uncle Jiang, what's a Rubik's cube? Meng, unfamiliar with the toy, inquired. A Rubik's cube is like a puzzle, made up of little blocks. It's really fun. Okay. Meng likes Rubik's cubes. And so, Jiang Ning held Meng's soft little hand as they walked out of the villa. Outside the villa complex was a large supermarket that sold fresh vegetables, meat, seafood, and more. Just as Jiang Ning stepped out of the complex, a middle-aged woman dressed in high-end clothing approached him. "Hello there, young man," the woman greeted warmly. "Hello, ma'am." Out of politeness, Jiang Ning responded. "My name is Wang Mena. You can call me Sister Wang. I live in this complex too. You look unfamiliar. Are you this child's father?" "No, I'm the child's nanny dad." "Nanny dad?" Wang Mena asked curiously. "I'm the child's nanny." Jiang Ning felt somewhat helpless. It was indeed unusual for someone as young as him to be a nanny dad. "Oh, so you're not the father. No wonder. Your clothes are so plain. What is the relationship between your mistress and the child?" Wang Mena continued questioning. Seeing Wang Mena ask so much, Jiang Ning grew suspicious. This wasn't teen normal. People from the same complex wouldn't pry like this. "Sorry, Sister Wang, you're asking too much. I have things to do. Goodbye." With that, Jiang Ning prepared to leave. "Wait, young man. Your mistress, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet, does she?" Wang Mena chased after him, pressing further. No comment. At this point, Jiang Ning was certain. Wang Mena seemed to have her sights set on Su Meng and was trying to gather information from him. After all, those who can afford a villa in this upscale residential area are either wealthy or influential. Moreover, Su Meng's villa boasts an enviable location and a more spacious layout than others, inevitably drawing attention from fellow residents. Wang Mena happens to be one of them. "Hey, young man, tell me, and I'll give you $100. How about that?" Wang Mena continued her relentless pursuit. This time, Jiang Ning chose to ignore her entirely. Witnessing Jiang Ning's blatant disregard for her, Wang Mena's expression shifted dramatically. "What are you so proud of, you little brat? You are merely a dog for someone else." She retorted. "I'm speaking to you politely today out of respect. To be frank, you are inferior even to my pet." Upon hearing such words from Wang Mena, Jiang Ning was at a loss for words. What sort of person was she? However, he decided not to engage further, dismissing her as nothing more than a rabid dog ready to bite. He had initially thought that greeting a neighbor from the same community would be a courteous gesture, but it appeared she had ulterior motives. Ignoring her, she immediately turned hostile. Truly a person of shallow character. As Jiang Ning walked away with Meng, the latter finally spoke up. "Uncle Jiang, I do not like that lady." "Indeed, Meng, Uncle Jiang does not like her either," he replied. "In the future, if adults inquire about you and your mother, just pretend you are unaware, understood?" Indeed, Meng understands well. The kind grandmother often advises us to refrain from conversing with strangers. Among those strangers who engage with well-behaved children, 9 out of 10 are nefarious individuals, Meng stated earnestly. It seems that our Meng is quite perceptive. Reflecting upon my own actions, I realize I have unwittingly engaged with such individuals far too often. Alas. Soon, Jiang Ning led Meng into the supermarket. "Wow, Uncle Jiang, there are so many things in the supermarket," Meng exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. This was her inaugural visit to a supermarket. Previously, she had never been to one during her time at the orphanage, and after being adopted by Su Meng, she had remained in the villa. Fortunately, throughout this past week, Su Meng had been by her side. With numerous matters demanding her attention at the company, Su Meng had no choice but to resolve issues via video calls. After Jiang Ning's arrival yesterday, Su Meng hurried to the company post-lunch, as a plethora of contracts awaited her signature. She needed to address these matters promptly, otherwise, her impending 3-month overseas trip for a significant project would disrupt the company's operations. Due to the extended duration, she had even left her assistant behind, opting to travel on a private plane accompanied solely by a cadre of bodyguards. Jiang Ning swiftly selected the nutritious ingredients that were lacking in the villa's refrigerator, choosing a selection of high-quality vegetables and meats, along with some seafood. Regrettably, as it would be just he and Meng dining, he opted for only 1 to 2 days' worth of supplies, which amounted to a modest quantity, much to the displeasure of the stall owner. Subsequently, Jiang Ning took Meng on a leisurely stroll through the supermarket. The establishment was vast, with an extensive array of items spread across 3 floors. Jiang Ning purchased an assortment of toys that Meng adored, including a Barbie doll dress-up set, a medical play set, a Thomas and Friends train set, as well as various airplanes, tanks, and firearms. He acquired every delightful toy that Meng cherished, ensuring that the entertainment room was well-stocked. Children have an inherent fondness for toys, and he wished to keep Meng's spirits high. When they returned, Jiang Ning bore 2 hefty bags brimming with their purchases. More than 90% consists of toys, particularly those elaborate sets that are voluminous and cumbersome. Meng is overjoyed, darting ahead with an eagerness to return to the villa and indulge in her toys. Observing the innocent and delightful Meng, Jiang Ning feels uplifted as well. Fortunately, the supermarket is in close proximity to the villa. The two swiftly make their way back to the residential area. It is not that Jiang Ning is unwilling to store these items in the system space. Rather, their lightweight nature makes it unnecessary. He possesses a system space, but wishes to keep it concealed. The community, the supermarket, and the streets are all under surveillance. Just as Jiang Ning and Meng enter the neighborhood, the previously encountered Wang Mena approaches once more. However, this time her expression is far from friendly. "You there, stop. Tell me, does your lady have a boyfriend or a husband? And what is the relationship of this child to your lady? Do you hear me?" Chapter 15, The Host. It is daytime. Upon witnessing Wang Mena's expression, Jiang Ning chose to disregard her entirely and continued his forward march. Hey, are you deaf, kid? If you don't respond, I'll make sure someone beats you up," Wang Mena threatened. At her words, Jiang Ning halted, turning around with a fierce glare reminiscent of a lion baring its fangs. As a novice martial artist, he exuded a formidable aura, causing the previously arrogant Wang Mena to feel a chill run down her spine. "Go ahead, say that again if you dare," he retorted. Initially, he had intended to endure the situation, wishing to avoid trouble, but upon realizing that he was merely a nanny, Wang Mena became increasingly audacious. Unable to meet Jiang Ning's menacing gaze, she averted her eyes and scurried away, muttering under her breath about him being merely a guard dog. "Be careful. Next time I'll make sure someone gives you a beating." Despite her bravado, her words were little more than a whisper, yet Jiang Ning heard her clearly. Wang Mena departed, and the eager Meng, noticing Jiang Ning had not followed, paused and turned to see him locked in a stare with an elderly lady, who promptly scurried off. However, she had not overheard their conversation. Jiang Ning, keen to shield Meng from the earlier incident, was anxious not to frighten her, especially since he had uttered some unsavory words, wishing to prevent her from picking up such language. Soon, Jiang Ning reached Meng's side. "Uncle Jiang, that old lady is truly unpleasant. I really dislike her," Meng exclaimed. "Indeed, my clever girl, you recognized her true nature at first glance. Let us return and play with your toys," he suggested, guiding her back to the villa. Upon arrival, Jiang Ning sorted through the groceries he had purchased, placing them in the kitchen before leading Meng to the entertainment room on the 2nd floor. "Meng, there are so many toys. Shall we pick one to play with first?" Yes. Meng clapped her hands with glee. "Which toy would you like to start with?" Meng scratched her head, reminiscing about the newly acquired toys while glancing at the 2 large bags. "Uncle Jiang, can we please play with Thomas and Friends first?" "Of course. However, Meng, we can only play for half an hour each morning, as we still need to draw, right? And today, I will teach you how to play the piano." "Really? Uncle Jiang will teach me piano?" Meng appeared particularly intrigued by the prospect. Indeed. Soon, Jiang Ning selected the Thomas and Friends train set, as it was the largest toy package containing numerous trains. He began to unpack the various trains, and thus, they embarked on their playful train adventure. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of a junior train mechanic." A wealth of information regarding trains, high-speed rail mechanics, including control, operation, and maintenance, flooded Jiang Ning's mind. He was taken aback. System, is this truly possible? So, if I desire a specific skill, I merely need to find the corresponding toy, and I can acquire it directly? System, the toys must be chosen by Meng herself. Your selections are invalid. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Ning was rendered speechless. However, it mattered little, as the plethora of toys available would sufficiently allow him to acquire numerous skills. In the future, should he desire more, he could simply take Meng to the toy store. With this thought, a smile graced Jiang Ning's lips. Yet, the rudimentary mechanical engineer skill seemed rather inconsequential at present. Being merely basic felt somewhat superfluous. How he wished for a divine level of skill that would enable him to soar to great heights. Jiang Ning, resembling a big child, joyfully accompanied Meng in playing train games, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Soon, half an hour had elapsed. Meng, our toy playtime has come to an end for today. Shall we continue tomorrow? But Uncle Jiang, Meng hasn't played enough yet. Meng pouted, still eager to play. Meng, are you a good obedient child or a naughty one? Hearing Uncle Jiang's question, Meng quickly stood up. Uncle Jiang, I am a good obedient child. Very well. Meng, let us first read. Today, Uncle Jiang will teach you mathematics. Uncle Jiang, what is mathematics? Meng inquired, puzzled. Mathematics is arithmetic. For instance, how many toys we bought today, the price of each toy, and the total amount spent. All these require mathematical calculations. Meng still appeared somewhat confused. Take your time, Meng. For example, can you count how many trains are in this Thomas and Friends set? Upon hearing the task, Meng's interest was piqued. She picked up one train and exclaimed 1. Then she took another, declaring 2, and yet another 3. As Meng continued to remove the trains, she counted aloud. Uncle Jiang, I know how many there are. There are a total of 8 trains, right? Meng beamed with joy. Seeing Meng's enthusiasm sparked, Jiang Ning presented 4 trains and asked, Meng, how many do we have now? Once again, Meng began to remove them one by one, and soon she cheerfully announced, Uncle Jiang, there are 4, right? Meng is quite clever. Indeed, that's correct. Meng, you are the best. Do you find mathematics enjoyable now? Very much so, Uncle Jiang. Hurry and give me another question. I particularly love this math game. As Meng's interest in mathematics flourished, Jiang Ning and she engaged in a delightful math game. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully attained master-level mathematics skill. Subsequently, a torrent of mathematical information flooded Jiang Ning's mind. No way. I've reached master level so swiftly. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, leaving Jiang Ning momentarily unable to process it. Meng, you play by yourself for a while. Uncle Jiang needs to rest. All right, Meng nodded obediently, beginning to engage in arithmetic on her own. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning closed his eyes to assimilate the mathematical knowledge, having jumped straight to master level. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning opened his eyes and asked, System, how has my mathematics suddenly advanced to the level of a master? Wasn't I at the beginner stage? The system replied, Upon completing university, your mathematical proficiency ascends to the pinnacle level. The transition from graduate to doctoral studies constitutes a single tier, which is the master level. If you're truly at the beginner stage, host, your mathematical skills would align with those of a first or second grader. Realizing this, Jiang Ning pondered. So, my mathematics is at the master level. Does that mean I rank first in the nation? No. Perhaps I am the most proficient mathematician in the entire world. The system interjected, Host, it is currently daytime. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ning inquired. The system clarified, Host, do you still not comprehend? You are merely daydreaming. In disbelief, Jiang Ning retorted, System, your words seem rather untrustworthy now. So, what is my current national ranking as a mathematics master? The system responded, There are numerous university mathematics professors, with most institutions employing several at the professor level. Your current mathematical aptitude is equivalent to that of a university professor. To surpass them and attain the title of global number 1, you must reach the grandmaster level. Of course, while teaching Meng mathematics, your skills will gradually improve over time, swiftly surpassing university professors, catching up with mathematicians, and ultimately claiming the title of the world's best. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Ning's confidence soared. He resumed teaching Meng mathematics, starting from simple calculations of toy quantities, progressing to number recognition, and then to basic addition. Chapter 16. Huang Young father an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. Meng, entertain yourself for a while. Uncle Jiang will prepare some snacks for you. Jiang Ning said with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with warmth. All right, Uncle Jiang. Can you make me a cake? Meng blinked her big, watery eyes, filled with anticipation. Of course, no problem. Leave it to Uncle Jiang. Jiang Ning readily agreed, rising to head towards the kitchen on the first floor. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a phone ringing interrupted the moment. Jiang Ning pulled out his phone and saw it was his mother calling from their hometown. "Hello, Mom." Jiang Ning answered the call, his tone imbued with affection. "Ninger, I heard you are unemployed now. Is that true?" His mother, Yi Shulan, inquired anxiously from the other end of the line. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Mom, who told you that?" "Ninger, just tell me, is it true that you are unemployed?" Yi Shulan pressed, her voice tinged with worry. "Yes, Mom, but please don't worry. I've already found a new job and am currently at work." Jiang Ning hurriedly reassured her, fearing his mother would become distressed. Yi Shulan remained somewhat skeptical. "Really? Ningya, you mustn't lie to your mother." Jiang Ning replied earnestly and firmly, "I swear, Mom. I started working yesterday. Today is my second day." Hearing her son's resolute response, Yi Shulan finally felt relieved, saying, "Since Ninger truly has a new job, that is good to hear. I heard it from Aunt Lin, who said her son Dan called to inform her. Rest assured, Mom, I am truly enjoying this new job." Jiang Ning continued to comfort her. Dan was Jiang Ning's neighbor, working as a warehouse manager at a subsidiary of Jiang Ning's previous company. With only a middle school education, Dan was quite different from Jiang Ning, who worked in the headquarters office. Living in the same village and belonging to the same company, Aunt Lin had frequently approached Jiang Ning's parents, hoping he could assist in transferring Dan to a better, higher-paying position. However, Jiang Ning, being a mere 2-year graduate, lacked the authority to facilitate such a transfer. Perhaps because of this, Aunt Lin's attitude toward Jiang Ning's parents had grown increasingly unfriendly. Given Jiang Ning's recent unemployment, it was likely that Aunt Lin had made several sarcastic remarks to his mother. Jiang Ning reflected on this matter. He had been dismissed due to a distant cousin of the vice president, who persuaded the president to let him go. With no power or influence, Jiang Ning inexplicably lost his job, receiving only a little over 10,000 yuan in compensation, which was far less than the statutory amount. He found it tedious to pursue such a meager compensation, so he let the matter rest. Yi Shulan continued to express her concern. "All right, as long as you're happy with your job, are you still working as a network administrator?" This question left Jiang Ning momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he deliberately adopted a light-hearted, teasing tone, saying, "Mom, I no longer work as a network administrator. This job, I'll keep it a secret for now. I want to surprise you later." He thought to himself that he couldn't reveal the details of his job just yet, but he needed to ensure his mother felt reassured about his new position. Upon hearing her son's teasing tone, Yi Shulan felt a surge of joy. She believed her son, being so exceptional, must have secured a remarkably good job, purposely keeping a secret to surprise her later. Little did she know that Jiang Ning's current job resembled that of a nanny, as he was merely taking care of a child, and he felt too embarrassed to admit it. "All right then, Ninger, work hard and I shall not disturb you." "Okay, I'll hang up now, Mom. Goodbye." With the call ended, Jiang Ning was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful thought. He must establish a stable source of income, ideally one that sounded impressive. Caring for Meng was merely a favor to a classmate and could not be seen as a long-term solution. Jiang Ning was well aware that he had acquired numerous skills, yet finding a job that allowed him to earn money without compromising his care for Meng, while also sounding appealing, proved to be quite a challenge. His culinary skills were top-notch. Should he consider cooking for others? However, that would mean he could not spend time with Meng. With his master-level mathematical abilities, teaching was also not feasible due to scheduling conflicts. What job could he possibly undertake that would allow him to work from home, earn income, and not interfere with childcare? The internet. Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. We live in the age of the internet. Perhaps he could start there. The most popular platform at the moment was Huayin. Why not create an account? He could upload videos sharing his childcare experiences. Yet, that might disturb Meng and the employer's family. What about live streaming? Perhaps documenting his entire cooking process? He decided to name his account Young Daddy. Each day, while cooking, he could showcase his culinary skills in a video and wear a mask during the live streams. This way, he wouldn't affect his caregiving duties, and he could capture amusing moments while looking after Meng, as long as he avoided filming the background and Meng herself. This seemed quite promising. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning promptly registered for a Hawaiian account. Soon after, he set up his phone for the first shoot and, lacking a mask at that moment, focused on filming the cooking process, emphasizing the movements of his hands and avoiding his face. In no time, a charming little cream cake took shape in Jiang Ning's hands, crafted to resemble an adorable bear. The bear's design was meticulously drawn with chocolate powder. Under Jiang Ning's skilled hands, the bear appeared lifelike, making the cake resemble a delicate piece of art. In the video, as Jiang Ning narrated the preparation process, he intentionally altered his tone. After recording, he meticulously edited the video, carefully ensuring that nothing inappropriate was captured. Once satisfied, he uploaded it. Afterward, Jiang Ning warmed a cup of milk and called out, Meng, come down for a snack. Okay, I'm coming. Meng's cheerful voice rang from upstairs, and shortly after, she bounced down the stairs. Wow, Uncle Jiang, this bear cake you made is so beautiful. I can't bear to eat it, Meng exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise and delight, unable to tear her gaze away from the cake. Meng, the cream cake is absolutely delicious. Uncle Jiang, in the future when you prepare food, will you create many delightful animal shapes? Does Meng not wish to eat them? Jiang Ning kenti kopet. Ah, but Uncle Jiang, this cream cake is truly exquisite. Meng felt a bit conflicted, torn between the desire to indulge and the reluctance to spoil such beauty. Meng, if you do not eat it, this lovely cream cake will spoil in just a couple of days. Not only will you miss out on the delicious cake, but you will also go hungry. Furthermore, that little bear will emit an unpleasant odor, Jiang Ning patiently explained. Is that so? Then, Meng will eat it. Upon hearing this, Meng immediately made up her mind. Good, that's a wise choice. Uncle Jiang prepares these dishes to bring joy to you. If you merely gaze at them and hesitate to take a spoon, next time Uncle Jiang might just whip something up casually. Oh no, I will eat it. Meng will eat everything from now on. Uncle Jiang, could you please make every dish in such adorable little animals? Meng pleaded, tugging at Jiang Ning's hand. All right, my sweet child. Under Jiang Ning's encouragement, Meng finally picked up the spoon and gently nibbled off the little bear's head, revealing the pristine, delicate cream within. As the cream melted in her mouth, Meng's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, Uncle Jiang, this cream cake is the most delicious cake I have ever tasted in my life. Yes, if Meng enjoys it, then eat it all. From now on, Uncle Jiang will prepare delightful treats for you every morning at this hour. All right, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Meng nodded joyfully, her face radiating happiness as she savored the cake. Chapter 17. Su Che's visit. The melodious chime of the doorbell rang out unexpectedly. Meng, the cake is finished. Why don't you go ahead and draw while I see who has arrived? Jiang Ning said gently, a warm smile gracing his face. Yes, Uncle Jiang. Today, I want to draw lots of little white rabbits and a lovely bear just as beautiful as the cake. Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement, perhaps inspired by yesterday's carrot-shaped rabbit and today's bear cake, igniting her fervent creative spirit. All right, then hurry and start drawing, Meng. Jiang Ning encouraged before turning to exit the villa. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware that since the release of his bear cake-making video, his follower count on Hawaiian had skyrocketed to 100,000 in a mere short span. Most of his followers were homemakers, nannies, and parents with children, individuals who paid close attention to their children's diet and culinary skills. Jiang Ning's video meticulously documented each step of the cake-making process, capturing every essential detail. The finished bear cake was vividly lifelike and irresistibly adorable, enchanting anyone who beheld it, particularly children who were utterly defenseless against its charm. I can't help but want to bite after watching the young daddy make that bear cake. Isn't it true? The bear looks so realistic. If my son sees such a cute cake, he will be thrilled for days. Thanks to young daddy for painstakingly recording the video, allowing us to see the entire process. Let's give young daddy a thumbs up. Your child must be incredibly happy. Comments poured in like a tidal wave, the likes continued to ascend, and the follower count surged rapidly. A new account, becoming so popular based solely on one video, naturally caught the attention of the staff at Huayin. Soon, the video information from Young Daddy found its way to the desk of Wu Yinxiu, the chief planner of Huayin. Wu Yinxiu opened his computer, attentively watching the video and perusing the comments. After viewing, he could not help but marvel at the profound significance of content that emphasizes the importance of the next generation's dietary health and a heartfelt teaching of culinary arts. Huayin must promote this vigorously. As Jiang Ning reached the door, he found Su Che standing there with a playful grin. Su Che, what brings you here? I'm still busy looking after the kids, Jiang Ning inquired, puzzled as he opened the door. Let Meng play by herself for a while. Don't take things so seriously. Besides, Su Meng isn't home, so what is there to worry about? Su Ke replied cheerfully. All right, come in, Jiang Ning said, stepping aside to let Su Che enter. So, how's work treating you? Is Su Meng exceptionally beautiful? Su Che remarked, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Old Su, I'm here to work, not to date. Whether Su Meng is beautiful or not has nothing to do with me. I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts, Jiang Ning retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Che. No, my brother. You must have aspirations and dare to dream boldly. Consider this. If you were to win over Su Meng, it would be akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. You would never have to worry about employment or finances again. Jiang Ning chuckled, teasingly remarking, Old Su, it is still daytime. Daytime? Su Che responded, bewildered, failing to grasp Jiang Ning's point. Ha ha ha, you are daydreaming. Jiang Ning recalled a saying from the system and found it amusing, applying it here. I am astounded. I did not expect you to possess a humorous side. Su Che could not help but pat Jiang Ning on the shoulder. The two strolled into the villa, arms draped over each other. This is something I recently learned. I found it amusing and decided to use it on you. Honestly, Old Su, I am particularly grateful to you. I truly enjoy this job, and Meng is exceptionally well behaved. Jiang Ning felt a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on his 4 years in college spent with this close friend, realizing that their bond was indeed worthwhile. Hey, old Jiang, I am not jesting. Su Meng is genuinely beautiful, and her heart is exceptionally kind. Despite her often icy demeanor, she possesses a passionate soul. If you put in some effort, you will surely win her over, Su Che insisted earnestly. But old Su, how come you seem to know so much about Miss Su? I am here to work, not to pursue romance. If I had such intentions, I would probably pack my things and leave by tomorrow, Jiang Ning replied helplessly. Hee, I have thoroughly investigated Su Meng, Su Che said with a smug smile. Then you should pursue her yourself. Do not involve me, for I have no such intentions, Jiang Ning flatly declined. Su Che was momentarily speechless, then paused before saying, I cannot do that. I am merely considering our brotherhood, hoping you might have the advantage of proximity. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively, stating enough. You know the difference in our statuses. Really, old Jiang, how can you be so oblivious? What era are we in, still worrying about social standings? Remember in college when you jumped into the sea to save a suicidal girl without a second thought? Or when you helped an elderly man on the street? You were frantic when you saw a lost little boy reporting to the police and helping to find his parents. You are a true philanthropist. Su Meng, who adopts orphans like Meng, showcases her kindness and compassion. I believe you two would be a perfect match. Su Che tried to persuade Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning felt overwhelmed, quickly interjecting, all right, Su Che, is this what you came here to discuss? Brother, you need to broaden your mindset. I came specifically to talk about this. Su Che persisted, undeterred. Jiang Ning gestured for him to stop, saying enough, let's not dwell on this topic, shall we? Old Jiang, are we not brothers? Su Che suddenly inquired. Is that even a question? During our college years, we were the closest, if we weren't brothers. Why would I spend every day with you? Am I foolish? Jiang Ning retorted with irritation. So it is settled then. Su Meng is indeed beautiful, right? Su Che continued to probe. It is indeed beautiful, but I'm not the type to rush towards every attractive girl I see. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Ning retorted. Hee, yes, you are. Su Che replied with a mischievous grin. Jiang Ning responded, if Su Meng is so beautiful, why don't you pursue her? Be brave in seeking your true love. You're not the kind of timid person, old Jiang. Su Che continued to encourage him. Old Su, how can you say that? By your logic, if I see a beautiful girl while shopping, I should just chase after her. What sort of person would I become? Matters of the heart require destiny. Do you understand? Jiang Ning explained helplessly. Destiny must also be fought for. During university, if you didn't study hard, could you possibly be first in every subject? It was all through your diligent efforts. Why, then, when it comes to Su Meng, do you retreat? Suke prest onorevole. No, suke. If you bring up this topic again, I shall ignore you, Jiang Ning replied, his patience wearing thin. It's not that I'm criticizing you, old Su. Stop. All right, old Su, how do you know that Meng is adopted? Wait, you seem to know too much about Su Meng. You aren't a member of the Su family, are you? Jiang Ning suddenly pieced it together, questioning with intrigue. Su Che stammered, Old Jiang, what are you saying? I merely stated that I investigated thoroughly. You know how vast the Su group is. We are best friends. You are aware of my daily life. From my clothing to my leisure activities. How could you think otherwise? That's true. If you were indeed a member of the Su family, there would undoubtedly be reports about it. Jiang Ning considered Su Che's words and found them reasonable. Chapter 18. Beginner piano level. Jiang Ning wore a gentle smile, extending an invitation to Su Che. Old Su, how about we have lunch here? I'll showcase my culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Su Che's eyes instantly brightened, and he responded without hesitation. Sounds great. I came here specifically for this meal. Jiang Ning, momentarily at a loss for words, displayed a look of helplessness. Old Su, I was merely making a casual suggestion. Did you take it seriously? If you have nothing pressing, you should head back. I truly lack the time to entertain you. If you wish for my company, you'll have to wait 3 months. Su Che, displeased, exclaimed, No way, old Jiang. You said you would treat me to a meal. How can you go back on your word? Jiang Ning, with a serious demeanor, explained, I must devote my full attention to Meng and accompany her. If I fail to care for her properly and lose my job, who will support me? Su Che continued to jest. Old Jiang, you're not a delicate lady. Why the fuss? Annoyed, Jiang Ning issued an eviction order. All right. If you have nothing to do, you should leave. I still need to teach Meng how to draw. Feigning grievance, Su Che shouted. Ah, old Jiang, you ungrateful fellow. Now that you have a girl, you've forgotten your brother. Jiang Ning chuckled helplessly and retorted. Come on, old Su, don't you have work? With a cheeky grin, Su Che replied, I took the day off just to keep you company. Left with no other option, Jiang Ning relented. But I still have work to do. Fine. I won't bother with you. Entertain yourself. As long as you don't disturb me while I'm with Meng, I'll get busy. With that, Jiang Ning headed towards the balcony. Upon arriving, he saw the drawing Meng had created and exclaimed, Wow, Meng, your little bunny is beautiful. But for the bear, you might try this. As he spoke, Jiang Ning picked up a piece of paper and began to draw with utmost seriousness. Meng, feeling a bit disheartened, murmured, Uncle Jiang, why can't I ever draw a bear well? Jiang Ning gently patted her head, patiently guiding her. Take your time, Meng. You see, a bear can be depicted standing or on all fours. Now, think about what characteristics bears have. Tilting her head in contemplation, Meng replied, They're chubby. Jiang Ning continued, Anything else? Meng shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Jiang Ning smiled as he explained, Bears also have quite robust limbs. Meng's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Right. A bear's arms and legs are several times larger than a human's. Jiang Ning nodded in approval. Meng, you're really clever. Let us draw with that concept in mind. I'm sure we can create a bear that looks just right. At that moment, Su Che discreetly took out his phone and captured a video of Jiang Ning teaching Meng how to draw, sending it to Su Meng. Meanwhile, Su Meng was seated on a private jet with her bodyguards. A notification chimed on her phone, and upon checking, she saw the video sent by Su Che. Watching the clip of Jiang Ning patiently instructing Meng, a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Inwardly, she marveled at the rapid improvement in Meng's artistic skills, realizing that Jiang Ning had a remarkable ability to elucidate the nuances of painting. Yet, the thought of Su Che visiting the villa caused her to furrow her brow. She knew her brother all too well. His disposition might indeed lead him to encourage Jiang Ning to pursue her. This notion brought a faint blush to Su Meng's cheeks. An hour later, Meng finally completed her artwork. Jiang Ning looked at her warmly and asked, Meng, the painting session has concluded. Would you like to learn the piano? Meng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she excitedly replied, Yes, I really want to learn. My mother plays the piano beautifully. Jiang Ning smiled, saying, Very well. Uncle Jiang will teach you how to play the piano. How does that sound? Yeah. Come on, Uncle Jiang. Let us go play the piano. Meng exclaimed, taking Jiang Ning's hand and leading him into the living room. Upon entering, she spotted Su Che and looked up at Jiang Ning with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ning quickly introduced, Meng, dear, this is Uncle Su. He is a good friend of Uncle Jiang, here to see you and me, not a bad person. Meng, ever polite, greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Uncle Su. Su Che responded with a smile. Indeed, Meng is very well-mannered, while affectionately ruffling her hair. Meng blinked her large eyes, curiously observing Su Che, and suddenly asked, Uncle Su, you and my mother share the same surname. You can't possibly be my mother's brother, right? Su Che was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Jiang Ning quickly intervened. All right, Meng, Uncle Su is not your mother's brother. Now, let us allow Uncle Su to entertain himself for a bit while we learn to play the piano. Meng nodded obediently and said to Su Che, Uncle Su, you have fun by yourself. I'm going to play the piano with Uncle Jiang now. With that, the two of them took the elevator to the third floor. Upon entering the piano room, Jiang Ning lifted Meng and began patiently explaining the fundamentals of the piano, pointing out each key. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si. Given Jiang Ning's limited knowledge of piano, he meticulously covered these basics, dedicating a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, Meng grasped the material quickly and soon became familiar with the layout of the keys. Jiang Ning began to quiz her, Meng, which key is mi? Without hesitation, Meng accurately pressed the mi key. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed in Jiang Ning's mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired beginner piano skills. In that instant, a wealth of piano knowledge flooded his consciousness, and he felt a remarkable transformation in his arms and throat, the once unfamiliar sensation dissipating entirely. Jiang Ning sighed in relief, thinking at last, the reward has arrived. It would have been awkward if it hadn't. Once Meng had proficiently memorized the keys and their functions, Jiang Ning played the simplest tune, Two Tigers. The cheerful melody resonated throughout the piano room, prompting Meng to clap her hands in delight, exclaiming, It sounds wonderful. Uncle Jiang, I want to learn that too. Jiang Ning smiled and encouraged her, All right, in the coming days, Uncle Jiang will teach you to play this song. As they awaited their mother's return, Meng endeavored to master a myriad of songs to perform for her. Is that all right? Absolutely yes. Meng nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with determination. Thus, one taught with earnestness while the other learned with focus, both immersed in the realm of music. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the piano room, Su Che surreptitiously recorded a video, later sending it to Su Meng. In truth, Su Che had come today, observing how attentively Jiang Ning accompanied Meng, and he was inspired to capture more such moments to share with his sister, allowing her to witness Jiang Ning's patient side. He sensed that facilitating a bond between the two might prove challenging from Jiang Ning's end. However, if his sister were to take the initiative, the dynamics would shift considerably. As the saying goes, a man must cross mountains to pursue a woman, and given Jiang Ning's humble origins, he might lack the courage to court her. Conversely, a woman can easily break through veils to pursue a man, making it far simpler if his sister took the lead. The more Su Che contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared. He earnestly hoped his dear friend could become his brother-in-law. After all, in his eyes, many affluent scions were often motivated by the allure of the Su family's wealth, but Jiang Ning was different. Su Che understood him well during their university days. Jiang Ning was not financially well off and had to scrimp and save even for meals. On one occasion, he encountered a beggar and unhesitatingly donated 200 yuan, leaving himself with only a meager sum for sustenance, which led him to borrow money shortly thereafter. Some might deem him foolish, yet he was quite astute, merely too innocent and kind-hearted. It was this very purity and benevolence that continuously moved Su Che. After graduation, many classmates went their separate ways, gradually losing touch. Yet, The friendship between him and Jiang Ning remained steadfast, thriving just as it had during their university years, with frequent interactions and constant communication. Chapter 19. Steamed Fish Ding. The screen of Su Meng's phone illuminated, revealing yet another video from Su Che. Her fingers trembled slightly with eagerness as she clicked to open it. The scene before her showcased a softly lit piano room, where Jiang Ning patiently instructed Meng in playing the piano. His gaze was both focused and gentle. His long fingers danced gracefully across the keys, articulating each note while softly explaining the intricacies of the music. Every movement and expression radiated an aura of patience and dedication. Su Meng found herself utterly astonished, secretly marveling at Jiang Ning's remarkable skills. How could it be that he possessed such a vast array of talents? Not only was he proficient in painting, but he also demonstrated considerable aptitude for teaching piano, displaying an extraordinary level of patience with Meng that was truly rare. This realization elevated her admiration for Jiang Ning to new heights. Reflecting on a prior moment, she recalled asking her brother Su Che to help find a trustworthy individual to serve as a nanny. At that time, Su Che had recommended his classmate Jiang Ning, to which she had vehemently opposed. In her mind, it seemed implausible that a young man could adequately care for a little girl. It appeared almost impossible. Eventually, she relented to her brother's insistence, who encouraged her to observe Jiang Ning for a while, suggesting that if it didn't work out, they could find someone else. Initially, she merely intended to oblige her brother, thinking that allowing Jiang Ning to take care of Meng for a single day would suffice. He would likely not endure the task and would withdraw on his own. However, to her surprise, in just one day, Jiang Ning had managed to connect with Meng so well that she had shown noticeable improvement, allowing Su Meng to travel with peace of mind. She had left her assistant at the company, hoping that if Jiang Ning proved inadequate, her assistant could promptly find a replacement. Now, it appeared she had been overly suspicious. As she watched the video, her gaze was inevitably drawn to Jiang Ning's silhouette, his broad and warm back exuding a sense of reassuring strength. She found herself fixated on him, completely overlooking Meng, who sat beside him. Time slipped by quietly, and before long, an hour had passed. Meng, that concludes today's piano lesson. Let's head to the first floor. You can watch some television while Uncle Jiang prepares something delicious for you. All right? Jiang Ning's voice, tender and kind, shattered the tranquility of the piano room. But I still can't play Two Tigers. Meng's voice carried a hint of grievance, her tiny brows furrowing slightly. Meng, you are already doing wonderfully. At your tender age, learning so much in just 1 hour is simply incredible. Jiang Ning smiled as he tousled Meng's hair, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Really? Am I really that impressive? Meng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked in her sweet, childish voice. Yes, you are the most impressive. When Uncle Jiang was your age, he couldn't do anything at all, he reassured her patiently. Then I'll go watch TV. I want to see pandas don't eat vegetables. Meng clapped her hands joyfully, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Let's go, Jiang Ning said, taking Meng's chubby little hand as they ventured together into the elevator, descending to the first floor. Upon spotting Su Ke, Jiang Ning inquired, Old Su, are you certain you want to eat here for lunch? Of course, Su Ke replied. I have yet to experience your culinary skills. Today, I shall indulge myself. Su Che's face radiated anticipation as he rubbed his hands together. Very well, you can keep Meng company for half an hour while she watches pandas don't eat vegetables. Please help her adjust the settings. I shall busy myself in the kitchen. As Jiang Ning spoke, he made his way toward the kitchen. Rest assured, Lao Jiang, you may attend to your tasks. Meng, dear, Uncle Su will turn on the cartoon for you. Su Che gently took Meng's hand, wearing an expression of fondness. Jiang Ning was thoroughly acquainted with Su Che's appetite and preferences. During their university days, they would dine together daily in the cafeteria, and he knew precisely what Su Che relished and what he eschewed. Upon opening the refrigerator, he found it well stocked with ingredients. Jiang Ning took out his phone and, as per usual, began recording, capturing only the dexterous movements of his hands, the neatly arranged ingredients, and the fervently blazing stove, deliberately avoiding the camera's gaze. Half an hour later, a rich aroma wafted through the air, drifting from the kitchen into the living room. How delightful! Suche exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, inhaling deeply the fragrant air. Uncle Su, you have no idea. Uncle Jiang's cooking is simply divine. Meng looked up, her face beaming with pride, her eyes sparkling like stars. Is that so? Then Uncle Su is in for a treat, Suche remarked, his stomach betraying him with a loud rumble, prompting an embarrassed chuckle as he instinctively swallowed. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning ceased recording, meticulously checked to ensure that his face had not been captured, and proceeded to upload the video to Huayin. Upon glancing at his Huayin account, he was taken aback. In a brief span, his follower count had surged to over 300,000, with likes continuously climbing and an overwhelming number of comments flooding in. However, this was not the moment for such distractions, and he swiftly shut off his phone. Meng, it's time to wash your hands and eat. Lao Su, dinner's ready. Jiang Ning called out, presenting an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes alongside steaming bowls of soup on the dining table. Suche and Meng switched off the television, washed their hands, and approached the table. Another rumble emanated from Suche's stomach. Gazing at the spread before him, he widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "No way. Lao Jiang, when did you acquire such culinary skills? These dishes appear to be masterpieces, their colors and aromas rivaling those of a five-star chef's creations. I wonder about their taste." As Jiang Ning served the rice, he casually replied, "Lao Su, you never inquired about my cooking during our university days." He certainly could not reveal that this culinary prowess was a result of the super daddy system he was bound to. All right, let us dig in and see for ourselves. Jiang Ning invited with a smile. Today, he had prepared a special dish of steamed fish. He remembered Suche's fondness for fish during their college years and wished to surprise his old friend. On the dining table, the steamed fish was artfully arranged, the tender flesh adorned with vibrant green scallions and golden ginger shreds, the soy sauce glistening under the light, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Suche eagerly picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, the tender flesh of the fish dissolved between his teeth, delicate and smooth. Melting upon contact, the method of steaming perfectly preserved the fish's original flavor, with a subtle aroma of the sea intertwined with the refreshing scents of scallions and ginger, each bite seemingly infused with the essence of the ocean. Old Jiang, your culinary skills are impressive. This steamed fish is remarkably authentic, rivaling that of high-end hotels. Suche exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he savored each morsel, his words brimming with admiration for the dish and recognition of Jiang Ning's culinary prowess. Observing Suche relishing the meal, Jiang Ning's face lit up with a satisfied smile, as if all his efforts had found their worth in that moment. Chapter 20. The young father becomes popular. I knew it. Lao Su. Back in college, you could never resist ordering fish at the cafeteria. So I specially prepared this steamed fish for you today, Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, her eyes brimming with nostalgia for their university days. Haha, you truly understand me. Lao Ziang, this fish is simply exquisite. I will come here for a feast every day. Suke Fuli exclaimed, his face radiant with satisfaction as he indulged in the meal. Enough of that. This isn't on your tab. This is President Su's home. You can only enjoy this meal today. No more, Jiang Ning retorted playfully, casting a teasing glance at Suche. Uncle Jiang, Meng wants fish too. Meng piped up in her sweet, childish voice, her eyes fixed eagerly on the plate of steamed fish, her small body leaning forward in anticipation. All right, but Meng must be careful while eating. There might be bones hidden in the fish. If you encounter any, be sure to spit them out, Jiang Ning gently reminded her. Despite having meticulously removed all the bones, Meng cautiously picked up a small piece of fish and popped it into her mouth. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment, her face radiating delight as she exclaimed, "This is the best fish I've ever had. I want more." "Well, if Meng likes it, feel free to have more," Jiang Ning said, her face filled with affection as she placed another piece of fish on Meng's plate, adding a gentle reminder, "Eat slowly, don't rush." "Oh, I forgot to take a picture," Suche suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if recalling a significant task, hastily putting down his chopsticks to grab his phone. In truth, he intended to record a video, capturing Jiang Ning's tender smile as she lovingly served fish to Meng, creating a warm and beautiful scene. After filming, he promptly sent the video to Su Meng. At that moment, Su Meng was aboard a private jet, idly consuming a lukewarm fast food meal. The notification sound from her phone broke her monotony, and she instinctively opened the video sent by Su Che. Before her was a table adorned with exquisite dishes resembling works of art, showcasing Jiang Ning's affectionate gestures as she carefully placed fish into Meng's plate. Gurgling sounds erupted from Su Meng's stomach, betraying her hunger as she swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the tantalizing food in the video, seemingly able to sense the alluring aroma wafting towards her. Glancing back at her uninspiring fast food meal, she suddenly found it utterly unappetizing, her appetite vanishing in an instant. "I want to eat this anymore. Take it away," she declared decisively, laying down her chopsticks and instructing the flight attendant. Then, as if under a spell, she replayed the video over and over, captivated by the delectable dishes that made her mouth water. Her cravings were ignited, and her mind was filled with images of those sumptuous meals. At that moment, she had no thoughts left for her business trip. Upon the realization that it would be a protracted 3 months before I could return to savor such delectable delights, I found myself harboring a torrent of grievances. That wretched younger brother, intentionally depriving me of a proper meal, it truly infuriates me. A mere half-hour swiftly elapsed. At the dining table, the guests voraciously devoured every dish as if swept away by a tempest. The plates were pristine, devoid of even a drop of broth. Only then did Su Che, with his round belly protruding, exhibit a countenance replete with contentment and satisfaction. "Old Jiang, your culinary skills are remarkable. You could easily serve as a head chef in a grand hotel." Su Che couldn't help but extend his thumb in approval, his tone laden with admiration for Jiang Ning's culinary prowess. "Enough already, old Su. You've repeated that countless times since you began eating. Please entertain Meng for a while. I must tidy up the kitchen," Jiang Ning replied with a resigned smile, turning to prepare for the cleanup. "All right, no problem. How about I come back for dinner tonight?" Su Che boldly inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Old Su, you must be dreaming. I'm here working, not running a restaurant for you. Just this one meal is quite generous. If you keep coming back, I might have to pack my bags and leave," Jiang Ning retorted, a bemused expression crossing his face. Seeing Jiang Ning's firm stance, Su Che waved his hand dismissively and said, Fine, you go ahead. I will play with Meng for a bit." Jiang Ning then turned and entered the kitchen, tying on an apron. Expertly and methodically washing the dishes and wiping down the stove, his movements both skilled and swift. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning finally emerged from the kitchen, letting out a long sigh of relief. "All right, Su Che, you've eaten. It's time for you to head back. I truly have no time to spare. And Meng needs her afternoon nap," Jiang Ning said earnestly, looking at Su Che. Realizing that Jiang Ning was genuinely urging him to leave, Su Che felt somewhat embarrassed to linger further. He stood up and replied, "All right, I'll take my leave then. I'll come back another day." However, at that moment, Jiang Ning was entirely unaware that within the brief span of their meal, the video he had posted on Huayin had gone viral. His follower count soared to over 800,000, with the momentum showing no signs of abating as the influx of viewers continued to surge. This time, the audience captivated by him was no longer confined to families with children. It also included a multitude of chefs from hotels and restaurants, as well as numerous culinary enthusiasts. This young father must surely be a top chef at some prestigious hotel. His culinary artistry is utterly extraordinary. Indeed, one could never fathom that cooking could be so refined. It truly opens one's eyes to the possibilities. That steamed fish looks so tantalizing that I can hardly resist the urge to take a bite. It's simply irresistible. I can hardly contain my hunger. My mouth is watering profusely, nearly flooding the floor. Dear commenter above, you might want to place a bucket below to catch it. Otherwise, it won't suffice. The child of this young father is indeed fortunate, feasting daily on such exquisite meals. In the comments section, a continuous stream of remarks and likes surged forth like a tide, unrelenting. Were it not for the bustling lunch hour keeping many chefs occupied, the growth of followers would have surged even more rapidly. Within the plush confines of a five-star hotel manager's office in Kyoto, the general manager and head chef were utterly engrossed in watching the young dad culinary video. "Old Chun, what do you make of these culinary skills? How do they compare to yours?" The general manager inquired gravely, his gaze riveted to the screen, unwilling to miss a single detail. The head chef, a man in his 50s, studied the footage with equal intensity. A glimmer of awe and admiration flickered in his eyes as he responded slowly, "Director Cook, I must admit, this young dad surpasses me. Whether it's his masterful knife work, his precise seasoning control, or his profound understanding of ingredients, he stands a cut above." The manager's eyes brightened with urgency. "Is there any way we can locate this young dad and bring him to our hotel?" The head chef frowned slightly, pondering before replying, "Director Cook, as merely a head chef, my best recourse would be to send him a private message in hopes of obtaining his contact details. Alternatively, we could approach Wine Platform. They'll likely possess his full profile. And what level would you estimate his culinary skills have reached?" pressed the manager, with a sigh tinged with regret. The chef admitted, "Director Koo, he appears to have attained mid-tier mastery, whereas I remain at the early stage. The gap is considerable." Similar scenes were unfolding across numerous high-end hotels. Proprietors fervently debated the enigma of young dad, racking their brains to uncover his identity, all for the chance to recruit this culinary virtuoso. Meanwhile, Wu Yinxiu, Huayin's chief strategist, was also scrutinizing the video. Within it, Jiang Ning meticulously detailed each dish's preparation, expounded on the finest cuts of ingredients, and demonstrated knife skills so breathtaking that the resulting dishes, vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor, resembled exquisite works of art. Wu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How rare to encounter a chef who shares his expertise so unreservedly. Most guarded their techniques like treasures. Yet this young dad explained with such earnest precision, a testament to his magnanimity and exceptional character. After a pensive silence, Wu abruptly struck the table, resolved, "Promote him, aggressively, unwaveringly. Such brilliance must reach the masses." Chapter 21. A lesson for Wang Mena during the midday break. The villa exuded an air of tranquility as Meng had fallen into a deep slumber. Jiang Ning made his way to the first floor with the intention of thoroughly examining the operational status of Huayin during this fleeting moment of leisure. A previous hurried glance had revealed that the number of fans had surpassed several 100,000. The messages poured in like a flurry of snowflakes, and he mused to himself that even if he dedicated an entire hour, it would be a challenge to read them all. Ding-dong, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly echoed through the air. Jiang Ning's brows furrowed into a frown. Perplexed by the unexpected visitor, who could it be at this hour? Could it be that rascal Su Che returning again? He tucked his phone away and strode steadily out of the villa, raising his hand to open the door. Standing at the entrance were three individuals, one of whom was Wang Mena, whom he had encountered earlier that morning, accompanied by two young men. One bore a resemblance to Wang Mena, presumably her son. The other was a young man with an audaciously dyed hairstyle, carelessly smoking a cigarette. Jiang Ning's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Wang Mena, tilting her head arrogantly, shouted, "You little brat, you're just a worker. Weren't you quite bold this morning? Now, here's your chance. Confess whether your lady boss has a boyfriend or a husband. You have but one opportunity." The young man resembling Wang Mena chimed in. "Were you threatening my mother this morning?" Unfazed, Jiang Ning replied calmly, "What do you intend to do? Leave at once, or I won't hesitate to call the police." "This constitutes intimidation." "Intimidation? Huh, you really are asking for it. I am indeed intimidating you. Go ahead, call the police." The young man with the outrageous hairstyle sneered, tossing aside his cigarette and crushing it underfoot. He then stepped forward, swinging his right hand violently toward Jiang Ning's face. In a flash, Jiang Ning swiftly extended his left hand, precisely seizing the young man's wrist, and with a firm grip, he applied pressure. Crack! The young man's face turned ashen, and he let out a scream of agony akin to that of a wounded animal. "Bro, please let go. It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much." His face flushed crimson, tears welling up in his eyes from the pain. Witnessing this, Wang Meina's son trembled uncontrollably, while Wang Meina herself was visibly shaken, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak, but only managing a few stammering sounds, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Ning turned his gaze upon Wang Meina, his eyes sharp as blades. What's the matter? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Go on, repeat what you said earlier, if you dare. Wang Meina, terrified, could not meet Jiang Ning's piercing gaze. Her lips quivered, but no words escaped her mouth. Nothing to say, is it? Jiang Ning's voice grew colder, as if imbued with frost. Under the weight of his icy demeanor, Wang Meina stammered, I say, you little brat, you're just a mere worker. Weren't you quite impressive this morning? Now, an opportunity presents itself. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning's right hand struck like lightning. Wang Meina was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, her face swelling instantly. Woe is me, you fiend! How dare you? Yet, upon meeting Jiang Ning's gaze, sharp and cold as a winter star, her words were abruptly swallowed, leaving her too fearful to utter another syllable. Trembling, she collapsed onto the ground, devoid of the courage to rise, fearing that any movement might invite further violence. What a pathetic display! Jiang Ning's gaze shifted to Wang Meina's son, who was trembling in fear at the side. Now, it is your turn. What do you wish to say? What is your name, and which building do you reside in? Von Kinkon Stomred, Tedefert, Slap. Another strike sent him sprawling. Sitting on the ground, his fingers quivered as he pointed at Jiang Ning, indignantly exclaiming, You, how can you hit someone? But when he met Jiang Ning's fierce, predatory gaze, he felt as though his very spine had been severed, and he wilted under the pressure. Jiang Ning spoke coldly. I shall grant you one more chance, but it is a solitary opportunity. With that, he tightened his grip further. It hurts. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. It was Wang Qingchuan, this scoundrel, who gave me 200 yuan to intimidate you. I don't want the money. I shall leave immediately. The young man with the yellow hair, nearly unable to form coherent words due to the pain, was merely a layabout, spending his days gaming in internet cafes. Had he not run out of money and happened upon Wang Qingchuan, he would not be in this predicament. He had thought he was merely confronting an ordinary worker, unaware that his opponent was a skilled fighter. Truly, he had stumbled into misfortune. If you persist in your prattle, I shall not hesitate to silence you. Under Jiang Ning's menacing gaze, the young man shivered, too terrified to speak further. Wang Qingchuan, his complexion pale, stuttered, Be big brother. My name is Wang Qingchuan, and I reside in Building 2, Unit 5. Enough. How dare you lowly wretches come here to pry into matters beyond your station? If you wish to keep your lives, vacate the premises immediately. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The master of this house is not someone you can afford to provoke. With that, Jiang Ning abruptly released the young man's hand. Scram! Do not let me see you again. Wang Qingchuan scrambled to his feet, responding in a disheveled manner. Yes, we shall leave at once. The residence they occupied was not their own. It belonged to a distant relative who had gone abroad, and they were merely tasked with looking after the place. Wang Meina had previously seen Su Meng living alone with her daughter and had conceived a plan to glean information about the owner, hoping her son could pursue Su Meng and thereby ascend to wealth. Jiang Ning understood full well that Wang Meina could hardly be considered a true affluent individual. True wealthy individuals possess an innate grace and a refined elegance that cannot be feigned. Despite Wang Meina's well-tailored appearance, her attire starkly contrasts with her demeanor, exuding an air of awkwardness. Observe the young man with the bleached hair. He is evidently not the ruthless type, but rather a superficial delinquent devoid of genuine skill. This is precisely why Jiang Ning felt emboldened to teach them a lesson. When genuine affluent individuals seek information, they simply instruct their subordinates or invest a modest sum, effortlessly acquiring the knowledge they desire. In contrast, individuals like Wang Meina thrive on perceived weakness. The more one concedes, the more they exploit the situation, becoming increasingly arrogant. However, once a formidable and fearsome side is revealed, they are quick to retreat in terror, no longer daring to pursue their entanglements. Chapter 22. Acquiring top-notch fashion design skills after tidying up Wang Meina and her child, Jiang Ning returned to the villa. He logged into his Hawaiian account and was genuinely taken aback. The follower count had astonishingly surged to over 3 million. This meteoric rise left him somewhat numb, leading him to ponder internally, good heavens, is it truly this many? It seems that Hawaiian's backend has been instrumental, propelling my videos into a much larger flow pool. Having a background in computer science, Jiang Ning was well acquainted with platform algorithms. He understood that such a rapid increase in followers could not solely be attributed to organic traffic. Even with the support of culinary schools, such an acceleration seemed implausible. It is noteworthy that on Hawaiian, one can commence live streaming upon reaching 50,000 followers. Now, his follower count had far surpassed that threshold. The comment section was inundated with messages urging him to start live streaming. Viewers expressed their eagerness to generously bestow gifts and shower him with tokens of appreciation once the streaming commenced. Jiang Ning mused to himself that hosting a live session weekly might yield earnings equivalent to a month's salary. However, this remained a mere hopeful speculation, as he was uncertain whether that aspiration would materialize. After all, many viewers were likely drawn to the culinary learning process, often accompanied by family. They might simply seek to glean knowledge rather than spend money on gifts. In addition to the comments, Jiang Ning received a plethora of private messages, with numerous individuals leaving their contact information, hoping for a return call. Most of these were olive branches extended by hotels and restaurants, inviting him to take on a chef role. Others were culinary schools seeking to employ him as an instructor. Jiang Ning thought that he could start live streaming when he had the time. However, having just registered on Hawaiian today, he felt no urgency to profit immediately. It would be wiser to create a few more videos before making any plans. An hour later, gentle cries echoed from the second floor. Hearing the sound, Jiang Ning hurried to Meng's bedroom. There he found Meng sitting on the bed, rubbing her eyes, sobbing heartbreakingly. Jiang Ning rushed over and softly comforted her. Meng, what's wrong? Meng, through her sniffles, replied, Uncle Jiang, Meng had an accident. Jiang Ning tenderly reassured her, it's all right. Meng dear, don't cry. It's perfectly normal for little ones to have accidents. Meng continued to weep while explaining, Meng hasn't had an accident in a long time. I dreamed of going to the bathroom, and then Jiang Ning chuckled gently to soothe her. No need to cry. No need to cry. Uncle Jiang wet the bed until he was 6 years old. Really? Meng's eyes filled with tears, tinged with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, upon hearing this, Meng's tears transformed into laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Uncle Jiang is so shy. I certainly won't wet the bed when I'm 6. Children possess this innate ability. With a simple comparison, they no longer feel embarrassed about their accidents. Observing Meng's spirits lift, Jiang Ning also breathed a sigh of relief and said, all right, Meng, let us get you up. Uncle will help you change your clothes. Meng obediently nodded, Jiang Ning assisted her in changing into clean attire and also replaced her bedding. With wide-eyed anticipation, Meng gazed at Jiang Ning and said, Uncle Jiang, may I go to the games room to play with the new toys? Of course, I will accompany you, but we can only play for half an hour, as we still need to draw, write, and learn mathematics, he replied. Meng nodded vigorously. I understand, just a little playtime will suffice. Upon arriving at the games room, they were greeted by 2 large bags of toys. Meng looked around, her hands exploring each toy, seemingly reluctant to part with any, eager to play with them all. Which toy do you wish to play with? Jiang Ning inquired, observing her indecision. Perhaps this Barbie doll, she finally decided after much contemplation, selecting the Barbie doll dress-up set. This set contained a Barbie doll, an array of clothing, various hairstyles, accessories, a comb, and hair ties. Jiang Ning smiled and said, all right, Uncle will open it now. Deep down, he pondered why Meng, like most little girls, would typically favor such toys, yet had previously chosen airplanes, tanks, and guns, items more commonly enjoyed by boys. Perhaps she had encountered them at the orphanage and, out of curiosity, wished to possess them for herself. Meng, shall we change Barbie's clothes and style her hair? He suggested. Yes. Meng clapped her hands in excitement. The essence of the Barbie doll dress-up set lay in the art of coordinating outfits and hairstyles. 5 minutes later, A chime echoed, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired top-tier fashion design skills." In an instant, a deluge of fashion design concepts, aesthetic knowledge, fabric information, pattern-making techniques, and the historical evolution of global fashion surged into Jiang Ning's mind. His gaze sharpened, and his demeanor exuded a newfound artistic flair. However, this transformation was subtle, detectable only to those who knew him well, unlike the obvious physical changes associated with martial arts enhancement. System. Is it really possible to ascend to such a high level so directly? Jiang Ning was both astonished and delighted, still grappling with disbelief. The system responded, "Host, do not be overly suspicious. You already possess artistic skills and an innate sense of aesthetics. Acquiring top-tier fashion design skills is not surprising." Jiang Ning conceded, "All right, perhaps I was overthinking it." Deep down, he still hoped for the system to grant him divine-level skills, but that seemed unrealistic. After processing the influx of information, Jiang Ning asked, "System, how does my design ability compare to globally renowned designers?" The system replied, "There's indeed a gap. They are master level, while you're merely top tier, falling into the category of second-tier fashion designers. There are only a handful of individuals who have attained master-level status worldwide." Jiang Ning pressed on, "So, could my design level rank among the top 10? The system retorted without mercy, "Host, you are being unrealistic. There are 300 to 400 second-tier designers globally. Having just entered the top tier, you would likely rank around 300 to 400. Jiang Ning was momentarily speechless. Noticing his disappointment, the system offered consolation. "However, do not lose heart, host. As long as you continue to play with Meng, your design skills will surely improve rapidly. The system continuously inundates you with relevant information, akin to your culinary skills, which have reached a pinnacle of excellence. However, you remain unaware of your gradual enhancement. Unlike the immediate influx of information that accompanies a direct level up." "Ah, so that is the case. No wonder I have unconsciously grasped certain cooking techniques that had previously eluded me. It appears the system has been seamlessly integrating skill information into my consciousness." "System, did you truly think these insights were merely the result of your own epiphanies?" Jiang Ning, I stand corrected. I was mistaken. "Oh, esteemed system, you are truly remarkable." "System." Jiang Ning presses on with his inquiry. "But system, I have only 3 months with Meng. Will all these skills revert back to the system after I part ways with her?" "System, not at all. What has been imparted to you is inherently yours. The system will not reclaim it." Jiang Ning pats his chest with relief. "Phew, that a relief indeed." Noticing Jiang Ning's self-assured gesture, Meng inquires with confusion, "Uncle Jiang, what is wrong with you?" Chapter 23. Acquiring authentic English skills. Meng, fret not. Let us continue our delightful play. Just look at this hairstyle paired with this outfit. Isn't it particularly stunning? As Jiang Ning spoke, he carefully adorned the Barbie doll with another exquisite hairstyle. "Wow, Uncle Jiang, this looks absolutely stunning. This golden hairstyle is far more beautiful than the previous one." With her sparkling, adorable eyes and tiny hands clapping excitedly, Meng radiated joy. After Jiang Ning's intervention, she found the Barbie dolls even more enchanting. As she gazed around the room, filled with toys, Jiang Ning felt a surge of excitement, wishing for Meng to explore each and every one of them. He understood that through playing with these toys, Meng might unlock additional skills. However, he also recognized the importance of not rushing. If she played with everything too quickly, her sense of novelty would soon fade. Half an hour flew by in an instant. Meng, it's about time. Let's go. Today, Uncle Jiang will teach you English." Jiang Ning suddenly recalled how many children begin learning English at a young age. Meng was already 3 years old, and it was certainly time for her to start, as this would undoubtedly benefit her future language acquisition. Moreover, Jiang Ning was eager to seize this opportunity to see if teaching Meng English could elevate his own proficiency, particularly since he had only recently achieved a level 6 in English. "Uncle Jiang, what is English?" Meng blinked her large eyes, a visage brimming with curiosity. "Meng, English is a language, the very words spoken by children from foreign lands. Do you wish to play with those children from afar?" Without the slightest hesitation, Meng nodded vigorously. her head bobbing like a clapper in a bell. I want to. Can you understand what foreign children are saying? Meng shook her head, her small face adorned with confusion. I don't understand. Indeed, they were speaking English, a language Meng was not familiar with, hence her inability to comprehend. Curiously, she inquired, Uncle Jiang, if I learn English, I will be able to understand their words, won't I? Exactly, Meng, you are truly clever. Uncle Jiang, as soon as you speak. I understand. Now, Uncle Jiang, please teach me English. I wish to make friends with children from abroad. Certainly. Uncle Jiang will first teach you some everyday expressions. Hello. Meng opens her mouth wide and, in a sweet voice, repeats, Hello. Meng. The term hello translates to greetings. For instance, when I see Meng, I would say hello, Meng. How should Meng respond? Meng scratched the back of her head and said crisply, Hello, Uncle Jiang. Wonderful. Meng is simply amazing. Jiang Ning could not help but raise his thumb in approval, his face glowing with admiration. Subsequently, he continued patiently instructing Meng in various everyday phrases. Merely 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a foreign language reward. You may choose a genuine foreign language, including English, Japanese, Russian, German, French, Spanish, Arabic. Please make your selection, host. Is there truly a choice? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. Since he was to teach Meng English, he must first master authentic English himself, lest he lead her astray. Congratulations, dear host, on acquiring a genuine command of the English language. Instantly, a vast ocean of authentic English knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. He even sensed a remarkable transformation in his throat, as if his ability to articulate had become more fluid and natural. Is there no hierarchy in English skills within the system? He inquired. Foreign languages possess no levels. They are all comprehensive and authentic pieces of information. Furthermore, dear host, for every 5 hours you spend teaching Meng a foreign language, you shall acquire another authentic language. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's heart brimmed with joy. If he taught for an hour each day, he could master 6 languages in a month, and in 3 months, he might learn 18. The prospect was utterly enticing. Perhaps he could truly become a diplomat, effortlessly assisting with translations. With this thought, Jiang Ning became even more invigorated in his teaching. When he spoke again, he distinctly felt a qualitative leap in his pronunciation, delivering English that was both authentic and fluent. Under his influence, Meng's pronunciation also grew increasingly precise. It was evident that choosing English had been an exceedingly wise decision. Previously, Jiang Ning's English was tinged with a strong Chinese accent, which he had been oblivious to. However, the contrast with his pronunciation post-system knowledge infusion was glaringly apparent. An hour passed, and Meng was already adept at articulating common phrases such as good morning, good afternoon, good evening, pleased to meet you, time to eat, and time to sleep, her face radiating with a sense of accomplishment and joy. Meng, from now on, let us converse in these everyday English phrases, shall we? Yes. Uncle Jiang, this English is so fascinating, Meng exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Jiang Ning was pleasantly surprised to discover that Meng's memory was extraordinary. For every English word he pronounced, she would repeat it several times and master it effortlessly. Unlike most individuals who struggled with difficult English pronunciations and often required Chinese annotations, Meng exhibited none of these challenges. Even after a half-hour pause, she could accurately recite the words without hesitation, which filled Jiang Ning with immense satisfaction. He couldn't help but speculate whether Sue had chosen to adopt Meng because she had recognized not only her charming demeanor and intelligence, but also her remarkable memory, prompting the orphanage to recommend her so ardently. After all, which affluent executive would adopt a child of mediocre potential? Meng's brilliance and astonishing memory certainly eased Jiang Ning's concerns. He silently resolved to nurture Meng diligently, for she was destined for a promising future. All right, Meng, our English lesson concludes here for today. Tomorrow, we shall learn new conversational phrases, shall we? Meng, still eager, poked her fingers together and said, Uncle Jiang, but I want to learn a bit more. Meng, do not rush. Learning takes time. We shall progress gradually, accumulating knowledge day by day, and soon you will speak English fluently. But I really want to learn English quickly so that I can understand what foreign children are saying and play with them. Meng felt a tinge of reluctance. Meng, you must be obedient, Jiang Ning gently urged. How about this? Today, Uncle Jiang will take you to the park for some fun, shall we? He swiftly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing about the park, Meng's spirits instantly soared, and the earlier desire to study English was forgotten in an instant. Children are like that. If you engage them in a single matter, they can linger on it for quite some time. Yet, with a clever redirection of their focus, they can be easily captivated by new experiences, abandoning their previous fixations. Yes, I absolutely adore playing in the park. Come on, Uncle Jiang, let us go right now. Meng exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement, eagerly tugging at Jiang Ning's hand in anticipation of their adventure. Chapter 24. Attaining Grandmaster Equestrian level. The journey from their villa compound to the park took 20 minutes by car. Jiang Ning drove the BMW provided by President Su, taking Meng to the park. Although Jiang Ning had obtained his driver's license during his sophomore year and occasionally driven over the past 2 years since graduation, handling such a brand new BMW still made him somewhat nervous. Throughout the drive, he remained utterly focused, maintaining a steady and cautious pace, terrified of accidentally scratching the car. After all, his modest salary would be far from sufficient to cover any damages. What should have been a 20-minute trip ended up taking him over 30 minutes. Upon entering the park, they found it relatively quiet, as it was a weekend. Most visitors were housewives with children, nannies accompanying toddlers, or elderly people leisurely strolling or practicing Tai Chi. Young adults were few and far between. Uncle Jiang, Meng wants to go boating, Meng said eagerly, pointing toward the center of the lake where several families were already rowing. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Ning smilet varmly. Of course. After paying 20 yuan for half an hour of boating time, they selected a small yellow duck-shaped boat. Once they donned their life jackets, they boarded the vessel. Yay, we're going boating. Meng clapped her hands excitedly, her face radiant with unrestrained joy. Merely 5 minutes later, ding, a notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the beginner shipbuilding skill. In an instant, a flood of knowledge about shipbuilding surged into Jiang Ning's mind. He couldn't help but laugh wryly at the absurdity. He had accumulated so many skills, yet most were at a beginner level, rendering them practically useless. Teaching them to Meng was out of the question, as she had no need for such abilities at her age. The half hour passed in the blink of an eye. Beep! The attendant blew a whistle, signaling for them to return the boat. Meng, still immersed in the delight of boating, wore an expression of reluctant satisfaction. Seeing her pout, Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly. Children always felt time flew too quickly when they were having fun, never quite ready to stop. Meng, sweetheart, there are plenty of other fun things in the park. How about we go try something else? Meng pouted, but eventually agreed. Okay, just then, ding. The system notification chimed again. The Super Dad system is ready for an upgrade. Would the host like to proceed? The system can upgrade? Jiang Ning was both startled and thrilled. Yes, host. This upgrade will allow the merging of multiple skills, rapidly enhancing a specific ability. With luck, it may even generate an entirely new skill. The system repeated its query. Host, would you like to upgrade the Super Dad system? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he declared upgrade. Understood, host. The Super Dad system is now upgrading. This process will take 10 hours. 10 hours? Will this affect my ability to receive tasks? Rest assured, host. It will not interfere with receiving rewards from the original system, though any rewards obtained will remain at their current skill level. That's a relief. Jiang Ning pondered quietly, contemplating whether the upgrade would affect his ability to acquire skills. If Meng played other games later, it would be a waste of time. After all, he only had 3 precious months to spend with Meng, and every moment was exceedingly valuable. Regrettably, most of the skills he had previously acquired proved to be of little use. However, upon reflection, he realized that he could not blame the system, but rather himself for his limited understanding. Just like in calligraphy, he was already quite proficient. Swimming was another skill he had practiced frequently from elementary school through university, which led to the system rewarding him with a master-level designation. He was filled with anticipation that this system upgrade would bring him good fortune. Meng, shall we ride that carousel? She pointed eagerly at the spinning merry-go-round ahead. Of course, as long as our Meng behaves, Uncle Jiang agrees, he replied. Let's go ride the horses. Jiang Ning took Meng's hand and hurried towards the carousel operator, where the fee was 5 yuan per person. Jiang Ning paid 10 yuan. However, aside from Jiang Ning and Meng, there were only 3 housewives with their children present, and they did not have enough participants. At least 10 were required to start the ride. Excuse me, how long must we wait? One of the women could not help but complain. They had already waited for over 20 minutes. Were it not for their children clamoring to ride, they would not have squandered their time there. It will be ready soon. Please bear with us a little longer, the operator replied awkwardly. Indeed, on non-weekend days, the carousel's business was quite lackluster. Jiang Ning understood that a ride lasted merely 3 minutes. Here SA thought, I'll pay an additional 70 yuan, and we can skip the wait and ride twice, totaling 6 minutes. What do you think? Jiang Ning suggested. Upon hearing this, the operator, thrilled at such a proposal, immediately agreed. The nearby housewives expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Ning. Thank you, young man, one of the plump women smiled. When addressed as young man, Jiang Ning's face darkened momentarily. The title felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he politely responded, You're welcome, ma'am. Shall we board now? Yay, the carousel is moving. It's so much fun, Uncle Jiang. Meng exclaimed excitedly as she sat on the horse, her small hands gripping the horse's head tightly. 5 minutes passed, and then ding. The system reward arrived. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy. Congratulations, host, you have attained the Grand Master level in equestrian skills. Immediately, a wealth of equestrian knowledge flooded into Jiang Ning's mind. System, why has my equestrian skill jumped straight to Grand Master level? Host, did you expect to start from the beginner level? Do you think equestrian skills are particularly challenging and require gradual progression? Is that so? Then does it mean the simpler the skill, the higher the starting level? Jiang Ning inquired. Indeed, host. More complex skills must begin at the beginner level, and upgrading takes longer. Conversely, simpler skills like foreign languages and horseback riding naturally begin at higher levels. Very well, I understand. Through numerous exchanges with the system, Jiang Ning gradually grasped the underlying principles governing its operation. Skills like martial arts, shipbuilding, painting, and piano, complex disciplines he had never formally studied, often began at a rudimentary level when rewarded. Alas, one could only lament that Meng wasn't his own flesh and blood, and he was merely a temporary guardian, granted only 3 fleeting months of companionship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded nurturing her from novice level, knowing mastery or even divine proficiency would come in time. But wresting custody of Meng from Meng, an utterly impossible feat. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly. 3 months would have to suffice. One mustn't be too greedy. 10 minutes slipped away unnoticed, just as Jiang Ning led Meng away from the wooden horses. 5 thugs with cigarettes dangling from their lips swaggered over with vulgar bravado. Chapter 25. A swift confrontation in the park. The sun cast its warm glow upon the park's verdant lawn, creating a scene of tranquility that was abruptly shattered by the arrival of 5 unwelcome intruders. These 5 ruffians, akin to ravenous wolves, encircled Jiang Ning and Meng. The 3 housewives, who had previously shared a merry ride on the carousel, were now stricken with fear, hastily retreating with their children, anxious to avoid any trouble. Hey kid, are you the nanny that Meng hired to look after this little girl? Leave her here and get lost, or I swear, every time I see you, it'll be trouble. The leader of the thugs bellowed, his voice boisterous and filled with menace, his jowls quivering with each word, embodying the very image of a rogue. Meng, terrified by the ruckus, turned pale as a frightened fawn, instinctively hiding behind Jiang Ning. With a tremor in her voice, she pleaded, Uncle Jiang, I'm scared. They're bad people. Do not be afraid, Meng. Close your eyes. There is nothing to fear. Jiang Ning gently reassured her, his tone imbued with warmth and calmness, striving to soothe her frightened heart. Really? Meng inquired with a glimmer of hope, promptly closing her eyes tightly and covering them with her little hands, as if this simple act could shield her from the looming dread. Who are you? I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall call the police." Jiang Ning stated with an unwavering demeanor, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the thugs, his voice steady and powerful, devoid of any trace of fear. "Call the police? Kid, are you tired of living? Go ahead, make that call." The thug leader's face contorted with rage upon hearing this, as he erupted like a lit powder keg. Rolling up his sleeves, he revealed grotesque tattoos on his arms and hands, gesturing menacingly, his expression replete with malice. Jiang Ning, unwilling to engage in futile banter, recognized that these men were clearly targeting Meng and Meng. Without hesitation, he withdrew his phone, ready to dial for help. "You're really going to do it, huh, brothers? Chop off his hands." The leader, enraged and humiliated, waved his arm. In that instant, the four thugs behind him surged forward like famished wolves, fists raised and aimed directly at Jiang Ning's head. As the thugs charged at him with ferocity, Jiang Ning had no time to complete his call. He swiftly pocketed his phone, his eyes narrowing as his demeanor shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he confronted the foremost thug, delivering a fierce kick aimed at the assailant's abdomen. Bang! The force of Jiang Ning's kick, fueled by his anger and strength, struck the thug like a cannonball. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as the thug let out a piercing scream. Blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent sprawling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, flying several meters before collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen, writhing in agony. This time, Jiang Ning showed no mercy. Unlike when he had dealt with the troublesome boy brought by Wang Meina, the sudden turn of events left the three remaining thugs momentarily stunned. They remained poised to strike, their previously arrogant expressions now transformed into shock and terror as they stared blankly at their fallen companion. However, Jiang Ning's assault came like a tempest, showing no signs of abating. He crouched forward with fluid grace, and then, with a sudden flourish, unleashed a barrage of blows to the lower abdomens of the two thugs before him. The dull thuds echoed, reminiscent of a heavy hammer striking a drum. Simultaneously, the two thugs let out anguished cries, blood spilling from their mouths as their bodies uncontrollably flew backwards, landing adjacent to their incapacitated comrade. The trio writhed in agony, clutching their abdomens tightly, their mouths filled with desperate wails, attempting to rise, yet utterly powerless. Jiang Ning's punches, though seemingly casual, were executed with precision. He deliberately targeted their lower abdomens, skillfully avoiding any lethal blows. After all, he was acutely aware of his own fledgling martial arts prowess and physical strength. A full-force strike to a vital point could easily result in dire consequences. As two more thugs were sent flying, the last thug stood frozen in sheer disbelief. His previously aggressive demeanor melted away, replaced by an overwhelming fear that rendered his trembling arms incapable of movement. "This is clearly a practitioner of martial arts," he stammered, his voice quaking with terror. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Jiang Ning delivered a swift, sweeping kick that struck like a bolt of black lightning against his face. The thug screamed in agony, a few teeth flying from his mouth as he was sent sprawling to the ground, landing heavily. His face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and his eyes rolled back as he promptly lost consciousness. From the moment Jiang Ning struck until the last thug was incapacitated, the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in under 5 seconds. Meng, who had initially kept her eyes tightly shut, now peeked through a small crack, her curiosity and anxiety compelling her to observe the unfolding scene. As she witnessed the thugs tumbling like marionettes with severed strings, her fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of admiration. Uncle Jiang has triumphed. Uncle Jiang is so incredible. She cheered inwardly, her trepidation vanishing. The leader of the thugs watched in horror as his four underlings were effortlessly dispatched in mere moments, their bodies sprawled on the ground. His legs quivered uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his face like pearls rolling off a broken string. Perhaps he could have held his own against two of them, but facing someone capable of eliminating 4 thugs in seconds was like throwing stones against a mountain. Certainly a recipe for his own humiliation. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We are leaving right now. The thug leader's voice trembled with fear as he stuttered, turning to flee in desperate haste. But Jiang Ning's icy voice pierced through the air. Still wish to escape? Stay here. Upon hearing those words, the thug leader dared not linger any longer and bolted away with all his might. Even his four subordinates were left behind. Trying to escape? Jiang Ning sneered, his feet lightly tapping the ground as he activated the phantom wind shadow step technique from his mind. Swish, swish, like a streak of black lightning. His figure vanished from sight. Originally a dozen meters away, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Ning materialized behind the gang leader like a ghost. Thud! Another precise kick landed squarely on the thug's back. The gang leader let out a blood-curdling scream, his body hurtling forward like a cannonball, tumbling headfirst across the ground in a chaotic roll. Bloodied and battered, he finally collapsed, unconscious. The onlookers, initially frozen in fear by the sudden eruption of violence, erupted into cheers as the gangsters were subdued. Many even pulled out their phones, capturing the electrifying scene. Chapter 26. Meng's disturbance. The sharp wail of sirens shattered the tranquility of the park. It was unclear who had summoned the police, perhaps an astute park official. In the blink of an eye, four police cars screeched to a halt at the scene, their doors flung open as 8 officers sprang out with alacrity, batons in hand, striding purposefully towards the gathering crowd. Upon witnessing 5 disheveled ruffians sprawled on the ground, their demeanor momentarily faltered, a flicker of astonishment crossing their faces. One officer, tall and upright, adjusted his cap and strode forward with military precision, offering a standard salute to Jiang Ning. With a courteous and gentle smile, he inquired, "Greetings, young comrade. What transpired here? Did you bring these individuals down?" Jiang Ning inhaled deeply, responding in a composed manner, "Hello, officer. I was simply accompanying our boss's child to the park for some leisure." Unexpectedly, these individuals emerged, attempting to abduct the child. I tried to call for help, but they attacked me first. I had no choice but to defend myself. The officer nodded slightly, a look of approval gracing his features. "Ah, I see. Young comrade, you acted commendably, demonstrating great courage. However, as per protocol, you must accompany us to the station to provide a statement. Would that be convenient for you?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning replied, "Yes, of course. It is my duty to cooperate with the police investigation." The officer continued, "By the way, young comrade, whose child are you caring for?" Jiang Ning responded, "She is the daughter of Meng, the president of the Su Group. President Su has important projects requiring her to travel abroad for 3 months. Hence my responsibility for the child." "What? The daughter of President Meng from the Su Group?" The officer's expression instantly shifted to one of gravity, indicating that this situation was likely more complicated than it appeared. "Let us proceed to the station to document this matter and gain a clearer understanding." A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Ning, as this marked his first encounter with law enforcement. Yet, reassured by the righteousness of his self-defense, he steeled himself, reminding himself to remain calm. "All right, I will fully cooperate with the officers." It seemed that any further amusement at the park was now out of the question. Jiang Ning approached Meng, gently squatting down beside her. With a tender smile, he softly said, Meng, let us go home for now. Next time, Uncle Jiang will take you to more exciting places. All right?" No. Meng never wants to come back to the park again. There are too many bad people here." Meng's face was pale, her eyes still reflecting fear, likely a remnant of the earlier harrowing incident. She shook her head vigorously, gripping Jiang Ning's shirt as if it were her sole anchor of safety. "All right, then we shall avoid this place in the future," Jiang Ning said, affectionately patting Meng's head, his voice filled with tenderness and reassurance. The officer, overhearing Meng's words, furrowed his brow in anger, a surge of indignation rising within him. These despicable ruffians have inflicted profound psychological trauma upon an innocent young girl. The scars they leave are indelible, creating shadows in her mind that may never fade. Much like a child's instinctive fear of hospitals, once such a fear takes root, it becomes exceedingly difficult to eradicate. In the future, the mere mention of the word park may instill dread within her, as she perceives it as a realm fraught with peril. Officer Xiao pondered for a moment before articulating. Let us proceed. This is evidently not a simple case of abduction. There may be a more sinister conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Comrade, I require a phone conversation with President Su to clarify the situation. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, responding understood. Jiang Ning accompanied Meng to the police station, where he patiently completed the necessary formalities, leaving behind their contact information before departing. Within the precinct, Meng resembled a frightened little rabbit, clinging tightly to Jiang Ning, her small frame trembling intermittently. The officers, displaying compassion, expedited the recording process, eager to send Meng home swiftly, lest she suffer further fright. Throughout their journey, Jiang Ning endeavored to uplift Meng's spirits, yet she appeared drained of vitality, her mood despondent. No matter what Jiang Ning said, she merely nodded gently, her cherubic face devoid of its usual smile. Upon returning to the villa, the atmosphere remained unchanged. Jiang Ning, filled with concern, knelt beside her, softly reassuring Meng, dear, do not be afraid. Uncle Jiang will always be by your side. No one can harm you. I will protect you. Uncle Jiang, they came to capture Meng, and I have been very good. Why do they want to take me? As Meng spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls rolling from a broken string. The small child had already grasped from the ruffian leader's words that those men were indeed after her. Rest assured, Meng is the most obedient and remarkable child. Those villains will not come for you again. The police have imprisoned them all. Jiang Ning gently wiped away her tears, speaking tenderly. Uncle Jiang, let us not go to the park anymore, all right? Meng's face was etched with fear, indicating that this experience had left an exceptionally deep psychological imprint on her. The word park had become synonymous with danger in her mind. Jiang Ning quickly nodded. Indeed, we shall not return to that park again. Now, let me turn on the television. How about watching some cartoons for a while? Yes. Meng wishes to watch pandas don't eat vegetables. Meng wants to be as formidable as Uncle Jiang and vanquish those evildoers. Meng brandished her tiny fists, her innocent face radiating determination. Upon hearing the phrase, vanquish the evildoers, Jiang Ning felt a tightening in his chest. He hastily crouched down, gazing earnestly into Meng's eyes. Meng, we are good children. Even if we become very strong, we must not harm the bad guys. We could defeat them and let the police take them away. Meng looked perplexed, tilting her head and inquiring, but why? Those bad guys are so wicked. Jiang Ning patiently explained, because if Meng were to kill them, she would also be considered a villain, wouldn't she? Only villains take lives, right? Oh, then Meng will be good. Meng doesn't want to become a villain. Meng wants to be like Uncle Jiang, knocking the bad guys down so they can't get up. Meng murmured with a thoughtful nod before waving her tiny fists with newfound confidence. Jiang Ning chuckled and ruffled her hair affectionately. Yes, Meng will surely grow up to be very strong. Soon after, Jiang Ning settled beside Meng on the sofa as they watched television together. However, the moment a scene of pandas playfully wrestling appeared on the screen, Meng was instantly captivated, instinctively mimicking their movements with surprising precision. This was entirely unprecedented. Such behavior had never surfaced before. Watching her, Jiang Ning felt a pang of concern, fearing that this incident might have awakened a violent streak in the innocent child. Before long, the sharp trill of his phone shattered the quiet. Glancing at the screen, he frowned. An unfamiliar number flashed before him. Chapter 27. Su Meng's call. Hello? Jiang Ning picked up his phone, hearing the faint static through the receiver before a familiar yet anxious voice spoke urgently. Hello, is this Jiang Ning? Su Meng's voice trembled slightly, laced with unease. The background noise was chaotic, as if she were in a bustling place, amplifying the distress in her words. Jiang Ning recognized her voice immediately and responded quickly. Yes. It's me, President Su. Have you arrived? Su Meng's voice carried a hint of choked emotion as she pressed, Jiang Ning, how is Meng? The police have already called me. Instinctively, Jiang Ning turned his head toward the living room, where Meng sat fixated on the television screen. Her small figure, illuminated by the glow of the screen, looked somewhat lonely. President Su, just a moment, he said softly, lowering his voice instinctively to avoid startling Meng. Then, turning with a gentle smile, he addressed the little girl. Meng, keep watching TV for a bit. Uncle Jiang needs to take a call. Meng replied without looking up, her eyes glued to the screen. Jiang Ning thought to himself that Su Meng must be frantic if she had chosen to call directly instead of using the more immediate Huayin video call. He tiptoed into the kitchen, quietly closing the door behind him. All right, Meng can't hear now. The situation was clearly targeting her, but she is still shaken. She has become sensitive about the park. It's best not to take her there again. Jiang Ning relayed the key details methodically. On the other end, Su Meng exhaled deeply, her voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ning. I know this is serious, and I'm so glad you were there. Otherwise, those people would have undoubtedly used Meng to threaten me. Jiang Ning reassured her at once. President Su, don't worry. Until you return, I want to take Meng out again, and I want to let anything happen to her. Su Meng apologized. I'm sorry, Jiang Ning, for causing you trouble. I didn't think this through. I never expected something like this to happen. I'll have my assistant arrange for 2 bodyguards to be stationed in the neighborhood to ensure Meng's safety. Jiang Ning quickly replied, President Su, you're too kind. It's no trouble at all. I genuinely adore Meng. Taking care of her is the least I can do. Su Meng paused before saying, all right then. Later, I'll video call Meng through Huayin. If I see her now, she'll only want me to come home even more. I'll wait until she is calmer. I won't keep you any longer. Jiang Ning responded, understood. We'll leave it at that for now. Goodbye, President Su. After hanging up, Jiang Ning slowly returned to the living room. Watching Meng wave her tiny fists, mimicking the martial arts moves on the screen, his heart twisted painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He berated himself inwardly. His vigilance had been too lax. Those thugs must have been tailing them since the villa. Otherwise, how could they have ambushed them so precisely at the park? Recalling her experience in the park while rowing, it was possible that those ruffians had been lurking in the shadows, waiting. As soon as they dismounted from the carousel, they eagerly surrounded her. Clearly, there were likely informants monitoring the vicinity of the villa. At that moment, Su Meng had already arrived at the hotel, urgently dialing her brother Suche's number. Suke, does your classmate Jiang Ning have any martial arts skills? She bypassed any pleasantries and got straight to the point. Suche, bewildered on the other end of the line, scratched his head and replied, Sis, I have no idea. I doubt it. We've never fought with anyone in college. What's going on? Why do you ask this? All right, if you don't know, that's fine. I'll hang up, Su Meng said, a hint of disappointment and fatigue in her tone. The busy signal echoed in her ears as she reluctantly set down her phone. She had hoped to glean some information about Jiang Ning from her brother, but it turned out that Su Che was utterly clueless. When she had called Jiang Ning earlier, she felt too embarrassed to inquire directly, thinking her brother might possess some insights since they were classmates. If Jiang Ning indeed had martial arts skills, she wouldn't need to go through the trouble of dispatching bodyguards. She had brought her entire security detail with her to the United States. To call in more bodyguards, she would have to rely on trustworthy individuals, which meant drawing from her father's resources. If Jiang Ning could indeed defend himself, and they remained within the confines of the villa community, her worries would be significantly alleviated. After all, the security in the villa community was considerable, with regular patrols. A police kiosk was located nearby, manned by 6 officers on a rotating duty. Jiang Ning and his companions would likely only take Meng to the supermarket for some groceries, making it relatively safe. After hanging up, Suche was left in a state of confusion, pondering, what is up with my sister? Why is she asking such strange questions? However, he soon dismissed it from his mind. Su Meng, holding her phone, stared blankly, her fingers gently caressing the screen as she hesitated to call her father. The police had informed her that, fortunately, Jiang Ning had incapacitated 5 thugs, preventing Meng's abduction, but they had not elaborated on how he had achieved that. Never mind, I'll wait a bit longer before calling Jiang Ning, she thought, contemplating whether to reach out to him. If Jiang Ning did possess martial arts abilities, she would need to solicit her father's help. She was reluctant to contact him, primarily because he had never supported her decision to adopt Meng. And in defiance, she had left home to live with the child. If she were to draw 2 bodyguards from her father now for Meng's protection, she would find it difficult to swallow her pride. Her temperament was as stubborn as that of her father, Su Yunluo. Time passed quietly as she watched Meng diligently practicing martial arts. Half an hour flew by quickly. Jiang Ning stood nearby, observing Meng immersed in her own world. He felt a pang of compassion at the thought of interrupting her from watching television and could only silently accompany her. He contemplated whether Meng's mood would improve by tomorrow. Today, I truly hesitated to take her to the community playground, fearing it might awaken her unsettling memories. Half an hour passed, and Jiang Ning could no longer contain himself. He approached Meng and gently said, Meng, it's enough for today. You've watched television for too long. How about we draw together, with Uncle Jiang keeping you company? With a sweet, childlike voice, Meng replied, Uncle Jiang, I still want to watch. I want to learn powerful martial arts to defeat the villains. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, and her little face radiated an earnest desire for strength. Jiang Ning smiled and advised, No, Meng, if you keep watching, your eyes will weaken, and you won't be able to see the bad guys. How can you defeat them then? Meng tilted her head thoughtfully, appearing to find Uncle Jiang's words quite reasonable. She then nodded. All right then, Uncle Jiang, please accompany me to draw a picture of the villains being defeated by me. Jiang Ning gently ruffled Meng's hair, turned off the television, and took her hand as they walked toward the balcony. Okay, let us draw you as a superhero, a very powerful one. Meng looked up at him with pleading eyes. Uncle Jiang, can you draw first, and then I'll draw after you? Indeed, while Meng could handle drawing small animals, capturing martial arts movements posed a challenge for her. All right, Jiang Ning replied, ruffling her hair once more, and approached the small table on the balcony, picking up the brush to begin his drawing. Meng exclaimed, Uncle Jiang, draw me kicking a bad guy into the air, and then draw 4 villains lying on the ground, unable to get up. Okay? Taken aback for a moment by her request, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a warm smile. It dawned on him that Meng envisioned herself as the protagonist, a formidable hero in her own right. All right, I'll draw that now, he responded, nodding with a smile as he set to work earnestly. Meng watched intently as Jiang Ning wielded the brush, her eyes filled with focus and anticipation. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning completed his drawing. Meng eagerly picked up a brush of her own, glancing at Jiang Ning's artwork before beginning her own creation, stroke by stroke. To his surprise, Meng displayed a natural talent for drawing. Although her work was not as exquisite as Jiang Ning's, it captured the essence of expressions and movements quite well. Observing her earnestness filled Jiang Ning's heart with warmth and satisfaction. Chapter 28. The shadow of Meng as dusk gently descended, the city illuminated itself, transforming the night into a resplendent spectacle. Jiang Ning busied himself in the kitchen, preparing dinner, and casually recorded a brief video of his culinary endeavors. However, the harrowing experience from the park earlier that afternoon lingered in his mind, rendering him incapable of meticulously reviewing the footage. He simply saved it to his phone, neglecting to upload it to the Huayin platform. Within the realm of Huayin, countless fans eagerly anticipated Youthful Daddy to continue sharing videos that evening. They frequently refreshed their feeds, their gazes fervently searching for that familiar avatar, hoping for new content. Yet, repeated refreshes yielded nothing but disappointment. Hey brother, this isn't fair. It's downright teasing. One fan lamented in the comments, their words brimming with impatience and dissatisfaction. Please upload more videos. We long to witness your culinary artistry. Another fan chimed in, their tone imbued with fervent desire. How old are you, Youthful Daddy? Some inquired, curious about the host's personal details. Could it be that you've quit? Why the sudden silence? An air of concern began to permeate the comments. Is it possible you've switched to Xiaoyin? Speculations began to spread like wildfire in the discussion. Who knows what Youthful Daddy is thinking? Gaining so many fans in just one day when we go live. The intertwining expectations and uncertainties of the fans created a lively uproar in the comments section. As time progressed, the fans' messages surged like a tidal wave, and along with them, the number of detractors quietly increased, giving rise to various negative remarks. At that moment, Wu Yinxiu, the head of Huayin's headquarters, sat in his office, his brow furrowed and expression grave. He scrutinized the account data of Youthful Daddy on his computer screen, filled with perplexity and unease. He pondered to himself, could it truly be, as the fans speculated, that a rival platform, Xiaoyin, had lured him away? Otherwise, how could he have posted 2 videos earlier in the day and then remained silent from midday until evening? He had allocated a level 3 traffic pool to this account, and within a short span, the follower count had surged to over 3 million. For anyone else, it would have been prudent to capitalize on this momentum by releasing more videos or even commencing a live stream. Yet, upon examining Jiang Ning's account, he noted that there had been no login activity since midday. Wu Yinxiu felt restless. He had initially intended to observe the newcomer's subsequent performance for a few more days before reporting to the director, deliberating whether to sign him or offer greater traffic support. After all, his authority only extended to a level 3 traffic pool. Any elevation beyond that required the director's approval. However, to decide on a contract based solely on 2 videos seemed rather hasty. Let us wait a couple more days, he concluded. Perhaps Jiang Ning is preoccupied with urgent matters at home. Wu Yinxiu let out a resigned sigh as he retrieved Jiang Ning's information from the backstage. It indicated that the young father, whose real name was Jiang Ning, was 23 years old and currently residing in Songnan City. Despite Jiang Ning's meticulous efforts in preparing dinner, crafting each dish into delightful animal shapes to amuse Meng, the child remained ensnared in the shadows of her afternoon fears. During the meal, she no longer exhibited her usual carefree demeanor, instead sitting silently at the table, eating in small bites, seldom speaking, and her face rarely graced by the smiles of yore. It was evident that the afternoon's ordeal had cast an indelible shadow over the young child's spirit. At that moment, the ringing of video call from Su Meng shattered the somewhat oppressive tranquility. Jiang Ning hastily set aside his tasks and connected the call. "Hello, Su Zong," he greeted politely, managing a faint smile. "Hello, Jiang Ning. How is Meng?" Su Meng's voice conveyed palpable anxiety, her heart filled with concern for Meng while she was abroad. "Ah, you should speak to Meng," Jiang Ning replied, beckoning the child. "Meng, Mommy is on the video call. Come and talk to her." Upon hearing her mother's voice, Meng instantly perked up. She raced to Jiang Ning's side, her eyes shimmering with tears. Mommy, when are you coming back?" Meng is so scared. No sooner had she spoken than tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. It was understandable. Su Meng had frequently visited the orphanage to see Meng, and during the week she had brought her home, she had been by her side every day. Jiang Ning had only been present for 2 days, and to Meng, he was still somewhat of a familiar stranger. The fact that Meng could get along with Jiang Ning was already quite remarkable. In her heart, Su Meng remained the closest person. After all, she called Su Meng Mommy while referring to Jiang Ning as Uncle Jiang. Hearing Meng's tearful voice, Su Meng, far away in America, couldn't help but let her own tears flow. Meng, dear, don't cry. Mommy will be back soon. You must listen to Uncle Jiang." As she spoke, she continuously wiped her tears with tissues. "Mommy, Meng is very good, but there are many bad people trying to catch Meng, and Meng is scared." The more she cried, the more sorrowful she became, her tiny body trembling slightly. In that moment, Su Meng was at a loss for how to comfort her child, tears flowing unabated as she exchanged tissue after tissue. Meng, you need to listen to Uncle Jiang, so Mommy can work with peace of mind and return to be with you sooner." "Okay, Mommy, Meng wants to learn martial arts. Meng wants to be very strong, just like Uncle Jiang, to defeat the bad people." Meng waved her chubby little hands, her tone imbued with a child's unique determination and confidence. Meng, isn't Uncle Jiang very formidable?" Su Meng inquired, following Meng's lead in an effort to stabilize her emotions. "Yes, Uncle Jiang is very formidable. He told me to close my eyes, and that way I wouldn't be afraid. Consequently, I clandestinely observed and witnessed Uncle Jiang effortlessly subduing those nefarious individuals." Meng, amidst her sobs, vividly recounted the scene of that moment. Su Meng gently remarked, "Indeed, Uncle Jiang is formidable. With him around, those villains will no longer dare to approach you, Meng. You need not fear, and should strive to be as joyous and carefree as before, all right?" Yet, Meng expressed her desire to become exceptionally strong herself, so that she could protect her mother in the future. Meng's words warmed Su Meng's heart. filling her with both comfort and emotion. Very well. Then let us have Uncle Jiang teach you martial arts, shall we? Su Meng replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. All right, Mama. I miss you so much. Meng Meng's voice resonated with profound longing. Meng, your mother misses you too. However, you must also learn to live independently, Su Meng said earnestly. Mama, what does living independently mean? Meng asked, her face reflecting confusion. Living independently means that even when Mama is not by your side, you can adapt and thrive, just as you did when you were in the orphanage. Su Meng lowered her voice intentionally, fearful that Jiang Ning might overhear. Little did she know, Meng had already confided in Jiang Ning about being brought back from the orphanage. Meng obediently nodded. Oh, Meng understands. Chapter 29. Hua Yin immediately bombarded Meng with questions about what delicious food they would have for dinner. Su Meng gently inquired, her eyes filled with concern. She was intent on diverting the child's attention, hoping to free Meng from the fears and longings that had plagued her since the afternoon. Meng blinked her large, watery eyes, striving to recall, and a sweet smile spread across her face. For dinner, Uncle Jiang prepared a myriad of dishes shaped like little animals. And they were absolutely delightful. There were little white rabbits, little kittens, little puppies, and little birds, and also little cows and little ducks. As she spoke, she counted on her tiny fingers, as though those adorable dishes were laid out before her. Su Meng's lips curled into a gentle smile. So many. Which animal-shaped dish does Meng find the most delicious? Meng tilted her head, a conflicted expression adorning her small face. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, they all taste wonderful. But they look too beautiful. Meng can't bear to eat them. Her demeanor was both endearing and heart-wrenching. Su Meng patiently guided her, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. That's simply one tea do. If Meng can't bear to eat them, then Mommy will ask Uncle Jiang not to prepare these little animal-shaped dishes anymore. Oh no! Upon hearing this, Meng's eyes widened in alarm, and she exclaimed anxiously, Meng will eat them. She wants Uncle Jiang to make even more little animals. Very good. Meng, think about it. Uncle Jiang put so much effort into making these adorable and delicious dishes, and if you don't eat them, wouldn't he feel quite sad? Su Meng gently coaxed, attempting to instill in Meng an appreciation for the kindness of others. Meng nodded earnestly. Yes, if Meng doesn't eat, Uncle Jiang will be sad, and he might not want to carve these delightful little animals anymore. So Meng, would you prefer the ordinary dishes or the adorable and delicious animal-shaped ones made by Uncle Jiang? Su Meng continued to guide her, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Meng promptly responded, her voice bright and clear. Of course, I want a lot of cute little animals that taste good, right? Then Meng should eat more of the dishes Uncle Jiang makes in the future. Shouldn't she? Su Meng inquired with a smile. Meng straightened her small frame and declared earnestly, I understand now. From now on, Meng will eat them all. Su Meng smiled with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Meng is truly wonderful. Now, please hand the phone to Uncle Jiang. Mommy would like to have a word with him. Uncle Jiang, Mommy wants to speak with you, Meng said sweetly, handing the phone to Jiang Ning, who was wiping down the kitchen. Jiang Ning received the phone with a smile, gently patting Meng on the head. Yes, Meng is very good. Why don't you go play with your toys in the entertainment room upstairs? After I finish, we can play together. Meng replied eagerly. Okay. I'm going to play with new toys. Jiang Ning then spoke into the phone. Hello, Suzong. Su Meng's voice came through, laced with a hint of apology. Hello, Jiang Ning. I sincerely apologize. Jiang Ning hurriedly replied, Mr. Su, you are overly courteous. You have expressed this several times since this afternoon. It is my duty, and I must admit, I failed to notice that someone was following me and Meng, resulting in these unfortunate consequences. Su Meng quickly countered, No, Jiang Ning, you have performed admirably. Even if you had been aware of their pursuit, they would have found ways to persist in their following. Jiang Ning spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Su, for the foreseeable future, I shall refrain from taking Meng out for leisure. We will remain within the villa and the neighborhood, venturing out only to the supermarket in the mornings for groceries. I will not take her anywhere else. Su Meng regarded Jiang Ning intently, a hint of inquiry in her gaze. I understand that. But could you share if you possess any martial arts skills? Jiang Ning paused momentarily before responding. I know a little. Meng continued to inquire. Could you elaborate further? For instance, how many individuals can you handle? Jiang Ning fell silent for a moment, uncertain how to respond. Meng clarified, I sincerely apologize, but only by understanding your true strength can I determine whether to send bodyguards for assistance. It was only then that Jiang Ning grasped Meng's intent. After contemplating for a while, he replied, Oh, I see, Mr. Su. I could likely handle a dozen ruffians like those from this afternoon without issue. If it were around 20, I would likely sustain injuries. 30 would result in mutual harm, and anything beyond that would only allow for escape. However, encountering a martial arts expert would present a different challenge. Meng involuntarily gasped at this revelation. The notion that Jiang Ning could contend with a dozen street thugs left her utterly astonished. After all, Jiang Ning and her brother had only graduated a little over 2 years ago, while those thugs were clearly seasoned fighters, some of whom had even trained in martial arts. Jiang Ning's ability to take on a dozen indicated a solid foundation in martial arts, at the very least an elementary level. The disparity in strength between those with and without martial arts training is significant. Even her trained bodyguards would struggle to take on more than 6 or 7 such gangsters, and they too would likely be injured in the process. With a sigh of relief, Meng stated, Very well, Jiang Ning, I shall refrain from deploying bodyguards. Please take extra care and avoid taking Meng out for play. Jiang Ning assured her, Do not worry, Meng has been a bit shaken. I will not take her out for entertainment during this time. The furthest we will go is the supermarket, and there is a police kiosk right outside, so the thugs are unlikely to act there. Meng smiled and suggested, Jiang Ning, have you considered finding a girlfriend? Perhaps I can introduce you to my assistant, Li Yo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face flushed slightly, and he hastily waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, please. Matters of the heart should be left to fate. Mr. Su, please refrain from matchmaking. Meng could not help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she teased, Oh, Jiang Ning, I didn't know you could be shy. Having concluded the jesting, Jiang Ning said, Rest assured, I shall take good care of Meng, Mr. Su. You may focus on your own matters. After hanging up the phone, he returned to the task of cleaning the kitchen. Half an hour later, the kitchen gleamed brilliantly, with utensils arranged meticulously in bowls set in perfect order, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection, shining with a pristine glow under the lights. Jiang Ning retrieved his phone and captured an image of the immaculate kitchen, accompanying it with the caption, Excellent culinary skills require a conducive environment. A good environment is the foundation of exceptional culinary art. Only in a favorable setting can one cultivate a joyful spirit, and with a joyful spirit, one can create exquisite dishes. Subsequently, he uploaded this video to his Huawei account. As he reviewed the footage of his pristine kitchen, a wave of elation washed over Jiang Ning. He then took out the dinner preparation video he had recorded earlier, scrutinized it thoroughly, and upon confirming its accuracy, uploaded that as well. Having completed these tasks, he turned off his phone and stepped out of the kitchen. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his 2 videos were uploaded to Huawei, they ignited a tremendous uproar, flooding the platform with his content. Chapter 30. The 6th level traffic pool quick. Quick! Young Daddy has released a new video, exclaimed an ardent fan of the young culinary creator, his voice brimming with excitement and joy. Surrounding him were a group of friends, equally passionate about gastronomy. Upon hearing the news, they eagerly retrieved their phones and hastily navigated to the Huawei platform. Moreover, the announcement swiftly spread among students in various culinary institutes, prompting classmates to share the news fervently. In no time, the popularity of Young Daddy's video soared. Despite the absence of promotional support from Huawei, the fervent sharing and reposting by fans propelled Young Daddy's follower count towards an impressive 4 million milestone. Wow! The kitchen of Young Daddy is exceptionally clean and tidy. It's practically a model kitchen, marveled a netizen in the comments section, their words dripping with envy. Indeed, just look at the arrangement of the kitchenware. It's so orderly that even those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies would find solace. Another user chimed in, punctuating their admiration with a flurry of astonished emojis. Even the chopsticks are arranged so neatly and spotless. This is truly meticulous. Express someone genuinely praising the attention to detail. However, skepticism emerged among some users. Could it be that filters or post-editing were used? Yet, swiftly, a loyal fan countered, what do you know? Young Daddy's videos have always been authentic. He is correct. A pleasant environment indeed elevates one's mood and enhances the flavor of the dishes. This is the wisdom of life. Let's give a thumbs up to Young Daddy. I support his viewpoint. In the comments section, voices of agreement and encouragement surged forth. When can we see the complete cooking process again? I'm truly looking forward to it. Many users echoed the sentiment, yearning for more captivating culinary content. The release of Jiang Ning's dinner preparation video and the kitchen sanitation clip was less than 5 minutes apart, yet the comments section was already bustling with activity, with myriad remarks cascading like snowflakes, amassing tens of thousands in no time. As Jiang Ning unveiled his dinner preparation video, devoted fans once again transformed into enthusiastic ambassadors, sharing and disseminating the content fervently. Soon after, a new wave of commentary erupted. These little animals are absolutely adorable. If my son sees this, his appetite will surely increase. A parent excitedly commented, envisioning the joy on their child's face upon seeing the delectable dishes. The portrayal of these animals is remarkably lifelike. Could Young Daddy have studied art? His craftsmanship and knife skills are unparalleled. Numerous netizens lauded Jiang Ning's artistry, marveling at his unique talent in seamlessly blending painting with culinary skills. This culinary endeavor is more heartfelt than ever. It's simply beautiful. No, it's perfect. The screen was awash with compliments, reflecting a profound appreciation for his work. At this moment, in the office of the New Southern Culinary Institute, the president, Lien Wan-kan, and the vice president, Li Shutong, were engrossed in watching Young Daddy's video on wine. Old Li, did you send a private message to the young dad this afternoon, inviting him to join our academy? Lien Wan-kan adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. Li Shutong shook his head helplessly, sighing, Dean, I reached out several times this afternoon, but it was as if my messages vanished in a thin air. He hasn't responded at all. Lien Wan-kan pondered for a moment and decisively stated, then tomorrow, contact Huayin and see if we can gather any information about this young dad. We must invite this talent back, even if it means paying him a visit, or making 3 trips to his humble abode. Li Shutong's expression turned troubled. Dean, I fear the prospects are slim. Huayin is unlikely to divulge personal information about their users easily. Our only options are to wait for the young dad to respond or to reach out to him during his live broadcast. Lien Wan-kan sighed deeply, alas. Talent is hard to come by. We can only take it one step at a time. At Huayin's headquarters, the chief planner, Wu Yinxiu, finally came across Jiang Ning's new video. Upon seeing it, the tension that had been hanging over him finally eased. Observing the flood of comments and noting that, without any official promotion, the follower count was nearing 400,000, he was utterly astonished. This was urgent. He needed to report to Director Xiao Hongyu immediately. Wu Yinxiu understood the gravity of the situation and wasted no time dialing the phone number of Director Xiao Hongyu, who is currently on a business trip. Hello, Director Xiao. Good evening. Wu Yinxiu greeted politely. Good evening, Chief Planner Wu. What can I do for you? Director Zhao's voice came through the receiver. Director, today we welcomed a new creator named Young Dad to Huayin, and the audience response has been exceptionally positive. His cooking videos are particularly remarkable. I called to discuss whether we should provide him with more promotional support and consider signing a contract with him. Wu Yinxiu eagerly laid out the situation. I've seen Young Dad's videos as well. They are indeed outstanding and worthy of strong promotion. Let's place him directly in the level 4 traffic pool. No, make it the level 6 traffic pool. Director Zhao's decision was swift and resolute. Level 6? Wu Yinxiu exclaimed, nearly losing his grip on the phone. The level 6 traffic pool represented a substantial opportunity for exposure. Yes, level 6. After I return from my business trip in 2 days, we will convene a senior management meeting to discuss the details of the contract. Director Xiao reiterated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Very well, but I am concerned he might be poached by Xiaoyin. After Young Dad posted his video tonight, I noticed people from Xiaoyin in the comments section privately messaging him to exchange contact information, claiming they had important matters to discuss. I fear he might respond to them and be lured away. Wu Yanxiu expressed his apprehensions. Rest assured, you previously granted him access to the level 3 traffic pool, and now, with the level 6 access, he should appreciate the sincerity and significance we place on him. If he chooses to abandon us for a mere profit, such a self-serving individual is not someone we need to engage with. Xiao Hongyu spoke with unwavering conviction, exuding a remarkable confidence. Very well, I understand, responded Wu Yanxiu, as his doubts melted away. The dinner video from Jiang Ning masterfully intertwined artistic prowess with culinary skills, bringing to life exquisitely carved miniature animals that appeared astonishingly vivid. His culinary art has now reached an advanced intermediate level, nearing the pinnacle of excellence. Coupled with these exquisite presentations, his overall performance can be deemed as approaching the highest echelons of mastery, tantalizingly close to the realm of ultimate perfection, with only a step away from being a true master. Although the video cannot convey the actual taste and aroma, which still reside in the realm of advanced intermediate skills, the visual appeal, along with the professional seasoning and precise control of cooking techniques demonstrated in the video, allows even connoisseurs to appreciate its intricacies. True masters can glean a general understanding of the dish's flavor from it. Chapter 31. Acquiring Intermediate Firearm Proficiency as Wu Yanxiu unlocked the 6th level traffic pool for Jiang Ning. The Huayin platform fervently promoted the video Young Daddy, simultaneously launching a feature for audience appreciation. Under this mechanism, both direct contributions from viewers and gifts received during live broadcasts will be converted into actual currency at a predetermined ratio. Jiang Ning would receive 60% of the proceeds, while the Huayin platform would retain 40%. With the platform's robust support, the video Young Daddy spread like wildfire, rapidly captivating an ever-growing audience. The number of fans soared, swiftly surpassing the 4 million mark with an astonishing growth rate as dozens if not hundreds of eager viewers streamed in every second. The audience was profoundly engrossed in the video, with their viewing duration significantly increasing. Few merely scrolled past. The majority paused their activities to like and bookmark the video, and many enthusiastically navigated to the homepage to explore additional content. In the comments section, fans clamored for Young Daddy to initiate live broadcasts, their fervent anticipation nearly spilling over the screen. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired intermediate firearm proficiency. In an instant, a deluge of detailed information regarding various firearms surged into Jiang Ning's mind. At that moment, he was playing with toy guns alongside Meng in the entertainment room. Bayou, Uncle Jiang, when I grow up, I want to be a police officer and catch all the bad guys. Meng exclaimed, holding a toy pistol, one eye closed as she intently aimed at the wall, mimicking gunfire sounds in a delightfully adorable manner. Jiang Ning smiled in response. That's great. If you become a police officer, those bad guys won't stand a chance, and then no one will bully other lovely little children. Meng nodded vigorously and continued her playful gun game with enthusiasm. System, is my acquisition of intermediate firearm proficiency related to my childhood experiences with slingshots? Yang Ning pondered, addressing the system. The system replied, Host, you have finally awakened. How astute. Jiang Ning could not help but feel exasperated. Have I truly been oblivious all this time? The system retorted, Host, what do you think? You rascal, always spouting irritating remarks. Jiang Ning felt a strong urge to kick this super daddy system in frustration. This troublesome system could be infuriating at times, with its comments about the daytime or finally awakening, all of which were maddening. Observing Meng engrossed in her play, Jiang Ning contemplated the significant impact the appearance of those gangsters had on her. Otherwise, she would not have gravitated towards toys like pistols and submachine guns when selecting new playthings. He recalled how she casually added these toys to her shopping basket at the supermarket, initially not paying them much attention when choosing toys at home. Since her arrival at the entertainment room that evening, she immediately retrieved her toy gun and other weaponry. Perhaps the appearance of those ruffians would, in time, guide Meng towards the path of law enforcement. Given Meng's displayed talents in drawing, memory, foreign languages, mathematics, and piano, she clearly possesses considerable potential. However, having only spent 2 short days together, it remains too soon to ascertain her true capabilities. Unexpectedly, the presence of those thuggish gangsters deepened Meng's yearning for martial arts and strength. "Uncle Jiang, will you teach me martial arts starting tomorrow?" Meng asked earnestly, clutching the toy gun with anticipation in her gaze. "Of course, as long as Meng wishes to learn, Uncle Jiang will always be there to teach you," Jiang Ning replied, his eyes filled with tenderness. Meng beamed. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang. I promise to study diligently and become an exceptional police officer in the future. Our little Meng is the most well-behaved and the best. Now it's getting late. Hurry and take a bath and get to bed. Tomorrow morning, Uncle Jiang will teach you martial arts," Jiang Ning said with a smile. Meng nodded vigorously. After helping her bathe, Jiang Ning accompanied Meng to her bedroom, where, as usual, he began to tell her a fairy tale. However, within 10 minutes, Meng had fallen into a deep slumber. Based on the previous 2 days, it typically took her 20 minutes or even half an hour to drift off to sleep. It seemed she was genuinely startled today. Having been tense since the afternoon and expending too much energy, she quickly succumbed to sleep upon hearing the story. Since he had promised Meng to teach her martial arts, Jiang Ning was determined to keep his word. He picked up his phone, opened a martial arts app, and searched for close combat techniques shared by others. With his current beginner level in martial arts, comprehending this information was not particularly challenging. Coupled with the comprehensive martial arts knowledge provided by the system, he began to summarize and distill the techniques. It is worth noting that the system's martial arts information is more detailed than what is commonly known, although some of it is more suitable for adults. Some techniques require significant strength, others emphasize speed, and some necessitate external aids. Jiang Ning extracted dozens of close combat techniques. If Meng were to commence training now, by the time she reaches adulthood, she would effortlessly handle 5 or 6 ordinary ruffians, even without specialized strength and speed training. Furthermore, with added strength and speed training, employing these techniques could allow her to defeat a dozen adversaries, albeit at the risk of sustaining injuries herself. "I shall begin teaching Meng tomorrow. These techniques primarily rely on close-quarter agility, making them practical for her," Jiang Ning contemplated. Of course, he would refrain from introducing her to strenuous exercises like push-ups or weighted sprints at this stage. If Su Meng were to find out, he would surely face her wrath and be unceremoniously expelled. At that point, any hopes of gaining favor with Meng would be nothing more than a fanciful delusion. Jiang Ning quietly exited Meng's room, closed the door gently, and proceeded to tidy up the toys in the entertainment room. 5 minutes later, a chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 cubic units of system space, bringing your total to 200 cubic units." In truth, Jiang Ning had sensed that an enhancement of system space might occur today. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that merely spending 5 minutes organizing toys could yield such a reward. He had initially planned to dedicate over an hour to tidying up, since the system space was now secured. And considering that the toys meticulously arranged by the experienced players had remained largely untouched by Meng, Jiang Ning only needed to organize the new toys. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, he had completed the task. Subsequently, Jiang Ning proceeded to tidy up the rooms on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, mopping the floors as he went. When he attended to Su Meng's desk on the 3rd floor, he noticed a book pressing down on a piece of paper. Jiang Ning intended to neatly arrange both the paper and the book, but discovered that the paper was, in fact, a medical record card. Chapter 32. Meng's fever. Perhaps it was during the morning when Su Meng was tidying up her belongings that she inadvertently touched the book, which led Jiang Ning to discover the contents of the medical record. As Jiang Ning's gaze swept over the medical card, the realization dawned upon him regarding Su Meng's unwavering determination to adopt Meng as her daughter. It turned out that Su Meng was afflicted with infertility. For a female CEO possessing assets worth hundreds of billions, this revelation was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. It was a burden that few could bear. Just imagine the immense family enterprise painstakingly built over generations, now faced with the daunting prospect of having no heir to inherit it in Su Meng's generation as the only child. Was she to relinquish this legacy, which embodied countless efforts to others? Little did Jiang Ning know that the Su group actually harbored a future successor, his good friend Su Che. Alas, while Su Meng appeared to be thriving on the surface, the anguish she bore within was likely known only to her. The life of the affluent does not necessarily equate to greater happiness than that of ordinary individuals. Jiang Ning ponderet silently, hastily returning the book and medical card to their rightful places, concealing the medical card from sight. Subsequently, he wiped down his desk before heading downstairs to freshen up, retiring to bed early. In the midst of the night, the tranquility was shattered by a cacophony of cries. No, don't come and catch me. Meng is very good. Please don't come for me. Boo-hoo. Jiang Ning's guest room was adjacent to Meng's. Half asleep, he discerned the sound of her wailing. Startled, he sat up abruptly, rubbing his bleary eyes, and strained to listen. Please, don't catch Meng. Meng is really very good. You're all bad people, villains. I will defeat you, you villain. The voice was unmistakably Meng's. Anxiety surged through Jiang Ning as he sprang into action, rushing towards Meng's room. Upon switching on a light, he found her lying in bed, crying uncontrollably, her small hands flailing in the air. Witnessing her distress, Jiang Ning felt a pang of heartache. He hurried to her side, grasping her hands. Don't be afraid, Uncle Jiang is here. Yet, something was amiss. Her hands felt alarmingly hot. Jiang Ning's heart sank as he quickly placed his palm on Meng's forehead. No way. She has a fever. Why is she so hot? Without a moment's hesitation, he located the medicine cabinet, retrieved a thermometer, and measured her temperature. Goodness, 39. 6 degrees. This is serious. She must be taken to the hospital. Anxiety overtook him as he scooped Meng into his arms and dashed downstairs. He sprinted into the underground garage, jumping into his BMW and racing towards the nearby Sangnan Hospital. Doctor, please save the child. She has a fever, 39. 6 degrees. Jiang Ning exclaimed, bursting into the hospital, his urgency palpable. It was already past 2 in the morning, and the hospital was exceptionally quiet, aside from a few patients in the lobby who could scarcely afford a night's stay. Most nurses were in a semi-slumber state. At the sound of Jiang Ning's frantic calls, the nurses jolted awake. Hello, family member of the patient. Please refrain from shouting. We will summon the on-duty doctor immediately, one nurse promptly responded. Soon, the on-duty physician hurriedly arrived, accompanied by nurses who swiftly wheeled Meng into the emergency room. Jiang Ning paced anxiously outside the door, his heart heavy with concern. After much contemplation, he decided it was imperative to inform Su Meng of the situation. Had it not been for Meng's severe fever, he would have refrained from disturbing her at this late hour. However, the thought of Meng encountering any serious misfortune without timely notification left him uneasy. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning dialed Su Meng's video call. Hello, President Su. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, he began. Observing the anxious expression on Jiang Ning's face, the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his visibly fatigued posture, Su Meng felt a pang of dread in her heart. Gripping her phone tightly, she inquired urgently, What has happened, Jiang Ning? Please tell me. President Su, Meng has a fever of 39. 6 degrees. It seems she was startled during the day and has been having nightmares at night, leading to excessive sweating and consequently, the fever. Jiang Ning spoke rapidly, his tone betraying his anxiety. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Su Meng's face. Her voice quivered with emotion as she urged, Jiang Ning, quickly, take her to the hospital. I beg you, hurry and get Meng to the hospital. Rest assured, I have already taken Meng to the hospital. Initially, I hesitated to call you, fearing I might disturb you. However, considering her fever reached 39, 6 degrees, I felt it necessary to inform you. Jiang Ning clarified hastily. Through her sobs, Su Meng replied, You did the right thing, Jiang Ning. Thank you. Please, keep me updated on Meng's condition. My business negotiations won't commence for another 2 days, so it won't interfere with anything. Do not worry. Meng is currently in the emergency room. I am waiting outside, and I will send you a video immediately if there are any updates, Jiang Ning reassured her. All right. Please make sure to send me the video as soon as you have any news about Meng. I need to see her. I implore you, Su Meng insisted, her voice tinged with urgency. Rest easy, President Su. Try not to be overly anxious. I'm here, and so are the doctors. Jiang Ning endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Understood. Thank you, Su Meng said, her voice choked with emotion. I will hang up now. After ending the call, Jiang Ning's gaze remained fixed on the door of the emergency room, his heart silently praying for Meng's safety. Inside, the medical team promptly commenced their urgent care. They skillfully measured Meng's temperature, heart rate, respiratory rate, and blood pressure. A nurse methodically initiated physical cooling, gently wiping Meng's forehead, armpits, and groin with warm water, before carefully applying a cooling patch. The fluidity of their actions revealed their adeptness in handling such situations involving children with high fevers, truly showcasing their professionalism. 5 minutes later, a chime sounded. Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic Western medical skills. In an instant, a deluge of medical knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. However, at this moment, Jiang Ning was anxiously awaiting at the corridor entrance, his heart filled with concern for Meng, leaving no room for any cheerful thoughts. An hour later, the emergency room door slowly opened, and the doctor and nurses emerged, pushing Meng's hospital bed. The nurses guided Meng to the children's observation room. Doctor, how is Meng now? Jiang Ning hurriedly approached, his anxiety palpable. Rest assured, sir, the child's fever has subsided, but her temperature remains around 38.1 degrees Celsius, necessitating further hospitalization for observation. Please proceed to complete the admission formalities, the young doctor patiently explained to Jiang Ning. It was a relief that her temperature had dropped. The previous high of 39.6 degrees had indeed frightened Jiang Ning considerably. Thank you. I will take care of that immediately. Jiang Ning exhaled deeply and rushed to the front desk to complete the admission procedures. Upon returning to the ward, Jiang Ning once again dialed Su Meng's Huayin video call. President Su, Meng's temperature has decreased. It is now at 38.1 degrees. Still 38.1 degrees? Su Meng's tone conveyed lingering worry. President Su, please rest assured. I will take good care of Meng. She needs to be hospitalized for observation, and once she awakens, I will video call you again, Jiang Ning reassured her. Su Meng gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gratefully replied, Jiang Ning, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. May I see Meng, please? Chapter 33. System upgrade. At this moment, a tide of gratitude surged within Su Meng's heart. She felt immense relief that her brother had arranged for Jiang Ning to care for Meng. It would have been truly difficult for any other nanny to attend to Meng with such dedication. All right, Jiang Ning softly concluded, gently turning the camera to focus on the peacefully sleeping Meng. Her lips appeared slightly chapped, her little face somewhat pale, and a hint of distress marred her expression. This sight struck Su Meng, who was far away in the United States, like a heavy blow, sending waves of heart-wrenching pain through her. Noticing this, Jiang Ning hurried to reassure her, saying, Rest easy, Suzong. I will remain by Meng's side. I will hang up now. With tears in her eyes, Su Meng replied, Thank you, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning quickly responded, Suzong, you are too kind. It is I who failed to care for Meng properly, causing you such worry. I truly am not a competent nanny. I should have taken Meng to the park this afternoon. I owe you an apology. Su Meng promptly countered, No, Ning. Please do not think that way. Those people came after me. You have done exceedingly well. With a resigned smile, Jiang Ning said, All right then, let's leave it at that. I'll hang up now. Su Meng wiped away her tears and nodded gently. Ding, congratulations, host. The Super Dad system has been successfully upgraded. The host can now combine 2 or more skills into a new skill or enhance existing skill levels. However, at this moment, Jiang Ning, filled with concern for Meng, had no mind to heed the system's notification. He chose to ignore it and continue to focus on Meng's condition. In the Li family villa, Li Qingfeng, the head of the family, sat across from his son Li Haishan, both locked in a tense stare. Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Worry etched across his face as he inquired, Son, are you certain that the person you found can be trusted? Li Haishan quickly reassured him, Dad, you need not worry. I had Ermao contact the thugs from the Qing Shi gang using an anonymous phone call. They will definitely not trace it back to us. Still unconvinced, Li Qingfeng pressed. Son, are you sure Mao hasn't made any mistakes? Li Haishan, growing impatient, replied, Oh, Dad, I've said it all night. Mao is always cautious in his work. There won't be any problems. Li Qingfeng, exasperated, retorted, Damn it, you still say that the kid you investigated is just an ordinary person? Feeling wronged, Li Haishan responded. Dad, his profile indeed shows him as a recent ordinary university graduate. Who could have guessed he possesses such skills? Li Qingfeng, frustrata, lamenta. One person taking down 5 thugs from the Qingxi gang. And you tell me that merely mediocre skills? Son, I'm beginning to doubt your intelligence. Li Haishan remained silent. With a resigned sigh, Li Qingfeng said, Let us hope we don't get caught by the police this time. Otherwise, our Li family will be finished. Over the years, the Li family had frequently dealt with gangsters and local hoodlums, engaging in numerous illegal activities to amass wealth swiftly. If the authorities uncovered any evidence, it would likely lead to the father and son spending the rest of their lives in prison, or worse, facing dire consequences. They had ventured too far this time and played a dangerous game. They had set their sights on Meng of the Su Group. Previously, their undertakings had been minor and rather smooth, yet now the Li family's assets had accumulated to nearly 8 billion, most of which were acquired through dubious means. This was the reason why the Li father and son found themselves tossing and turning all night, unable to find solace in sleep. As the saying goes, those who harbor guilty secrets cannot find peace within. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke. The warm sunlight gently spilled over the hospital bed, and Meng stirred awake. Her fever having subsided, her health restored to normalcy. Uncle Jiang, she softly called out. At that moment, Jiang Ning was dozing at the bedside, and upon hearing her voice, he jolted awake. Meng, you're awake. Jiang Ning quickly opened his eyes and instinctively reached out to touch her forehead, silently relieved to find her fever had indeed abated. Uncle Jiang, why is Meng lying here? Meng, still somewhat fatigued, asked in a gentle voice. Jiang Ning softly explained, Well, Meng, you were ill last night, so now you are in the hospital. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Meng's eyes. The hospital? Meng doesn't like injections. Jiang Ning hurriedly reassured her, No, don't be afraid, Meng, we won't have to get any injections. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door of the ward, followed by the entrance of a doctor and a nurse. They skillfully measured Meng's temperature and conducted a physical examination, after which the doctor prescribed some medication. Hello, family member of the patient. The child has returned to normal. You may choose to discharge her or continue to observe her in the hospital, Dr. Li informed Jiang Ning. Before he could respond, Meng interjected, Uncle Jiang, Meng wants to go home. Meng doesn't like staying in the hospital. Jiang Ning smiled and turned to her. All right, then Uncle Jiang will take Meng home. He then addressed the doctor. Doctor, we would like to discharge her. Dr. Li nodded. Very well, but for the next few days, I recommend that the child refrain from outdoor activities. Their immunity is currently low, and they're susceptible to wind and cold, which could easily lead to another fever. Jiang Ning replied, Understood. Thank you, doctor. With a basic knowledge of Western medicine, Jiang Ning was well aware of these precautions. After completing the discharge procedures, he took Meng back to the villa. Meng, would you like to go to your room and continue sleeping, or play for a while? Jiang Ning inquired. Meng's eyes lit up. Uncle Jiang, Meng wants to play with toys. Jiang Ning responded with a smile. All right, then Uncle Jiang will take you to play with toys. They made their way to the playroom, where Meng looked at Jiang Ning with eager anticipation. Uncle Jiang, can Meng play with new toys? Of course. What would you like to play with? Meng glanced at the bag filled with toys. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed to a doctor playset and said, Meng wants to play with this toy. Jiang Ning smiled and asked, Sure, does Meng want to be a doctor? Meng nodded vigorously, yes. Meng wants to be a doctor and help many little friends. Jiang Ning gently said, All right, today we shall indulge in this doctor toy. This comprehensive medical playset is rich in variety, featuring an array of miniature medical devices, a hospital bed, several dolls resembling children, figurines of doctors and nurses, as well as stethoscopes and medicine bottles. Thus, Jiang Ning and Meng joyfully engaged in play. 5 minutes later, a chime sounded. Congratulations, host. Your primary Western medicine skill level has been elevated to intermediate. In an instant, a torrent of intermediate Western medical knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. System. I just advanced to the primary level yesterday? How can playing with a toy result in such a significant leap in skill? Jiang Ning queried with astonishment and delight. The system responded, yesterday's advancement was due to your care for the ailing Meng. Today's reward stems from your companionship and play. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. System, if I engage Meng in other games related to Western medicine in the future, will I also be able to elevate my level? The system affirmed, certainly. As long as the games differ in type, you can further enhance your level beyond the existing foundation. This is yet another new feature following the upgrade of your system. Chapter 34. Grandpa Tang Meng. You play for a little while, okay? Uncle Jiang will prepare breakfast for you, Jiang Ning said gently, his gaze brimming with affection. Meng was entirely engrossed in giving her doll a checkup, not lifting her head as she cheerfully replied, okay. As Jiang Ning stepped into the kitchen, he gazed out at the morning light streaming through the window. He thought of Meng, who was just recovering from her illness, and decided to prepare a light yet loving meal for her. I shall make heart-shaped vermicelli soup, he mused. With that thought, he activated his phone's video recording function, eager to capture this tender moment. He carefully lifted the cooked vermicelli, his movements gentle, afraid of disturbing its delicate shape. Once drained, he meticulously arranged it in a heart shape within the bowl, each strand placed with care. Next, he added blanched spinach along the edges of the heart-shaped vermicelli, the vibrant green leaves resembling a ribbon of greenery that infused the breakfast with vitality. Then, he positioned quail eggs along the curve of the heart, each one spaced evenly apart, resembling lustrous pearls adorning the heart. Within the heart, he spread thin slices of carrot shaped like hearts, the vivid red of the carrots contrasting beautifully with the white vermicelli, making the heart shape even more pronounced. Finally, he sprinkled a few goji berries across the heart, their red hue resembling twinkling stars scattered above. With everything prepared, Jiang Ning gently poured the simmered wintermelon and kelp broth into the bowl, allowing it to envelop the vermicelli and ingredients. The light brown broth melded with the colors of the other components, creating a warm and delightful visual experience that immediately conveyed the love infused in this light-hearted vermicelli soup. Congratulations, host. Your culinary skills have advanced from top-tier intermediate to mid-level master. System, what is going on? I thought my cooking skills had not yet reached the level of mastery, Jiang Ning questioned, perplexed. Host, this is a chain reaction following the system upgrade. It enhances your skills based on your existing foundation. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. So, if Meng and I continue playing some previous games, will all my skills upgrade from beginner to intermediate? Jiang Ning inquired further. Yes, host. Theoretically, that is correct, the system responded. Theoretically? Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words. The system always left room for doubt, which was rather exasperating. Content with his video. Jiang Ning closed the recording and reviewed it carefully. After ensuring his face was not captured, he titled the video, Baby is Sick. I made a heart-shaped vermicelli soup for breakfast. He then uploaded it to Huayin and turned off his phone, not even bothering to check how many followers he had. At that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with Meng and the lovingly prepared breakfast. Meng, come downstairs for breakfast. Jiang Ning stepped out of the kitchen and called upstairs. Oh, I'm coming. Meng joyfully responded. Her curiosity and anticipation for every dish Jiang Ning prepared were boundless. Each time she heard the call for dinner, she pondered in her heart what delightful surprise Uncle Jiang would present today. Uncle Jiang, I have never seen such a beautiful bowl of noodle soup before. It looks stunning. Meng exclaimed, skipping to the dining table, her eyes instantly sparkling. The lingering fatigue from her illness seemed to dissipate in an instant. If it looks good, make sure to eat plenty, Jiang Ning said with a warm smile, his gaze filled with encouragement. Meng diligently nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, Meng. If you finish everything Uncle Jiang makes, the dishes will only become more delicious. Jiang Ning patiently guided her. Really? Then I will eat it all, Meng exclaimed excitedly, her small frame seemingly brimming with boundless energy. Meng is the most obedient, the best little darling, Jiang Ning said, ruffling her hair, his smile growing even brighter. While Jiang Ning was enjoying breakfast with Meng, he remained blissfully unaware of the significant surge in his account's follower count overnight. After a night of accumulation, coupled with the robust promotion from the Huayin Level 6 traffic pool, his followers had skyrocketed to over 20 million and continued to grow at an accelerating pace. The comments and likes were too numerous to count, and private messages flooded him like a tidal wave. Yet, Jiang Ning was oblivious to all of this. His thoughts were solely focused on Meng. "Boss, there's a new video out. Come and see. Wow, what a heartwarming noodle soup. I never knew noodle soup could be made in such a way. It's incredible. Master, even a simple bowl of noodle soup can be so creative, impressive. Master, I am also learning to cook. Could you share your contact information? Oh no, the baby is sick. My heart aches just like yours, Master. The baby is so pitiful. Young Dad, you are so caring. I want to have a monkey for you. Master, I've sent you my contact details via private message. Please reply as soon as you see it." "What nonsense, young Dad. You've let the child get sick and still have a mood to post videos. I disdain you. To the one upstairs, if you lack compassion, to stay away. Your comments make me feel nauseous." "Exactly. Who do you think you are? Coming here to criticize. Take a good look at your own character." The comments section was bustling with activity, filled with admiration, affection, and a few dissenting voices expressing dissatisfaction. However, the majority of loyal fans were filled with love, unable to tolerate the negative comments, and vocally defending Jiang Ning. After all, those who followed Jiang Ning's videos and became devoted fans were mostly parents or individuals passionate about culinary arts. Among them were several prominent figures in the culinary world who quietly followed the young dad. These culinary giants possess master-level skills, and their profound understanding and extensive experience in the culinary arts allow them to recognize that Jiang Ning's skills are currently at an elite level. However, Jiang Ning's exquisite knife techniques and unique aesthetic sensibilities in culinary presentation leave them in awe, while they may excel in the aromatic qualities of their dishes. When it comes to knife skills, color coordination, and design, they find themselves slightly inferior to Jiang Ning. This is precisely why they remain captivated by the talents of the young culinary father. Within a quaint traditional courtyard in Kyoto, the venerable Mr. Tang sits in a grand armchair, intently watching the culinary videos of the young culinary father. Originally named Tang Xiachuan, he is a significant figure in the culinary world of the Great Xia Nation. The Tang Group, which he founded, has now amassed assets exceeding 500 billion, holding a pivotal position in both the business and culinary sectors. Beside him stands his eldest son, Tang Hikai. Chapter 35, Intermediate Piano Skills. Intermediate martial arts level Tang Xiachuan furrowed his brows, intently watching the video of the young daddy on the screen. He turned to Tang Hatsai beside him and inquired, "Hatsai, do you think this young daddy will be able to participate in the 20th Culinary Master Competition next year?" The old man Tang gazed with piercing intensity, exuding an undeniable authority. He spoke slowly, "Hatsai, I have been observing this young daddy for quite some time. Although he currently focuses on simple home-cooked dishes, do not underestimate him. Consider this. Which renowned culinary master began their journey wielding only top-notch ingredients? They all started with the most ordinary dishes, taking one step at a time to reach the pinnacle of culinary artistry." Tang Hatsai showed a hint of hesitation and replied, "Father, while that may be true, even if he were given high-quality ingredients, he lacks the experience to prepare advanced dishes. Can he truly succeed?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkened, and he retorted sternly, "What utter nonsense! All he lacks is a robust support system. If given the opportunity, with his extraordinary knife skills and solid culinary foundation, he will undoubtedly develop a remarkable dish within 2 months that will leave people in awe." Yet, Tang Hatsai remained troubled and continued, "Father, every participant in the competition is a top-tier chef, each possessing profound expertise. This young daddy appears to come from an ordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making videos on Hawaiian for a meager income." The old man shook his head in resignation and said earnestly, "Hatsai, did you see him live streaming for gifts? Did you not notice how many people in the comments were eager to invite him? He genuinely shares his culinary skills with sincerity, offering his talents to the public without reservation. Can those so-called culinary masters do the same? They guard their techniques closely, fearing even the slightest disclosure. This young daddy is entirely different. He possesses a pure passion for cooking. Meanwhile, in the villa, Meng had not fully recovered from her illness. Jiang Ning, feeling concerned for her, wished to let her rest. He preferred to postpone her studies in mentally demanding subjects like mathematics until she was fully healed. Meng, would you like to learn piano with Uncle Jiang today? Jiang Ning gently suggested. Music is often the best remedy for the soul, and he hoped to uplift Meng's spirits through it. Yes. Meng loves playing the piano. Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly responded, gripping Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Hand in hand, they trod lightly towards the piano room. Meng, shall we continue learning Two Tigers today? Jiang Ning asked with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. Yes, Meng can't wait to learn Two Tigers so that when Mommy returns, she can play it for her. Meng nodded vigorously, her little face radiating anticipation. What a good girl Meng is. Come here, Jiang Ning said, gently lifting Meng and settling her on his lap. As she cheerfully hummed the tune of Two Tigers, running swiftly, one without ears, she deftly played the piano. Merely 5 minutes had passed when a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your beginner piano skills have advanced to intermediate level. In an instant, a vast array of intermediate piano knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. Curiously, his vocal tone also underwent a subtle transformation, becoming richer and more melodious. This time, Jiang Ning chose not to contest the system. He mused, let this super dad system assign whatever level it wishes. Asking too many questions might elicit the response, host, you have finally awakened. It is better to remain silent and enjoy the tranquility. Half an hour flew by, and Meng was now able to play the simple melody of Two Tigers with a few stumbles. Uncle Jiang, Meng can play now. Yay, Meng has finally learned, she exclaimed, clapping her tiny hands, her face radiant with joy. That smile was like the warm sun of spring, dispelling the shadows in Jiang Ning's heart. Indeed, Meng is remarkable. Jiang Ning praised her generously, his eyes filled with pride. Today, Meng, our piano lesson time has come to an end. What would you like to do now? Jiang Ning gently inquired. Meng tilted her head, pondering earnestly. And with a hint of hesitation, she replied, Uncle Jiang, Meng wants to learn Kung Fu. Huh? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing surprise. He had assumed that after a night's rest, Meng would have forgotten the terrifying experience from the previous afternoon. Yet, it appeared that the desire to learn Kung Fu still lingered in her mind. The shadow of that experience had evidently taken deep root in her young heart, and it would take time to dissipate. All right, then Uncle Jiang will teach Meng Kung Fu. Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly, feeling a pang of sympathy. It seemed that this psychological scar would require gentle healing. Yes, Meng will study diligently. Meng will become very strong. Her gaze was resolute, as if boundless strength resided within her small frame. Then, Meng, shall we learn in this piano room? Jiang Ning asked tenderly. Okay, Uncle Jiang. Meng nodded vigorously, eager to begin her lessons. Subsequently, Jiang Ning patiently demonstrated each move, executing them with precision and slowness to facilitate her imitation. Meng emulated him earnestly, her movements, though tender, radiating enthusiasm. Another 5 minutes slipped away. Ding, congratulations, host, your beginner martial arts level has advanced to intermediate level. With this notification, a wealth of martial arts knowledge flooded Jiang Ning's mind, particularly techniques of close combat that proved immensely beneficial. Simultaneously, his physique underwent notable transformation. His muscles became firmer, his contours more defined, and he seemed to brim with vigor. His face also subtly altered. Half an hour later, Meng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Her cheeks flushed from exertion. All right, Meng, we shall conclude our learning for today, Uncle Jiang announced as he prepared to take her for a bath. However, Meng expressed her desire to continue learning, proclaiming, I want to become exceptionally skilled. She pouted, displaying some reluctance. No, Meng, you're drenched in sweat. It is imperative that you take a bath immediately, or you might fall ill, Jiang Ning gently urged her. Oh, fine, Meng relented, her thoughts drifting to the frightening experiences in the hospital, compelling her to comply. This time, Jiang Ning refrained from letting Meng soak in a bathtub. Instead, he turned on the shower head, swiftly yet gently rinsing her body, concerned she might catch a chill. After her bath, he promptly dressed her in clean, soft clothing. Meng, what shall we do next? Shall we paint, practice calligraphy, or learn English? Jiang Ning inquired with a smile. Meng tilted her head in contemplation before responding. Let us paint. It seemed that her affection for painting far surpassed her interest in calligraphy and English. Chapter 36. The Call from Huayin. All right then. Uncle Jiang will accompany Meng with her drawing, Jiang Ning said before swiftly making his way to the balcony. He carefully carried the table and chairs back into the living room, mindful of the breeze outside. The memory of Meng falling ill the previous day was still vivid in his mind, and he dared not risk exposing her to even the slightest chill again. Meng, what would you like to draw today? Jiang Ning bent down slightly, his face adorned with a warm smile as he asked softly. Uncle Jiang, today Meng wants to draw Meng and Mommy. And Uncle Jiang, Meng lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her little face brimming with anticipation. Very well. Then today, Uncle Jiang will draw first, and Meng must watch carefully. All right? Picking up the paintbrush, Jiang Ning instantly immersed himself in the world of creation. 5 minutes later. Ding, congratulations, host. The primary painting skill has been upgraded to intermediate painting skill. A surge of artistic knowledge flooded Jiang Ning's mind. His eyes, his hands, everything transformed. His aesthetic perception elevated significantly. 10 fleeting minutes passed. A heartwarming scene materialized on the paper. A sunlit park where Su Meng held Meng's hand. Both faces radiant with joyous smiles as they chased colorful butterflies. Behind them stood Jiang Ning, tall and composed, his gaze steady, silently guarding this precious moment. Meng stared in awe, her little mouth slightly agape, her expression a mixture of wonder and admiration. Uncle Jiang, your drawing is so beautiful. Meng, if you observe carefully and imagine vividly, one day you'll paint even more wonderfully than Uncle Jiang. Really? Really? Then Meng will draw very, very seriously. With that, she eagerly grabbed her brush and began mimicking his technique. Though her small hands were still clumsy, every stroke was imbued with her love for this family. Meng, Uncle Jiang will make some snacks for you. What would you like? Jiang Ning's gentle voice broke the tranquil silence. Uncle Jiang, Meng wants bear-shaped cream cake. Meng replied hopefully, her face alight with longing for something sweet. Ah, no, Meng isn't fully recovered yet. Cream cake isn't good for you, Jiang Ning explained patiently. Then, fried chicken? She ventured again, her eyes glinting with a sliver of hope. No, nothing fried either. You're still unwell. Jiang Ning shook his head gently, his tone firm yet tender. What about a hamburger? Meng blinked rapidly, making one last attempt. Still no. Hamburgers have fried chicken wings, which aren't healthy. Never mind. How about Uncle Jiang makes you some century egg and lean pork congee instead? Jiang Ning chuckled helplessly, inwardly chiding himself for his oversight. He knew Meng was still recovering. Why had he even asked? Okay, but Uncle Jiang has to make it super pretty. Meng batted her dewy eyes, voicing her tiny request. Rest assured, Meng, I promise to prepare something you will relish. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. The morning sunlight streamed into the kitchen like a golden veil, gently illuminating the space and sketching a warm and inviting outline for the culinary creation about to unfold. He placed his phone aside and activated the recording function, wishing to capture this scene filled with love. He decided to concoct a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee for Meng, hoping to aid her swift recovery with this warmth and flavor. Jiang Ning opened the refrigerator, carefully selecting fresh ingredients. A piece of tender pork tenderloin, plump northeast rice, the soul of the congee, 2 preserved century eggs, along with finely chopped green onions, fresh ginger, fragrant cooking wine, delicate starch, pure white salt, and golden sesame oil, all neatly arranged beside him. Approximately 20 minutes later, the congee base was ready. Jiang Ning added the ginger shreds, infusing a hint of spicy warmth into the dish before extinguishing the flame. He sprinkled the vibrant green onions atop the congee. A steaming bowl of century egg and lean pork congee emerged, its creamy white base adorned with tender pink slices of meat, dark green century eggs, and bright green onion flecks. A harmonious blend of colors. The aroma wafted through the air. A delightful fusion of meat, rice, century egg, and the fresh scent of green onions, creating an enticing fragrance that made one salivate. How delightful! At that moment, Meng, engrossed in her painting in the living room, paused, her small face reflecting curiosity. She turned her head towards the kitchen, her little nose instinctively sniffing the air, as if drawn by the scent. Uncle Jiang, the congee you made today smells so good, even better than before. Her voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Meng, it's ready. Go wash your hands, then come enjoy the congee, Jiang Ning urged affectionately from the kitchen. Okay, Meng chirped, dashing to the restroom to wash her hands. She quickly made her way to the dining table, her eyes fixated on the bowl of enticing congee. Jiang Ning approached with a steaming bowl, smiling as he said, Come on, Meng, give it a try. Wow, Uncle Jiang, the congee you made today smells amazing. Meng exclaimed eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Well, you must finish it all, Jiang Ning replied with a grin. Meng nodded emphatically, unable to contain her eagerness for this delectable dish. Jiang Ning gently blew on the congee, scooping up a spoonful and tenderly bringing it to Meng's lips. She took a small sip, and the soft, creamy texture of the congee, the tender meat, and the unique flavor of the century egg burst in her mouth. A marvelous journey for her taste buds, warming both her palate and her heart. Uncle Jiang, it's so delicious. A satisfied smile blossomed on Meng's face, radiant as a flower in spring, bright and beautiful. At this moment, all of Jiang Ning's efforts transformed into a delightful reward. His heart brimmed with warmth and fulfillment. It's delicious. Do indulge a bit more, he said, gazing at Meng with eyes full of affection. Ever since he had advanced to the mid-level of master culinary skills, even Jiang Ning found it hard to resist the allure of this bowl of porridge, swallowing his saliva in anticipation. 20 minutes later, the melodious chime of a phone rang, shattering the serene atmosphere. Jiang Ning took out his phone and noted an unfamiliar number. Who could this be? A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Meng, once you finish eating, continue with your drawing, okay? Uncle Jiang needs to take a call. Meng nodded in her sweet, childlike voice. All right. Meng hasn't finished her drawing yet. Subsequently, Jiang Ning walked to the balcony with his phone. Politely, he inquired, Hello, may I ask who is calling? Hello, is this Master Jiang? I am Wu Lianxiu, the chief planner of Huayin. Upon realizing it was a call from Huayin, Jiang Ning momentarily fell silent, then quickly responded, Huayin? Oh, hello. You could just call me Xiao Jiang. Chapter 37. The signing with Huayin. No. Master Jiang, you undoubtedly deserve this title. Beads of perspiration began to form on Wu Lianxiu's forehead, glimmering under the light. Jiang Ning's culinary skills had long transcended the boundaries of age, truly worthy of the title master. Mr. Wu, I'm still quite young. You may simply call me Xiao Jiang, Jiang Ning humbly replied. No, Master Jiang. Culinary prowess knows no age. Your skills are more than sufficient to merit this honor. Wu Lianxiu's resolve was unwavering. Witnessing Wu Lianxiu's insistence, Jiang Ning ceased to decline further. Well, I wonder if Mr. Wu has called me for something of significance. Master Jiang, the response to the culinary video we released under Huayin has been extraordinary. After considerable discussion among our senior management, we have decided to sincerely invite you to sign a contract with us. What are your thoughts on this? Initially, Director Xiao Hongyu intended to observe for a couple more days. She planned to convene a meeting upon her return from a business trip to discuss the signing in detail. However, Jiang Ning's video quality continued to improve, resulting in increasingly prolonged viewer engagement, with comments and likes flooding in like a tide. Fans were even sharing and promoting the content among themselves, causing its popularity to soar. Concurrently, Xiaoyin persistently sent private messages to Jiang Ning in an attempt to recruit him. This series of developments rendered director Xiao Hongyu restless. She hurriedly contacted Wu Lianxiu. urging him to reach out to Jiang Ning and expedite the signing to prevent him from being poached by Xiaoyin. Signing a contract? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Such an agreement often entails numerous restrictions and could even resemble a form of servitude, a matter that warranted careful consideration. Indeed, as long as Master Jiang enters into an agreement with Huayin, not only will you receive a substantial signing bonus, but you will also benefit from our comprehensive and robust promotional support. What is the signing bonus? What additional responsibilities would I incur? Jiang Ning inquired cautiously, narrowing his eyes. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Behind such generous terms, there must be corresponding responsibilities and obligations. Master Jiang, the signing bonus amounts to a staggering 10 million. You would only need to conduct a live broadcast once a day. And what else? Jiang Ning preset clears throat. Additionally, we would require Master Jiang to unconditionally accept advertising endorsements and participate in live commerce for the company's brand. Wu Lianxiu admitted, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning silently sighed. The 10 million signing bonus was indeed not easily acquired, with the stringent conditions rendering it unacceptable for him. I apologize, Mr. Wu, but I am currently in a phase of raising my child, and I fear I may disappoint you. I am truly sorry. Although 10 million would be a life-changing sum for Jiang Ning at this moment, his primary focus was on caring for Meng, leaving him with neither the time nor the energy to engage in such commercial endeavors. Initially, he had opened a Huayin account merely as a facade for a seemingly respectable excuse, to allow others to perceive him as holding a respectable position rather than merely a caretaker. Jiang Master, please reconsider. Wu Lianxiu, undeterred, endeavored for one last effort. Jiang Ning responded, there is no need for further contemplation. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wu, for the planning. My current occupation involves caring for someone else's child, leaving me unable to engage in other pursuits. Excuse me, Master Jiang, are you caring for someone else's child and not your own? Wu Lianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice laced with disbelief. It was indeed difficult to fathom that an individual with such culinary prowess was performing duties akin to those of a nanny. Jiang Ning candidly admitted, yes, at the behest of a friend, I am assisting as a temporary nanny for 3 months. Oh, I see. Very well. I shall report your circumstances to the higher-ups. After their meeting, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Wu Lianxiu sighed helplessly, recognizing that the contract demands were indeed excessive. Numerous internet celebrities are exceedingly cautious regarding advertising endorsements and live streaming sales, meticulously selecting their collaborators to avoid any potential repercussions on their reputations due to product quality. Though Jiang Ning was merely a novice, his genuine care for the child, coupled with his culinary skills and character, indicated he was not the sort to disregard consequences for monetary gain. Such stringent contract conditions would be arduous for anyone to accept. I truly apologize for disappointing you, Mr. Wu, Jiang Ning expressed. No, not disappointed, Master Jiang. May I request a favor? Wu Lianxiu inquired. What request do you have, Mr. Wu? Jiang Ning replied, maintaining a friendly demeanor despite the refusal of the contract. Currently, Master Jiang, your Huayin account boasts over 30 million followers, soon approaching 40 million. Could you promise me not to sign with Xiaoyin? If you're considering a contract, please prioritize us at Huayin. Approaching 40 million? Jiang Ning gasped in surprise, his face a canvas of astonishment. He had not anticipated such popularity for his account, as he was merely an ordinary caretaker sharing snippets of life and culinary endeavors. Master Jiang, are you unaware? Wu Lianxiu also felt somewhat taken aback, assuming Jiang Ning would be vigilant about his account's activity. I apologize, my baby fell ill last night, and I have been preoccupied with their condition today, leaving no room to focus on the Huayin account, Jiang Ning explained, his thoughts entirely devoted to the well-being of his little one. Master Jiang, many fans have requested that you live-stream your culinary skills, as they have numerous inquiries they wish to discuss with you, Wu Lianxiu remarked. Once my baby recovers, I will find a suitable time to live-stream, Jiang Ning replied. Given the fans' interest, he felt compelled to meet their expectations, as his intention in posting videos on Huayin was to share his life and culinary art with them. Then I express my gratitude on behalf of those fans, Wu Lianxiu said. Regarding the signing matter, rest assured, Mr. Wu, if I decide to sign, I will certainly prioritize Huayin. Jiang Ning smiled as he spoke. Thank you very much, Master Jiang. By the way, may I ask about the video you just released featuring the century egg and lean meat porridge? Some culinary masters have commented that your culinary skills have now reached the mid-level of a grandmaster. Is that true? Wu Yinxiu also wishes to know Jiang Ning's true culinary prowess. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, inwardly marveling at the number of experts who closely follow his videos. To ascertain one's culinary level solely through a video suggests that these commentators are indeed luminaries in the culinary world. Well, yes, my current culinary skills are at the mid-level of a grandmaster. Ah, it seems the esteemed commentators were not mistaken. Thank you, Master Jiang. I shall not disturb you further. Wu Yinxiu had received the answer he sought. Jiang Ning, indeed, farewell. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 38. Li Yao's Visit Upon Visiting. Li Yao discovered that her account had amassed over 40 million followers, with an influx of comments flooding in, some complimentary, others skeptical, a mix of both praise and criticism. She decided to set these aside for the moment, prioritizing her concern for Meng's health instead. Jiang Ning tucked his phone away and returned to the living room. However, upon approaching Meng, he was taken aback. Meng had created a drawing depicting herself holding hands with Su Meng and Jiang Ning. Observing this artwork stirred a complex array of emotions within Jiang Ning. The image undeniably resembled a family of three. Should Su Meng catch sight of this, he would undoubtedly face her ire, possibly leading to his dismissal. Nevertheless, he quickly found solace in the thought that his tenure would conclude in 3 months, by which time Su Meng would have returned and seen the drawing. Meng, why did you draw it this way? Didn't you follow Uncle Jiang's drawing? Jiang Ning inquired, crouching down to her level. Uncle Jiang, can you be Meng's daddy? Meng wants a daddy too. Her eyes brimmed with tears, glistening like jewels. Jiang Ning's heart ached. Meng, Uncle Jiang is here just to take care of you. I must leave in 3 months. His voice grew hoarse. Upon hearing that he would depart in 3 months, Meng could no longer hold back her tears. Wu, I don't want Uncle Jiang to leave Meng. I want Uncle Jiang to be my daddy. Seeing her so distraught shattered Jiang Ning's heart. He stepped forward and enveloped Meng in a tight embrace. His own eyes misting with tears. A child without parents longs for a family, a normal life. Jiang Ning understood this profound yearning. Meng's plight was heart-wrenching. Yet, he was merely a temporary caregiver employed by Su Meng, unable to fulfill Meng's wishes. Be good, Meng. Some things are too complex for you to understand now. You will come to grasp them as you grow older, Jiang Ning said with a heavy heart. But Mommy said she could be Meng's mommy. So why can't you? Meng innocently questioned. Because Uncle Jiang can only be Meng's daddy if Mommy agrees. Jiang Ning struggled to articulate his reasoning. Meng pondered for a moment, then suggested, then I'll ask Mommy to agree. Jiang Ning quickly interjected, please don't say that. If you do, your Mommy might not allow Uncle Jiang to take care of you anymore. Why not? She pressed. It's complicated, a matter for adults. Do you want Uncle Jiang to continue taking care of you? He asked. Without hesitation, Meng replied, yes, I do. Then please promise me not to mention it to your Mommy. Otherwise, she might send Uncle Jiang away, he urged. Though Meng didn't fully comprehend, she nodded earnestly. Okay, I won't say anything. Uncle Jiang must stay with Meng, all right? Of course, Jiang Ning sighed in relief. Children often hold a firm belief that if they desire something, adults should naturally comply, unaware that such matters of the heart are far more intricate. He is merely a worker. How could he dare to pursue a wealthy CEO? Is that not akin to courting disaster, recklessly rushing toward the muzzle of a gun? In the end, not only might he lose his job, but some affluent individuals, incensed by the audacity, could very well hire bodyguards to teach him a lesson. Upon seeing Meng finish her drawing, Jiang Ning spoke up. Meng, shall we learn some English now? Sure. Good morning, Uncle Jiang, Meng replied, seamlessly transitioning into English. Good morning, Meng. It appears Meng is quite eager to play with foreign children, hence her enthusiasm for learning English. Jiang Ning commenced teaching her some everyday phrases in English. 5 minutes later, a chime sounded. Congratulations, host. You have received a foreign language reward. You may choose a proficient foreign language, including English, Japanese, Russian, German, French, Spanish, Arabic. Please make your selection. System. I think I shall choose German. Very well. Congratulations on acquiring a proficient skill in German. Soon, an influx of authentic German phrases inundated Jiang Ning's mind, and he sensed a change in his throat as well. An hour later, Jiang Ning paused the English tutorial. Meng, why don't you go to the playroom and enjoy your toys? Uncle Jiang will prepare lunch. All right. Meng wants to eat a lot of delicious food, she responded eagerly. Observing Meng's excitement, Jiang Ning affectionately touched her forehead. Indeed, Meng had ceased her fever and returned to normal. It was no wonder her appetite had surged. Perhaps the morning's vigorous activities had expelled the lingering viruses from her system. Just as Meng dashed upstairs, Jiang Ning was preparing to enter the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Puzzled, he stepped out of the villa and opened the door. Standing before him was a professional-looking woman, impeccably dressed. With a shapely figure accentuated by a tailored skirt and a pair of stylish glasses, she exuded a blend of competence and charm. Who are you? Jiang Ning inquired. Hello, you must be Jiang Ning. I am Li Yao, assistant to President Su, she replied with a smile. Jiang Ning quickly moved aside. Oh, hello. Please come in. He was well aware of Li Yao, having previously connected through Huaxin at Su Meng's request, who had mentioned that he could reach out to her assistant if needed. In jest, Su Meng had even suggested that she might introduce him to someone, specifically this striking beauty before him. President Su mentioned that Meng has been unwell, and I was sent to help care for her for a few days, Li Yao explained as she stepped inside. After closing the door, Jiang Ning remarked, Oh, Meng is nearly recovered now. She's in the playroom on the second floor. Perhaps you could go up and keep her company. Li Yao smiled, responding, Sure. How is it going? Is it exhausting for a young man to play the role of a nanny? Jiang Ning candidly replied, Not at all. It's quite manageable. Meng is adorable and well-behaved. I genuinely enjoy this role. That is wonderful to hear, Li Yao responded. In the coming days, I shall reside here. Apart from the obligations at my company during the day, I shall only venture out when necessary. I hope this does not trouble you. Jiang Ning hurriedly waved his hand and replied, No, assistant Li, your words are too formal. I am merely a caretaker. Will we be dining here at noon? Li Yao covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Jiang, how can you bear to let me sit here hungry while you enjoy your meal? Jiang Ning responded, Very well. I was just about to prepare a meal. Your timing is impeccable, as I might not have cooked for you otherwise. Li Yao remarked, Then I suppose my arrival is indeed timely. Jiang Ning agreed. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. With a mischievous smile, Li Yao said, All right, I shall go keep Meng company. Mr. Jiang, I'm grateful for your presence. Please prepare something delicious. Or perhaps, assistantly, you could take on the cooking while I attend to Meng. How's that sound? Li Yao paused, her expression turning somewhat awkward. Perhaps it would be better if you prepared the meal, Mr. Jiang, as I'm not skilled in cooking. Chapter 39. Su Meng's best friend Hong Yuan, Li Yao hastily ascended to the second floor, leaving Jiang Ning in a state of bewilderment. Could it be true that such a capable assistant, who adeptly managed both trivial and significant matters at the company, was utterly inept at cooking? This revelation was indeed curious. Little did Jiang Ning know that Li Yao hailed from a wealthy family. The Li family boasted assets exceeding 100 billion, with several brothers overseeing the family business. Numerous maids were employed to handle household chores, leaving no necessity for the young heiress to concern herself with domestic affairs. With ample leisure time, she chose to assist her university friend, Su Meng, who managed the company. Though publicly labeled as an assistant, their relationship was that of close confidence. Jiang Ning mistakenly believed Li Yao was merely an ordinary worker like himself. Just as he resignedly shook his head and prepared to enter the kitchen, the doorbell rang once more. Who could be this time? He stepped out of the villa and approached the front door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a striking beauty clad in a white lace, form-fitting cheongsam, sporting sunglasses. Her exquisite features radiated elegance, unmistakably marking her as the daughter of a wealthy family. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, And you are? Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Ning? Hong Yuan removed her sunglasses and smiled warmly. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, responding, Yes, I am. And you are? I am Hong Yuan, a close friend of Su Meng. She called to inform me that Meng is unwell and asked me to come help take care of her for a few days. I will be staying here. I hope that is not a bother. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Ning's forehead. Oh, of course not. I'm merely an employee hired by Su, so I have no authority to object. Hong Yuan pressed further. Very well then. How is Meng's condition? As Jiang Ning shut the door and walked away, he replied, she is nearly recovered. He thought to himself, it was one thing for a beauty to arrive, but now two had come. This would certainly liven things up. How could Meng possibly study now? Sighing, he seemed to have been overheard. Hong Yuan remarked, what is this? I come to assist with Meng and Mr. Jiang is not pleased. Jiang Ning quickly waved his hands. Oh no, not at all. That was not my intention. Will we be having lunch here? Of course. But rest assured, I eat very little, so just a modest portion will suffice when you cook. As Jiang Ning observed the graceful figure of Hong Yuan, he mused. This woman maintains such a slender physique. It seems her appetite is quite limited. Su Meng was the same, and now this Hong Yuan as well. He turned to head into the kitchen, saying, all right then, I shall prepare the meal. Meng is upstairs, and assistant Li is accompanying her. What? Li is here too? That's wonderful. Upon hearing Jiang Ning mention assistant Li, Hong Yuan's face lit up with a radiant smile. With a clatter of her high heels on the floor, she swiftly made her way to the elevator, ascending to the second floor. Now, it was bound to be lively. Jiang Ning anticipated being a mere spectator. If Su Meng were to return as well, 3 women together, there would surely be an entertaining spectacle. Shaking his head, he walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to inspect the ingredients. Fortunately, Su Meng had purchased quite a bit before her departure, and yesterday she acquired some more. Today, I am accompanying the ailing Meng and did not venture out to buy anything. Tomorrow morning, I must procure a greater quantity. I activated the video recording function on my phone. Jiang Ning busied herself in the kitchen. On the second floor, in the entertainment room, Li Xiaonyo, you've arrived. Hong Yuan cheerfully entered, greeting Liao, who was playing with Meng. Ah, you shameless little Enin have come too. Liao retorted with mock annoyance as she turned her head. Oh dear, Li Xiaonyo, how can you say such things? I have a rather delicate disposition. Hong Yuan replied with a beaming smile. Enin, you have a delicate disposition? Only you could utter such a phrase. Liao shot her glance. All right, enough of that. Is Meng feeling any better now? Hong Yuan inquired, stepping forward eagerly. Aunt Hong, Meng is much better now. Aunt Hong, would you like to join us in playing games with Meng? Meng, seated on a foam mat and holding a toy stethoscope, asked Hong Yuan. Before Jiang Ning's arrival, Hong Yuan and Liao had spent a few days accompanying Su Meng and Meng, so Meng naturally recognized them. Of course, let us pretend Aunt Hong is a very skilled doctor. Who will be the patient? Hong Yuan inquired, settling down beside Meng. How about letting Aunt Li be the patient? Meng suggested with a grin. Ah, but Aunt Li has already played the nurse. Why don't you be the patient? Aunt Hong, Meng will play the doctor and examine you. All right? Meng's eyes twinkled with delight. Hong Yuan, she wore a look of exasperation. Aunt Hong, lie down and let Meng check your health. Meng continued cheerfully. Ong Yu Yang. Meanwhile, Liao was laughing so hard that she held her stomach. Liao chimed in, haha, Enin, you should quickly lie down and fulfill Meng's request. You are quite ill after all. Hong Yuan, gritting her teeth in frustration, replied, Li Xiaonyo, you are the one who is truly unwell. Meng is just being a child. You are doing this intentionally. Liao encouraged Meng, come on, Meng, let your Aunt Hong lie down. You need to check her health. Meng blinked her large eyes in confusion and asked, Aunt Hong, don't you want to play games with Meng? Seeing that Meng was on the mend, Hong Yuan, not wishing to hurt her feelings, shyly lay down, although she kept her eyes fixed on the doorway. Fearing that Jiang Ning might witness this awkward scene, Meng began to use the stethoscope toy, mimicking a doctor as she examined Hong Yuan. How is it, Dr. Meng? Is Aunt Hong very ill? Liao stifled a laugh behind her hand. Yes, Aunt Hong is indeed quite ill. She has a fever and feels very hot. Meng declared, placing one hand on Hong Yuan's forehead as she pretended to take her temperature. Oh my, indeed. Dr. Meng, what should we do about Aunt Hong's condition? Liao feigned surprise. We need to take medicine and get an injection, so Aunt Hong can recover swiftly Meng said, furrowing her brow in seriousness. Then, picking up the prop syringe from the side, she was about to administer an injection to Hong Yuan. However, the syringe was made of plastic, otherwise. Hong Yuan would likely have jumped up in alarm. Yes, Meng, let us give Aunt Hong a shot in the rear, Liao continued to encourage. All right, you little instigator, always urging Meng on. Meng, do not listen to your Aunt Li. Aunt Hong is already well and no longer has a fever. After saying this, Hong Yuan prepared to rise, but Liao, unwilling to let her go, rushed forward and firmly pressed Hong Yuan down. Hurry, Meng. Give Aunt Hong an injection so she can recover quickly. Ah, you little rascal. Just wait until I deal with you. Hong Yuan, held down by Liao, was fuming. Meng approached with a syringe, giggling, hee. Aunt Hong, don't move. Meng is giving you a shot, and soon your fever will subside. The two beautiful women and the little beauty began to frolic and tease one another, filling the entertainment room with laughter. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was downstairs, otherwise. Witnessing the two stunning women entangled together would likely leave him utterly astonished. Chapter 40. An exquisite luncheon 40 minutes later, an alluring aroma wafted from a kitchen. In the entertainment room on the second floor, despite the tightly closed door, Meng, Liao, and Hong Yuan could distinctly smell the tantalizing scent of the dishes. The three of them paused their playful banter simultaneously. How delightful! Liao exclaimed, glancing at Meng. Hong Yuan inquired, Meng, tell Aunt Hong, does Uncle John's cooking taste good? The enticing fragrance heightened their appetites, making them eager to sample the food. Uncle John's dishes are the most delicious, Meng proudly declared. Liao remained skeptical, remarking that a pleasant aroma did not necessarily equate to a delectable meal. If it were truly that good, Su Meng would surely mention it, wouldn't she? Meng crossed her arms and pouted. Really, just wait. Aunt Li and Aunt Hong, after you taste it, you won't want to eat it either. Hong Yuan found this statement peculiar. What do you mean by not wanting to eat? Meng explained, well, Uncle John's dishes are all very beautiful. So beautiful that I feel reluctant to eat them. Liao understood now. The two exchanged glances, contemplating that perhaps Jiang Ning had crafted intricate designs in his dishes. Being young, Meng might perceive them as pretty, while in reality, they may not be as palatable, merely enticing in aroma. They were accustomed to dining on cuisine prepared by chefs from five-star hotels and had occasionally sampled the head chef's artistry. If Jiang Ning were truly that skilled, why would he come here as a nanny? They could not bring themselves to believe it. In truth, Jiang Ning's culinary skills had reached a mid-level master level, surpassing even those of state banquet chefs who were merely at the initial stage of master level. The renowned chefs from the annual culinary competitions were also generally at the initial to mid-level of master culinary skills. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning called from downstairs, Meng, come down for dinner. He turned off the video recording on his phone and began carrying plate after plate of stir-fried dishes and soup to the dining table. Upon hearing his call, Meng was the first to dash out. I'm coming. Meng is being very obedient, she chirped. Liao and Hong Yuan exchanged exasperated glances. Jiang Ning hadn't called them, yet Meng's declaration made it seem as if they were the disobedient ones. The three girls descended to the first floor, each visiting the restroom to wash their hands before gathering around the table. Upon seeing the spread, Liao and Hong Yuan exchanged another glance. For dishes, 1 meat and 1 soup. Each dish was meticulously carved and presented to perfection. These were not merely dishes. They were indeed artistic masterpieces. The emerald shrimp balls consisted of fresh shrimp enveloped in a layer of vibrant spinach puree, adorned with golden fish roe. The shrimp balls were plump and gleaming, the spinach puree translucent like jade, and the fish roe sparkled like gemstones, creating an overall effect reminiscent of exquisite jade craftsmanship. Another dish, floral stuffed tofu, featured delicate, tender tofu sculpted into flower shapes, filled with succulent crab meat and crab roe, with strands of carrot and shiitake mushrooms delineating the petals and leaves. The tofu appeared as white as flower petals, while the golden crab meat harmonized beautifully with the colorful accompaniments, resembling a bouquet in full bloom, utterly resplendent. Witnessing such exquisite culinary artistry, both girls could not help but swallow hard. It was no wonder Meng expressed reluctance to eat. It was simply too beautiful. The exquisite array of dishes left even the most discerning diners reluctant to lift their chopsticks. "Come, Meng, it's time to eat," Jiang Ning said, gently placing Meng in her high chair before serving rice to her, Li Yao, and Hong Yuan. Meng's portion was a substantial bowl, while Li Yao and Hong Yuan received smaller servings akin to that of Su Meng. "Dig in," Jiang Ning encouraged with a smile, then carefully added a morsel of each dish to Meng's bowl. Meanwhile, Li Yao and Hong Yuan remained momentarily stunned. "Mr. Jiang, did you prepare all of this?" Li Yao inquired eagerly. "Of course, Uncle Jiang made it. His cooking is simply delectable," Meng joyfully exclaimed, quickly devouring her meal. Uncle Jiang, your dishes are as delightful as the porridge from this morning," she continued between bites. Li Yao and Hong Yuan exchanged glances, swallowing hard in anticipation. They soon dove into the emerald shrimp balls with fervor, their eyes widening as the flavors unfolded. The initial burst of fresh spinach puree was followed by the tender, succulent shrimp, culminating in the explosion of caviar that tantalized their taste buds. "This is exquisite, Jiang Ning. I never imagined your culinary skills were this remarkable. It surpasses even that of a five-star chef," Hong Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. "Indeed, it's absolutely delicious. Everything I adore," Li Yao agreed. Subsequently, the three women abandoned all semblance of decorum, devouring their meal with abandon, resembling famished souls reborn. In their eagerness for the last emerald shrimp ball, their chopsticks clashed in a playful duel, ultimately benefiting Meng. With wide eyes, Li Yao and Hong Yuan exchanged playful glares. Li Xiaonya, once we finish eating, you must hurry back to Su Meng's company. I could take care of Meng during this time. Don't come back. Su Meng is on a business trip, and there's much to handle at the office," Hong Yuan declared with a mischievous smile. Li Yao retorted without hesitation, "Zianian, don't forget I am Su Meng's assistant, and Meng is her daughter. In her absence, it is only right for me to look after Meng, so you need not worry, outsider. Finish your meal and be on your way." The two were unyielding, leaving Jiang Ning bewildered by their sudden altercation. As a mere worker, he felt it best to remain silent and continue his meal. 20 minutes later, Li Yao and Hong Yuan, both with full bellies, wore expressions of regret. Hong Yuan cradled her stomach, lamenting, "Oh dear, I've eaten 5 times my usual amount today. I couldn't help myself. This is going to ruin my figure." "I feel the same way. I've overindulged," Li Yao chimed in. "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you were merely hired by Su Meng as a caretaker for Meng?" Hong Yuan turned to Jiang Ning, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, Mr. Jiang. Did you previously work as a head chef at a 5-star hotel?" "Not at all. It's merely a passion of mine that I've cultivated," Jiang Ning replied, somewhat evasively. I told you Uncle Jiang's cooking was delightful. Now, Aunt Li and Aunt Hong, do you believe me?" Meng clapped her hands in glee. Li Yao and Hong Yuan exchanged exasperated glances at Meng, their expressions betraying their amusement. Hong Yuan smiled and said, Meng, how about Aunt Hong stays here every day to play with you?" Meng joyfully replied, Yes. If Aunt Hong is here, I can be the patient, and I can treat Aunt Hong as the doctor." Hong Yuan responded, Ha, Meng. "Then Aunt Li will stay here with you every day, and she will be your nurse. How does that sound?" Meng exclaimed, Yes. That way, I won't be lonely." Hong Yuan replied, Meng, that won't work. Aunt Li is also unwell. This time, Aunt Li will be the patient, and I will be your nurse. Is that all right?" Li Yao remained silent, while Jiang Ning looked bewildered and subsequently began to tidy up the dishes out of boredom. Chapter 41. Li Yao and Hong Yuan overindulged little Meng. "Haven't you started yet?" Hong Yuan's voice carried a hint of complaint as she called Su Meng from the 3rd floor. Su Meng detected the grievance in her best friend's tone and asked, "What's wrong, Zianian? You sound upset. How's Meng?" Hong Yuan sighed helplessly. "Meng's better, but I'm seriously ill now." Su Meng was startled. "Ah, Zianian, you're sick too?" Hong Yuan continued grumbling. "Exactly. Your adorable Meng used me as a guinea pig, made me lie down, and insisted I had a high fever. She treated me." Su Meng chuckled softly. "Zianian, you do seem rather feverish." Hong Yuan groaned. Your little Meng bullying me is one thing, but your Jiang Ning is even worse. He cooked a whole table of delicacies and ruined years of my diet plan. Meng could vividly picture Hong Yuan succumbing to temptation and later regretting it. She laughed. Ha ha ha, Jiang Ning's cooking is delicious, but surely you could resist a little? Hong Yuan retorted, food that exquisite, better than five-star chefs. How could anyone resist? Could you, little Meng? Meng coughed lightly. Well, I managed, though I only ate 5 times my usual portion. Hong Yuan gasped, what? You sly fox. You deliberately didn't tell me how good Jiang Ning's cooking was. Didn't you? Just to sabotage my diet. Meng giggled, I did no such thing. Your lack of self-control, isn't my fault. Fine, whatever. I'm moving in permanently. You don't mind, do you, little Meng? Oh, no way. If you move in, Jiang Ning's workload will skyrocket. I hired him to care for Meng, not to cook for you all. I don't care. Blame your Jiang Ning for being too talented. Besides, Li Xiaoyo plans to stay long-term too. Figure out yourself. Bye. Click. Meng was left speechless. True, Jiang Ning's cooking was exceptional. But was it truly that irresistible? Just 5-star hotel chef level, right? Little did she know, Jiang Ning's culinary skills had now reached mid-grandmaster tier, surpassing even state banquet chefs and rivaling contenders for the title of culinary god. Every dish he crafted held an almost magical allure, addictive as opium. One taste, and cravings were inevitable. Had Meng witnessed Hong Yuan and Li Yao fighting over the last emerald crystal shrimp ball at lunch, even she might deem them undignified. What happened to the diet? Years of resolve vanished like mist. Hong Yuan returned to the second floor after a call. Li Yao shot her a sidelong glance. Called little Meng to tattle. Did you? Yep. Look at this belly. It's ruining my cheap house silhouette. Ugh, I need to digest. So unsightly. Li Yao chuckled with delight. Hee hee. Are you regretting it now? Hong Yuan pouted, replying, not at all. I've already made arrangements with Xiao Meng to stay here long-term. Besides, if I gain weight, Xiao Meng can't escape either. Li Yao inquired. Xiao Meng agreed. With pride, Hong Yuan affirmed, of course. How could she possibly disagree? I'll accompany her in gaining weight, and she'll be thrilled. Meng chimed in. Aunt Hong, come on, let us continue our doctor-patient game. Oh no, Meng, be good. Aunt Hong is too stuffed from lunch to even lie down. How about you let Aunt Li be the patient instead? Hong Yuan said, deliberately patting her round belly. Meng gazed at Hong Yuan's plump abdomen and exclaimed joyfully, ah, Aunt Hong, are you having a baby? Hong Yuan's face turned crimson as she stammered, cough, cough. Meng, don't say such things. Aunt Hong just overindulged in Uncle Jiang's cooking at lunch. That's why my belly is so big. Meng scratched her head, is that so? With a mischievous glint, Hong Yuan replied, indeed. Now, Meng, let Aunt Li be the patient, shall we? Oh no, Aunt Li is also stuffed. Look, Aunt Li's belly has grown too, and she can't lie down either. Li Yao quickly puffed out her stomach, the buttons of her black suit straining at the seams. Meng glanced from Hong Yuan to Li Yao, finally conceding, all right then, Aunt Hong, Aunt Li, let us play another game. However, at that moment, both Li Yao and Hong Yuan were reluctant to move or sit, their bellies too full, merely wishing to walk around to aid digestion. They had left not a single morsel from lunch, having consumed every last drop of soup. Indeed, it was a testament to the adage, who knows the hardships behind every grain of rice, for they had thoroughly embodied this principle, leaving no rice or even a single leaf of vegetable behind. Jiang Ning had prepared a feast for them according to Meng's usual appetite, multiplied by 5, with extra dishes added, yet they devoured it all. This clearly illustrated how stuffed both Li Yao and Hong Yuan felt. Half an hour later, after reviewing the video and confirming its accuracy, Jiang Ning proceeded to upload it to Huayin. He then called out from downstairs, Meng, it's time for your afternoon nap. Meng blinked and responded loudly, okay. She turned to Li Yao and asked, Aunt Li, will you tell me a fairy tale? Embarrassed, Li Yao replied, Meng, Aunt Li doesn't know how to tell fairy tales. How about letting Aunt Hong tell one instead? Meng then turned her gaze to Hong Yuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Hong Yuan, her face flushed, said, Meng, I'm sorry, but Aunt Hong doesn't know how to tell fairy tales either. Both ladies, daughters of affluent families, had little experience in caring for children as they were accustomed to being catered to. Their presence here felt almost ornamental. Meng observed the two stunning women standing there, and after pondering for a moment, she walked out of the entertainment room, visibly upset. She approached Jiang Ning, who was still busy wiping the dining table, and said, "Uncle Jiang, will you tell me a fairy tale? Aunt Li and Aunt Hong don't know how." Jiang Ning responded in surprise, "What? Aunt Li and Aunt Hong don't know how to tell fairy tales?" Meng nodded her head earnestly. Jiang Ning, feeling quite speechless, had initially thought that with Li Yao and Hong Yuan present, he would no longer need to squander time narrating stories to Meng. He envisioned himself enhancing his culinary skills by dedicating more time to tidying up the kitchen. However, to his dismay, two individuals had arrived merely to indulge. "Very well, come along. Uncle Jiang shall tell Meng a fairy tale," he declared, taking Meng's hand and leading her to her bedroom, where he began to weave enchanting tales. Jiang Ning's mind was brimming with countless fairy tales, each unique and unavailable in the market. He narrated with vivid expression, while Meng lay on her bed, utterly captivated. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Li Yao and Hong Yuan peered sneakily into the room, feeling quite awkward. Su Meng had summoned them to assist in caring for Meng, yet they found themselves utterly incompetent. Chapter 42. Tang Hikai invites to the culinary master competition as they beheld the handsome Jiang Ning. Li Yao and Hong Yuan felt an involuntary flush creep across their cheeks. Li Yao turned to Hong Yuan and said, "All right, since Meng has recovered, I must head to the office now. What about you?" Hong Yuan pouted, "Fine, I'll leave too. Clearly, I'm just an extra here. And I certainly don't want to wait for Meng to awaken, only to be treated like a patient while Jiang Ning plays nurse." Li Yao then inquired, "What about dinner?" The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial smile. "Let us tidy up our things and return promptly to scrounge some dinner." With that, they embraced each other at the waist and, with light-hearted steps, exited the villa. 5 minutes later, ding. "Congratulations, host. Your beginner fairy tale level has been upgraded to intermediate fairy tale level." In an instant, a torrent of fairy tales, writing techniques, and content descriptions surged into Jiang Ning's mind. With this newfound knowledge, coupled with the earlier insights from the beginner stage, he was well equipped to fulfill Meng's bedtime story needs for the next 2 months. Half an hour later, Meng gradually drifted into slumber. Jiang Ning gently tucked her in, his movements tender as if to preserve the tranquility of the moment, and then he carefully exited the bedroom. He first descended to the first floor, then made his way to the third floor, only to find that Li Yao and Hong Yuan had already departed. The villa had fallen into a serene silence, so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. At this moment, Jiang Ning finally found a moment to open his wine account. "How can there be so many followers?" Jiang Ning exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the number of followers on his account had surpassed 40 million. Messages flooded in, likes were innumerable, and private messages piled up like a mountain. He swiftly bypassed the comments, as they contained both praise and disparaging remarks from detractors, and he preferred not to let those affect his mood. Thus, he focused on the private messages instead. However, the sheer volume of them was equally dizzying. "Dear young Dadmaster, the Supreme Grand Hotel sincerely invites you, my Huaxin. My contact information is..." "Hello, I am from the Jinbin Grand Hotel. Young Dad, sir. Please respond to this message promptly. The Dihao Grand Hotel warmly welcomes young Dadmaster to join our family. We are the new Western Culinary Academy." Most of the messages were invitations from hotels, with some culinary schools seeking to hire him as a mentor. After reading through them, a slight smile emerged on Jiang Ning's lips. It seemed that after his 3-month stint as a young dad, he would not be lacking in job opportunities. However, 2 private messages caught Jiang Ning by surprise. One was from the state guest house, inviting him to join their culinary team within the dining department. Joining the dining department at the state guest house meant he would be preparing meals for foreign guests daily, with stringent checks and controls in place, along with a confidentiality agreement to sign. Such demands stirred a sense of reluctance within Jiang Ning. The other message was from the Tang Group in Kyoto, representing the culinary world, expressing a desire for him to participate in the upcoming 20th Culinary Master Competition next year. This message successfully piqued Jiang Ning's interest. Nowadays, participants in the Culinary Master competition typically have teams with apprentices and assistants to aid them. Competing alone indeed poses a challenge. However, as there remains ample time until next year's competition, there is no need to rush. He will address it after caring for Meng over the next 3 months. Hello, is this Mr. Tang? Jiang Ning decided to return the call. Greetings, Master Young Daddy. I have been eagerly awaiting your call. I am Tang Hatsai, and it is a pleasure to meet you. A warm voice resonated from the other end. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Tang. I have been quite occupied lately and could not respond to your messages promptly, Jiang Ning said courteously. That is perfectly all right, Master Jiang. Are you interested in participating in next year's 20th Culinary Master competition? Tang Hatsai went straight to the point. Mr. Tang, you may simply call me Xiao Jiang. However, I am concerned about entering the competition without a team, as I'm currently on my own. Jiang Ning expressed his apprehensions. Not at all. With your current culinary prowess as a mid-level master, it is only fitting to address you as master, Tang Hatsai replied with a smile. Very well, Mr. Tang. You may address me as you wish, Jiang Ning conceded, not wishing to dwell on titles. Ever since the last video from Huayin, where the chief planner Wu Lianxiu referred to him as Master Jiang, and now Mr. Tang from the Tang Group echoed the same, he decided to let it be. Master Jiang, as long as you wish to participate, do not worry about assembling a team. Our Tang family will take care of that. However, we have a small request. Tang Hatsai shifted the conversation. Please go ahead, Mr. Tang, Jiang Ning responded. It is this. If you could sign a 1-year agreement with us, we would be willing to offer a signing bonus of 1 billion. You would merely need to represent the Tang Group in the Culinary Master competition. Once the competition concludes, regardless of the outcome, the agreement will be automatically dissolved. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned. Having graduated from university just 2 years ago, such an amount was astronomical to him. What would be required of me during the term of the agreement? He steadied himself and inquired. Master Jiang, the competition is not scheduled until October of next year, which gives us over a year. During this time, you would only need to develop 6 to 10 dishes. We will unconditionally provide the finest ingredients and team support required. Tang Hatsai explained. However, I am currently assisting a friend as a temporary caregiver, Jiang Ning replied candidly. A temporary caregiver? Not for your own child? Tang Hatsai expressed surprise. Indeed, Jiang Ning confirmed. Master Jiang, with your culinary skills, it is quite surprising that your friend would ask you to be a temporary caregiver. How long is this arrangement supposed to last? It is for 3 months, Jiang Ning replied. Tang Hatsai lightly tapped his desk, contemplating for a moment before saying, 3 months. Here's the deal, Master Jiang. If you are certain about representing the Tang family in the competition and signing the agreement, our group intends to acquire a residence in your city in close proximity to your home, and we will also dispatch an assistant to assist you. Surely, you cannot be occupied the entire day. Perhaps you could spare 2 or 3 hours to explore the competition dishes. What do you think of this proposal? It is indeed a commendable suggestion, General Tang. Yet I feel that making a decision at this moment may be somewhat hasty. Shall we consider postponing our discussion for 3 months? What is your opinion on this matter? Jiang Ning replied. Tang Hatsai's tone carried a hint of urgency. However, if we wait for another 3 months, time will become even more constrained. I fear that Master Jiang may not have sufficient time to develop numerous dishes, particularly those that require top-tier ingredients. How about this, General Tang? I will contemplate it further. Your information has indeed come rather abruptly. Please allow me some time to consider. Very well, Master Jiang, that is perfectly fine. I will add you on Huaxin shortly. Kindly send me your location, and I will then provide you with information regarding each participating team and the award-winning entries. Jiang Ning. All right, let's proceed with this for now. Goodbye. Tang Hatsai, yes. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 43. The advanced ancient medicine skill Jiang Ning added Tang Hatsai's Huaxin contact and, after some contemplation, decided to share his location with him. In response, Tang Hatsai provided information about several prominent families that had registered for the competition. Cantonese heritage, the Chun family, rooted in Guangdong for centuries. Their lineage can be traced back to Ming and Qing dynasties, renowned for their expertise in Cantonese cuisine. Their family business centered around Cantonese restaurants, spans the Guangdong-Hong Macau Greater Bay Area and overseas Chinatowns. Sichuan legend, the Leaf family. Emerging from Sichuan, they have preserved the art of Sichuan cooking for 5 generations. The family operates a chain of Sichuan restaurants, ranging from casual dining to upscale private kitchens. Shandong aristocracy, the Kong family. With deep ties to the Confucius family of Ciufu, they have upheld Shandong culinary culture for a millennium. The family manages exclusive Shandong dining venues, making them the preferred choice for significant banquets. Huaiyang elegance, the Lin family. Originating from Yangzhou, Jiangsu, they have passed down the techniques of Huaiyang cuisine for over 3 centuries. Their family enterprises include upscale Huaiyang restaurants and exquisite tea houses, known for their meticulous knife skills. Northeast spirit, the Zhao family. Hailing from the fertile black soil of northeast China, they are celebrated for their hearty and robust northeast dishes. The family runs large-scale northeast restaurants, offering everything from home-style stews to distinctive barbecues. Within a Sichuan in Kyoto, Tang Hatsai respectfully reported to the elder. Tang Hatsai, father, the young daddy is actually named Jiang Ning. He has already contacted me. Currently, he is temporarily looking after a 3-year-old girl for a friend, for a duration of 3 months. He has sent me his location coordinates, which are in Songnan City, Yunding Villa Community. The elder furrowed his brows. Temporarily caring for a child for a friend? Is he willing to sign a contract with our Tang family? Tang Hatsai shook his head with a wry smile. He seems interested in the Master Chef competition, but he is still hesitating. Tang Xiachuan, increase the signing bonus. This Jiang Ning is not simple. He may very well earn the title of Master Chef this year, which could facilitate the expansion of our culinary ventures under the group. Tang Hatsai, father, how much should we increase the signing bonus? Although Tang Hatsai is the president of Tang Group, the elder still holds the majority of shares, and significant decisions ultimately rest with him. A signing bonus of 1 billion. But with one stipulation. The dishes he researches for the competition must be imparted to our Tang family without reservation, becoming signature dishes of Tang Group's culinary industry. Tang Hatsai's eyes widened. Father, isn't that signing bonus excessive? Tang Xiachuan glared at his unambitious son. What do you know? If Master Jiang truly becomes this year's Master Chef, do you have any idea how much profit his dishes could generate for our family? We are essentially placing a bet. Tang Hatsai looked incredulous. A bet? Yes, Hatsai, you must understand that if Master Jiang becomes the Master Chef, he represents the Tang family. His reputation could propel our culinary industry under Tang Group to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the dishes he presents are the masterpieces worthy of a champion. 1 billion is a considerable gain for us. Tang Hatsai questioned in confusion. But, father, Master Jiang is merely preparing some ordinary home-cooked dishes. Tang Xiachuan cast an irritable glance at Tang Hatsai and remarked, Hatsai, take another look at the first dish video uploaded by Master Jiang and compare it with his latest. You'll realize the extent of Master Jiang's talent. The initial video merely showcased a peak beginner's level, and just a few days later, his latest work has already reached an intermediate master level. Tang Hatsai, filled with excitement, inquired, Dad, does this mean Master Jiang might still be holding back? The specifics are unclear. There is still over a year until the competition, and I suspect other competing families will seek out Master Jiang as well. Tang Hatsai asked, Dad, what should we do about it? Tang Xiachuan said, hasn't he already provided his coordinates? Purchase 2 villas in his neighborhood, one for him as a gift, and you can reside in the other to foster a closer relationship with Master Jiang and understand him better. Oh, and let's also acquire a luxury car as a present for him. Tang Hatsai responded, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Tang Xiachuan countered, the early bird catches the worm. You should first befriend him. Decide when the opportune moment arises to present the gifts. This should be self-evident. Dad, what about matters concerning the group? Tang Xiachuan pondered briefly before stating, I will have Helong and Hohu oversee things. You should focus on establishing a rapport with Master Jiang. Understood, Dad. I shall go tomorrow. Tang Xiachuan nodded. The future of our Tang family's culinary industry rests upon your shoulders. Inside Su Meng's villa, Jiang Ning sat in the living room on the first floor, finally enjoying a moment of leisure. He contemplated researching the upgrade system. The system had previously mentioned that combining two skills could enhance the original skill level and possibly yield new skills. Jiang Ning mused, given his multitude of skills, there should be some correlation for a successful merger. He cautiously asked, System, how many times can I combine skills in a day? The system replied, 3 times. Jiang Ning continued, does combining skills require them to be related? The system responded, you may try and see. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the system. What a vague response. It would have been better had it remained silent. This unreliable system oscillated between seriousness and frivolity, often uttering frustrating remarks. To be prudent, Jiang Ning meticulously recalled his current skills, searching for any interconnections. Presently, he placed great importance on his culinary skills, which had reached an intermediate master level, more than adequate for caring for Meng. He then considered his medical skills. Should Meng fall ill again, a trip to the hospital might be necessary. However, if the individuals who previously surveilled the villa were still around, it could frighten Meng once more. Thus, by enhancing his medical expertise, he could treat Meng at home and avoid any external distress. Currently, his highest skill was in equestrianism at the Grandmaster level. He decided to test the waters. Perhaps it could elevate his Western medicine proficiency as well. Jiang Ning thought that merging with a beginner skill might prove challenging and could even result in a downgrade. System. Merge the intermediate Western medicine level with the Grandmaster equestrian level. The system confirmed, understood, host. The intermediate Western medicine level and Grandmaster equestrian level are now merging. 5 minutes later, system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the prestigious skill of ancient medical arts. Why not a Western medical skill? Jiang Ning felt somewhat speechless, initially expecting his Western medical expertise to ascend to a master level, only to find himself endowed with a new skill instead. Subsequently, a wealth of information regarding ancient medical techniques flooded Jiang Ning's mind. The ancient medical arts emphasize observation, listening, inquiry, pulse-taking, acupuncture, and herbal prescriptions, embodying a profound depth of knowledge. After some time to assimilate this information, he finally comprehended its essence. Upon opening his eyes, he was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his first combination would yield such an extraordinary new skill. This was even more intricate and effective than Western medicine. While Western medicine often alleviates symptoms without addressing the root cause, allowing patients to experience rapid improvement, the ancient medical arts focus more on holistic remedies, resulting in slower recovery, but treating the underlying issues. Chapter 44. The Art of Beast Medicine. Through this experiment, Jiang Ning came to an understanding. Whether it was the emergence of new skills or the enhancement of existing ones, the newly acquired level should lie between two skills. In other words, the progression from intermediate Western medicine to Grandmaster equestrianism is interspersed with advanced, top-tier, master, and Grandmaster levels. The newly manifested level happens to be top-tier ancient medicine, positioned between these two ranks. Furthermore, equestrianism has been passed down from antiquity to the present day, which might elucidate the emergence of new skills related to ancient medicine. As Jiang Ning pondered this, he resolved to further test the potential for enhancement. System. Combine top-tier ancient medicine and Grandmaster equestrian skills. Understood, host. The levels of top-tier ancient medicine and Grandmaster equestrianism are being merged. 5 minutes later, the system announced, congratulations, host. Top-tier ancient medicine has been elevated to master-level ancient medicine. Subsequently, an influx of ancient medical skills surged into Jiang Ning's mind, and his demeanor subtly transformed, exuding the essence of a compassionate healer. Indeed, this was a moment of great joy for Jiang Ning. If I were to merge master ancient medicine with Grandmaster equestrianism, would it result in a Grandmaster level? He paced back and forth, aware that no levels existed between master and Grandmaster. Why not? Let us give it a try. System. Merging master ancient medicine and Grandmaster equestrianism. Understood, host. The levels of master ancient medicine and Grandmaster equestrianism are being combined. 5 minutes later, the system responded, apologies. The merger has failed. Considering the connection between the two skills, the host is rewarded with the art of beast medicine. Subsequently, the teachings of the art of beast medicine including incantations and other pertinent information, flooded into Jiang Ning's consciousness. Upon viewing the extensive veterinary knowledge, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. How had he become a veterinarian? However, upon glimpsing the latter portion regarding beast mastery, a delighted smile graced his face. Through the incantations of the art of beast medicine, he could command animals to heed his instructions and assist him. As for healing animals, he thought better of it. He had never contemplated earning a living from such a profession. Jiang Ning secretly rejoiced at the connection. Had there been no correlation, the failed merger would have yielded no reward, resulting in a wasted opportunity. Indeed, the upgraded system was unparalleled, no matter how trivial the skills seemed. He still harbored hope for their enhancement. At that moment, Jiang Ning's phone rang. He retrieved it to find a call from Su Meng. "Hello, MS. Su." Anxiously, Su Meng inquired, "Jiang Ning, how is Meng's condition now?" "Rest assured, Miss Su, Meng is nearly recovered. That's a relief. Oh, by the way, I've arranged for my close friend and assistant to stay over these days to help care for Meng. You don't mind, do you?" Jiang Ning chuckled to himself. "Miss Su, what are you saying? I'm merely an employee." No, Jiang Ning, don't be so self-deprecating. After all, if Li Yao and Hong Yuan come over, they might cause you some trouble in the kitchen. I wanted to consult you first." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Mr. Su, please don't say that. Cooking merely requires a bit more rice. It's no trouble at all." Su Meng hesitated for a moment before responding. "All right then, Jiang Ning, may I ask you something? I heard from Su Che that you know a very proficient German professor from university, with whom you share a good rapport. The client I am negotiating with has a major shareholder who is originally from Germany. They have prepared a contract in German, and I need someone proficient in German to translate it. Could you assist me in contacting your professor?" Jiang Ning was taken aback. "German?" Su Meng clarified, "Yes, it's entirely in German. On this business trip, it will just be me and the security team, while Li Yao is at the company. The employees hired by the company who speak German are not very professional. This negotiation is of great significance and cannot afford any mistakes. Jiang Ning, could you help me?" Jiang Ning replied, "Mr. Su, could you please send me the contract first? I might be able to assist you. I'll translate the contract and send it back to you. If you need me to communicate with the other party in German via video, you can reach out to me to assess my German proficiency." Su Meng was quite astonished. "Jiang Ning, you can speak German?" Jiang Ning responded, "I have a basic understanding of it." Su Meng replied, "All right, I will send you the contract materials. Jiang Ning, please help me translate it into either Chinese or English, and then send it back to me." "Thank you." "Understood." The call ended. Soon, Su Meng took a photo of the contract and sent it to Jiang Ning via Huaxin. Jiang Ning entered the study on the first floor, where a computer awaited him. He opened the computer and began the translation. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning had translated the document into both Chinese and English and sent it to Su Meng. Upon receiving the return contract, Su Meng was particularly astonished by the English version. She had not anticipated Jiang Ning's level of proficiency in English to be so commendable. Being quite proficient in English herself, she was impressed, feeling that Jiang Ning's translation surpassed her own capabilities. The major shareholder for Su Meng's collaboration was Mr. Ludwig Schmidt from Germany. Schmidt had a German translator accompanying him and was also fluent in English. Upon reviewing the English version of the contract, Schmidt was equally astonished. He remarked, "Ms. Su, may I have a video chat with your translator friend?" Su Meng replied, "Of course, Mr. Schmidt. I will connect you via video immediately." After saying this, she opened Huaxin and initiated a video call to Jiang Ning. Seeing Su Meng's video call, Jiang Ning assumed there was an issue with the translation, prompting her to urgently reach out to him. Jiang Ning was the first to speak. "Hello, Mr. Su. What seems to be the problem? Was the translation unsatisfactory?" Su Meng hurriedly explained, No, Jiang Ning, my major client is German. Mr. Schmidt mentioned that your English proficiency is excellent, and he would like to speak with you directly because of your impressive translation of the German contract. Is that all right?" Jiang Ning felt a bit bewildered. What could I possibly say to him? I don't know him at all. It's fine, Mr. Su. I can converse with him in German for a few moments." Soon, a middle-aged German gentleman appeared in Su Meng's video. Jiang Ning promptly engaged in conversation with Mr. Schmidt in German. "Hello, Mr. Schmidt. It is a pleasure to meet you. Schmidt widened his eyes in surprise. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I did not anticipate your remarkable proficiency in English, and your German is exceptionally authentic. I truly wish to meet you in person. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, Mr. Schmidt, the feeling is mutual. The Sioux Group warmly welcomes you to visit our great nation. After chatting for a while, they concluded the video call. Schmidt turned to Meng and remarked in English, Ms. Su, your friend Mr. Jiang is so young, yet his command of German is so impressive. I find myself quite humbled. I truly wish to meet him. Meng was taken aback by the high praise Jiang Ning received from Schmidt for his German. She did not understand the language, let alone discern its authenticity. Rest assured, Mr. Schmidt, as long as you have the time to come to our great nation, the Sioux Group will accompany you throughout your visit. You'll have the opportunity to meet Mr. Jiang, and his culinary skills are exceptional. You will certainly relish his dishes. Schmidt responded, Oh, is that so? Mr. Jiang is quite the chef. I am fond of Eastern cuisine. If it is not an issue, let's expedite the signing of the contract and arrange our itinerary soon. I eagerly anticipate savoring Mr. Jiang's culinary creations. Meng replied, Indeed, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 45. Sammy and Sweetness. How did Li Yao conduct her investigation? Wasn't it said that Jiang Ning was merely an ordinary individual? She had not perused Jiang Ning's records, nor did she deem it necessary to do so. Li Yao had never mentioned Jiang Ning's culinary prowess, his experience with children, his artistic talents, his exquisite handwriting, his piano skills, his superior command of English, or his fluency in German. This revelation left Meng, who was far away in America, feeling that she had underestimated Li Yao's investigative capabilities. Jiang Ning's repeated demonstrations of competence had astonished her greatly. It was solely due to her brother Su Che's fervent recommendation and her impending lengthy business trip that Meng had requested Li Yao to conduct a preliminary investigation on Jiang Ning, a man who had lost his job, lived an unremarkable life, and had only been introduced to her as a caregiver by a classmate. Initially, she held a degree of disdain for Jiang Ning, which explained her cold demeanor upon their first meeting. Her agreement to allow Jiang Ning to work was merely a favor to her brother, as she anticipated that he would likely not last more than a day or two and had prepared to dismiss him. However, Jiang Ning's consistent actions had provided her with a series of pleasant surprises. Following his recent conversation with Schmidt, what was initially expected to be a 3-month negotiation for business had progressed rapidly, with Schmidt expressing great satisfaction. Should this deal materialize, the Sioux Group would be assured of business for the next 3 years, with an anticipated overall asset increase of 10, translating to a direct augmentation of 10 billion in total assets. Naturally, this endeavor would require 3 years to realize, yielding an average annual net profit of 3 billion, a substantial order for the Sioux Group. Aside from a few minor details requiring amendments, the contract was largely satisfactory. Meng, now awake, recited alongside Uncle Jiang. Aoi. At this moment, Jiang Ning was in the living room on the first floor, teaching Meng her language lessons. At 3 years old, it was time for her to begin recognizing characters. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for attaining the level of master in literary skills. Just like with mathematics, it had directly ascended to the master skill level. Subsequently, a wealth of literary knowledge, along with numerous unpublished novels and insights into literary creation, flooded Jiang Ning's mind. With such a plethora of literary works at his disposal, he pondered the possibility of publishing them directly on the Great Xiao Literary Network, potentially earning a considerable sum. Jiang Ning believed that these literary creations were commendable, rivaling even the most esteemed world classics, if not surpassing them. They might even attract the attention of film companies for adaptation into scripts or short videos. An hour later, Jiang Ning smiled and inquired, Meng, what would you like to do now? Meng scratched her head in thought, with an appealing gaze directed at Jiang Ning. She expressed, Uncle Jiang, I want a little white rabbit. Last time, you promised to carve many little white rabbits for me. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ning slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, my apologies. Uncle Jiang has a poor memory. I will carve many little white rabbits for you right now, all right? Yes. Meng clapped her hands, filled with joy. Jiang Ning retrieved his carving tools and wood, seating himself beside Meng at the stone table in the courtyard, and began to carve. Meng rested her chin on her hand, watching curiously. What characteristics does a little white rabbit possess? Jiang Ning inquired while carving. Without hesitation, Meng replied, it has 2 long ears. Indeed, Meng is quite astute. What else? After a moment of contemplation, Meng added, a short tail and red eyes. Meng's observations were remarkably keen. After 5 minutes, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your basic carpenter skill has been upgraded to intermediate. A vast array of woodworking knowledge flooded Jiang Ning's mind. However, he felt little excitement. The carpenter skill seemed superfluous to him, as he had no intention of becoming a master carpenter. Yet, if his skills were to reach the level of a grandmaster one day, he could participate in woodworking competitions, which were rumored to offer substantial prizes and lucrative opportunities for selling creations. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jiang Ning and Meng simultaneously turned their gaze toward the iron door. There stood Han Yuan, laden with bags and cradling a small dog. It was evident she intended to stay for a while. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of resignation. Aunt Hong had arrived. Meng, however, sprang up in delight. Jiang Ning set aside his work and joined Meng at the door, opening it. Ito, Ontong, what kind of dog are you holding? What's its name? It's so beautiful, Meng exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the white Samoyed in Han Yuan's arms. This is a Samoyed, and you can call it Tian, Han Yuan replied with a smile. Can I play with it? Meng pleaded, her big eyes sparkling with hope. Of course. Tian, go play with Meng, Han Yuan said as she gently set the Samoyed down. The Samoyed, obedient as ever, immediately circled around Meng, occasionally nudging her small feet as if to express its joy and eagerness to please. Meng quickly knelt down and affectionately patted the dog's head, saying, Tian, shall we be good friends? Woof woof. The Samoyed barked twice, then licked Meng's tiny foot. Thus, the child and the dog began to frolic happily in the yard. Mr. Jiang, could you help me carry some things? Han Yuan smiled and turned to Jiang Ning. Miss Hong, you may simply call me Jiang Ning, he replied before stepping forward to assist with the luggage. After securely closing the iron door, Jiang Ning carried Han Yuan's bags to her room on the 2nd floor. Once he had deposited the luggage, he excused himself, feeling it inappropriate for a man to interfere with the organization of personal items. Descending to the 1st floor, he found Meng joyfully chasing after Tian. Occasionally, Meng would kick a ball, encouraging the Samoyed to retrieve it. Tian, kick the ball over here, Meng called out, her face scrunched in frustration. However, Tian seemed oblivious to her commands, engrossed in playing with the ball on its own. Tian, why aren't you listening? Good dogs must obey. We're supposed to kick the ball. You should bring it back. Meng pouted, continuing to implore. Yet, Tian simply lay on the grass, pawing at the ball, ignoring her entirely. Upon witnessing this scene, with the dog accompanying Meng in play, Jiang Ning approached the stone table to continue his carving. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired advanced football skills. Subsequently, a wealth of football-related knowledge flooded Jiang Ning's mind, accompanied by a transformation in his legs. Could it be that while Meng and the dog engaged in a football game, he could receive rewards without participating? The system responded, in the future, as long as Meng plays games or acquires knowledge within a certain range, full accompaniment is unnecessary for system rewards. Indeed, host, Jiang Ning Presedon. What is the effective distance for this range? The system replied, host is effective within 100 meters. If that is the case, he could attend to other matters while Meng played independently, which was quite advantageous. 20 minutes later, 10 vividly animated little rabbits were arranged on the stone table. Now, Jiang Ning possessed intermediate carpentry skills and intermediate painting skills, showcasing a remarkable aesthetic sensibility. At that moment, the 10 carved rabbits were exceptionally lifelike and beautiful. Chapter 46, Jiang Ning begins live streaming Meng. Come here. The rabbit carvings are ready, Jiang Ning called out to the sulking little girl. Meng trotted over, her face clouded with displeasure. Uncle Jiang, Tian is being naughty. Tian is a bad dog. She wanted to even kick the ball back to me. Jiang Ning glanced at Tian Tian, who was playing with the ball by herself. Meng, it's because Tian Tian doesn't quite understand what you're saying, so she's playing alone. Wow, such pretty little rabbits. Meng exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the 10 small rabbit carvings on the stone table. Uncle Jiang, are all these for me? Yes, they're all yours, Jiang Ning replied, ruffling her hair with a gentle smile. Are these 2 big ones the mommy and daddy rabbits? Meng asked innocently, stroking the 2 larger carvings. You're so clever. As she continued caressing the larger rabbits, her voice grew soft. Meng wishes she could have a daddy like these baby rabbits. Her eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Jiang, can't you be Meng's daddy? Jiang Ning's heart clenched. Oh no, I didn't think about how seeing the rabbit family would make her think of this. Quickly, he pulled her into a comforting embrace. Meng, sweetheart, you'll have a daddy one day. Sniffling, she looked up at him. Uncle Jiang, does that mean you'll be Meng's daddy later? Oh no, I mean Annie, Sue will bring home a wonderful daddy who will love you very, very much. Jiang Ning felt a pang of helplessness. This was one question he couldn't answer to her satisfaction. Meanwhile, Han Yuan stood silently at the doorway, having overheard their conversation. As Su Meng's closest friend, she knew Meng had been adopted from an orphanage. Her heart ached at the little girl's words. No, Meng wants you to be her daddy. The child sobbed. Meng, don't cry, sweetheart. How about this? Uncle Jiang will teach you how to make Tian Tian behave like a very good dog. Okay? Jiang Ning swiftly changed the subject. Really? Uncle Jiang, can Tian Tian really learn to listen? Meng's tears slowed as curiosity took over. Of course. Watch this. Wiping her eyes, Meng nodded eagerly. Jiang Ning murmured an incantation, the beast tamer's code, and a subtle connection formed between him and Tian Tian. Tian Tian, come here. At his call, the dog immediately abandoned her ball and trotted over, tail wagging obediently. Tian Tian, sit. She promptly sat on the grass. Tian Tian, lie down. She lowered herself onto the ground. Tian Tian, bark 3 times. Woof, woof, woof. Now, fetch the ball and bring it back to Meng. Tian Tian dashed off and returned with the soccer ball in her mouth. Meng clapped her hands in delight. Uncle Jiang, Tian Tian is a good dog. Can you make her play soccer with me? Not just by herself? Absolutely. Sweetie, you are playing football with Meng. When Meng kicks the ball to you, you must return it to her. If you understand, bark once. Woof. Sweetie wagged her tail and barked. Uncle Jiang, you're truly remarkable. Sweetie really understands what you say. Meng clapped her hands joyfully. Even Han Yuan at the door was astonished. She was well aware of her pet dog's temperament and comprehension. She never expected Jiang Ning to train dogs without force or treats, simply by speaking, and Sweetie followed his instructions as if she understood everything except for verbal communication. Meng began to play with Sweetie, and this time, Sweetie behaved exceptionally well. When Meng kicked the ball to her, Sweetie returned it using her front paws, which delighted Meng immensely. Han Yuan stepped outside. Jiang Ning, can you train dogs? She inquired with keen interest. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded slightly. Could you help me teach Sweetie more tricks? Han Yuan looked at him with pleading eyes. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Really? Thank you, Jiang Ning. Han Yuan's face lit up with a joyful smile. You're welcome. Hey, Jiang Ning, with your impressive culinary skills and thoughtful care for Meng. Why you choose to be a nanny? Han Yuan asked, puzzled. It was my classmate Su Che who asked me to come. After arriving, I felt a connection with Meng. Taking care of her brings me joy, and I truly enjoy this job, so I didn't think much about it, Jiang Ning replied, still focused on Meng and Sweetie's playful antics. Han Yuan continued, it's evident that Meng really likes you. Jiang Ning nodded, I like her very much too. Have you considered being Meng's father? Han Yuan gazed intently at Jiang Ning. I have thought about it, but it's impossible since Su has already become Meng's mother. Jiang Ning Sikhet. Jiang Ning, why not marry Su Meng? Han Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Miss Hong, please don't joke like that. Su is a wealthy heiress and the president of the Su group. I'm just a rural lad. I wouldn't dare to aspire to such heights. Let us not discuss this topic again, and besides, I'm only a temporary nanny for 3 months. Once Su returns, I will have to leave. No, Jiang Ning. I believe you're different. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I can sense that you genuinely love Meng. Su Meng loves her too, and Meng wishes for you to be her father. Jiang Ning turned his head, astonished. Miss Hong, did you hear what Meng said just now? Hong Yue nodded. Actually, Meng is not Su Meng's biological daughter. She's adopted. I know. Meng told me on the first day, Jiang Ning replied. What? Jiang Ning, you knew? Hong Yue was equally surprised. Meng is already 3 years old, and naturally, she understands that Su Meng is not her biological mother. During lunch on the very first day, when Su Meng went to the office, Meng confided in me. Jiang Ning continued. Jiang Ning, you mustn't breathe a word of this to anyone, all right? Don't worry, Miss Hong. I understand. Jiang Ning gazed at Meng with deep affection. Half an hour later, ding dong, the doorbell chimed. Liao stood at the wrought iron gate, holding a small bag of fresh laundry. Both Meng and Tian paused their play to glance toward the entrance. Aun Tieli. Tian is a good puppy. Meng cheerfully hugged a soccer ball and dashed to the door. Woof, woof. Jiang Ning and Hong Yue rose to their feet as well. Jiang Ning stepped forward to open the gate. Hello, assistantly. You've arrived. Hello, Jiang Ning. You've worked hard these past few days. Liao greeted with a gentle smile. Not all. With you and Miss Hong here, I've had much less to worry about. All right, you all play with Meng. I'll go prepare dinner. After securing the gate, Jiang Ning entered the villa. Seeing everyone occupied in the yard, she slipped into the kitchen and closed the door behind her. Positioning her phone toward the stove, ensuring her face remained out of frame, she began her live stream. Dear friends, my loyal followers, it's a pleasure to meet you all. First, I must apologize for not showing my face. This is to protect my child and myself from unnecessary attention. I hope you'll understand. Today marks my very first live stream. And, as always, I'll be preparing a few simple home-cooked dishes for dinner. Chapter 47. The first live stream. The young father has begun his live stream. Quickly, inform your friends and family. As word spread, the number of viewers surged from over 10,000 to an astonishing 30,000 within a mere 5 minutes. And the count continued to rise rapidly. Young father, how old are you? Why do you hide your true appearance? Are you unattractive? Your dishes look absolutely delectable. They make one crave a taste. The barrage of comments flooded in as the popularity soared, with online viewers surpassing 1 million. New Western Culinary Academy sent a space rocket. Dihao Grand Hotel sent a space rocket. Jinbin Grand Hotel sent a space rocket. Oriental Cuisine Chef Academy sent a space rocket. Spectacular effects danced across the screen as rockets launched from the bottom, soaring upwards like fireworks. Goodness, these are space rockets. 888 per rocket. The audience was astounded. Such extravagant gifts seemed to flow effortlessly. Numerous hotels, culinary schools, and related enterprises eagerly dispatched rockets, many of which had previously contacted Jiang Ning privately. This created a domino effect. The more a company gifted, the greater the chance of attracting the young father. Those who contributed less felt embarrassed, considering it insincere to reach out again. Young father, I'm merely a housewife and cannot afford much, but here is my small token. Young father, I've learned so much from your cooking. Thank you for the lessons. The comments continued to pour in, and gifts were exchanged. The audience count soared to over 3 million. Today, we shall first explore the dish of pan-seared pork belly, and I will explain the process step by step. For pork belly, select a cut with a fat-to-lean ratio of approximately 3:7. This ratio ensures a rich flavor without excessive greasiness. As Jiang Ning prepared the dish, he provided detailed explanations, including tips on selecting quality ingredients. The majority of viewers were attentively engaged, with some housewives following along step by step. Master Young Father, your explanations are incredibly detailed. This live tutorial surpasses any video. Indeed, let us give a round of applause to Master Young Father. As the live stream progressed, the viewership skyrocketed at an astonishing pace, now exceeding 6 million. The rewards kept coming in. In a traditional courtyard in Kyoto, old Master Tang was engrossed in the live stream. Every deft movement of Jiang Ning did not escape his keen gaze. How long? Send Master Jiang a reward of 2 million. Father, is that too much? What do you know? This is the perfect opportunity to show our support. But Master Jiang hasn't signed with us yet. Without bait, how can you catch fish? Can't you see how many are sending rewards? Those large amounts indicate they're all vying to recruit Master Jiang. Master Jiang's remarkable culinary skills and profound understanding of ingredients, coupled with his deft movements, certainly qualify him for a culinary competition of the highest caliber. At that moment, the screen was inundated with comments. You Flavor Family, Chun Family sent 50 space rockets. The young culinary maestro, the You Flavor Family. Chun Family wishes to engage in a detailed discussion with you. The entire screen was filled with space rockets, creating a sensation among the online audience. Is it possible? Such extravagance? That amounts to an immense fortune. I am aware of the You Flavor Family, Chun Family. They have been operating a Cantonese restaurant, with one located in our city. That's over $1 million. It seems uncertain whether I could ever earn $1 million in my lifetime. Wealth certainly breeds caprice. At this moment, the screen was abuzz with explosive messages from fans. Master Jiang also took notice. Thank you. Thank you to the You Flavor Family. Chun Family for your generous gifts, but this is too much. Please refrain from such extravagance next time. Thank you. However, before Jiang could finish his sentence, Lu Cuisine Renowned Family. Kong Family sent 100 space rockets. The young culinary maestro, the Lu Cuisine Renowned Family. Kong Family is eager to befriend you and wishes to discuss further. More again, each rocket costs 888 Hua coins. You have plenty of money. Feel free to share a bit with me. I would mind. My eyes beheld a deluge of Hua coins, and my heart raced. I can't take it anymore. My breathing quickened. This is madness, absolute madness. The donations from the Lu Cuisine Renowned Family once again sent the online audience into a frenzy. Sichuan Legend Family. Li Family sent 150 space rockets. The young culinary maestro, the Sichuan Legend Family. Li Family pays you their respects and hopes to become friends. The excitement peaked once more as all the viewers witnessed a sky filled with space rockets soaring to the top. Huayang Elegance Family. Lin Family sent 200 space rockets. The young culinary maestro, the Huayang Elegance Family. Lin Family is delighted to meet you and hopes to exchange contact information. Northeast Bravado Family. Zhao Family sent 250 space rockets. The young culinary maestro, the Northeast Bravado Family. Zhao Family wishes to befriend you, dear brother. The incessant donations from these culinary powerhouses formed a competitive atmosphere, each vying to attract the young culinary maestro, having recognized his exceptional potential. Thank you, Lu Cuisine Renowned Family, Kong Family. Thank you, Sichuan Legend Family, Li Family. Thank you, Huayang Elegance Family, Lin Family. Thank you, Northeast Bravado Family, Zhao Family. Please, no more generous gifts. This puts me in a difficult position. I shall message you privately afterward. Thank you. At that moment, Tang Helong was utterly astonished. Father, you were indeed correct. These participating families have recognized Master Jiang's exceptional talent and wish to recruit him. Should we continue with the donations? Old Tang's mood was particularly tense. The greater the number of competitors, the heavier the burden he felt. It appears they are all astute, having discerned the young culinary maestro's extraordinary capabilities long ago. Tang Xiaochuan felt anxious. Helong, donate 500 space rockets. I hope your elder brother, Hut Sai, can meet Master Jiang soon. Tang Helong widened his eyes and exclaimed, Father, these 500 spacecraft rockets cost over 10 million. Tang Xiaochuan glared in anger and retorted, Your father is not so foolish. What of over 10 million? You have indulged in a clandestine romance, spending not merely 10 million, but perhaps even 200 million on her. What have you truly gained? Beyond the fleeting pleasures of the flesh, what else do you truly possess? Tang Helong was reprimanded by the old man, lowering his head in silence. Moreover, do you think that by offering Master Jiang over 10 million in rewards, we can entice him to come? One must observe the upcoming performance of your elder brother. If he truly manages to invite Master Jiang to the group to assist us, I would willingly bestow a reward of 10 billion. What a pity. Tang Helong widened his eyes in disbelief. Although the Tang Group possesses assets amounting to 500 billion, he holds only a mere 5 stake, with liquid funds in his bank account totaling merely 560 million. Yet, for the sake of Master Jiang, the old man is prepared to offer a reward of 10 billion if he can secure him. Tang Xiaochuan urged, Helong, why are you still standing there in a daze? Quickly send 500 space rockets as a tribute to Master Jiang. Tang Helong snapped back to reality. Ah, yes, yes, father. Just a moment. I'll send the tribute right away. Capital Tang Group, gifted space rockets, 500, all the fans were stunned. BB Big Brother, you can't just throw money around like this. Is the Kyoto Tangshire Group, the organizer of the Chef King competition, held each session? The young father is likely to count his earnings tonight until his hands cramp. As for those above, who still counts cash in this digital age? Alas, I too am a streamer and an internet celebrity. If I could receive even half of Master Jiang's generous donations, I would gladly kneel and sing conquer in gratitude. The online audience collectively gasped, feeling as though they were in a dream. Most shared a common sentiment. Wealthy individuals are undeniably capricious. Thank you. Thank you to the Kyoto Tang Group for their generous contributions. At this moment, Jiang Ning also noticed the donations from the Kyoto Tang Group, and his heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated such an overwhelming response on his first live broadcast, with gifts pouring in incessantly. Chapter 48. Meng wants to eat within the offices of Huayin. The head of planning, Wu Yinxiu, was astounded by the data before him. His heart raced with disbelief as he realized that Master Zhang's inaugural livestream had garnered an astonishing amount of donations. In under 20 minutes, the total exceeded 60 million. This clearly indicated that Master Zhang's culinary skills had received commendation within the gastronomic community. After taxes, Huayin would earn a commission exceeding 10 million, reflecting on the previous offer of 10 million as a signing bonus from Master Jiang. It seemed pathetically inadequate. Wu Yinxiu hesitated to approach Master Jiang regarding a contract. He could not afford the humiliation. Even if he were Master Jiang, he would refrain from signing, as earning such a fortune from a casual live stream rendered any constraints unnecessary. Yet, the absence of a contract posed a risk. Should someone like Master Jiang be recruited by Shine, it would undoubtedly siphon off significant traffic, leading to substantial losses for Huayin. The only solution was to amend the contract to retain Master Jiang. Meanwhile, in the villa of Su Yunlong, he was in the kitchen, watching the live stream of the young father while attempting to replicate the dishes. He cherished two hobbies, cooking and calligraphy. Since entrusting the corporation to Su Meng, he had spent most of his time in the villa, embodying the archetype of a devoted house husband, preparing meals daily. He preferred his culinary creations over those prepared by a maid, believing his own dishes to be superior. Consequently, he and his wife, Lu Mengyan, have been enjoying his meals every day. The maids primarily handled cleaning and assisted Su Yunlong with washing vegetables and dishes. Dear, today the young father master is live streaming pan-seared pork belly, jade and white soup, starry night delicacy, and golden silk roll. We have all the ingredients at home. Let us see how my culinary skills measure up today. Su Yunlong cheerfully remarked to his wife, Lu Mengyan, who was seated in the living room. Lu Mengyan smiled back at the live stream. All right, I'll taste it at noon and see what this old man can whip up. Thank you, everyone. Today I prepared 4 dishes: pan-seared pork belly, jade and white soup, starry night delicacy, and golden silk roll. Until next time, Jiang Ning concluded the live stream. At that moment, the online viewer count soared to over 9 million. Had it not been for the busy hotel chefs at this hour, surpassing the 10 million mark would have been effortless. Although the live stream had ended and the screen turned black, donations could still be made for another hour. Jiang Ning, upon reviewing the gifts received, was left in awe. The substantial amount, converted into Wabit currency and after deducting the platform's share and taxes, would yield him nearly 50 million Wabit. Previously, his monthly salary as a network manager was just over 6,000. Now, in a mere 40 minutes, he had earned over 49 million Wabit, as if in a dream. He then contemplated not reaching out to the 5 restaurant moguls who had made significant donations just yet. He recalled the myriad of unique recipes nestled in his mind, comprehensive and unparalleled in the market. Perhaps he could express his gratitude for their generosity through a special dish. Greetings to the esteemed Chun family of Cantonese cuisine. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your generous contribution. In due course, I shall create a video showcasing an original Cantonese dish as a token of appreciation for your support. Greetings to the illustrious Li family of Sichuan cuisine. My sincerest thanks for your kind donation. Soon, I will develop a video featuring an original Sichuan dish to reciprocate your generosity. Greetings to the renowned Kong family of Shandong cuisine. I'm deeply grateful for your gracious support. I shall also prepare a video highlighting an original Shandong dish in return for your kindness. Jiang Ning discreetly sent private messages to the 5 families, indicating that he would not provide contact information at this time and would repay the substantial donations with a culinary creation. Often, such lavish gifts are a form of social obligation that one must repay. Although it was they who bestowed the gifts, the amounts were considerable, and Jiang Ning did not wish to feel indebted. As for the Kyoto Tang Group, Jiang Ning had yet to devise a suitable response. He had previously been in contact with them and discussed potential contracts, and he was confident they would reach out to him again. Meng, assistantly, Miss Hong. Dinner is ready, Jiang Ning called out as he opened the kitchen door. All right, Aunt Li, Aunt Hong, Uncle Jiang is calling us to eat. Meng immediately ceased her playful engagement with Tian and eagerly anticipated the dishes Jiang Ning would prepare. Each meal was unique, adorned with various shapes and presentations, fostering a sense of reliance and excitement in her young heart that surpassed her desire for play. Meng joyfully washed her hands and joined Li Yao and Hong Yuan at the dining table. Tian scampered over, wagging her tail in excitement. Uncle Jiang, what is the name of this dish? Meng inquired, pointing at a delicately presented dish called Starlit Lantern. Meng, this is known as Starlit Lantern, crafted from quail eggs, shiitake mushrooms, and minced meat. The meat mixture contains a touch of water chestnut for an added crunch. The quail eggs are gently nestled within the meat, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Isn't it beautiful, Meng? Indeed, it is lovely. What about this dish? Meng, full of curiosity, pointed to the golden silk jade garment roll. This dish is called golden silk jade garment roll. We unfold tofu skin and evenly spread a layer of seasoned minced meat, which includes finely chopped shiitake mushrooms, carrots, and scallions for a richer flavor. Next, we layer blanched spinach on top for added color. We then roll the tofu skin tightly, akin to sushi, and cut it into small segments. After steaming, we drizzle it with a sauce made from soy sauce, oyster sauce, sesame oil, and a hint of starch. Meng, doesn't it resemble a splendid golden silk jade garment? Jiang Ning patiently explained the dish, detailing both the ingredients and the preparation process. Uncle Jiang, what is golden silk jade garment? Meng inquired, her curiosity piqued. This question left Jiang Ning momentarily at a loss. Meng, golden silk jade garment refers to a garment made from thin slices of jade, assembled to resemble clothing, with a golden hue, hence the name. At this juncture, Li Yao observed Jiang Ning as predicament and swiftly stepped in to assist. Aunt Li, why did ancient people use jade to create garments? Meng asked, her eyes wide with wonder as she turned to Li Yao. Li Yao found herself momentarily flummoxed by the inquiry. Meng, in ancient times, emperors and aristocrats wore such garments to signify their wealth and power. Hong Yuan smiled as she helped Li Yao out of a predicament, refraining from mentioning the topic of death. At this moment, as they were about to dine, she wished to avoid any unpleasant words. All right, Meng, let us eat, she encouraged. You must study diligently from now on. Otherwise, you will find yourself bewildered by the world around you. Only through earnest study can you uncover many fascinating truths. Jiang Ning quickly shifted the conversation. Yes, Meng will study very seriously, Meng affirmed, nodding earnestly. Li Yao and Hong Yuan gazed at the lavish spread before them, swallowing hard as their eyes met. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to serve the rice, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the dishes. This is absolutely delicious, Hong Yuan exclaimed, her mouth full of a quail egg. The quail egg, filled with meat and a hint of water chestnut, offered a delightful crunch. Really? And Hong, I want some too. I want to eat, Meng exclaimed impatiently. At that moment, Wang, perched on the ground and gazing up with longing eyes, could not help but whine a couple of times in protest, as it too wished for a share. Jiang Ning, who was serving the rice, observed their animated expressions and wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, for a chef, the greatest fulfillment comes from receiving the appreciation of diners. Chapter 49 Su Meng is set to return the day after tomorrow. Half an hour later, Li Yao, Hong Yuan, and Meng all held their slightly bulging bellies. Oh dear, I've overeaten again. Jiang Ning, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. It seems my years of maintaining my figure are now in jeopardy, Hong Yuan lamented. Miss Hong, honestly, you needn't overindulge every day. Being 8/10 full is sufficient. Regular exercise will not adversely affect your figure. My dishes are not greasy, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Hong Yuan shot Jiang Ning a glance, but Jiang Ning, your food is simply too delectable. It is quite challenging to resist the urge to keep eating. That's simple. I shall just adjust the portion sizes in the future, Jiang Ning said, somewhat exasperated. Yes. Next time, Jiang Ning, please prepare a smaller quantity. And we shan't worry about overeating, Liao quickly chimed in. She was genuinely fearful of losing control and being ridiculed by Su Meng upon her return for having gained weight. Come on, Meng. How about Aunt Hong and Aunt Li accompany you for a stroll in the neighborhood? Hong Yuan turned to the also overstuffed Meng and inquired. But I don't want to go outside, Meng replied hesitantly. Meng, do not worry. There are no bad people in the neighborhood. You can play with Tian. Jiang Ning reassured her, crouching down to gently stroke Meng's hair. Can Uncle Jiang accompany Meng for a walk? Meng felt safer knowing Jiang Ning would be there. Jiang Ning, who had originally intended to tidy up the dishes and organize the kitchen, felt a sense of helplessness. All right then, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Hong, Aunt Li, and Tian will all join Meng for a walk. Great, let us go, Meng exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Wang, Tian seemed equally delighted, circling around Meng and wagging her tail. Tian, shall we go outside and continue playing soccer? Meng asked in her sweet, childlike voice. Wang, Tian barked twice and then dashed toward the corner, kicking the soccer ball with her front paws as she raced toward the door. Within the villa community, Hong Yuan remarked, Jiang Ning, I noticed that Meng doesn't seem to enjoy playing outside in the neighborhood. Do you know why? Unaware of what had transpired with Meng in the park, Hong Yuan inquired in confusion. Miss Hong, you do not know? Jiang Ning looked at her in surprise. I don't know. This morning I received a call from Xiao Meng asking me to help take care of Tian, who was ill. She didn't mention anything else, Hong Yuan explained. Jiang Ning slowly recounted. It's like this. Yesterday afternoon I took Meng to the park to play, and we encountered a group of thugs attempting to kidnap her. Meng may have been frightened, which is why she is still in a state of shock and reluctant to go outside. Especially upon hearing the words park. Hong Yuan's voice instinctively rose a few octaves upon hearing Jiang Ning's words. What? Someone dared to attempt to kidnap Meng? It seems they were targeting Xiao Meng. Jiang Ning sighed. That appears to be the case. However, those thugs have already been apprehended. It will be challenging to catch the mastermind behind it. Damn it. How could those individuals commit such a despicable act against a child? Rest assured, Jiang Ning, I have 4 bodyguards stationed around this villa. Hong Yuan spoke through gritted teeth, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I can only blame myself. President Su entrusted Meng to me, and I should not have taken her to the park without permission, which led to this unfortunate incident. Jiang Ning gazed at Meng and Tian, who were joyfully chasing a football, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Jiang Ning, do not be so hard on yourself. Who could have anticipated that right after Zai Meng went on a business trip, someone would target her Meng? This is not your fault, Liao hurriedly reassured him. Oh, by the way, Jiang Ning, I received a call from President Su this afternoon. She said she would be returning in 2 days. Liao continued. What? So soon? Wasn't it said that she needed 3 months? Jiang Ning's antieti surket. If Su Meng returned in 2 days, she would not be away for 3 months as previously agreed, which jeopardized his plans to acquire more skills and experiences. This is disastrous, Liao added incredulously. Indeed, originally, President Su was determined to finalize that business deal in Germany, which wouldn't be easy and would take at least 3 months. But for some reason, Mr. Schmidt from Germany readily agreed to the deal, and his conditions were not as stringent as expected. He even insisted on arranging the itinerary to accompany President Su back to our great Xia country. Jiang Ning Siketavidi. It seemed that the moment President Su returned would coincide with his departure. Well, when President Su is back, Meng will undoubtedly be very happy. Jiang Ning could only respond. He realized he should not be overly greedy. He had already gained much. The key was that once President Su returned, Meng would be delighted. And as long as she was happy, There was no need for him to lament. Jiang Ning let out a deep sigh. Of course, when Xiaoming returns, Meng will be even happier, Hong Yuan remarked while playing with her hair. She was oblivious to Jiang Ning's emotions, unaware of his reluctance to part with Meng. Tian, come here, Jiang Ning called out loudly. Upon hearing his voice, Tian immediately turned and dashed toward him. Hong Yuan looked at Jiang Ning with confusion. Jiang Ning smiled at her. Miss Hong, what would you like Tian to understand? I can teach her now. Really? Hong Yuan's eyes sparkled. Her beautiful gaze fixated on Jiang Ning. This made him shiver slightly. Although Hong Yuan was quite attractive, he held no romantic feelings toward her. Her suddenly affectionate gaze was overwhelming. Indeed, Jiang Ning quickly averted his eyes. How about this, Jiang Ning? Why not have Tian dance? Hong Yuan suggested mischievously. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in surprise. What? You want Tian to dance? Is that too difficult? Hong Yuan replied. Liao and Meng also looked at Jiang Ning with curiosity. All right, here's the plan. I will play some music and let Tian dance to it, Jiang Ning said, pulling out his phone and selecting a song. As the music began to play, he instructed Tian dance along to the rhythm. Jiang Ning spoke these words while mentally guiding Tian. Soon, Tian began swaying rhythmically to the music, her front and hind legs moving in perfect harmony. Beside her, Hong Yuan, Liao, and Meng stood utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. Tian can actually dance? Hong Yuan stammered in disbelief. What had begun as a playful challenge to deliberately stump Jiang Ning had now unfolded into this miraculous spectacle before her eyes. Giggle. Tian can dance. Meng wants to dance too, with Meng's cheerful participation. The child and the dog frolicked together in joyous harmony. Their impromptu performance soon drew the attention of passers-by in the neighborhood. Before long, other children, accompanied by their parents, eagerly joined the dancing revelry. Chapter 50. Masterful dance skills. This dog is remarkably talented. It can indeed dance. Is it not astonishing? Its rhythm is quite impressive. This dog is exceptionally intelligent. It seems to be a Samoyed, a breed renowned for its charm, ranking among the top 5 in the canine hierarchy. Surely, such a creature must be quite expensive, probably costing tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? You must be jesting, my friend. One would cost at least $20,000 or over 100,000 yuan. If only my baby could be as obedient and delightful as this one, sighed an elderly dog lover. 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired masterful dance skills. Subsequently, a vast array of dance knowledge flooded into Jiang Ning's mind, encompassing Latin dance, classical dance, folk dance, modern dance, tap dance, jazz, street dance, and even ballet. All forms of dance knowledge seamlessly integrated into Jiang Ning's consciousness. His entire being underwent a transformation. His hands, legs, waist, and even his facial features subtly shifted, exuding a unique dance aura. He became increasingly extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if Jiang Ning were to don a tutu and dance on his toes at that moment, it would undoubtedly be a performance of unparalleled excellence, capable of captivating a multitude of affluent ladies. The pinnacle of ballet today merely approaches the level of a master. The master realm stands at the apex of the pyramid. As the number of children grew, a crowd of dozens had gathered around. 8 minutes later, the music ceased. Woof, woof, Sweetie barked twice, circling Jiang Ning in a playful manner, eager for more. Uncle Jiang, could you please continue playing? Let Sweetie and Meng keep dancing. A number of children in the community pleaded. Hello, my name is Nanny. Can we be good friends? At that moment, a shy little girl, about 3 years old, approached Meng. Certainly. Hello, I am Meng. I would love to be friends with you. Meng replied joyfully. Hello, my name is Tuan. May I also be friends with Meng? Another girl of a similar age inquired. Of course, that would be delightful. Meng laughed merrily. Jiang Ning noticed they stood upon a floor made of wooden planks, which inspired him to think of tap dancing. He found tap dance music on his phone, and soon the lively melody filled the air. With a smile, Jiang Ning said, Sweetie, Meng, come. Uncle Jiang will dance with you. Woof, woof. That sounds great. Uncle Jiang is going to dance too. Meng clapped her hands in excitement. Top, 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 tap. As Jiang Ning began to dance, his movements were vigorous and rhythmic, his feet striking the floor in a cacophony of tap sounds. Moreover, with Jiang Ning's exquisite dance postures, a unique blend of humor, wit, and rich expressiveness characteristic of tap dance emerged, captivating all those around him, including Li Yao and Han Yuan. A group of children stood behind Jiang Ning, imitating his movements, though their small feet barely produced any sound. Even Tiantian beside them attempted to tap her front paws on the floor, yet no noise emanated from her. The sight was undeniably comical, though at that moment, no one paid her any heed. Everyone was utterly entranced by Jiang Ning's performance. It was nothing short of perfection. Today, Jiang Ning had achieved the esteemed rank of Grandmaster in dance, and his tap dancing was unparalleled. The aura he exuded as a dancer irresistibly attracted the young mothers in attendance, particularly Han Yuan and Li Yao, whose eyes were fixed on him, completely mesmerized by his movements. At this moment, silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the rhythmic sounds of tap. They envisioned Jiang Ning leading a throng of Tibetan people, performing a sacred dance beneath the majestic snow-capped mountains, embodying a divine and beautiful spirit. Each onlooker was immersed in this ethereal ambience. This was a realm accessible only to those who had attained the Grandmaster level. Thus, it is often referred to as the realm of artistic comprehension, where one feels as if they are ensconced in a dreamlike state. Soon, an increasing number of spectators began to join the ranks of tap dancers. Although their movements were somewhat chaotic, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to Jiang Ning's feet, mimicking his steps instinctively. This was no longer a matter of conscious choice. They were entranced, unwittingly swept into the dance. Even Li Yao and Han Yuan found themselves dancing alongside the majority, succumbing to the infectious rhythm. In less than 5 minutes, not a single person remained a passive observer. Everyone was in motion. Top, top, top. At first, the sounds were somewhat disordered, but as they continued dancing, the cacophony gradually diminished, becoming increasingly synchronized. It seemed that only Tiantian was unable to produce a sound. Nevertheless, she continued to mimic the dance with great enthusiasm, enjoying herself despite Jiang Ning stealing the spotlight. For she was, after all, a dog. The rhythm echoed on, and more people, drawn by the sounds, gathered around, quickly joining the lively ensemble. The initial crowd of a few dozen swelled to a throng of many. Almost everyone strolling in the neighborhood converged to partake in the tap dance. 10 minutes later, the music ceased, and Jiang Ning halted his movements. He felt a surge of joy, having unexpectedly attained the Grandmaster level in dance. With a wealth of dance knowledge swirling in his mind, the brilliance of his performance was something he had never dared to envision. As the crowd gradually came to a stop, some remained in a daze, bewildered by how they had become swept up in the dance. In truth, they were drawn into the enchanting realm of dance by Jiang Ning's masterful performance, devoid of conscious volition and not merely swayed by the enthusiasm of those around them. After 2 minutes, they gradually regained their normal awareness. "Hello, my friend. Your tap dance was truly spectacular. Could you grace us with another performance?" One middle-aged man approached with a beaming smile. "Indeed, we are all neighbors. Why not treat us to another piece? Your dance was simply mesmerizing. I have never witnessed such a rhythmic display." Another chimed in. "Brother, how about another round? Little brother, why don't you teach us? Let us dance once more, shall we?" "I'm not yet satisfied with my fill of dancing," a young boy eagerly exclaimed. The crowd around them implored Jiang Ning to continue his dance. At that moment, Han Yuan gazed at Jiang Ning with a distinctly sparkling admiration. "Jiang Ning, why not perform another piece? Indeed, I did not expect you to be such an exceptional dancer." "Jiang Ning, I was utterly captivated," Li Yao added, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Meng and Tiantian also wished to dance with Uncle Jiang once more. "Uncle Jiang, want to dance again?" Meng joyfully stated. Seeing the pleading look in Meng's eyes, Jiang Ning smiled and gently tousled her hair. "Very well. Uncle Jiang will present you with another tap dance." As the music for a different tap dance began to play, Jiang Ning set his feet in motion. Tap, 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 clap. Once again, the crowd became entranced, instinctively immersing themselves in the artistic ambience, and soon began to move in unison. Tap, 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 clap. Chapter 51. Jiang Ning's Rise. Meng. It's time to rise and partake of breakfast, Jiang Ning called out as he prepared the meal and approached her room. Uncle Jiang, I wish to sleep a little longer, Meng replied, her eyes half closed and her voice laced with drowsiness. After an entire night of dancing, she had returned home exhilarated, staying up an hour later than usual. Her situation was relatively mild compared to Hong Yuan and Li Yao. Hong Yuan had tossed and turned all night, her mind consumed by the enchanting dance moves and captivating aura of Jiang Ning. She couldn't fathom why, but for the first time in her life, she found herself utterly spellbound by a man's exquisite footwork, leaving her in turmoil. The thought of pursuing Jiang Ning or being with him filled her with dread, as her family would never approve, and she knew it would lead to an unfavorable outcome. Li Yao shared a similar plight, equally enchanted by Jiang Ning's dance, her thoughts consumed by his handsome visage throughout the night. However, her noble lineage posed obstacles, despite the affection from her elder brothers. Her elders would never allow her to associate with someone like Jiang Ning, who seemed ill-suited for her status. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, his tap dance had been recorded by an admirer and uploaded online, where it gained immense popularity overnight. Alongside him, Tian was also thriving in the digital realm, with videos of their tap dancing alongside neighborhood residents circulating wildly across various platforms, such as Huayin and Xiaoyin. Who is this young man? So young and yet so talented at tap dancing? It's remarkable. And look at that adorable dog. It's dancing too. While many dogs can dance, if you can tap dance like this one. Which neighborhood is this? It appears to be an upscale villa community. Comments flooded the screen, an array of reactions captured in the barrage of messages. In the office of a prestigious art school, the principal inquired of a tap dance expert, Instructor Lin. Having viewed the video, what are your thoughts on the young man's performance? Instructor Lin, with humility, replied, Principal Wang, I must confess, I cannot measure up to his tap dance skills. Principal Wang, astonished, responded, Oh, what leads you to say that? I am aware that your tap dancing has reached a masterful mid-level proficiency. There are perhaps no more than 5 individuals in the Daxia Kingdom who could surpass your skill. Shaking his head, Instructor Lin said, Principal Wang, upon watching this young man's dancing, I was transported into a realm of artistic inspiration. If I am not mistaken, his tap dance has already attained the level of a grandmaster, embodying a profound artistic state. He is likely among the highest caliber globally. Is there any way we can locate him and extend an invitation for him to join your academy as a tap dance instructor? Asked Principal Wang. With a sigh, Instructor Lin replied, We would need to conduct an investigation. As of now, we are unaware of which city or community he hails from. This would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Principal Wang declared resolutely, Regardless, with so many people in the footage in that villa setting, identifying him should be relatively straightforward. Many must know about this. Once it spreads online, Mentor Lin, keep an eye out and gather his information. Mentor Lin composed himself and nodded. Understood. Many art schools share similar aspirations. Meanwhile, a video of Jiang Ning had captured the attention of dance enthusiasts across the entire Great Xia Nation, sparking discussions and even invitations. Jiang Ning smilet gently. Meng, do you want to turn into a little sloth? Oh no, Meng doesn't want to be a sloth. The innocent child scrambled out of bed, terrified of the idea. After dressing her, Jiang Ning said, Come, let us freshen up. Uncle Jiang, what as for breakfast? Meng asked eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. She had become his most devoted food critic, always looking forward to his culinary creations. Today it's duckling-shaped cakes and warm milk, he replied. Ducklings? They must be adorable and delicious. Her face lit up with delight. At the table, Meng nibbled happily on her cake. Uncle Jiang, Annie Hong and Annie Li aren't up yet. Did they turn into sloths? Before Jiang Ning could respond, Li Yao emerged, yawning. Meng, are you calling me a sloth behind my back? Woof. Haha, exactly. Annie Hong might just have to spank you. Hong Yuan chimed in, stepping out with a sleepy grin. Giggling, Meng teased. Annie's, you woke up later than me. Jiang Ning was taken aback by the dark circles under their eyes. Had they stayed up all night? Miss Li. Miss Hong, perfect timing. Join us for breakfast. He returned with 2 plates of duckling cakes, and steaming milk. Exchanging glances, Li Yao and Hong Yuan eyed the whimsical cakes, feeling oddly childish. Eat up. The cakes are super yummy, filled with fresh fruit, soft and sweet. Meng urged, her cheeks smeared with crumbs. Skeptical, Liao took a bite, then widened her eyes in astonishment. I never knew cakes could taste this incredible. Hong Yuan followed suit, and soon, both abandoned decorum, devouring the treats. They had forgotten. Jiang Ning was a culinary master, his expertise spanning Eastern and Western cuisines, every technique perfected to artistry. Moreover, the approach differs from conventional methods. 15 minutes later. Xiao Yining, Meng, Jiang Ning, please continue your meal. I must head to work now. Having spoken, Liao retrieved a tissue, dabbed her lips, and rose to depart. Miss Hong, would you kindly accompany Meng for a while? I must visit the supermarket for ingredients and the herbal medicine shop for some traditional remedies. Jiang Ning announced as he stood. Hong Yuan, perplexed, inquired, Jiang Ning, why are you purchasing medicinal herbs? Jiang Ning replied, Miss Hong, I possess a modest understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. I intend to prepare some remedies for Meng. Should she fall ill, whether with a cold or fever, these herbs may hasten her recovery, sparing her unnecessary hospital visits. Hong Yuan was astonished once more. What? You're versed in Chinese medicine as well? Jiang Ning nodded humbly. As I mentioned, merely a rudimentary grasp. Meng, be good now and listen to Annie Hong. Meng nodded obediently. But Uncle Jiang, you must return quickly. You still have to teach me how to paint, write, speak English, play the piano, practice martial arts, and play with my toys. Understood, Meng. I shall return promptly after my errands, Jiang Ning assured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Chapter 52. Lu Xiu, a female classmate from Jiangning University. Boss, do you have these herbal medicines? If so, please prepare 10 of each, Jiang Ning inquired as he approached the herbal medicine counter, presenting his prescription to the elderly pharmacist behind the counter. The old pharmacist glanced at the prescription, then raised his head in astonishment. You, are you the tap dance king? He stuttered, clearly taken aback. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean by tap dance king? He questioned, unaware that his tap dance performance with the community members the previous night had been surreptitiously recorded and had gone viral online. He had been bestowed with several titles, such as Tap Dance King, Godly Legs of Tap Dance, and Youthful Dance Deity, with Tap Dance King being the most prevalent. You don't know? Were you not leading a group in tap dancing last night? The old pharmacist asked excitedly. He had been deeply captivated by Jiang Ning's dance moves, having watched the video multiple times and even practicing in his room, thus becoming a devoted fan. Jiang Ning remained perplexed. Yes, I did lead the children and community members in tap dancing last night. What of it, boss? My boy, your tap dance was recorded and shared online. You become quite popular. Can you please give this old man an autograph? I am truly your loyal fan. The old pharmacist exclaimed, hastily retrieving paper and a pen, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boss, I had no idea. I didn't check my phone last night. As for an autograph, I'm not a celebrity or a renowned internet figure. Is that really necessary? Jiang Ning replied, self-deprecatingly. No. Young man, I watched your video dozens of times last night. Your tap dance is invigorating. I felt rejuvenated by decades. Please, grant this old man his wish and sign. The pharmacist insisted, seemingly resolute in his demand for an autograph. Seeing the pharmacist's enthusiasm, Jiang Ning felt a sense of helplessness. All right then, I can sign, but please don't mock me later, as I'm not a celebrity. Never. Just fulfill this old man's humble request. I am truly enchanted by your dance moves. This is the first time I've developed an interest in dance, and it's all thanks to you. The pharmacist waved his hand dismissively. With a smile, Jiang Ning took the pen and inscribed his name on the paper. When the old pharmacist beheld Jiang Ning's calligraphy, he was once again astonished. Young man, your handwriting is remarkably exquisite as well. It's decent, I suppose, Jiang Ning smiled modestly, fully aware that his calligraphy had reached a masterful level. While he might not be among the most renowned calligraphers in the country, to claim himself as one would not be an exaggeration. Few could surpass Jiang Ning's skill in calligraphy. Jiang Ning, Master Jiang, thank you. I am profoundly grateful. I shall fetch your medicine right away, the old pharmacist beamed, hurrying off with a spring in his step. Watching the old man's childlike joy, Jiang Ning shook his head with a smile. He mused to himself that he was no star, yet the pharmacist's enthusiasm was indeed amusing. He subsequently glanced at the glass display case where a complete set of silver needles was for sale. Having studied ancient medical practices, he had naturally also learned the art of acupuncture, which he often found invaluable. Initially, he merely intended to procure some medicinal herbs for Meng to ensure that in the event of her falling ill, they would have traditional Chinese medicine on hand to brew for her or to prepare herbal baths that could expedite her recovery. However, upon seeing the silver needles, he realized that he could also use acupuncture to treat others. Yet, it would be best to reserve this practice for his family or very close friends, as he lacked a medical license, which could lead to considerable complications should any issues arise. 15 minutes later, the elderly physician had neatly packaged the various bundles of herbs. "Boss, do you sell these silver needles?" Jiang Ning inquired. "Indeed, I do." "What is this, young man? Do you have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine?" the old doctor asked, astonished. "Well, I have a slight understanding," Jiang Ning replied with a smile and a nod. "Very well then. Today I am in good spirits and shall gift you a complete set," the old doctor said, retrieving an exquisite sandalwood box from the lower drawer. Inside were a total of 200 silver needles, varying in length. Typically, 12 needles are used for standard acupuncture, while some urgent and complex conditions may require up to 49 needles. The necessity for 200 needles is exceedingly rare, and few physicians can achieve such a feat. Likewise, it is uncommon for patients to require that many needles. If a patient were to need 200 needles, they would practically be on the brink of death. Seeing such a precious collection of silver needles moved Jiang Ning deeply. "Thank you, boss. How much do I owe you?" he asked. The old doctor quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, no need. I owe you my thanks, Master Jiang, for your signature." However, Jiang Ning could not bring himself to take advantage of the situation. He intended to say more when the old doctor interjected, "Master Jiang, if possible, could we take a photo together? That would mean the world to me." With a smile, Jiang Ning replied, "That is not a problem, but please do accept the payment, or I will truly feel embarrassed. I've already said there is no need." "Yue, come out and help your grandfather take a photo," the old doctor called out loudly. "Yes, grandfather, I'm coming right now," a youthful voice echoed from the back room. Soon after, a girl dressed in a flowing white dress, graceful in figure and fair of face, emerged. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. "It's you, Lucy Yu," he exclaimed involuntarily. "It's you, Jiang Ning. What brings you here?" The girl responded, equally astonished, having recognized him as well. They were university classmates, with Lucy Yu being the belle of their class. Although she may not have been quite as renowned as the campus beauty, she was not far behind. Throughout their university years, both Lucy Yu and Jiang Ning consistently ranked among the top students, often occupying the first and second positions. Jiang Ning typically claimed the first, while Lucy Yu secured the second. However, their scores were significantly superior to those of their peers, leaving them far ahead. Whispers often circulated that they were a match made in heaven, a golden couple. Yet, their interactions during university had been limited, and after graduation, they had scarcely kept in touch. "Is this your grandfather's shop? Is this your family?" Jiang Ning inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, I have resided here for over 2 decades, so naturally this is my home." Lucy Yu responded with a gentle smile. "Oh, what an unexpected coincidence today," Jiang Ning remarked with evident awkwardness. "How so? Where? Are you classmates with Master Jiang?" The old doctor inquired with a hint of confusion. He was Lucy Yu's grandfather, named Lu Qiqi. Master Jiang? Lucy Yu did not check her phone last night and was, therefore, unaware of the reason her grandfather referred to Jiang Ning as Master Jiang. "Where? Did you not watch the news last night?" Last night, Master Jiang became a sensation across various platforms, such as Huayin and Xiaoyin. His tap dance performance captivated audiences far and wide. Numerous broadcasts of his video circulated, and it is estimated that nearly 100 million viewers have watched his tap dance online. Lu Qiqi expressed his delight, while Lu Xiu scrutinized Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, what did you learn at tap dance? How was I unaware of this?" "Ahem, I possess a modicum of proficiency," Jiang Ning cleared his throat and offered an awkward smile. All right, quickly assist me in capturing a photograph with Master Jiang. Lu Qiqi extended his phone to his granddaughter, Lu Xiyu. As Lu Xiyu held the device, her gaze was fixated on Jiang Ning, sensing that he appeared even more handsome than before. Come on, she uttered, though her attention was solely on Jiang Ning's visage and physique. Are you ready yet? Seeing Lu Xiyu lost in thought, Lu Qiqi urged her. After all, he had been standing with Jiang Ning for quite a while, yet his granddaughter had not indicated that the photos were ready. Oh, just a moment, Grandpa. Jiang Ning, please smile. Lu Xiyu regained her composure, her cheeks slightly flushed. Click, click, click. Grandpa has taken several photos already. Chapter 53. Lu Xiyu's confession in the inner chamber. Jiang Ning and Lu Xiyu are seated in the parlor. Jiang Ning, what have you been occupied with lately? I have heard that your employment has been terminated. Lu Xiyu inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ning was taken aback. How could Lu Xiyu possibly be aware of his dismissal from work? During their university years, he had limited interactions with Lu Xiyu, and after graduation, they lost all contact. How could she possibly be aware of this matter? Moreover, it seems that among our university peers, only he and Su Che are aware of this matter. Xiyu, how did you come to know? Jiang Ning stared intently at Lu Xiyu and inquired, Lu Xiyu, it matters not how I came by this knowledge. I am fully aware of everything from the company you joined post-graduation to the nature of your work and even to the circumstances of your dismissal. Lu Xiyu replied with a hint of pride, Ah, Xiyu, you investigated me? Jiang Ning found it utterly unbelievable. During their university days, Lu Xiyu had always carried herself with an air of dignified introversion, a bookish young woman who politely declined numerous suitors among classmates and alumni. In Jiang Ning's memory, she was simply a studious girl. The idea of her investigating his post-graduation circumstances seemed entirely out of character. Jiang Ning, please don't misunderstand, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I wasn't investigating you. I was merely concerned. After all, you were my academic rival for the top spot in our class. Lu Xiyu appeared somewhat abashed by her previous surveillance of Jiang Ning's every move, her head slightly lowered, cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ning softened his tone. Right now, I'm just a temporary daddy on duty, he admitted. What? Daddy on duty? Lu Xiyu lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Ning. Well, at the request of Su Che, I am to assist in caring for a child for a duration of 3 months. However, it is possible that in just a few days, I may have to depart before the full term is completed, Jiang Ning sighed. But Jiang Ning, you are an outstanding student, consistently ranking first in our class. It is truly perplexing that Su Che would recommend you for such a task. Lu Xiyu felt a surge of indignation towards Su Che's actions. Xiyu, I initially shared your sentiments, but after attending to that little girl, I discovered that I truly enjoy this work, and I have grown quite fond of the adorable child named Meng, who is so innocent and delightful. Jiang Ning spoke with a sense of pride, his gaze radiating warmth. Jiang Ning, do you have a fondness for children? Lu Xiyu gazed intently at Jiang Ning, discerning from his gentle expression that his words were sincere. Indeed, Meng is remarkably well-behaved and innocent. I truly cherish this job. Alas, her mother had initially planned to travel abroad for business for 3 months, yet negotiations concluded within merely a few days. She will return shortly, and once she does, my tenure here will come to an end, Jiang Ning lamented. Lu Xiyu inquired hopefully, Jiang Ning, since you have such an affinity for children, have you ever considered pursuing a romantic relationship, marrying, and perhaps having a child of your own? This way, you could devote yourself entirely to caring for the child. Oh dear. Xiyu, please do not jest with me. At present, I am hardly in a position to contemplate matters of marriage, and besides, destiny has yet to present itself, he replied. How could someone like me, who hails from the countryside and has only been in the city for 2 years since graduating from university, ever be liked? Jiang Ning said with a self-deprecating tone. Jiang Ning, what if I say that I like you? Lu Xiyu declared, her face flushed. She was unsure of why she had uttered such words so suddenly. Perhaps it was the result of holding back for too long. Or maybe it was a twist of fate. Ever since Jiang Ning had been dismissed from that company, she had not heard from him. Yet unexpectedly, he appeared in her family-esque shop. She believed this was destiny. Throughout their 4 years at university, she had longed for the day when Jiang Ning would confess his feelings to her. During their university days, Jiang Ning consistently ranked first in their class. She studied diligently, hoping to catch his attention, but alas, Jiang Ning seemed as wooden as a statue. What? See, you don't joke around. You are from the city, and your family has a long lineage in traditional Chinese medicine. How could you possibly like me? Please, spare me the comfort. Jiang Ning hastily waved his hands dismissively. In truth, Jiang Ning was in a state of turmoil. He never anticipated Lu Xiyu would confess her feelings to him in her own shop. He was not oblivious either. He had noticed the way Lu Xiyu looked at him back in university. However, his focus was predominantly on his studies, and he was acutely aware of his financial limitations. The thought of spending money on a girl, even for something as trivial as a bottle of milk tea, would make him wince, considering he would have to scrimp and save for several days afterward. I am not joking, Jiang Ning. I like you back in university. Can we be together? Lu Xiyu implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It took immense courage for her to voice her feelings. See you. I come from a rural background, and now I'm on the verge of losing my job. You are so exceptional. I'm not worthy of you. I'm sorry. See you, but I have something to attend to. I must leave. Jiang Ning stood up in a flurry, preparing to take his leave. However, as he reached the door, Lu Xiyu's voice trembled behind him. Jiang Ning, I do not care that you come from a rural family. Why are you always so self-deprecating? I genuinely like you, and no matter where you go, I will follow you. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ning paused for a moment. See you. Let us keep in touch if the opportunity arises. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. He hurriedly exited. Once seated in the car, his heart, which had been racing, finally began to calm down. He took a deep breath, astonished that he had inadvertently stumbled into Lu Xiyu's grandfather's shop and that she had confessed her feelings for him. As a rural boy with no experience in romance, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. It was she who had taken the initiative to confess. His job was secured through Su Che's introduction, but it was about to conclude soon. Although he had earned over 40 million from Huayin, he was facing impending unemployment. Uncertain of where to go next, he speculated that he might not remain in Songnan City. This was hardly an ideal time for romance. Regarding Lu Xiyu, he had indeed felt a spark of attraction in the past. However, with so many suitors vying for her attention, he believed he was unworthy and, with limited living expenses, he dared not pursue her. After graduation, he had devoted more of his thoughts to work. Yet, throughout this journey, his heart remained in turmoil. Perhaps influenced by Lu Xiyu's confession, Jiang Ning's mood shifted. As he drove towards the villa, 3 vehicles obstructed his path, 2 rugged SUVs and a McLaren. Jiang Ning halted his car and observed 8 bodyguards emerging from the SUVs, all adorned with sunglasses. One of the bodyguards approached Jiang Ning's BMW, rapped on the window, and with a disdainful glance at the driver, commanded, "Get out, kid. Our young master wishes to see you." Sensing their aggressive demeanor, Jiang Ning exited the vehicle, not out of fear, but rather concerned that they might damage his car, which would be difficult to explain to Su Meng. Once outside, he was escorted by the bodyguards to the front of the McLaren. Inside, he noticed a young man in the back seat, one arm wrapped around a seductive girl clad in stockings, his hand inappropriately exploring beneath her clothing. The girl emitted a soft protest. "Stop it." The young man rolled down the window, his expression dripping with contempt, and sneered. "So, you are the nanny Su Meng hired to look after her daughter?" Chapter 54. The third young master of the Chun family. "Chun Changfeng, who are you?" Yang Ning inquired equalirate. He could not abide the arrogant demeanor of such a privileged young man. Upon observing Jiang Ning's displeasure, the youth furrowed his brow. The anticipated reaction of fear and deference from Jiang Ning was conspicuously absent, which greatly irked him. "You are quite audacious, aren't you? You rubbish. You lack the right to speak to me in such a tone. Asan, give him a good beating. Once he behaves, let him kneel and address me properly." This young man was Chun Changfeng, the third son of the Chun family and a suitor of Su Meng. Although the Chun family could not rival the Su group, their assets still amounted to several hundred billion. He aspired to marry Su Meng and thereby inherit the trillion yuan assets of the Su group. "Yes, third young master. replied a bodyguard named Ah-san respectfully, before turning around and reaching for Jiang Ning's collar. As Ah-san's hand approached, Jiang Ning's expression hardened, and he struck downwards towards Ah-san's wrist with a swift chop. Ah-san winced in pain, but before he could react further, Jiang Ning delivered a punch straight to his forehead. Bang! Ah-san was sent flying several meters, losing consciousness upon impact. Witnessing Ah-san's sudden defeat, Chen Changfeng, who had previously exuded confidence and composure, now shouted in alarm, "All of you attack! Bring this brat down!" Heeding their master's command, 7 bodyguards, alongside the driver who had been with Chen Changfeng, exited the vehicle. They rushed forward, ready to swarm Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stepped back and aimed a kick at the newly disembarked driver bodyguard. It is worth noting that Jiang Ning had now attained intermediate martial arts skills. His close combat prowess and physical strength far surpassed his former novice level. While novice martial arts could handle a dozen ruffians without issue, these bodyguards, though more formidable than mere thugs, were riddled with openings when matched against Jiang Ning's advanced skills. Bang! The driver bodyguard was sent sprawling, clutching his abdomen as he crouched on the ground, his face pale and sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Jiang Ning then turned to the 7 bodyguards, who were momentarily stunned, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! 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 In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 7 bodyguards could not evade Jiang Ning's strikes. They either lay on the ground clutching their abdomens, unable to rise, or were knocked out cold. Thankfully, Jiang Ning had held back. Had he unleashed his full strength, he might have killed them. Witnessing his bodyguards being dispatched so swiftly, Chen Changfeng gasped in shock. His hands trembled, and his eyelids fluttered. Bang! Bang! The sound of knocking echoed against the car window. Chen Changfeng rolled down the window, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. "What do you want? Do you know who I am? Come down. I care not who you are. What was it you said earlier? You wanted to put me out of commission?" Jiang Ning responded flatly. This caused Chen Changfeng's heart to tighten. Do you realize the consequences of offending me? I'm not someone you can provoke." However, before Chen Changfeng could finish his sentence, Jiang Ning reached through the window and seized his collar with a firm grip. The alluring young woman paled in fright, hastily retreating from Chen Changfeng's embrace. With a sharp click, Jiang Ning flung open the car door and dragged Chen out by the collar. A resounding slap sent Chen staggering as he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. You insignificant wretch! How dare you strike me? I am Chen Changfeng, the 3rd young master of the Chen family." Another brutal slap landed. Chen stumbled backward, his vision swimming, his head throbbing with dizziness. Fear began to coil in his chest. You wouldn't dare hit me again." Jiang Ning showed no mercy. Another vicious slap sent Chen spinning before he collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his lips. His mind reeled, terror gripping him completely. He had encountered a demon today. This so-called Nanny Meng had hired possessed terrifying strength. He had assumed Jiang Ning was merely an ordinary graduate, having investigated his background. That arrogance now shattered under Jiang Ning's relentless assault. Never had he imagined such ferocity. This man disregarded his status entirely. A true monster. Be big, brother. I was wrong. Please, no more. Tears streamed down Chen's swollen face as he groveled. Never in his pampered life had he been beaten so mercilessly. Even elite special forces lacked this level of brutality. Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Didn't you vow to cripple me? What grudge do I owe you? Jiang Ning's icy glare made Chen's lips tremble uncontrollably. Brother, spare me. I'll give you anything. My family has endless wealth. Your filthy money means nothing. Move your worthless cars. If I see you again, I'll beat you every single time. Jiang Ning's voice dripped with menace. Beneath his fearsome facade, however, Jiang Ning's own nerves simmered. Though he had been a dominant figure in his rural childhood, adulthood had steered him away from violence. His aggression wasn't mere bravado. He had learned from gangster films that only overwhelming cruelty could cow such bullies. Now, armed with mid-tier martial prowess, he refused to tolerate their contempt. Their unprovoked threats to maim him had ignited his fury. Why, yes, brother. I'll have them move immediately. Chen barked at his paralyzed lackeys. Why are you standing there? Clear the way. All he desired now was for this demon to leave. Each slap carried terrifying force. Had Jiang Ning struck any harder, Chen was certain his neck would have snapped. At once, young master. The lackeys scrambled to obey. The few bodyguards, still conscious, clutched their stomachs, staggering as they moved the cars. Remember this. I haven't wronged you, but you've already crossed me once today. If I find out there's a next time, your fate will be far worse. With those venomous words, Jiang Ning drove off, leaving Chen Changfeng sitting on the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably, alongside his groaning entourage. The bodyguard named Ah San finally stirred, shaking his head as he stumbled over. Third young master. What should we do now? Useless. Every last one of you is worthless. Not a single one could withstand even a single move from him. What good are you to me? And now you dare ask me what to do? Chen Changfeng's teeth ground together audibly, his finger jabbing accusingly at the battered man. Get to the hospital first. And not a word of this to eldest brother or second brother. Act as if nothing happened. Yes, third young master. Only then did Chen Changfeng regain his composure. His elder brothers, Chen Changhong and Chen Changsong, were also vying for Su Meng's favor, each scheming to claim her hand, and with it, the inheritance of the Su group. If his brothers caught wind of this humiliation, he would lose face before his father, even jeopardizing his standing in the battle for the family fortune. His original plan had been to bribe Jiang Ning, using him to spy on Su Meng's every move from within. Worse still, he had entertained darker designs, coaxing Jiang Ning to drug her meals, leaving her vulnerable to his advances. But now it was clear this scheme was doomed. Jiang Ning was no ordinary man. Even if Chen Changfeng summoned 20 or 30 more bodyguards, the outcome would likely be the same: a brutal beating at Jiang Ning's hands. Chapter 55. Meng's drawing is discovered. Jiang Ning drove to the supermarket to purchase some groceries, along with his son Wukong mask, before returning to the villa. Upon his arrival, Meng and Hong Yuan were engrossed in watching television. "You're back," Hong Yuan inquired with a gentle smile. Jiang Ning forced a smile in response. "Yes, I'm back." Meng, how long have you been watching TV? It's time to draw." But Meng still wants to watch. The little girl protested reluctantly. "No, Meng. Watching too much TV is bad for your eyes. If you become nearsighted, you won't be able to see anything. Do you want to go blind?" Of course Meng doesn't want to go blind. "Then go draw. Once Uncle Jiang puts the groceries in the fridge, I'll teach you how to draw." "All right, Annie Hong, you can watch TV by yourself." Meng is going to draw now. With reluctance, Meng left the living room and headed to the balcony to sketch. Since Meng is drawing, Annie Hong won't watch either. Hong Yuan smiled softly before turning off the television and joining Meng on the balcony. As she browsed through the little girl's recent drawings, one particular piece caught her attention: a depiction of Meng holding hands with Su Meng on one side and what appeared to be Jiang Ning on the other, playing outdoors. Auntie Hong gazed at Meng in surprise. "Meng, is this Uncle Jiang in the drawing?" "Yes." Meng drew Uncle Jiang. Meng wants Uncle Jiang to be her daddy. "But Uncle Jiang won't agree," the child replied dejectedly. Hong Yuan pressed further. "Why do you think of Uncle Jiang that way?" "Because Uncle Jiang is amazing. He's like a superhero. He can do anything. I want him to be my daddy," Meng declared with longing. "Is that so? What exactly can Uncle Jiang do?" Hong Yuan asked with keen interest. "Uncle Jiang cooks delicious food, draws really well, speaks English, plays the piano and sings, and he's super strong and fights too." Meng rambled enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan listened half-heartedly. Indeed, with Jiang Ning's excellence, striking handsomeness, and such warmth toward children, what woman wouldn't be drawn to him? "Should I try to steal this nanny away from my best friend?" She quickly shook her head. "No, how could I entertain such improper thoughts? Wait, isn't Xiaoming coming back tomorrow? That means Jiang Ning will be leaving soon. Then wouldn't it be reasonable to invite him to work as a chef for us?" Her mind now brimmed with schemes to spend more time with Jiang Ning, pushing aside all concerns about familial objections. Just last night, alone in her room, she had maintained clear rationality. Yet today, after witnessing his presence in person, she found herself helplessly captivated once more. From the moment he returned, her eyes had stolen countless glances at him. "No matter how I look at him, it's never enough. He is endlessly pleasing to the eye." For a moment, She even wondered if she had secretly fallen for this man. In the kitchen, as Jiang Ning busily arranged the ingredients, he remained oblivious to the burgeoning feelings of Han Yuan and Li Yao towards him. This was primarily due to his martial arts advancement to an intermediate level, which had subtly enhanced his physique and facial features, imbuing him with an artistic charm that radiated masculinity. This allure was far more captivating than the mere presence of male hormones, enchanting the hearts of young women. It was also a significant reason why Lu Siyu, who had harbored a secret crush on him during university, felt compelled to confess her feelings upon seeing Jiang Ning again. Had Jiang Ning been aware of their affections, he might have been tempted to indulge in a life of leisure supported by their admiration. However, Han Yuan, as she gazed at the endearing drawing created by Meng, felt an unexpected pang of jealousy, perceiving them more as a family. When Jiang Ning completed his culinary tasks and stepped onto the balcony, he happened to catch sight of Han Yuan holding the drawing of the three of them that Meng had made. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Jiang Ning, is this what you taught Meng to draw? On Jiang inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ning awkwardly retrieved another drawing of his own from the side, explaining, "This is my artwork. Meng wished for a father figure and alter my drawing." As Han Yuan accepted Jiang Ning's drawing, her eyes widened in astonishment. His artwork was stunningly beautiful, although it appeared as if Jiang Ning was positioned protectively behind the mother and daughter. His gaze was filled with tenderness. The drawing bore a striking resemblance to Meng's depiction, where one hand held Su Meng and the other held Jiang Ning, creating an image that unmistakably suggested a father safeguarding his family. Jiang Ning recognized this implication and felt a blush creep upon him. He truly felt unjustly accused. His initial intention had been merely to comfort Meng after a fright. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yuan teased, Well, Jiang Ning, it seems you harbor feelings for our little Meng. Miss Hong, I assure you, that was not my intention. I only drew it at Meng's request, depicting her, Su Zong, and myself. I have no ulterior motives, Jiang Ning retorted, feeling cornered. I don't care. I will definitely tell Meng about this, Han Yuan declared, fuming. Jiang Ning sighed in resignation. Having seen Meng's drawing, he had braced himself for exposure. Though Han Yuan had discovered it, he remained undeterred, for he had nothing to hide. If she chose to share this tidbit, so be it. What was meant to happen would unfold in due course. He certainly could not destroy Meng's drawing out of fear, as that would only betray his innocence and potentially wound Meng's feelings. Fine, Miss Hong. If you wish to tell her, then go ahead, Jiang Ning said with a resigned smile, crouching down to Meng's level. Meng, what would you like to draw today? He inquired with a warm smile. Meng pondered for a moment and replied, Uncle Jiang, Meng wants to draw in a castle, with Meng, Mama, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Hong, and Aunt Li. Is that all right? Absolutely, Jiang Ning answered with enthusiasm. At that moment, Meng leaned close to Jiang Ning's ear and whispered, Uncle Jiang, please draw for me. I am a little princess. My mother is a queen, Aunt Li is the maid, Uncle Jiang is the guard, and Aunt Hong is the wicked witch. What? Jiang Ning couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just then, Han Yuan entered the living room holding two drawings, taking photos of them with her phone. Uncle Jiang, are you afraid of Aunt Hong? Meng blinked her eyes and gazed at Jiang Ning. Who says Uncle Jiang is afraid of Aunt Hong? Cool, me. Watch how Uncle Jiang draws your Aunt Hong, Jiang Ning replied, picking up a brush to begin his artwork. Meng watched intently from the side, diligently observing every stroke Jiang Ning made. After 5 minutes, a charming and beautiful depiction of Meng, seated on a throne beside the dignified Su Meng, adorned with a crown, emerged on the paper. The maid, Li Yao, with her big eyes, stood beside them, while Jiang Ning, the valiant guard, was engaged in battle with the witch, Han Yuan, who wore a chi pao and brandished a staff. Each character was vividly brought to life, especially the terrifying expression of Han Yuan, whose slender figure belied her sinister demeanor. Wow, Uncle Jiang, your drawing is so beautiful. Meng couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Chapter 56. A meeting with Tang Hatsai. Meng hurriedly took Jiang Ning's drawing and began to emulate the strokes with remarkable flair. Jiang Ning stood by, observing her, and it was evident that Meng possessed exceptional artistic talent and keen observation, qualities essential for any artist. Occasionally, Jiang Ning offered gentle guidance, but for the most part, it was Meng who held the brush. At that moment, Hong Yuan stealthily approached, and Jiang Ning was well aware of her presence, yet chose to remain silent. When Hong Yuan caught sight of Jiang Ning's depiction of her as a witch, her expression darkened. Frustration bubbled within her, and her teeth clenched audibly. But she refrained from interrupting Meng, who was deeply engrossed in her artwork. A chill ran down Jiang Ning's spine, as if a pair of fierce eyes were boring into him. He shrugged and feigned indifference. Unbeknownst to Meng, who was diligently painting, she suddenly inquired, "Uncle Jiang, I can't seem to draw Aunt Hong's face as a witch." This remark sent another shiver down Jiang Ning's back. "Ah, Meng, that is not Aunt Hong," he stammered. "That is merely a witch who happens to be wearing the same chi pao as Aunt Hong." He urged her, "You should make the witch's mouth wider and her eyes more exaggerated and round. How could someone as beautiful as Aunt Hong ever resemble a witch?" Jiang Ning hurried to clarify, fearing that Hong Yuan might unleash her wrath upon him from behind. "But Uncle Jiang, didn't we agree that Aunt Hong would be depicted as a witch?" Meng asked, puzzled. However, upon witnessing Hong Yuan's already darkened expression, she shivered with trepidation. "Oh no, the witch has appeared. Uncle Jiang, quickly protect the adorable little princess." With that, Meng tossed aside her brush and paper, diving into Jiang Ning's embrace. Jiang Ning quickly scooped up Meng and dashed into the living room. "Well, you two little rascals, let us see if the witch will cast a spell to turn Meng into a kitten and your Uncle Jiang into a puppy. Abracadabra, transform." At that moment, Hong Yuan playfully assumed the guise of a witch, ready to cast her spell. Meng, clinging to Jiang Ning's neck, erupted into laughter. "Uncle Jiang, you are the little princess's guardian. You must protect her well. The witch is about to cast her spell, and Meng certainly doesn't wish to become a kitten." She feigned fear. "Fear not. With this valiant guardian at your side, the witch shall not prevail," Jiang Ning proclaimed, thumping his chest proudly. The trio engaged in joyful play, frolicking and chasing one another, creating a scene reminiscent of a warm family moment. In that instant, Hong Yuan felt a pang of longing. If Meng were her daughter, and Jiang Ning her beloved, how beautiful that picture would be. She savored this rare moment of merriment, realizing that such opportunities might be scarce in the future. Thus, she let herself go, playfully pursuing Jiang Ning, who held Meng close. Before long, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted their revelry. Jiang Ning paused, reaching into his pocket for his device just as Hong Yuan dashed forward, grabbing his arm with one hand and Meng with the other. "I caught you both," she exclaimed joyfully. She was momentarily taken aback, for her hand was firmly grasping Jiang Ning's arm, which was enveloping Meng. The muscular strength of that arm rendered Hong Yuan momentarily dazed, her cheeks flushing a vibrant hue. Uncle Jiang quickly evaded. "The witch has captured Princess Meng." Meng exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Jiang Ning also became acutely aware of Hong Yuan's soft, delicate palm, causing a bead of sweat to form on his forehead. I need to take a call," he stammered, as an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Hastily, Jiang Ning set Meng down. Meng, please continue your painting. Uncle Jiang just needs to take a call." He then rushed out of the villa and into the courtyard. Upon seeing the call on his phone, he answered, "Hello, General Manager Tang." "Hello, Master Jiang. Where are you at the moment?" Tang Hatsai inquired with excitement. "I'm in Songnan City." "Why? Are you coming over, General Manager Tang?" Jiang Ning responded in surprise. "Master Jiang, I naturally know you are in Songnan City. I am asking for your precise location. Do you have time for a meeting?" General Manager Tang, "Have you already arrived in Songnan City?" "Yes, Master Jiang. I flew in on a private jet yesterday." "Oh, so soon. I am currently at the Yunding Villa community." Jiang Ning deemed it necessary to meet with Tang Hatsai, especially since the Tang Group had generously donated 10 million during the previous live broadcast. "Master Jiang, I am also at the Yunding Villa community, having purchased 2 villas in this complex, located in Building A17 and A18. I am presently in Building A18. Do you have time to come here? Or should I come to find you?" Jiang Ning felt somewhat overwhelmed, Tang Hutsai's decisiveness was striking, clearly indicating that the purchase of these two villas was intended for him. All right, since this villa belongs to someone else, I shall come over, he pondered, concluding that visiting would be more appropriate. All right, I will wait for you here. Tang Hutsai did not anticipate that Master Jiang would be so agreeable. He himself felt a wave of nervousness, as this task had been assigned to him by the elder. Should he fail, the family head position would likely be passed to his second brother. Although the three brothers maintained a seemingly amicable relationship, it was contingent upon the elder's presence. In the absence of the elder, the question of familial harmony over inheritance remained uncertain. After ending the call, Jiang Ning returned to the villa. Meng, please continue your painting. Miss Hong, I have a matter to attend to. Could you kindly look after Meng for a while? Jiang Ning said, a touch of embarrassment in his voice, as this fell within his working hours and was a clear case of skipping work. For how long? Hong Yuan asked, her cheeks slightly flushed, still feeling shy from their earlier contact. About an hour. And I'm also in this community, Jiang Ning replied, scratching his head. All right, no problem. You go ahead. Hong Yuan smiled and nodded. Thank you. Jiang Ning expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Watching Jiang Ning's departing figure, Hong Yuan gazed after him, lost in thought, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. As Jiang Ning approached the villa at building A18, he encountered two rows of bodyguards standing at the entrance, all clad in dark sunglasses and tailored suits. Each possessed an imposing stature, broad shoulders, and an air of vigilance as they scanned their surroundings, clearly not your ordinary protectors. At the forefront of this formidable assembly stood a middle-aged man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding the demeanor of someone in a position of authority, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's approach, Tang Hutsai's expression immediately transformed into one of warmth and eagerness. He hurried forward, greeting, "Hello? You must be Master Jiang, am I right?" "Hello. You're Mr. Tang, I presume?" Jiang Ning responded, stepping forward himself, though he felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite facing a dozen bodyguards, he harbored no fear. He was confident in his ability to subdue them if it came to blows. However, in the presence of Tang Hutsai, he felt the weight of the other's authoritative aura bearing down upon him. The distinction between the intensity of the bodyguards and that of Tang Hutsai was stark, highlighting the contrast between an ordinary individual and someone who had long occupied a position of power. This aura inevitably instilled a sense of tension and distance. In a physical confrontation, Jiang Ning was certain he could fell Tang Hutsai with a single strike. Yet, when it came to negotiation, he found himself considerably more apprehensive. Chapter 57. Jiang Ning reports an exorbitant price nevertheless. Jiang Ning maintained a facade of composure, despite a slight flutter of nerves within him. As a practitioner of intermediate martial arts, he was far from the timid demeanor often exhibited by freshly graduated students. Moreover, it was Tang He Kai who sought his assistance, rather than the other way around. Thus, the minor anxiety soon dissipated. "Ah, it is I," he said. "I apologize for the suddenness of my visit, Master Jiang. I hope you will not take offense. Please come inside." Tang He Kai inwardly marveled at Jiang Ning's unexpected calmness, especially given his youth. Many individuals of Jiang Ning's age would exhibit weakness and stammering in his presence. Yet Master Jiang appeared utterly unperturbed. "Mr. Tang, you are far too courteous. Please, do come in," Jiang Ning replied with a warm smile. The two entered the living room. "Master Jiang, I have come regarding our previous discussion about your potential contract with us. What are your thoughts on the matter?" Jiang Ning smiled and responded, "Mr. Tang, to be frank, I have not given this matter much consideration lately, nor did I anticipate your sudden visit, especially with you acquiring a villa nearby." "Oh, that is quite all right, Master Jiang. I intend to stay here for an extended period, so please take your time in your deliberation. There is no rush. Furthermore, I have identified several of our company's finest young chefs who will assist you as subordinates." With that, Mr. Tang clapped his hands twice. From the adjacent room emerged 4 men and 1 woman. "Master Jiang, these 5 are our top young chefs in the culinary division of the Tang Group," Mr. Tang introduced. "This is the idol you saw in the video, the young daddy, Master Jiang." Upon hearing Mr. Tang's introduction, the 5 individuals' eyes sparkled with excitement, their faces beaming with smiles. Hello, I am Lu Zhengchuan. Hello, I am Tang Yang. Hello, Master Jiang, I am your family Heike. Hello, I am Yi Jinj. Hello, I am also a devoted fan. Shin Mimi. Greetings to you all. Thank you. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep this under wraps. I prefer to keep my identity discreet. Jiang Ning said with a nod and a smile. He was taken aback by Mr. Tang's earnestness, which left him somewhat flustered. The contract had yet to be finalized, yet such elaborate arrangements were already in place, catching him off guard. To decline would place both parties in an awkward position. Rest assured, we shall keep your secret. The 5 esteemed chefs vowed earnestly. Mr. Tang waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. How do you find them, Master Jiang? Mr. Tang inquired with a smile. However, Jiang Ning remained expressionless, offering no response, his dissatisfaction evident. Observing Jiang Ning's demeanor, Tang Hekai felt a twinge of unease and quickly retracted his smile, saying, Master Jiang, have I upset you by arranging for these individuals to come without prior notice? Mr. Tang, it is not my intention to criticize you, but we have yet to finalize the contract. I have not agreed to anything, yet you have made such arrangements without considering my feelings, Jiang Ning replied. Moreover, the reason I conceal my true identity at Huayin is to avoid disrupting my current life. However, how have you managed this? It is no longer just you who are aware of my identity. Your 5 chefs and the bodyguards outside are also in the know. How could our competitors remain oblivious to the situation? Upon analyzing Jiang Ning's remarks, Tang Hatsai was immediately drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ning's insights would be so astute, rendering his whereabouts entirely exposed to his rivals. He also could not guarantee whether the chefs he brought would remain loyal or if the bodyguards might betray him. At that moment, he regretted his course of action. Although these bodyguards were mostly fiercely loyal and the chefs had been meticulously selected, their movements were undoubtedly already monitored by competitors. Master Jiang, what do you suggest I do next? Tang Hatsai inquired, somewhat at a loss. Your bodyguards are too conspicuous outside. Furthermore, since the contract has not been agreed upon and has yet to commence formally, you should take the chefs back without revealing anything, Jiang Ning advised. All right, what else? Dang he gai pets an si o li. Mr. Tang, how many people are aware of your purchase of Villa A17? Only my secretary and I. But rest assured, Master Jiang, my secretary is utterly loyal. No one else knows I bought Villas A17 and A18, Tang Hatsai asserted earnestly. Very well, Mr. Tang, let us discuss the contract. My price is 2 billion, and in return, I will provide 20 signature dishes that are unavailable in the market. I will also assist you in competing for the title of Culinary Master. However, I cannot guarantee that you will achieve this title, Jiang Ning stated thoughtfully. In truth, Jiang Ning aimed to dissuade Tang Hatsai from pursuing this venture and encourage him to return to Kyoto promptly. This way, the risk of his identity being exposed would be minimized. Perhaps only a few knew the superdad was in Songnan City, and among them, only Tang Hatsai and the 5 chefs had seen his true face. It would not be easy for others to uncover his identity. Thus, Jiang Ning deliberately proposed a contract amount that would be difficult for Tang Hatsai to accept and also withheld the guarantee of securing the title of Culinary Master, conditions that would be hard for any culinary group or competition team to accept. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's terms, Tang Hatsai's brow furrowed. This price is exceedingly high. Master Jiang, are your demands not a bit excessive? Could you possibly lower the conditions? He inquired anxiously, gazing at Jiang Ning. My demands stand as they are, Mr. Tang. If not, you may consider your options back in Kyoto, Jiang Ning emphasized, placing particular weight on the words back in Kyoto. Please hold on, Master Jiang. I need to make a phone call, Tang Hatsai said before heading upstairs. Dad, I just met with Master Jiang. Tang Hatsai began upon reaching his father. How did it go with Master Jiang? Tang Xiachuan inquired, reclining in his chair. Master Jiang is asking for 2 billion. He will provide 20 signature dishes that are not found in the market and will participate in the Culinary Master competition. But he does not guarantee a win and will not be involved thereafter, Tang Hatsai explained, exasperated. 2 billion? From my analysis, Master Jiang does not seem to be someone who values money that highly, Tang Xiachuan remarked, sitting up. Tang Hatsai, I am at a loss. Upon our first encounter, He demanded a staggering sum of 2 billion. Tang Xiachuan sensed that something was amiss. Either he had misjudged the situation and Master Jiang was indeed a man of avarice, or Master Jiang was deliberately inflating his price to drive his son away. However, considering that he had generously bestowed 1 million on Jiang Ning yesterday as the top supporter, Jiang Ning ought not to be so lacking in courtesy. There must be a reason behind this. It surely stemmed from his son's actions or words being inappropriate. No. Hutsai, recount to me every detail of your endeavors in Sangnan City, including your meeting with Master Jiang. With a sense of helplessness, Tang Hutsai recounted all her actions upon arriving in Sangnan City, as well as the specifics of her encounter with Jiang Ning, including his expressions. To old Master Tang in meticulous detail. Chapter 58. The contract changed to 2 billion as Tang Hutsai recounted the events. Far away in Kyoto, Tang Xiachuan's fists clenched audibly, and at that moment, he yearned to slap his inept eldest son into submission. Though his eldest son, Tang Hutsai, reveled in ostentation, he did exhibit a degree of dedication to the family business, albeit lacking in prudence. The second son, Tang Helong, was a debauched youth, indulging in an extramarital affair while neglecting his responsibilities, holding the title of vice president within the group, yet never engaging in actual affairs. The third son, Tang Hefu, was somewhat better, yet he was governed by his wife, Wang, adhering to her every command. Should the family be entrusted to him, it would likely transform into the Wang group within a year. Now, intentionally retreating into the background to allow his eldest son to take the reins was a deliberate attempt at his maturation. Alas, this time he faltered again, succumbing to his habitual arrogance. Through gritted teeth, Tang Xiachuan instructed, Hutsai, leave the villa keys and property deeds with Master Jiang. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Return with everyone immediately. What? Father, I have yet to finalize discussions with Master Jiang, Tang Hutsai protested. Master Jiang emphasized his return to Kyoto with heightened urgency. Do you still not comprehend? The longer you linger, the more detrimental it is not only for Master Jiang, but for us as well. The more time you spend here, the more people will become aware, and our competitors will easily locate Master Jiang, diminishing our prospects of collaboration. Sweat beaded on Tang Hutsai's forehead as he grasped Jiang Ning's intentions. It was imperative to return ostentatiously for appearances, only to return discreetly later. Given the old man's temperament, relinquishing Master Jiang was out of the question. Oh, I understand. Father, I will proceed as such. Goodbye. After hanging up, Tang Hutsai inhaled deeply, realizing he had underestimated the situation. This was not a mere corporate matter. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, yet fearing exposure. He had recklessly revealed it. My apologies, Master Jiang. I must take my leave. Please hold on to these 2 sets of keys and property deeds for me. I have pressing matters in Kyoto. With that, Tang Hutsai hastily exited the living room. Jiang Ning watched Tang Hutsai's hasty departure, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed that the crime dramas and films, such as Inside the Game, had significantly sharpened his vigilance. It turns out I have encountered fraud. And here I am, duped by an online swindler masquerading as Master Jiang. Let's return. Tang Hutsai stormed out of the villa in a flustered state. Jiang Ning, hearing Tang Hutsai's outburst, couldn't help but wince. The 5 chefs behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Fraud? ISN, Tihi the young dad. Tang Hutsai's secretary, Ku Hanliang, was equally bewildered but quickly regained his composure. After years of following Tang Hutsai, he had learned to anticipate his moods. However, Lu Zhengchuan appeared anxious, his hands trembling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, for he had previously relayed information about the young dad to the Zhao family from Northeast. He hails from the Northeast, and Zhao Shilong, the head of the Zhao family, had promised him a reward of 1 million for any news regarding the young daddy. Lu Zhengchuan is also a spy placed within the Tang group by Zhao Shilong, clandestinely siphoning opportunities from the Tang's catering business. However, his anxious demeanor was observed by Ku Hanliang, secretary to Tang Hutsai, who had just turned around. Yet, Ku Hanliang quickly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Tang, that fellow inside is not the young daddy. Shall we go teach him a lesson? This is outrageous. How dare he deceive the Tang family? Ku Hanliang pretended to be furious, exchanging glances with Tang Hetsai. Tang Hetsai waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. This is not Kyoto. We must avoid trouble. If it weren't for the old master calling earlier to say that the young daddy had contacted him and is in Qingshan City, urging us to return, we might have been fooled by this brat. The two deliberately lowered their voices, yet kept it audible enough for the 5 chefs to hear. Lu Zhengchuan, regaining his composure, recalled his conversation with Jiang Ning. It indeed seemed plausible that it was a ruse, for he had watched numerous videos of the young daddy, and the voice did not match. With this thought, he hurriedly pulled out his phone, typing as he walked, detailing his discovery of the differing voices and the deception of the Tang family in a message to the Northeast Zhao family. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Ning's voice in the Young Daddy series was a falsetto. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengchuan's urgent typing was noticed by Kahan Liang, who had been observing him discreetly. Yet, given that they had identified the mole, it was not the opportune moment to apprehend him. A mole could be utilized, maximizing his potential impact, which would be more valuable than simply eliminating him. Jiang Ning remained seated in the living room, gazing at the property deed for Villa A17, which clearly bore his name. It appeared that the 2 villas purchased by Tang Hetsai were intended, one as a gift for him, and the other presumably for culinary research, he mused. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was from Kyoto. Hello. Greetings, Master Jiang. I am Tang Xiachuan, father of Tang Hetsai from the Tang Group. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea my reckless son would cause you such trouble. Jiang Ning squinted and replied, Hello, Director Tang. It's quite all right. It seems Tang has a penchant for showing off. Tang Xiachuan smiled. Ahem, I truly apologize. Master Jiang, I leave this matter entirely in his hands. I did not expect our first meeting to unfold this way. Rest assured, Master Jiang, your proposed contract of 2 billion will be honored. Jiang Ning was taken aback, surprised by Tang's generosity, fully aware that he had intended to provoke them. No, Director Tang, you must understand that I was merely jesting, hoping Tang would react promptly and retract. I did not genuinely intend to raise the figure to 2 billion. Jiang Ning hastily clarified. Tang Xiachuan erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ah, Master Jiang, I comprehend your intention. You are indeed worth a staggering 2 billion for this contract. Tang Dong, I am still deliberating. My mention of 2 billion was merely to frighten you away at first. I understand. Master Jiang, you may continue your contemplation. Yet the contract has undeniably escalated from 1 billion to 2 billion. However, it is agreed that you must provide me with 20 signature dishes that are unavailable on the market. Tang Xiachuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. 1 dish for 1 million is a fair exchange, especially since these signature dishes are unique. Furthermore, he has faith in Jiang Ning's culinary skills. And with a year at his disposal, there is ample opportunity to secure victory in the culinary championship. Old Master Tang has always possessed an astute judgment of character, trusting those he employs and dismissing those he doubts. This has been one of the pivotal reasons why the Tang Group has ascended into the top 5 in Kyoto over the past 4 to 5 decades. Presently, many significant positions within the Tang Group are held by individuals whom Old Master Tang once trusted. This trust has also been a key factor in the stability of the Tang Group under Tang Hetsai's leadership. Of course, for major decisions, Old Master Tang still retains the final say. Chapter 59. The Zhao family's ambition in the Northeast very well, then it's settled. However, to avoid unnecessary disturbances and ensure the safety of the Tang family competition, I suggest we keep the number of chefs to a minimum. It would be best to assign only one trusted top-tier chef to assist me and prepare high-quality ingredients. I will personally teach him the 20 dishes I develop. A month before the competition, I can brief additional assistance on essential tasks. As for the location, let's move it to Villa A17 on my property. Have the kitchen renovated with 5 high-powered stoves, large wok burners, commercial-grade flame stoves, along with premium refrigeration units, freezers, cooking utensils, and baking equipment. Leave Villa A18 untouched for now. Hearing Jiang Ning's straightforward agreement, Old Master Tang rose to his feet, visibly pleased. Excellent. Thank you, Master Jiang. For security reasons, I'll be the one to visit you this time. After all, in the public eye, I've retired and remain largely unnoticed. Very well, Chairman Tang. Make your own arrangements. We'll reconnect once you arrive, Jiang Ning replied with a casual shrug. Until then, old Master Tang said before promptly calling his son, Tang Hetsai. Change your flight to Qingshan City immediately, Tang Xiaochuan instructed. As for the purpose, I need not elaborate. I'll handle the initial phase with Master Jiang myself. Understood, father. I'll depart for Qingshan City at once to meet the young papa, Tang Hetsai responded, grasping his father's intent. There required no further explanation. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Hetsai's words were overheard by the 5 chefs accompanying him, including Lu Zhangxuan, who now had irrefutable confirmation that the young papa was indeed in Qingshan City. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly relayed the information to the Zhao family of the Northeast. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa in Jijiang City, Northeast China, Zhao Shilong and several high-ranking Zhao family members were deep in discussion regarding the young papa, Ding. Zhao Shirkan, Zhao Shilong's second son, glanced at his phone upon receiving Lu Zhangxuan's message. Father, it's confirmed. The young papa is in Qingshan City. Tang Hetsai is en route to meet him. What is our next move? Zhao Shilong absently twisted the jade ring on his finger. Could this be a diversion orchestrated by Tang Hetsai? Zhao Shirkan frowned. Unlikely. That fool Tang Hetsai would never suspect Lu Zhangxuan is our informant. Zhao Jingjing, Zhao Shilong's eldest daughter, interjected, Father, I believe we should investigate the Cloud Peak villas in Sangnan City, particularly Villa A18. Zhao Shiji, the eldest son, added, we should pursue both leads. But we must also dispatch agents to Qingshan City immediately, preparing for negotiations with the young papa, Zhao Shilong, with his eyes closed. Listened to the conversation of his children before finally opening his eyes to speak. The Villa A18 in Yunding community has undoubtedly been purchased by Tang Hetsai. Shiji, you should also acquire a property near A18 and send someone to stay there long-term to observe the surroundings and report back on any developments. Jingjing, you are to head to Qingshan City. Upon receiving any news regarding the young dad, notify us immediately, and you shall represent the Zhao family in the meeting. Zhao Jingjing nodded respectfully, affirming, understood. Meanwhile, in Jiang Ning, having stored the keys and property deed in the system space, Jiang Ning returned to Su Meng's villa. Uncle Jiang, you're back, Meng exclaimed, rushing over upon seeing him. Yes, have you finished your drawing? Jiang Ning inquired with a smile. Uncle Jiang, I've completed it. Would you teach me English? Meng asked with her sweet smile. Of course, let us begin, Jiang Ning replied. Good morning, Uncle Jiang. Good morning, Meng. Soon. Jiang Ning commenced teaching Meng spoken English, which left Hong Yuan astonished. From Jiang Ning's pronunciation, she recognized the authenticity of his English, contrasting sharply with her own, which bore a heavy Eastern accent. Jiang Ning was meticulous in teaching, repeating the phrases until Meng corrected her pronunciation. Finding someone with such a genuine English accent in the Great Xia Kingdom was indeed rare. It surpassed even the proficiency of the British. This was akin to the difference between the Mandarin spoken in Kyoto and that in Sangnan City. They were distinctly different, with the latter lacking the authenticity and formality of the former. Jiang Ning, come, let us continue our tap dance in the community. Do you know you have become quite popular online? Liao said, her belly slightly rounded. However, tonight, Jiang Ning prepared a meal that was only 8/10 of their usual portion. Though they finished everything, it was not as overwhelming as the previous night. Indeed, I would love to continue dancing with you, Jiang Ning. I've begun to really enjoy tap dancing, Hong Yuan remarked as she brushed her hair back. Jiang Ning smiled and waved his hand, saying, no, you all take Meng out to play. I need to tidy up the kitchen and the house, and I have some personal matters to attend to. Hearing his refusal, Li Yao and Hong Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment but did not press him further. Let us go, Meng, find Nanny and Tuan to play. Didn't you make plans with them last night? Hong Yuan suggested, squatting down to her level. Upon hearing about her friends, Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, Nanny and Tuan are my earliest friends in this community, she exclaimed, bouncing joyfully out of the villa. Watching the three of them leave to play brought a smile to Jiang Ning's face. Jiang Ning first reviewed the videos of cooking made at noon and stir-frying in the evening, before posting them on Huawei. Subsequently, he proceeded to tidy up the kitchen. Meng, why didn't your father come out to play with you tonight? Nanny inquired, glancing around. Indeed, Meng, your father danced so beautifully last night. I wish to continue dancing tonight, Tuanchuan chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hee, my father is busy with house chores tonight, Meng replied, seemingly pleased that her two new friends referred to Jiang Ning as her father. This exchange prompted a knowing glance between Hong Yuan and Li Yao, suggesting that Meng indeed yearned for a father figure in her life. An hour later, Jiang Ning had thoroughly cleaned the kitchen and the entire villa, including the first, second, and third floors. Next, he moved to the entertainment room to organize the toys. After 5 minutes, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your system space has upgraded to 300 cubic units. The expansion of his system space was beneficial, even if it seemed excessive for his current needs. After all, a larger space could prove advantageous in the future, perhaps even eliminating the need for a moving company should he relocate. Before long, having tidied the entertainment room, Jiang Ning decided to take the remaining time to register an account on the Daxiao Literature Network to begin penning his own novels. Chapter 60. Meng insists on having Jiang Ning as her father, now a master of literary art. Jiang Ning finds himself endowed with a plethora of original literary creations gifted by various systems, works unprecedented in the market. He swiftly opened his laptop in the bedroom and registered an account on the Daxiao Literary Network. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to adopt the pen name Jiang Yan. With a flurry of keystrokes, Jiang Ning began to publish his literary novels on the Daxiao Literary Network. Although his typing speed allowed him to churn out nearly 3,000 characters per hour, he still felt that time was insufficient. Each short story typically spanned between 80 to 200,000 characters, requiring 4 to 5 hours a day and at least 4 to 5 days to complete a single piece. However, Jiang Ning remained unfazed. 2 hours passed, and Jiang Ning had written 3 chapters, each exceeding 2,000 words. Let us publish these, he thought, as Meng and her friends would soon return. With a decisive click, he published his work and shut the laptop. As he stepped out of the bedroom, he heard Meng's cheerful voice from downstairs. Uncle Jiang, Meng is back. It was amusing how, while playing outside, she had referred to Jiang Ning as her father, only to revert to Uncle Jiang upon her return. This prompted a knowing glance between Hong Yuan and Li Yao, acknowledging the cleverness of little Meng. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Ning saw Meng, flushed and sweaty from her play, and his heart swelled with affection. Meng, he said affectionately, why are you all sweaty from playing? Cool, me. Uncle Jiang will take you for a nice bath, so you can feel fresh and fragrant. Meng, in her sweet, innocent voice, nodded obediently. Meng wants Uncle Jiang to help her wash. Of course, let us go, Jiang Ning replied, ruffling her small head as he led her into the bathroom. I have a feeling that little Meng might end up with Jiang Ning in the future, Li Yao sighed. Hong Yuan enviously added, I think so too. They really do resemble a family, and Meng seems to be their matchmaker. Li Yao settled onto the sofa, remarking, Jiang Ning is truly exceptional, albeit from a less affluent background. In every other aspect, he surpasses those rich second-generation heirs by miles. Hong Yuan continued, Li Yao, have you noticed that there are significantly more people in the community tonight? Quite a few have asked why Jiang Ning isn't dancing this evening. Li Yao shook her head, fanning herself, and replied, last night, Jiang Ning's tap dancing went viral online, drawing many residents out tonight just to see if he would perform again. Hong Yuan remarked, indeed. If Jiang Ning weren't busy being a dad but rather pursued a path as an internet celebrity or dancer, he would undoubtedly achieve great fame. Li Yao siga, fortunatelli. Little Meng will be returning tomorrow. I wonder if she will continue to let Jiang Ning take care of her. If she does, they might have a chance together. If Jiang Ning leaves tomorrow, their connection will likely come to an end. Hong Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. If little Meng were to let Jiang Ning go, I could smoothly invite him to my home as a chef. Li Yao shot her a glare, exasperated. Humph, Xiaoyin, do you think I'm unaware of your little schemes? Hong Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Li Xiaoniao, don't speak nonsense. It was Xia Meng who let go. I cannot, let such a precious opportunity slip away to outsiders. Come on, Xiaoyin, can you honestly say you haven't been tempted by Jiang Ning's physique? I saw you sneak glances at him numerous times last night. Ah, you little Li, how can you accuse me? You know better. I'm not. Hee hee. Let's see how long you can keep denying it. I shall tickle you until you confess. And so, the two young ladies began a frolic on the sofa in the living room. In the bathroom, Meng continued to play in the bathtub. Though it was already late August, Jiang Ning worried that Meng might catch a cold from playing for too long, especially since she had just recovered from an illness a couple of days prior. Jiang Ning turned on the heating lamp, ensuring the bathroom remained comfortably warm. Uncle Jiang, is this how you swim the breaststroke? Is my posture correct? In the tub, Meng mimicked swimming with great enthusiasm. It seemed she had taken a liking to the sport. Jiang Ning thought to himself that he should take Meng to the swimming pool sometime. At that moment, he remembered that President Su would be returning the next day, making this wish seem unlikely to come true, as he would likely have to leave as well. Yes, Meng, this is the breaststroke position. Watch closely and try again, Jiang Ning said, demonstrating the technique. Meng paused in the water, observing intently. Jiang Ning noted that whenever Meng was interested in something, be it painting, English, or piano, her focus was unwavering. Have you learned it, Meng? Jiang Ning inquired with a smile as he halted his demonstration. Meng nodded vigorously. Soon, she was back in the water, imitating the breaststroke with noticeable improvement. Uncle Jiang, what other swimming styles are there? Meng, having likely seen swimming-related shows, asked about different strokes. Well, there's freestyle, and this is the motion for it, Jiang Ning replied, continuing to illustrate the freestyle technique. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. All right, Meng, it's about time to get out, Jiang Ning remarked, glancing at the clock. No, I want to keep swimming, Meng protested with reluctance. No, you've been in for quite a while already. We can swim again tomorrow night, okay? Jiang Ning suggested. But I really want to keep swimming. Meng pouted. Has Meng become a disobedient little rascal? Jiang Ning pretended to be stern. Hearing his words and observing his mock displeasure, Meng quickly replied, I'll get up right now. Meng is a good girl. Jiang Ning then smiled and lifted Meng up, drying her off and dressing her in clean clothes. Now my little Meng has transformed into a sweet-smelling darling. Jiang Ning couldn't help but praise. Hee. Then how about it, Uncle Jiang? Will you be my daddy? I promise to be a good girl for Daddy Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. It was clear that Meng yearned for paternal love. Oh, Meng, remember what Uncle Jiang said before? We can't say that I should be your daddy. Forgot already? If your mother hears that, she might dismiss me immediately. However, Meng truly yearned for Uncle Jiang to become her father. With a soft whimper, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Do not cry, my dear Meng, Jiang Ning hurriedly consoled her. Rest assured, soon you shall have a father who loves you dearly. Yet Meng insisted. I only want Uncle Jiang to be my father. I do not desire anything else. Her sobs grew even more sorrowful. This commotion caught the attention of Hong Yuan and Li Yao in the living room. They quickly ceased their activities and rushed to the bathroom, where they beheld Jiang Ning cradling Meng, offering her words of comfort. Do not cry, Meng, you'll have a father. Jiang Ning found himself utterly at a loss, unsure of how to soothe her. To Hong Yuan and Li Yao, this scene appeared as a tender tableau of father and daughter. Chapter 61. The call from Huayin and the tender embrace of Jiang Ning. Meng wept until slumber overtook her, perhaps exhausted from the evening's revelries. Jiang Ning gently carried Meng to her bedroom, laid her upon the bed, tucked her in, and then stepped outside. At the doorway stood Hong Yuan and Li Yao, who addressed Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, have you ever contemplated becoming Meng's father? With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Ning replied, Miss Hong, please do not speak like a child. Such a notion is utterly impossible. If your dear friend, President Su, were to return tomorrow and discover this, not only would I be expelled, but might also leave her with an unfavorable impression. Li Yao interjected, but do you harbor any affection for Meng? Assistantly, I have expressed on numerous occasions that since I assumed the role of Meng's nanny, I have grown rather fond of her. However, this is entirely distinct from being her father. Jiang Ning, your thoughts are still muddled. We could persuade President Su to allow you to play the role of a father figure to Meng, albeit in a pretense. Liao suggested, her eyes twinkling. No need for that. Assistantly. President Su will be back tomorrow, and I too shall be departing soon, Jiang Ning remarked. His spirits evidently dampened. Enough of this discussion. I have tidied up the place today and wish to retire early, he concluded, striding into his own bedroom. Hong Yuan and Li Yao exchanged glances, with Hong Yuan leaning in a whisper. Li Yao, do you not sense that Jiang Ning is somewhat reluctant to leave? Li Yao sighed. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Although we have only known him for a short while, we have witnessed the affection he showers upon Meng, more devoted than that of a biological father. It is unfortunate. Xiaoming had initially promised that Jiang Ning would care for Meng until her return from the business trip. Once Xiaoming is back tomorrow, I fear Meng will soon be sent off to kindergarten. Liao likit herlips. It seems that savoring Jiang Ning's culinary creations will soon be a rarity. How I long to relish his cooking for a lifetime. Indeed, Jiang Ning's dishes have caused even my 6 years of dieting to falter. I wonder if he would be amenable to becoming my personal chef at home, Hong Yuan mused, a blush rising to her cheeks as if lost in reverie. Li Yao waved her hand in front of Hong Yuan's face, teasing, "Oh, Xiaoyin, that expression of yours was quite infatuated. Phew, what a flirt. How dare you, Li Yao?" Hong Yuan retorted, before playfully tickling Li Yao. The two erupted into laughter and merriment within the confines of the bedroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, in his own sanctuary, continued to type away at his novel with fervor. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello. Good evening, Master Jiang. This is Wu Yinxiu, the head of wine planning. I apologize for the late interruption. I trust you are still awake?" "Oh, good evening, Director Wu. I am indeed still awake. Please proceed." With palpable excitement, Wu Yinxiu exclaimed, "Master Jiang, following the upload of your 2 videos tonight, your fan base has now surpassed 40 million. Our team at Huayin has convened and resolved to sign a contract with you, increasing the signing fee from 10 million to 30 million. Regarding the previous requests for live streaming promotions and advertisements, those can be waived. We simply ask that you conduct regular live streams. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing Wu Yinxiu's proposal, Jiang Ning responded incredulously, "Is this for real?" "Indeed. Given your immense popularity, Master Jiang, our only condition is that you refrain from posting culinary content on other platforms." "Of course, that's no issue." "Excellent. Master Jiang, would you kindly share your address? We'll bring the contract tomorrow." "Certainly. I'll send you my location via Huaxing shortly." Jiang Ning was taken aback by Huayin's unexpected concession. It was essentially gifting him 30 million outright, clearly an effort to prevent him from migrating to Xiaoyin and taking his massive following with him. "Thank you, Master Jiang. We'll speak soon." Wu Yinxiu hung up, exhilarated at the prospect of finally meeting the renowned chef in person. Indeed, every dish Jiang Ning crafted was unparalleled in the market, distinguished by its unique presentation and flavor combinations. His work had captured the attention of 80% of the culinary world, from parents with young children to gourmets, culinary enthusiasts, and professional chefs across restaurants and hotels. Nearly everyone was familiar with the Young Dad's videos on Huayin. His content was widely studied, bookmarked, and followed. Currently, Huayin had only granted Jiang Ning access to a 6-tier traffic pool. Yet, 80% of his fan base consisted of highly engaged and loyal followers, with his numbers surging from 30 to 40 million. It was evident just how influential Jiang Ning's fan base had become in driving attention to the young dad. His videos, showcasing masterful culinary techniques, had effectively become a textbook for aspiring chefs. Beep. After the call ended, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered. He and team merged any skills today. What should I combine this time? At present, his horsemanship and dance skills had reached Grandmaster level. Merging a Grandmaster skill with a Master Level 1 Wound T yield further advancement. Among his intermediate tier abilities, piano, martial arts, and painting, only a few could directly benefit Meng. Intermediate martial arts would provide protection. Intermediate piano and painting would enhance his ability to teach her. System, merge piano and dance skills. System, understood, host, initiating fusion of piano and dance skills. 5 minutes later. System, congratulations, host. Intermediate piano skill has been elevated to supreme piano mastery. A flood of advanced piano knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. His fingers and vocal cords subtly refined, his demeanor now exuding the poise of a concert pianist. System, merge painting and dance skills. System, understood host. Initiating fusion of painting and dance skills. Another 5 minutes passed. System, congratulations host. Intermediate painting skill has been elevated to supreme painting mastery. Once again, profound artistic insight filled Jiang Ning's consciousness. His hands gained effortless precision, his features subtly shifting to reflect the aura of a master painter. One last merge. What should I choose? Never mind. I shall choose the path of martial arts. Previously, I had a confrontation with Chun Chongfeng, the third son of the Qin family. Should he remain relentless and dispatch more individuals for retaliation, I would find myself merely on the receiving end of their blows. System, please proceed to merge my martial arts skills with my dance skills. System, acknowledged host. Merging martial arts skills with dance skills 5 minutes later. System, congratulations host. Your intermediate martial arts skills have been elevated to top-tier martial arts skills. Soon, a deluge of martial arts knowledge flooded Jiang Ning's mind, encompassing various techniques such as leg techniques, fist techniques, and close combat strategies. Jiang Ning's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His strength, agility, vision, and hearing were all significantly enhanced. Moreover, the contours of his muscles became more defined, his facial features were subtly refined, and he radiated the formidable presence and aura of a martial arts master. The system upgrade indeed accelerates the enhancement of skill levels. I wonder when the system will upgrade again. Oh, I almost forgot. I will likely have to depart tomorrow. The system's focus is solely on Meng, so it seems that any future breakthroughs will require frequent visits to her. It appears this is the only course of action available to me. Alas, today may be my final opportunity to enhance my skills. Wait, that's not right. It's likely that Mr. Su Wan-Ti return early tomorrow morning. I shall first merge my skills before addressing any other matters. Chapter 62 Departure of Jiang Ning with a flurry of keystrokes. Jiang Ning immersed himself once more in the creation of his novel, each word springing to life upon the page, and the narrative unfolding gradually under his pen, as though he himself were ensconced within the world of his story. Unbeknownst to him, he had penned over 20,000 words on the Daxia Literary Network. Reaching this word count allowed him to submit for a contract. After clicking the submission button, he learned that the editors would require time to review his work. Thus, Jiang Ning closed his computer and retired to bed. A quiet night passed, and with the dawn breaking, the first rays of sunlight spilled forth. True to his habit, Jiang Ning rose early. It seemed prudent to merge his skills first. After all, it would not consume too much time. Upon reflection, he found that the skills at the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels lacked immediate allure or necessity. They appeared somewhat superfluous, so he decided to refrain from upgrading them for the moment. Instead, he resolved to elevate his piano, painting, and martial arts skills to the master level. With this thought in mind, a smile graced Jiang Ning's lips. System, merge my piano skills with my dance skills, please. System, understood host. Merging piano skills with dance skills now. 5 minutes later. System, congratulations host. Your top-tier piano skills have been elevated to master-level piano skills. Immediately, a torrent of piano skill information flooded Jiang Ning's mind, and he felt transformations occurring within his hands and throat, his countenance radiating an increasingly pronounced aura of a piano artist. Remarkably, this time, the system also gifted him an array of musical scores and new compositions that had yet to appear in the market. Indeed, upon reaching the master level, the disparity became evident. Savoring the changes within his consciousness, Jiang Ning marveled. System, merge my painting skills with my dance skills, please. System, understood host. Merging painting skills with dance skills now. 5 minutes later. System, congratulations host. Your top-tier painting skills have been elevated to master-level painting skills. Soon, an even greater volume of painting skill information surged into Jiang Ning's mind, accompanied by exquisite artworks that had yet to grace the market, vividly materializing in his thoughts. His hands underwent further transformation, and his visage bore even more significant change, distinctly embodying the essence of a painting master. With resolve, he thought for the final time, I shall choose martial arts, regardless of whether I continue to care for Meng in the future. Possessing master-level martial arts will at least ensure my ability to protect myself. System, merge my martial arts skills with my dance skills, please. System, understood, host. Merging martial arts skills with dance skills now. 5 minutes later. System, congratulations, host. Your top-tier martial arts skills have been elevated to master-level martial arts skills. A deluge of martial arts skill information flooded Jiang Ning's consciousness, this time encompassing a comprehensive array of martial arts techniques. His body underwent a remarkable transformation, with unprecedented enhancements in strength, agility, vision, hearing, and smell. The contours of his muscles became increasingly refined, and subtle adjustments to his features accentuated their sharpness, exuding the formidable presence and unique aura of a martial arts master. As Jiang Ning reveled in his newfound power, an all-encompassing aura of mastery naturally emanated from him. It is sufficient for me, regardless of whether I can continue to care for Meng in the future. Jiang Ning contentedly twisted his body and then exited the bedroom, making his way to the kitchen. He opened a refrigerator and meticulously examined the ingredients. Today, he planned to prepare bear-shaped pancakes, a fruit yogurt cup, and carrot corn juice for Meng. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ning began selecting the ingredients. He cracked eggs into a bowl, added granulated sugar, and stirred them together thoroughly before pouring in milk and corn oil, continuing to mix until fully blended. He then sifted in cake flour and baking powder into the liquid, using a whisk to create a smooth batter. As Jiang Ning busied himself in the kitchen, half an hour later, for nutritious breakfasts were ready. He placed the meals into an insulated box to keep them warm. After leaving the kitchen, he remembered to turn off the video recording on his phone, as he intended to share this on Douyin. Otherwise, he might easily lose followers. Uncle Jiang, what delicious food have you prepared for Meng today? Meng curiously asked while washing up. Today, she had risen earlier than usual. Well, today as breakfast is quite abundant. Bear-shaped pancakes, fruit yogurt cups, and carrot corn juice. Jiang Ning smiled as he looked at the innocent and adorable Meng. Great! I love the meals Uncle Jiang makes. Meng exclaimed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. Today, Li Yao and Hong Yuan also woke up early. After their late-night antics, they had slept together. The three of them were eager to discover what breakfast would be, a daily anticipation that had grown after spending 2 days together. However, when they saw Jiang Ning, both girls were momentarily taken aback. They felt Jiang Ning had changed significantly, appearing even more handsome and charming than before. Wow, the bear-shaped pancakes Uncle Jiang made are delicious. The fruit yogurt cup is also delightful, and the carrot corn juice is simply exquisite. Meng joyfully danced about, her face dotted with crumbs from the pancakes, and her lips smeared with remnants of the meal. Jiang Ning, soon Mr. Su will be back, and I won't need to go to the office today, Li Yao said, gazing intently at Jiang Ning. Oh, so soon? If she is back, I too should take my leave, Jiang Ning replied with an impassive expression, though internally he felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Jiang Ning, do you have plans to continue caring for Meng? Hong Yuan inquired further. Miss Hong, I am merely a temporary nanny, a worker. I am aware of my place, and the decision is not mine to make, Jiang Ning replied, taking a sip of the carrot corn juice. Jiang Ning, if Meng no longer needs you, how about coming to my house as a chef? Yes, you. The remuneration will be quite generous, Hong Yuan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, thank you for your kind offer, Miss Hong. I have my own matters to attend to, Jiang Ning smiled and waved his hand dismissively. In fact, even if Meng goes to kindergarten, you could continue to stay. Jiang Ning, Liao added, feeling reluctant to part. Assistant Li, please do not try to console me. The decision lies with Mr. Su. Although I hold a deep affection for Meng, it was initially agreed upon to bring her back after Mr. Su's return, a matter that was firmly established. At this moment, a sense of despondency enveloped Jiang Ning. He found himself devoid of the desire to continue extracting favors from Meng. His genuine wish was to accompany her further, and his feelings for her were sincere. Unfortunately, Circumstances had not unfolded as he had hoped. The trio fell into a profound silence, each heart burdened with intricate turmoil and discomfort. Only Meng remained blissfully unaware, relishing her meal with abandon, entirely oblivious to the conversation between Li Yao and Jiang Ning. Observing Meng's joyful consumption, Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to caress her head. For reasons unknown, his eyes began to glisten, and tears threatened to spill from the corners, as he truly could not bear the thought of parting with her. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly turned away, hastily wiping away the tears that had gathered. Unfortunately, his actions did not escape the keen observation of Li Yao and Hong Yuan. Yet, they chose to remain silent. This breakfast, once filled with laughter and mirth, was now overshadowed by a heavy, impending sorrow of separation. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Hong, Aunt Li, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Meng inquired, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. Yes, dear Meng, please finish your breakfast swiftly. Later, Uncle Jiang will accompany you for piano practice, and he will even sing a song just for you. Jiang Ning replied with a smile. All right. Meng responded joyfully, completely unaware that this song might very well be one of farewell. Chapter 63. The day of farewell, my dear, grow up swiftly. I must depart soon, so do not be afraid. The journey ahead requires your courage. Remember the words I have spoken. No matter the storm, set forth with resilience. I shall be afar, ever concerned for you. At this moment, Jiang Ning was completely enveloped by the melodies of the piano in the third-floor music room. He sang with deep emotion while skillfully playing the instrument. His voice was imbued with the sorrow of parting and a fervent hope for his child. The atmosphere was profoundly heavy. Now a master of the piano, Jiang Ning had achieved a comprehensive enhancement of his skills, including his vocal abilities, which had also reached a masterful level. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to pursue a career as a singer, his vocal prowess would surpass that of many renowned artists. The seamless fusion of piano and lyrics effortlessly drew Hong Yuan and Li Yao, who stood at the doorway, into a poignant emotional state. Sitting beside Jiang Ning, Meng sensed the unusual ambience. Her heart felt heavy, and she was on the verge of tears. After 5 minutes, the original song, My Dear, Grow Up swiftly concluded. Hong Yuan turned off the recording. She had captured Jiang Ning's performance in its entirety and sent it to Su Meng via WeChat. Meng, come. Uncle Jiang will accompany you to play with some toys, Jiang Ning said, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Okay. Uncle Jiang's song made Meng want to cry. Meng replied, sniffling. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan and Li Yao hurriedly wiped their tears and dashed away. Jiang Ning led Meng to the playroom. Meng, what toy would you like to play with today? Jiang Ning asked, forcing a smile. Today Meng wants to play with this Rubik's Cube. Is that all right? Meng pointed to the unopened cube. Of course, no problem. Jiang Ning nodded and proceeded to unwrap it. Uncle Jiang, how do you play with this? Meng inquired curiously. Meng, this Rubik's Cube is like the puzzle we played with the first time I came to accompany you. First, we scramble it up, and then you rotate and piece it back together. All right, you scramble it, and I won't look. Meng exclaimed joyfully, covering her eyes with her hands, while her eyes peeked through her fingers, sparkling as they fixated on the cube in Jiang Ning's hands. Jiang Ning smiled. Sensing that this was perhaps a divine arrangement, he had brought a wooden puzzle to enhance intelligence upon his arrival, and now, as he was about to leave, Meng had chosen an intellectually stimulating Rubik's Cube. Jiang Ning patiently began teaching her from the simplest rotations to more complex arrangements. True to form, Meng quickly restored the cube to its original state. Her memory was exceptional, her reactions swift, and her intelligence far exceeded that of an ordinary child her age. Jiang Ning continued to guide her, progressing from simple to intricate, from a few rotations to more elaborate scrambles. After 5 minutes, Ding. Congratulations, host. Your top-tier cognitive ability has ascended to master-level cognition. In that instant, Jiang Ning felt a profound clarity in his mind, invigorated and refreshed. Matters that had once eluded his understanding suddenly became crystal clear. In the past, what was once incomprehensible and elusive suddenly became crystal clear. Could it be that, just before departing, the system enhanced its cognitive abilities? Jiang Ning sighed, feeling increasingly reluctant to part with Meng. Meanwhile, Meng was deeply engrossed in her activities, progressing from completing tasks in mere seconds to taking several minutes, even tens of minutes. Nevertheless, her intense focus, coupled with her meticulous observation and contemplation, earned Jiang Ning's admiration. After an hour had passed, Jiang Ning cheerfully announced, Meng, it's time to paint. He genuinely wished to share one last day of activities with her before he left. Uncle Jiang, but Meng still wants to play with the Rubik's Cube. Meng pleaded. Not now, Meng. Let's save it for tomorrow, all right? Be a good girl. Reluctantly, Meng nodded in agreement. Throughout this journey, Hong Yuan had been recording everything. At that moment, aboard a private jet in the Great Xian Nation, Su Meng and Schmidt were engaged in lively conversation. Ding! Su Meng opened WeChat to find a video recording sent by Hong Yuan. She clicked on the video, revealing Jiang Ning playing the piano while Meng sat beside him. As she listened to Jiang Ning's singing, tears welled up in her eyes. The poignant melody stirred a profound sense of sorrow, an ache of impending separation. Miss Su Meng, why are you crying? What happened? Schmidt inquired with concern in English. It's nothing. The song just evokes such deep emotions, Su Meng replied, handing her phone to Schmidt to view the video. As Schmidt took the phone and listened to Jiang Ning's piano performance and singing, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Miss Su, what are the lyrics Jiang Mister is singing? I cannot understand them. However, his piano sounds so sorrowful, imbued with a sense of longing and farewell. Mr. Schmidt, Jiang's lyrics express, Darling, grow up quickly. I must leave too. Do not be afraid. The path ahead, walk it bravely on your own. Remember the words I once said, no matter the storms. You must set forth with strength. I will be far away, thinking of you. Mr. Jiang is remarkably talented. His piano skills and vocal ability have reached a global pinnacle. In Germany, there are few who can match him. Why must he leave? Schmidt questioned, perplexed. Mr. Schmidt, you may not be aware, but Jiang is merely a temporary caretaker I hired. Initially, it was agreed he would look after my daughter until my business trip concluded. He likely believes that since I have returned, he must depart, Su Meng said with a touch of embarrassment. What? Jiang is merely your hired caretaker? Schmidt exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Su Meng nodded. Indeed, Jiang is a close friend of my brother, who requested him to assist in caring for my daughter. Such a talent wasted. He is so remarkable, speaks German fluently, and excels in both piano and singing. How could he possibly serve as a caretaker for Miss Su Meng? Schmidt expressed his bewilderment. He began to ponder, could it be that individuals like Mr. Jiang are commonplace in the Great Xia Kingdom? Such talents are regarded as the Armee de la Armee in Germany, enjoying a life among the elite, certainly not engaged in occupations such as caregiving. Indeed, the Great Xia Kingdom is brimming with talent. It seems the focus of business endeavor should shift towards this flourishing nation. Meng, what would you like to draw today? Jiang Ning inquired, holding a pen and paper. Meng lifted her head thoughtfully and replied, Uncle Jiang, could you draw Uncle Jiang, Meng, and Mommy sleeping on the bed? Upon hearing Meng's request, Jiang Ning paused momentarily. In the living room, Hong Yuan, recording a video, felt her phone tremble, nearly dropping it. All right, then Uncle Jiang shall draw it, he decided, contemplating that since they were about to part ways, he would fulfill Meng's final request. Jiang Ning's artistic skills had reached a masterful level. He effortlessly began sketching on the paper. On a spacious outdoor bed, there lay Su Meng, with Meng nestled in the center, and on the other side, an exceptionally handsome young man, surrounded by a myriad of stars and a round moon. Su Meng and Meng appeared vividly lifelike, indistinguishable from reality, yet the handsome man bore no resemblance to Jiang Ning. Together, they joyfully counted the stars on the bed. As Meng gazed at Jiang Ning's drawing, her eyes widened, then filled with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 64. The Visit from Old Master Tang, Uncle Jiang. The painting you created does not resemble yourself, does it? Meng said, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Ning offered a wry smile and replied, Well, Meng, in the future, there will be a loving father and mother who will care for you together. Isn't that a wonderful thought? No, Meng does not want anyone else to be her father. She wants Uncle Jiang to be her father, Meng insisted with determination. Jiang Ning fell silent, as did Li Yao and Hong Yuan. Indeed, none of them had anticipated the depth of Meng's yearning for a father figure. Ever since Su Meng had adopted Meng and encouraged her to call her mother, the desire for a father had taken root within her. At this moment, Jiang Ning's kindness towards Meng had extinguished any thoughts of seeking another paternal figure. She felt that he was the most suitable person to fulfill that role. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The balcony was enveloped in an unusual silence, broken only by Meng's tears soaking Jiang Ning's artwork, dampening the visage of the handsome man depicted therein. The handsome man's face became increasingly indistinct. Meng, you can use this painting as inspiration to imagine what your ideal father looks like, Jiang Ning said as he wiped her tears away. His own eyes glistened with tears, the sight of Meng's sorrow tugging at his heartstrings. Yes, I will definitely draw him to resemble Uncle Jiang, Meng replied with confidence. And she began to put pencil to paper. Meanwhile, Su Meng's private plane had already arrived at Songnan City Airport. Mr. Schmidt, shall we first visit the Su group for a tour? Su Meng pondered, feeling that it was too early to return. Her heart was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. She wished fervently that Jiang Ning could spend just one more day with Meng. The heavy piano video depicting their imminent separation that she had just seen from Hong Yuan had stirred her heart deeply. She had never anticipated that within a mere 3 days, the bond between Meng and Jiang Ning would flourish so profoundly. Certainly, Miss Su, I have come to assess your esteemed company as well, so I would appreciate a clearer understanding, Mr. Schmidt responded. They then boarded the Rolls-Royce arranged by the company. Xiao Chun, take us to the company first, Su Meng instructed. Yes, Miss Su, replied Chen Yuanquan, Su Meng's dedicated driver for over a decade. A convoy of SUVs followed closely behind, carrying a contingent of bodyguards accompanying Su Meng and Mr. Schmidt. Meng had spent a considerable amount of time on her drawing, particularly careful when depicting Jiang Ning's face. Remarkably, it bore an uncanny resemblance. Just then, Jiang Ning's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from old Master Tang. Meng, please continue your drawing. Uncle Jiang needs to take this call, he said. Meng replied, her focus unwavering as she diligently continued sketching Jiang Ning's portrait. This drawing seemed to carry profound significance. Hello, old Master Tang, Jiang Ning answered. Jiang Ning arrived at the courtyard outside the villa and spoke. At that moment, Tang Xiachuan and his loyal old steward, Zhang Haichun, were at the entrance of Building A17. Hello, Master Jiang. I am at Building A17 in the Yunding Villa community. Could you come over when convenient? This time, Tang Xiachuan brought no one else. Just his devoted steward. All right, Chairman Tang, please wait a moment. I will be there shortly, Jiang Ning replied before hanging up the phone. Miss Hong, assistantly, please look after Meng for a while. I will step out briefly and return soon, Jiang Ning said apologetically. Don't worry, Jiang Ning, you go ahead with your business. Assistant Li smiled in response. She had already received a message from Su Meng, knowing that Su Meng had arrived in Songnan City and was currently at the Su Group building. However, she refrained from informing Jiang Ning too early, fearing it might disrupt the impending farewell atmosphere. As Jiang Ning exited the villa, he retrieved the keys and property deed for buildings 17 and A18 from the system space. Upon reaching the front of Building A17, he noticed only 2 elderly men standing there, hardly drawing attention. If others were to see them, they would not even suspect that one of them was the true mastermind behind the Tang Group, ranked among the top 5 in Kyoto, the venerable Mr. Tang, who established the Tang Group. Indeed, age brings wisdom, unlike Tang Hatsai, whose arrival would create a stir throughout the community. Is it not better to make a fortune quietly without attracting trouble? Hello, are you Chairman Tang? Jiang Ning addressed the gentleman with respect. Hello, you must be the young Father Master Jiang, Tang Xiachuan replied with a smile, extending his hand for a cordial handshake, exuding warmth and approachability. Let's go inside and discuss, Jiang Ning suggested, unlocking the grand door of Building A17. Together, he, the venerable Mr. Tang, and the old steward Zhang Haichun entered the villa. These 2 villas had been purchased from others and were already exquisitely renovated, yet unoccupied. The old steward, Zhang Haichun, dutifully headed to the kitchen to prepare tea. Chairman Tang, here are the keys and property deed for the 2 villas, Please keep them safe, Jiang Ning said, placing the items on the table. Tang Xiaochuan expressed his regrets. Master Jiang, I truly apologize. My eldest son has caused a mess and brought you trouble. It is no trouble. It is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. Very well, let's not be overly formal. This A17 villa was originally intended as a gift for you, Master Jiang. Please accept it. Old Jiang and I will reside in Building A19 for the time being. In the coming days, I will renovate the kitchen in Building A19 according to your specifications. Once it is completed, you can come here directly to experiment with new dishes. A19? What about A18? Jiang Ning guidet puslet. It is as follows. Building A18 has already been revealed. If I reside there with Old Jiang, it would easily arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. It is best to leave that villa vacant for the time being, Tang Xiaochuan remarked with a smile. Jiang Ning replied, Indeed, Chairman Tang has thought this through. Very well, that will be acceptable. However, regarding Building A17, Chairman Tang, I implore you to retract it. One should not accept rewards without merit. Tang Xiaochuan adjusted his beard and said, Master Jiang, please do accept this property. If you indeed manage to secure the title of culinary god, I shall have already reaped significant benefits. Furthermore, it would facilitate your visits here for culinary research. Agreed, I shall strive to fulfill this mission, Jiang Ning responded, elated, reminiscing about the days when he had to rent a meager 10-square-meter apartment. Now, possessing his own villa brought him immense joy, particularly as it afforded him the opportunity to frequently see Meng and perhaps even enjoy playful moments together. This was the primary reason that swayed Jiang Ning. Master Jiang, please take a look at this contract agreement. If everything appears satisfactory, we may proceed with signing, Tang Xiaochuan stated as he retrieved a document from his briefcase. Chapter 65. Probing Jiang Ning's intentions, Jiang Ning meticulously reviewed the document before signing it with an elegant flourish, pressing his fingerprint beside his name. Tang Xiaochuan, however, found himself transfixed by the calligraphy of Jiang Ning's signature. Is something the matter, Chairman Tang? Jiang Ning inquired. Noticing the older man's lingering gaze, Tang Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. No issue at all. It's just, Master Jiang, your penmanship is extraordinary. The artistry in your strokes is truly remarkable. May I ask what level your calligraphy has attained? Now retired and devoted to leisurely pursuits, Tang Xiaochuan had long cultivated an appreciation for calligraphy, practicing it diligently in his spare time. The moment he beheld Jiang Ning's signature, he was spellbound. Grandmaster level, I suppose. Jiang Ning replied with a modest smile. Tang Xiaochuan Ingan Sapi. His own calligraphy had only reached an advanced tier, whereas a grandmaster stood among the nation's finest. To think Jiang Ning was not only a mid-level grandmaster in culinary arts, but also in calligraphy. Such brilliance in one so young. No wonder he had failed to discern Jiang Ning's mastery earlier. Master Jiang, if you ever find the time, might I humbly request a piece of your calligraphy? Tang Xiaochuan ventured, almost sheepishly. Oh, Chairman Tang is also an enthusiast? Age has its way of steering one toward such refined pastimes, Tang Xiaochuan admitted, suddenly feeling the weight of his years. Decades of practice, yet he had never grasped the essence. What a lifetime wasted. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Jiang Ning had been searching for an opportunity to reciprocate Tang Xiaochuan's generosity. The extravagant villa was no small gift. This was the perfect chance. You have my deepest gratitude. Master Jiang. Tang Xiaochuan clasped his hands in sincere thanks. Think nothing of it. After such a magnificent villa, a mere piece of calligraphy is hardly worth mentioning. No, Master Jiang, your calligraphy will one day be a treasure of immense value. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before Tang Xiaochuan rose to take his leave. Well, Old Jiang, and I shall not impose further. Master Jiang, once the kitchen renovations are complete, I shall contact you. Until then, Jiang Ning replied, escorting the elder gentleman out before departing the villa himself. Meanwhile, Meng remained absorbed in sketching Jiang Ning's portrait. Her rendering of his features strikingly lifelike, so much so that Jiang Ning, upon returning and observing her work, felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. Jiang Ning, a moment, please. Liao beckoned him with a gesture. Leaving the balcony, Jiang Ning approached her in the living room. What is it, Assistant Li? President Su has returned. She's currently touring the company with the German client, Mr. Schmidt. She just called. They'll be dining here tonight. Do we have enough ingredients in the kitchen? Liao asked quietly. Enough for 6, yes. Though I'm uncertain whether Mr. Schmidt prefers Eastern cuisine. If he desires Western dishes, we'll need to procure additional ingredients. Jiang Ning, you're versed in Western culinary arts as well? Hong Yuan widened her eyes and inquired. I have a slight understanding. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning, I harbor doubts about your so-called understanding. You must be at the level of a national banquet chef, Hong Yuan remarked with dissatisfaction. Although she was not well-versed in the hierarchy of culinary skills, she was acutely aware that Jiang Ning's culinary prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of a 5-star hotel chef. Having tasted numerous dishes from 5-star establishments, she found them to pale in comparison to Jiang Ning's creations. Liao smiled and said, "There's no need for that. Mr. Schmidt has expressed a desire to experience authentic Eastern cuisine. If he were interested in Western culinary art, he wouldn't have traveled all the way to Great Xia." Very well. You shall be in for a treat tonight, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. He could have departed during the day, but the prospect of remaining for another day brought him genuine joy. Noticing Jiang Ning's cheerful demeanor, Hong Yuan teased. What? Just because you can stay an extra day? You're over the moon? She playfully nudged Jiang Ning's shoulder, casting a mischievous glance his way. Indeed, I am quite happy. Jiang Ning nodded without reservation. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon. After finishing lunch, Liao headed to the company, leaving only Hong Yuan on the first floor, as Meng was still taking her afternoon nap. After soothing Meng to sleep, Jiang Ning also made his way downstairs. Jiang Ning, come here and sit for a moment. Hong Yuan appeared to be in high spirits, relishing the intimate atmosphere between the two of them. Miss Hong, what brings you such joy? Have you found money? Jiang Ning teased, noticing the broad smile on her face. Go away. Do you think I'm the type to be swayed by money? Hong Yuan retorted with a hint of pride, upon witnessing the sparkle in her eyes. Jiang Ning nodded emphatically. It seems so. Hong Yuan exclaimed, How dare you mock me, Jiang Ning? Just wait until I give you a good beating. With that, she approached Jiang Ning, pretending to strike him. Yet, her hand hovered in the air, mere inches from him, as she realized that Jiang Ning did not flinch as she had imagined he would. This left her feeling quite awkward, as if they weren't as familiar as she thought. Ahem, why didn't you dodge, you fool? How dull. Hong Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and her words resembled playful banter between young lovers, intensifying her sense of mortification. Why dodge? Your hits wouldn't hurt anyway, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. However, Jiang Ning's smile only served to make Hong Yuan feel more uncomfortable. She envied Su Meng for having such an admirable man. If only he were her designated caretaker, she would keep him by her side every day. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ning, who was seated nearby, Hong Yuan tentatively asked, Jiang Ning, if Su Meng were to ask you to continue helping with Meng, would you stay? Yes, Jiang Ning answered without a moment's hesitation. Really? Hong Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of happiness at that moment. This statement was also a message sent by Su Meng to her via Huaxin, requesting her to discreetly probe into the matter. To her surprise, Jiang Ning responded with remarkable decisiveness, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Jiang Ning, do you have any specific demands regarding the compensation? Hong Yuan continued to inquire, her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Ning. As for compensation, I have no particular demands. It matters not to me. My only desire is to be by Meng's side every day, and that alone brings me immense satisfaction, Jiang Ning expressed with a look of longing. The authenticity and earnestness reflected in Jiang Ning's demeanor were unmistakable to Hong Yuan. She had never anticipated that Jiang Ning's affection for Meng had reached such a selfless level, showing no regard for salary or material wealth. Jiang Ning, do you truly not care about the compensation? Hong Yuan questioned again, her judgment wavering slightly. Miss Hong, ever since the day I began caring for Meng, I have genuinely grown fond of her. I truly do not concern myself with President Su's remuneration, and besides, I am financially stable on my own. Unfortunately, you are not President Su, Jiang Ning replied. Jiang Ning, you possess wealth? Did you not recently become unemployed? And given your rural background, you should have very little money? Hong Yuan recalled having seen the report about Jiang Ning that Li Yao had commissioned. Chapter 66. Signing a contract with Hua Yin. Jiang Ning gazed at Hong Yuan, who regarded him with skepticism, and spoke. Miss Hong, would you believe me if I said that I possess a villa in the Yunding villa community that rivals Mr. Su's in size? Hong Yuan scolded. Ah, Jiang Ning. I never expected you to be deceitful. How did I not notice this before? Do you have any idea how much a villa here costs? A property like Mr. Su's is nearly 90 million, and once you factor in renovations, it falls between 1.3 to 1.5 million. Jiang Ning consistently replied, having perused property deeds and thus possessing a clear understanding of the market. Hong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ning, have you secretly investigated Xiao Meng? Miss Hong, I assure you, I do not have the leisure for such pursuits. I've stated that I possess a villa of my own, which is why I am familiar with the prices here. Behold, building A17 is mine. Here, is the deed. Take a look. With that, Jiang Ning reached behind his back and, as if performing a magic trick, retrieved the property deed from his system space. You, Jiang Ning, can perform sleight of hand too? Hong Yuan exclaimed, taking the deed to scrutinize it closely. There was no doubt about the authenticity of the deed. She had accompanied Su Meng to view and purchase the property, and had assisted in reviewing the documents. Consequently, she could discern whether Jiang Ning's deed was genuine or not. Stammering, Hong Yuan inquired, then, why was it that after you graduated, you worked at a company as a network administrator, earning just a few thousand? Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Miss Hong, are you aware that I majored in computer science? I earn money online through various means. Must I publicize every detail? Hong Yuan sighed. Well, if you have affection for Meng, then so be it. Frankly, she had hoped that Jiang Ning would decline Su Meng's advances, allowing her to persuade her father to offer him a lucrative position at their home. Now, that delightful aspiration had been dashed. At that moment, Jiang Ning's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Wu Yinxiu, the chief planner at Hua Yin. Miss Hong, I must step outside to take this call, Jiang Ning said, exiting the villa and entering the courtyard. Hong Yuan, filled with curiosity, noted how Jiang Ning had been receiving calls incessantly today. Though he only stepped out briefly, her intrigue grew. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling in love with him. Hello, Wu. The chief planner, Jiang Ning answered. Wu Yinxiu spoke nervously. Hello, Master Jiang. I have arrived at the Yunding Villa community. Is it convenient for us to meet? Certainly. Please proceed to building A17, and I will join you shortly. Jiang Ning felt that since acquiring this villa, many matters had become considerably more manageable. Wu Yinxiu wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. All right, I'm on my way, Master Jiang. See you soon. Currently, Jiang Ning's fanbase had surpassed 40 million, rendering him a super internet celebrity. This stature rivaled that of major stars, which was a source of Wu Yinxiu's anxiety. If Master Jiang, the esteemed figure, were to be provoked and chose not to sign the contract, fleeing to Xiaoyin, he would likely find it impossible to remain in Hua Yin as well. Miss Hong, please look after Meng for me. I shall return in half an hour. Off you go, off you go. Hong Yuan waved her hand dismissively, feigning disgust. However, she had just overheard Jiang Ning refer to the other party as Director Wu and mention an appointment at Villa A17. It appears that Villa A17 has indeed been acquired by Jiang Ning. Yet, as she observed Jiang Ning's departure, Hong Yuan stealthily followed him. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning's martial prowess had now ascended to the Grandmaster level. His spiritual awareness, auditory acuity, and sensitivity far surpassed the intermediate martial arts level he once possessed. Thus, even from a considerable distance, Jiang Ning was acutely aware of Hong Yuan trailing behind him. However, he chose not to expose her. It was of little consequence, as he was not engaged in any nefarious activities. He had previously informed her about owning a villa. Upon arriving at Villa A17, he was met with the astonished expressions of Wu Yinxiu, the head planner of Hua Yin, and Lu Shirquan, the deputy planner, who stood at the entrance. Wu Yinxiu stammered, Why, you are the young daddy Master Jiang? Is the king of tap dance also you, Master Jiang? He had previously witnessed Jiang Ning leading a group of residents in a lively tap dance. These videos had gained considerable popularity on Huayin, leaving Wu Lianxiu with a vivid impression. Moreover, at such a young age, possessing striking good looks and an admirable physique, he found it hard to believe. "Mr. Wu, my planning has caused you some amusement. Let us proceed inside," Jiang Ning remarked, as he opened the iron gate of the villa and ushered them through the grand entrance. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. However, I must apologize for the lack of refreshments. I have yet to reside here myself," he added with a smile. "Not all, Master Jiang. You are exceedingly courteous. Here, please take a moment to review this contract," Wu Yinxiu said, retrieving the document from his briefcase. After a meticulous examination, Jiang Ning confirmed the terms were satisfactory and proceeded to sign the contract, affixing his seal. To be candid, the existence of this contract stemmed from a fear of him abandoning Huayin, prompting its creation. As for the signing bonus of 30 million, Jiang Ning was not overly concerned, having recently earned over 40 million from single live broadcast. The Huayin platform had also profited over 10 million. A few more live sessions would surpass the signing bonus agreed upon with Huayin. The primary motivation for the contract was the establishment of a 6-tier traffic pool by the Huayin platform, a favor that warranted reciprocation. Now, with the added incentive of a 30 million signing bonus to ensure his commitment, it was indeed a win-win situation. "Master Jiang, your handwriting is exceptionally beautiful," Wu Yinxiu remarked, admiring Jiang Ning's signature on the contract. Yet, he was not like the old Master Tang, who had an appreciation for calligraphy and recognized Jiang Ning's script as collectible. "It's quite all right," Jiang Ning replied. "By the way, the tap dance from your video the day before yesterday has gone viral online. Many are seeking you out." Wu Yinxiu smiled and said, "Jiang Ning, you must keep this a secret, as the general manager has planned." Wu Yinxiu, "Naturally, I have no issues here. It is merely that there were too many people dancing in your community that night, Master Jiang. You shall soon have visitors seeking your attention." Jiang Ning, "Let not those bothersome matters trouble your mind. Overthinking only serves to amplify one's worries." Wu Yinxiu, "By the way, Master Jiang, it seems you seldom pay attention to your Huayin account. I noticed in the back end that you log in merely to upload videos and then exit promptly. Your presence is fleeting. You must consider your over 40 million fans who eagerly await your live broadcasts. In truth, Huayin desires your streams even more than your fans do, preferably on a daily basis." It is worth noting that when Jiang Ning first went live, he generated over 10 million for Huayin, a figure that remains unattainable for most broadcasters, many of whom haven't even reached a tenth of that amount. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "I will indeed host live broadcasts regularly." While others yearn to stream 3 or 4 times a day, Jiang Ning remains indifferent. Adopting a laid-back approach, the trio engaged in conversation for some time. "Very well, Master Jiang, we shall conclude for today. We must hasten back to report." Wu Yinxiu glanced at his watch and stood up to speak. "All right, General Planner Wu and Deputy Planner Liu, I shall not see you out." Jiang Ning also rose, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 67. Su Meng welcomes Schmidt back to the villa. In the kitchen of Su Meng's villa, Jiang Ning was busily preparing dinner. Tonight was significant, as Mr. Schmidt, an important partner from the German company, was coming to visit. It was essential for Jiang Ning to serve this distinguished guest well to ensure a lasting collaboration between the Su Group and Mr. Schmidt. Hence, he was determined to showcase his finest culinary skills for this evening's meal. Meng and Hong Yuan were occupied in the entertainment room, playing with a Rubik's Cube. One was carefree and lighthearted, while the other was rather indulgent and lethargic. However, Jiang Ning did not expect them to lend a hand, as they would likely only complicate matters. After organizing the ingredients, Jiang Ning surveyed the well-stocked refrigerator, which contained many high-quality items previously purchased by Su Meng. Yet, the meats were all frozen. Ultimately, Jiang Ning settled on 6 dishes. However, given the 2-burner gas stove in Su Meng's kitchen, he would require at least 2 hours to complete them. With a professional kitchen equipped with high-powered stoves and 4 burners, the task could be accomplished in about an hour. An assistant would further expedite the process. Nevertheless, he had to make do with the current setup. Jiang Ning resumed recording a video on his phone, his movements in the kitchen demonstrating exceptional knife skills. With his artistic and martial prowess having reached a master level, his slicing was as fluid as flowing water. The patterns and craftsmanship he created were stunning, each resembling a work of art. After more than an hour, Su Meng entered the villa with Schmidt and Li Yao. Is this the villa where Miss Su resides? I believe I am about to meet Mr. Jiang, Schmidt inquired excitedly as he looked around. Yes, Mr. Schmidt, at this hour. Mr. Jiang should be busy in the kitchen. He knows you are coming and is preparing our dinner, Su Meng replied with a smile. Though Schmidt felt nervous, he maintained a skeptical demeanor. Very well, I cannot wait to savor Mr. Jiang's culinary skills. I wonder if he truly possesses the exceptional talent that you describe. Miss Su, rest assured, Mr. Schmidt, you will find it impossible to put down your chopsticks, Li Yao confidently assured him, even as Su Meng harbored some uncertainty. As they entered the living room, Schmidt remarked, Miss Su, why does your villa feel so deserted? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Meng explained. I had initially intended to hire a housekeeper to assist with the cleaning, but Mr. Jiang insisted he could manage it all by himself. What? Mr. Jiang is so remarkable that he takes care of both your child and the villa's cleanliness? Schmidt exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. This made Su Meng feel somewhat ashamed. Yes, he was quite adamant about it. I had no choice. He said he wanted to create an undisturbed environment for my daughter, Meng, and himself. Mr. Schmidt, please have a seat. I must excuse myself for a moment. Assistantly, please keep Mr. Schmidt company, Su Meng said apologetically. Ah, it is quite all right, Miss Su. Please, do attend to your matters, Mr. Schmidt graciously remarked as he settled himself in the living room. Su Meng proceeded to the kitchen, where she found Jiang Ning diligently preparing a meal. However, she felt a sense of bewilderment. It was strange how, after merely a few days apart, Jiang Ning appeared even more handsome than before, exuding an indescribable charm that captivated her deeply. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again, and indeed, her observations were accurate. Mr. Su, have you returned? Jiang Ning inquired without turning his head, fully aware of Su Meng's presence at the kitchen doorway, a testament to his mastery in martial arts. Ah, yes. I apologize for the inconvenience tonight, Su Meng responded nervously, feeling akin to a wayward child caught in a moment of infatuation. Not at all. I seized this opportunity to prepare a grand feast, allowing Meng to truly experience my culinary skills, Jiang Ning replied with a confident smile, a quality that further endeared him to Su Meng. She was pleasantly surprised that Jiang Ning had decided to prepare this delightful meal as a surprise for Meng, making her reflect on her own inadequacies as a mother. Very well, I shall let you be busy. I will go find Meng, she concluded. Go ahead. Meng is upstairs playing with Miss Hong and solving a Rubik's Cube, Jiang Ning continued, his focus unwavering. Left in Su Meng's wake was the sight of his perfectly proportioned physique and the allure of his profile. Her cheeks flushed as she turned and fled like a startled rabbit. She was unsure whether it was her previous lack of attention to Jiang Ning or some other reason that made him appear so enchanting upon her return. Little did she know that Jiang Ning's martial prowess had ascended from a novice to a master level, resulting in significant changes to his physique and a subtle refinement of his features. He now possessed a blend of various qualities, that of a pianist, an accomplished artist, a martial arts master, and the cultured elegance of a literati. Even Su Meng's close friends, Hong Yuan and Li Yao, who had spent the past few days with Jiang Ning and had not noticed his transformation, were now drawn to him. Not to mention that Su Meng, having not seen him for several days, found his enhanced charm utterly disarming. Moreover, a contributing factor to her turmoil was a message from Hong Yuan, who had informed her that Meng longed for Jiang Ning to be her father, even sharing a drawing that Meng had made depicting herself alongside Jiang Ning. This subtly influenced Su Meng's thoughts, leading her to consider the possibility of Jiang Ning becoming Meng's father, a notion that seemed increasingly fitting. She understood the profound need for paternal love in a child's life, essential for a healthy and joyful upbringing. Yet, the thought of broaching this topic was daunting. She had not genuinely developed feelings for Jiang Ning, nor did they share a romantic bond. The crux of the matter lay in her perceived imperfections. She was not the ideal woman capable of motherhood, and she had no desire to cause Jiang Ning any pain. The idea of harming him for the sake of her daughter was something Su Meng could not fathom. At this moment, Su Meng stood at the entrance of the entertainment room, astonished to see Meng engaged in solving a Rubik's Cube. To her surprise, the cube was in a remarkably intricate state of disarray, yet the 3-year-old Meng was meticulously and earnestly attempting to restore it. Is this truly an intellectual game suitable for a child of such tender age? Meng felt as though she had encountered a ghost. Has Meng's intellect already reached such impressive heights? How could Jiang Ning have achieved this remarkable result in merely 3 days? As for her close friends, Hong Yuan and Li Yao, well, she could easily discern their every whim. They were as predictable as any child. This was all Jiang Ning's doing. Thus, Meng quietly observed from the doorway, refraining from interrupting Meng, eager to see if she could complete the puzzle. 6 minutes later, Aunt Hong, look, Meng has solved it. Yay! Meng exclaimed, her joy evident as she danced with glee, clapping her hands, her proud expression unmistakable. Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She too had not anticipated that Meng could accomplish such a feat. After all, she herself had been merely drinking from a bottle at that age. Meng is truly remarkable. Chapter 68. Contemplating marriage with Jiang Ning. Meng. Mommy is back, Meng gently announced as she opened the door. Mommy, you are back. How wonderful, Mommy. You are back, Meng exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she turned around and jumped up. She then dashed to Meng, seeking a warm embrace. With a smile, Meng crouched down and lifted Meng into her arms. Have you been good these past few days? Have you listened to Uncle Jiang and Aunt Hong? Yes, Meng has been very good. Meng is a good baby, Meng replied, nodding earnestly. Then tell Mommy, how did you manage to solve the Rubik's Cube just now? Meng asked playfully, eager to understand how Jiang Ning had remarkably enhanced Meng's intellect. Uncle Jiang taught Meng to start from the simple and gradually move to the complex. Meng replied candidly. Jiang Ning, however, would not simply bestow upon Meng the techniques for solving the cube. He aimed to cultivate her ability to observe and think independently. If he were to directly reveal the solution, Meng might easily lose her curiosity and desire for exploration. Oh, I see. Meng seemed to grasp Jiang Ning's intentions. What else have you learned these days? Mommy, Meng has learned to play the piano. When you leave, Meng will play a piece for you, Meng said excitedly, eager to showcase her newfound talent as she pulled Meng towards the music room on the 3rd floor. Soon, the sounds of 2 tigers resonated from the 3rd floor. Although her playing was still a bit unrefined, Meng felt immense pride. In just 3 days, Meng had reached such a level of proficiency, filling her heart with joy. She had spent an entire week with Meng without teaching her anything substantial, yet in merely 3 days, Meng had accomplished so much. What else have you learned, Meng? Meng continued to inquire. Meng has also drawn several pictures, learned English, practiced Kung Fu, can write her name now, and has studied language and math. Meng proudly recounted, while Meng and Hong Yuan exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by how much Meng had absorbed in such a short span of time. At that moment, Meng found herself at a loss for how to retain Jiang Ning. When her brother, Che, had strongly recommended Jiang Ning to her, she had been skeptical about hiring someone recently unemployed who relied on connections to find a nanny. Now, however, she felt there could be no better caregiver than Jiang Ning. Previously, they had agreed that Jiang Ning's employment would conclude upon her return from her business trip. Now, the thought of Jiang Ning leaving was increasingly unbearable for Meng. No matter the cost, she was determined to keep him. Xiaoyin, I had asked you to inquire whether Jiang Ning would be willing to stay on. Did you ask him? Meng turned to her close friend, Hong Yuan. Alas, Jiang Ning does not wish to stay. He wants to come with me, and we had already made arrangements. Oh, you little Xiaoyin, are you being dishonest? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Meng pretended to threaten playfully. Hee, no need for that. No need for that. I surrender. I have already spoken with Jiang Ning, and he responded without hesitation, expressing his willingness. And his demeanor did not suggest any insincerity, Hong Yuan stated candidly. Did you inquire about the compensation? Meng continued to question. I did. But Jiang Ning is not impressed with the remuneration you offered. He owns a villa in the Yunding Villa district, and its size rivals that of yours. It is indeed Villa A17, which belongs to Jiang Ning, Hong Yuan replied, exasperated as she raised her hands in resignation. What? Jiang Ning has a villa in the Yunding Villa district? Then why did he previously work for that company, earning just over 6,000 a month while residing in a rented apartment? Su Meng exclaimed, incredulous at this revelation. Hong Yuan gazed at Su Meng with envy, suggesting, perhaps for Jiang Ning, that job was merely a side venture, a guise to maintain a low profile. Su Meng nodded in agreement. Perhaps. His command of German is impeccable, and his culinary skills are remarkable. He possesses a multitude of talents, and should not be relegated to the status of an inconspicuous individual. Although Hong Yuan harbored feelings for Jiang Ning, her thoughts were more directed towards her dear friend and Meng. Xiao Meng, what are your plans moving forward? I can see that Meng adores Jiang Ning as a father figure. You might consider marrying him, at least while Meng is so young. She would not have to endure a childhood devoid of paternal love. Su Meng frowned. What? Marry Jiang Ning? Xiao Ning, you're well aware of my condition. Jiang Ning is evidently a compassionate and exceptional individual. The records indicate that the Jiang family has a long lineage of single heirs. If we were to unite, it would only bring harm to Jiang Ning and his family. Hong Yuan whispered into Su Meng's ear, my foolish Meng. You could discuss obtaining a marriage certificate with Jiang Ning, merely a formality. This way, you can comfort Meng, and when she matures, you can reveal the truth. I believe she will understand your intentions at that time. When Jiang Ning finds his true love in the future, you could dissolve the marriage. Su Meng regarded the cunning Hong Yuan with skepticism. Is that feasible? Hong Yuan, with a playful smile, replied, if not, then I shall take your Jiang Ning and Meng away, marrying him myself while adopting Meng. What do you think? To be honest, if it were possible, she would gladly accept, though familial opposition might arise, but she was unafraid. However, as Su Meng's close friend, she understood the reasons behind Su Meng's decision to adopt Meng and would not usurp her role. Feigning anger, Su Meng retorted, Xiao Ning, how dare you? Hong Yuan wrapped her arms around Su Meng's slender waist, smiling. I wouldn't dare, but you should genuinely consider my suggestion, Xiao Meng. It will be the best for Meng. As for Jiang Ning, I am uncertain of his thoughts. Perhaps you could inquire. Saying, Su Meng lamented, my mind is still a bit muddled. I shall take a moment to compose myself. At that moment, Su Meng felt a whirlwind of emotions. Indeed, having Jiang Ning as Meng's father would be ideal. Yet, her infertility loomed as a potential source of future distress for Jiang Ning. None of those wealthy heirs outside genuinely care for Meng. Their flattery and adulation are merely aimed at her family's fortune. She is well aware that her assets will eventually belong to her younger brother. Although she believes her father will grant her a share, it will undoubtedly be limited. In affluent families, daughters who marry are like water spilled on the ground. A modest stake might amount to tens or even hundreds of billions, but it will never meet the expectations of those wealthy heirs. If she were to confess her inability to bear children, all while being expected to assist in raising them without any substantial assets, it is likely that the very heirs who once courted her would vanish without a trace. While it may not be accurate to say all would abandon her, at least 99% would likely do so. Instead of pursuing those wealthy heirs, it might be wiser to consider the approach suggested by Jiang Ning or Hong Yuan. However, how to broach the subject with Jiang Ning and what his response might be weighs heavily on her mind. Su Meng is also apprehensive about the possibility of rejection. The thought of being turned down by her brother's classmate as the esteemed president of the Su group is utterly mortifying. Perhaps it is best to postpone this conversation until later. Su Meng let out a sigh. Dinner time. Jiang Ning called from the first floor. Chapter 69, The Last Supper. Oh my, Mr. Jiang, your Eastern culinary artistry resembles nothing short of a masterpiece. It is simply exquisite and fragrant. Could you kindly introduce these dishes to me? Schmidt, overwhelmed with excitement, gestured animatedly, abandoning his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Jiang Ning smiled and replied in English, Certainly, Mr. Schmidt. Today, on behalf of the Su group, I am honored to host you and have prepared these dishes to express our gratitude for your long journey to the Great Xia. He then patiently elaborated. This dish is called Golden Foil Peony with Bird's Nest. It features the finest bird's nest soaked in pristine mineral water to ensure its pure taste. simmered with old hens and pork bones. Truffle flame snowflake beef. Selected from the finest snowflake beef, it's marbling reminiscent of delicate snowflakes. Jade white jade treasure. A vibrant green exterior made from fresh spinach juice and glutinous rice flour, enveloping sea cucumber, abalone, and dried scallops. Caviar crystal shrimp jelly. Fresh sea shrimp, shelled and boiled, then immersed in a translucent jelly crafted from chicken broth and fish gelatin. Imperial-style roasted duck roll. Adhering to traditional palace methods, featuring Kyoto stuffed duck, meticulously processed and slow-roasted over fruit wood until the skin is golden and crisp. Coconut durian snow frog bowl. The snow frog is soaked, impurities removed, then stewed with fresh durian flesh and coconut milk. During the stewing process, the snow frog absorbs the sweet essence of durian and coconut. As Jiang Ning explained in English, he noticed Schmidt occasionally furrowing his brow, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Thus, he switched to fluent German to clarify some techniques, and upon hearing this, Schmidt's expression relaxed. After savoring a slice of truffle flame snowflake beef, Schmidt's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, Mr. Jiang, this is incredibly delicious. This is the first time I've tasted such exquisite beef. What is it called again? Truffle flame snowflake beef, right? I never anticipated that I would experience such delightful Eastern cuisine in the Great Xia. This trip has been worth it. At this moment, Su Meng smiled and added, if it's delicious, Mr. Schmidt, do indulge further. Meanwhile, Li Yao and Hong Yuan exchanged astonished glances at Jiang Ning, having just witnessed his effortless conversation in German, revealing a talent they hadn't expected. Uncle Jiang, Mom, little Meng, feeling somewhat neglected, called out in a slightly pitiful tone, as there was yet to be a morsel of meat or vegetable placed in her bowl. Her stomach had protested numerous times. All right, everyone, let us all dig in. Meng, come here. Let me serve you some vegetables. Su Meng smiled as she placed shrimp and beef slices into Meng's bowl. Little Meng was indeed charming and adorable. Schmidt, unable to restrain himself, praised her in English. Uncle Schmidt, do you have any little friends abroad? Could you bring them over to play with Meng? She can speak English too. Meng said, her eyes sparkling with pride as she spoke in English. As everyone began to serve themselves, they paused in astonishment, gazing at Meng. Could it be? Meng could speak such fluent English? Su Meng gazed at Jiang Ning in astonishment. It had only been 3 days. Ahem, Meng's proficiency in spoken English is still limited. Everyone, there's no need for such an uproar. I merely taught her some everyday phrases. Jiang Ning explained, clearing his throat. Oh, my apologies. Goodness, little Meng. Uncle Schmidt has no foreign children around him. He only has a son who is already in college. Schmidt said apologetically. However, Meng appeared to grasp only part of Schmidt's statement. Scratching her head, she turned to Jiang Ning for help. Uncle Jiang. Uncle Schmidt said he has no foreign children, but I didn't understand the rest. Jiang Ning replied, Meng. What Uncle Schmidt meant was that he has only one son who is already in college. Therefore, you must diligently study English so that you can understand what foreign children say, enabling you to become good friends with them. Meng nodded earnestly, yes. I will study English very seriously from now on. Everyone finally exhaled in relief. If Meng could suddenly converse fluently in English with Mr. Schmidt, it would indeed be extraordinary. After all, how could one attain such fluency in just 3 days? Moreover, Meng only devoted a little over an hour each day to her studies. How many phrases could she possibly remember? Nevertheless, her spoken English, though laced with a childlike tone, was quite standard. Su Meng smiled with satisfaction and said, everyone, please enjoy your meal. Just then, the atmosphere froze once more, for the food was simply exquisite, surpassing any meal they had ever had. Even Su Meng looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment. Wow, this is delicious. Uncle Jiang, the dishes you prepared today are the best. Meng exclaimed, breaking the spell of silence. Eat more if it's good, Jiang Ning said in German to Schmidt. Absolutely. I intend to savor Mr. Jiang's culinary delights thoroughly today. I almost wish I didn't have to leave, Schmidt humorously replied. Hong Yuan shot Jiang Ning a disapproving glance. Oh, you Jiang Ning? The meals you usually prepare for us are merely thrown together without care. If it weren't for Mr. Schmidt's presence, we would never have the pleasure of such delectable dishes. These 6 courses are more elaborate than even a state banquet. Liao pouted in agreement. Exactly. The meals before were so delightful that I thought that was your peak culinary skill. I had no idea you could surpass it. Jiang Ning tukledvridi, Miss Hong. Assistantly, preparing these 6 dishes took me 2 hours. If you expect to dine on such meals every day, I might as well stop bringing Meng along. Su Meng softly interjected. Oh, by the way, Jiang Ning, with your culinary skills, you could enter a cooking competition, couldn't you? I'm not sure. It requires a team, and perhaps other competing teams would perform even better than I could. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I didn't measure up? Jiang Ning thought it best not to reveal too soon that he had already signed a contract with the Tang Group. Tomorrow, the Tang Group will transfer a staggering $2 billion in signing fees to their account. Hong Yuan sighed, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, the competitors are all teams, each steeped in ancestral wisdom, with legacies spanning at least a century, and for some, nearly a millennium. Liao pressed further, lamenting, what a pity. By the way, Jiang Ning, from where did you acquire your culinary skills? This question left Jiang Ning momentarily flustered, and he continued to feign nonchalance, responding, I taught myself. Spare me the details. I'm not interested in where you learned. Just make us meals every day from now on, Hong Yuan retorted dismissively. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ning's expression soured. Was there even a future to consider? This was, after all, the final supper. He would be packing his belongings and leaving by dawn. Sensing Jiang Ning's heavy heart, Su Meng felt a flicker of hope that perhaps he could remain, and resolved to have a serious conversation with him that evening. Chapter 70. Could you become Meng's father? This evening's dinner left everyone feeling content and well-fed. At this moment, Mr. Schmidt had returned to the hotel with his team of bodyguards. Hong Yuan and Liao also departed from the villa. Fully aware that Su Meng intended to converse with Jiang Ning tonight, they left quietly to return to their respective families. As for Meng, she had fallen asleep after listening to Jiang Ning's enchanting fairy tale. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, began tidying up the first floor of the villa, preparing to fulfill his final responsibilities. He had already resolved to complete breakfast early the next morning and slip away quietly. As for requesting wages from Su Meng, he decided against it. After all, he had only been there for a few days and had already received quite a bit. The 100,000 from Huaxin will be transferred back to Su Meng once he finished his tasks. After completing the cleaning on the first and second floors, Jiang Ning made his way to the third floor. At that moment, Su Meng was seated at her desk, lost in thought. Jiang Ning intended to fetch a mop from the restroom. Jiang Ning, could you come here for a moment? I'd like to have a word with you, Su Meng said earnestly. Oh, certainly, Miss Su. I was just about to say that once I finish this, I will leave early tomorrow morning, Jiang Ning replied as he took a seat in front of Su Meng's desk. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Su Meng was momentarily taken aback, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. A heavy silence enveloped the room. By the way, Ms. Su, regarding the 100,000 you transferred to me earlier, I haven't used it, and I would like to return it to you now, Jiang Ning stated as he pulled out his phone to initiate the transfer. Wait, Jiang Ning. Don't. Su Meng quickly interrupted. Jiang Ning looked at her with curiosity. Jiang Ning, I can tell that you have a fondness for Meng. Su Meng's gaze was fixed intently on him. Jiang Ning responded candidly. Yes, Meng is very well behaved. I truly like her. I heard from Xia Yinian that Meng wishes for you to be her father. Su Meng continued to inquire. At this question, Jiang Ning felt a rush of anxiety and nervously replied, Miss Su, I assure you, I did not encourage Meng to call me father. Please do not misunderstand. Jiang Ning, I simply meant that Meng genuinely wants you to be her father. Is that not the case? Su Meng reassured him, her tone devoid of tension. That is indeed the case, but I really... Jiang Ning's forehead began to perspire. He felt as though he had been unmasked, like a frog harboring ulterior motives in the presence of a swan. Yet, he felt unjustly accused. Deep down, he had entertained the thought. Jiang Ning, all you need to do is answer yes or no. Does Meng want you to be your father? Su Meng's cold, expressionless inquiry sent a chill down his spine. Yes. Have you considered becoming Meng's father? Su Meng pressed further. Jiang Ning took a moment to compose himself. After all, He was not receiving a salary from her and was merely helping to care for the child. There was no reason for fear, as he had nothing to feel guilty about. He raised his head, meeting Su Meng's gaze with calm resolve. Yes. If you find yourself too busy, you may entrust Meng to me, and I will take care of her. Do you wish to be a doting father? Jiang Ning inquired earnestly. Indeed, I long to be a nurturing father. I wish to protect her and provide her with a childhood imbued with paternal love. Mr. Su, since you adopted her, have you considered her feelings? Jiang Ning boldly asserted. Jiang Ning, are you aware that she's adopted? On her first day at work, Meng confided this to me. Su Meng sighed. It seems Meng placed her trust in you from the very beginning. Very well, Mr. Su, I do not wish to prolong this conversation. I merely wish to convey that by adopting Meng, you must take responsibility for her, rather than solely considering your own sentiments while disregarding the child emotions. I will return the money shortly, and I shall leave tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to. Having spoken, Jiang Ning rose, unable to endure Su Meng's cold, expressionless tone any longer. He had committed no wrongdoing and had no intention of taking her money. There was no need for such a frosty demeanor. He promptly transferred the 100,000 back through Huaxin and proceeded to the restroom to fetch a mop. Meanwhile, Su Meng stood there, stunned by Jiang Ning's words. It dawned on her that her decision to adopt Meng had indeed lacked consideration for the child's feelings. She often found herself preoccupied and away from home. Prior to her business trip, she had planned to send Meng to kindergarten upon her return and hire several nannies to care for her. Her desire to adopt Meng seemed largely influenced by her struggles with infertility, as she merely wished to provide Meng with a good environment and a comfortable life. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that children adopted from orphanages yearn for familial affection, a home filled with paternal and maternal love, perhaps even the warmth of grandparents. What kind of home was this, having run away from family opposition to live with Meng in this villa? Su Meng pondered deeply, entirely oblivious to Jiang Ning's departure and the return of the funds. After several minutes, noticing Su Meng still lost in thought, Jiang Ning shook his head and descended the stairs, retreating to his room to take a shower. Jiang Ning, if... Su Meng snapped back to reality and began to speak, only to falter. Before her lay an empty chair, devoid of Jiang Ning's presence. That impolite Jiang Ning, she muttered, but her thoughts trailed off as she observed that the third floor had been immaculately cleaned. What just happened? How long was I lost in thought? She murmured, pulling out her phone to check the time, only to see the notification of the 100,000 transferred back by Jiang Ning. A pang of guilt washed over her. Upon reviewing the transaction timestamp, she realized she had been dazed for over 20 minutes. Shaking her head to dispel the thoughts, she made her way to the second floor, arriving at Jiang Ning's bedroom door. Knock, knock. Wait a moment. Jiang Ning had just finished a shower and was drying his damp hair. It's me, Su Meng. I have more to say. Cleared her throat, she continued, Please hold on. Just a moment, Jiang Ning replied, donning a tank top before stepping out. The door creaked open, and their eyes met. Just after taking a shower, Jiang Ning's well-defined and flawless muscular contours exuded a potent aura of masculinity, coupled with his inherent charm. He left Su Meng momentarily entranced. A blush crept across her cheeks as she hesitantly uttered, Jiang Ning, may we speak inside? Oh, of course, Jiang Ning replied, promptly stepping aside. Su Meng took a seat at the desk, while Jiang Ning settled onto the bed. Please go ahead, he encouraged, though he was uncertain about what Su Meng wished to convey. Jiang Ning, I hope you could stay a while longer, may I? Su Meng's previously frosty tone had melted away, replaced by a beseeching gaze. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ning rose to his feet. Really? You mean I can continue to care for Meng? Yes, but I have a request, she said, her voice wavering. I wonder if you could assist me? Assist you? What could I possibly do to help? Jiang Ning inquired, puzzled. After all, what could a president of the Su Corporation need assistance with? Su Meng's eyes darted nervously as she finally stammered. Jiang Ning, could you be Meng's father? What? Jiang Ning was taken aback, standing up once more in astonishment at her unexpected proposition. Chapter 71. Do not call me President Su anymore. Call me wife Jiang Ning. Do not be so astonished. What I mean is, could you perhaps pretend to be Meng's adorable father for a while? How can I do that? Is it even possible to pretend? In front of others, Meng is my daughter, And you, President Su, are not my wife? Jiang Ning felt somewhat helpless, finding the suggestion utterly absurd. Meng is already 3 years old. She is quite perceptive and intelligent. Jiang Ning continued, expressing her thoughts. She believed Su Meng's idea to be rather childish. President Su, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but such a pretense is simply unfeasible. You should find a suitable partner soon, and then you can rightfully become Meng's true father. Jiang Ning, how about we marry and obtain a marriage certificate? Regardless of whether it is in front of others, including my parents, or before Meng, I would be your nominal wife, calling you husband while you call me wife. Thus, no one would suspect a thing. Upon finishing her words, Su Meng's face flushed crimson. Good heavens, am I really contemplating marriage with a goddess? Jiang Ning's mind was flooded with such thoughts. Impossible. Is this merely a dream? It cannot be. A woman like Su Meng, an aloof goddess, surely seeks alliances within wealthy families. How could she possibly marry someone as ordinary and unassuming as myself? Slap. Jiang Ning could not resist giving himself a light smack. Jiang Ning, what is wrong? Su Meng asked anxiously upon witnessing his self-inflicted slap. It hurts. Am I not dreaming? President Su, were you truly not jesting just now? With a chuckle, she could not help but laugh at Jiang Ning's realization that he had slapped himself out of disbelief. Jiang Ning, I apologize. I simply could not contain my laughter. You're not dreaming. However, there is something I wish to convey to you. What is it, President Su? Su Meng gazed intently at Jiang Ning, scrutinizing his features. Indeed, he was quite captivating, especially with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He possessed a youthful charm that made the idea of obtaining a marriage certificate with him rather intriguing. I have a condition, and our marriage would be unjust to you. You are free to seek true love elsewhere. Just do not bring your true love here, and you may divorce without reason to be with your beloved. Just keep Meng uninformed, as long as it does not affect her. However, in Meng's presence, you will always remain her father. Upon hearing Su Meng's words, Jiang Ning met her gaze, realizing she was not joking. President Su, if I were to marry you, I would not consider remarriage. I would remain Meng's father until she reaches adulthood. You mentioned your condition. It cannot be infertility, can it? How did you know? Su Meng asked, astonished. When you were on a business trip, I was tidying up on the 3rd floor and accidentally glimpsed the diagnosis report. I am sorry. I did not mean to see it. Oh, do not blame yourself. However, I cannot bear children, and I know your family has had only one heir for 3 generations. It would be unfair to you. Upon hearing Su Meng's words, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed. President Su, did you investigate me? Su Meng, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her head and said, I apologize, Jiang Ning. When Suche introduced you, I had my reservations about Meng during this 3-month business trip, so I asked assistantly to look into your background. Upon hearing Su Meng's explanation, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief, if it was for Meng's sake. He bore no ill will. Considering it was for Meng, I shall not hold it against you. Were I in your position, I would have acted similarly. Jiang Ning remarked with a wave of his hand. Su Meng continued, what about our marriage? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, genuinely willing, and replied, Miss Su, let us first obtain our marriage certificate. As for the engagement and wedding banquet, we can discuss those matters later. However, I assure you, I am not motivated by your family's wealth. If possible, I would prefer to sign a prenuptial agreement. Your assets are yours, and my assets are mine. I have no intention of claiming a single cent from a Su family. Since we are genuinely marrying, I have no regrets. Jiang Ning felt the need to clarify that his intention in marrying Su Meng was not to seek their family's fortune. Undoubtedly, Su Meng's beauty had captivated him. To deny such feelings would be disingenuous. The prospect of having such a stunning goddess as his wife was undeniably exhilarating. Su Meng shot him an exasperated glance. I am aware that you are not after the Su group's wealth. Your acceptance of this marriage is due to your affection for Meng. However, I know you possess a villa in the Yunding community as well. Jiang Ning considered this, realizing that Hong Yuan, being Su Meng's close friend, would naturally inform her. At this moment, Su Meng felt elated. This indicated Jiang Ning was not motivated by her family's assets. From another perspective, it affirmed her discerning taste. The suitors pursuing her, including wealthy scions, were undoubtedly influenced by her family's fortune, though her beauty also played a significant role. Yet, Su Meng's haughty demeanor softened slightly, infused with an air of allure. Jiang Ning, still self-aware, coughed lightly. "Ah, my villa pales in comparison to the assets of the Su group. Your family could acquire 600 or 700 such villas." In truth, Jiang Ning's desire to sign the agreement stemmed from future considerations. He wished to avoid the label of a fortune seeker, especially in front of Su Meng's family. Furthermore, with the assistance of his system, he anticipated that he would not necessarily lag behind the Su group in the future. In just a few days, his bank account had already accumulated over 40 million, and he was expecting a 20 billion contract signing bonus from the Tang group, along with 30 million from Huayin, as well as a villa valued at over 100 million. All things considered, he possessed assets totaling 22 billion, primarily in liquid capital. Compared to families with hundreds of billions or tens of billions in wealth, he was indeed insignificant, lacking deep-rooted connections and extensive backgrounds. Yet, one must not underestimate the potential of youth. Who knows what the future holds? As long as he could remain with Meng, his system would continue to enhance his skills and grant him even more abilities. "Well, at least you have some self-awareness," Su Meng noted, her previous aloofness dissipating, perhaps due to Jiang Ning's agreement to proceed with their marriage certificate. She couldn't help but laugh like a little girl. Yet, this charm felt somewhat ambiguous in the confines of this intimate bedroom shared by a solitary man and woman. "So now that we're married, does that mean we can hold hands, embrace, and even share the same bed?" Jiang Ning gazed at her, somewhat entranced, and asked unintentionally. Su Meng couldn't help but scoff. "Ah, I didn't expect you, Jiang Ning, to be so lecherous. What are you thinking? Let's discuss that once we have developed feelings for each other. Then can we still call this marriage and refer to ourselves as husband and wife?" Jiang Ning was at a loss for words, having hoped to win the heart of a beautiful woman. "Rest assured, in front of others, we can still hold hands or occasionally embrace, but for now, we must sleep in separate rooms," Su Meng concluded, her face flushing involuntarily. "All right, as you wish. Starting tomorrow, I will let Meng call me daddy," Jiang Ning mused, envisioning the joy on Meng's face, unable to suppress a smile. "What? The thought of Meng calling you daddy makes you this happy?" Su Meng speculated, noticing Jiang Ning's cheerful expression. Jiang Ning nodded vigorously. "Yes, I was just imagining how delighted Meng would be when she starts calling me daddy from tomorrow." Seeing Jiang Ning's affection for Meng, Su Meng boldly moved closer to him, grasping his hand. "Thank you, Jiang Ning. You have awakened me to understand what Meng truly desires. Thank you for caring for her so deeply." As Jiang Ning felt her delicate hand, his trembled slightly, and Su Meng's hand quivered gently as well. Neither had ever touched the hand of the opposite sex before, and their hearts raced in unison. "President Su, I adore Meng. I never anticipated that from the very first day of this job, I would grow fond of her. She is so innocent and adorable, and I truly wish to be a loving father to her. Well then, dear husband, that is how I shall address you from now on. Let us get accustomed to this. Don't call me President Su anymore, call me wife," Su Meng said, gazing up at Jiang Ning. Chapter 72. Jiang Ning takes Su Meng's pulse. Jiang Ning was taken aback by Su Meng's sudden address, his heart racing with astonishment. He never anticipated that Su Meng would transition into this role with such swiftness and decisiveness. Wasn't it customary to first address one another by name, allowing emotions to deepen before using terms of endearment, such as husband or wife? What was Su Meng truly thinking? They had yet to obtain their marriage certificate, and already she had altered her form of address. Indeed, she was a CEO, taking action with remarkable promptness. "Jiang Ning, tomorrow we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate," she declared. "Since we are to become husband and wife, isn't it appropriate for us to call each other that?" Su Meng shot him an exasperated glance. She herself was uncertain why. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's handsome visage and his gentle demeanor towards Meng, she felt an overwhelming desire to become his wife. Like Han Yuan and Li Yao, she too was captivated by the increasingly dashing and charismatic Jiang Ning. Even before his business trip, she had felt a flutter of emotions, nearly succumbing to her feelings. During his absence, learning of Jiang Ning's valor in protecting Meng, single-handedly defeating 5 thugs, only deepened her admiration. Upon his return, finding him even more attractive, she became utterly enchanted. "Very well," Jiang Ning replied, nodding. Su Meng's audacious decision felt somewhat rushed to him. Within just a few days, he had acquired millions and was on the verge of marrying the president of the Su Group. Starting tomorrow, they would be heading to obtain their marriage certificate. It felt like a dream, far more splendid than anything he could have imagined. "Husband, should we not hire a few maids to assist us? I fear you may become overly fatigued, as you have to clean from the first floor to the third," Su Meng suggested softly. "Su, wife, I have already stated that it is unnecessary. This task will not take much time, and I'm not comfortable with the idea of hiring help. With just the 3 of us, the Villa 1T get dirty easily." Jiang Ning nearly called her President Su but quickly corrected himself. "All right, I will leave the decision to you, but I am concerned about my illness." Su Meng began, but Jiang Ning interrupted her. "Wife, since I have chosen to marry you, I will not mind your illness. To marry such a beautiful wife and have a lovely daughter like Meng fills my life with no regrets. Rest assured, I will cherish both of you for all my days. I vow it," Jiang Ning declared, raising a finger to the heavens, ready to swear an oath. Su Meng hurriedly interjected, "Flatterer, husband, there is no need for such vows. Seeing your affection for a child reassures me. My only concern is that you might feel burdened by my illness in Meng. Do not worry, wife. Perhaps one day your illness will be resolved. Now sit down, and I shall take your pulse." "What? Husband, you can take pulses?" Su Meng was again astonished. Jiang Ning seemed to possess an abundance of skills. "A little," he replied. "Wife, please sit down and do not overreact." With that, he guided Su Meng to sit on the bed and began to take her pulse. This was his first time doing so, and now, as a master of ancient medical arts, he could discern her ailments through this traditional method. Observing Jiang Ning's poised, pulse-taking posture and his eyes closed in concentration, Su Meng felt a wave of skepticism wash over her. "My dear wife, do you experience abdominal pain a few times each month?" Jiang Ning inquired with his eyes shut. "Yes, indeed, my husband. How did you know?" "I endure pain in my lower abdomen for 2 to 3 days each month." At that moment, both Su Meng and Jiang Ning addressed each other as husband and wife, feeling both awkward and amused by the endearing titles. "My dear wife, do you often experience amenorrhea following your menstrual cycle?" Jiang Ning continued. Su Meng's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible. "Yes, my husband. Do you truly understand traditional Chinese medicine? Can this be cured? I've consulted numerous renowned hospitals and sought advice from various specialists, yet they all claim there is no remedy." Su Meng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the mention of her menstrual issues. "My dear wife, your fallopian tubes are obstructed," Jiang Ning revealed. Opening his eyes, Su Meng's anxiety peaked as she asked, "I am aware of that, but is there any hope for treatment?" Jiang Ning smiled reassuringly. "Indeed, there is. After we obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow, I shall procure some herbal medicine for you. However, you will need to take it for 6 months, and after that, your ailment will be resolved. We shall have our own child by then." "Really?" Su Meng's heart soared at Jiang Ning's words, but then a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to redden further. Who said I wanted to have children with you? We're merely obtaining a certificate." After speaking, Su Meng stood up. "All right, get some rest. I shall take my leave now." She glanced back at the grinning Jiang Ning, covering her face as she dashed out of the room. Moments later, her melodious voice floated back, "Good night, my husband." Jiang Ning continued to smile blissfully, replying, "Good night, my wife." At that moment, Su Meng had already nestled under her covers. Her cheeks still flushed, her heart racing. She could not fathom why she felt such trust in Jiang Ning, even suggesting they marry. It was all that wretched Xiao Yin's idea, and that insufferable brother, Su Che, for introducing Jiang Ning to her. How embarrassing it was. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning found it curious that the typically aloof Su Meng exhibited such a charming, feminine side tonight. This seemed to reveal another facet of her personality, perhaps the true essence of who she was, while her usual cold demeanor was merely a fade for the world. Jiang Ning smiled gently, then approached his desk to open his laptop. At that moment, he discovered that his novel had been approved for publication on a literary website, accompanied by an electronic contract for signing. After reviewing the contract and confirming all was in order, he submitted his electronic signature and continued to pen the subsequent chapters. In the luxurious Hi-Ho Villa community, the Su family mansion loomed larger than Su Meng's by more than double. At that moment, Su Meng's father, Su Yunlong, and her mother, Lu Mengyan, lay in bed. "My dear, I heard that our little Meng has returned from her business trip. Wasn't she supposed to be away for 3 months to finalize this deal? How is it she has returned in just 3 days? Could she have been deceived?" Lu Mengyan expressed her concerns. "Fear not, my dear. Our daughter possesses a keen sense of caution," Su Yunlong reassured her. "I have already come to understand that this business venture has not only proceeded smoothly, but that the mastermind behind it is a German." After conversing with a friend of Xiaoming's, who speaks impeccable German, Schmidt readily consented to the deal. His visit was specifically to meet this friend of Xiaoming. Su Meng's father, Su Yunlong, expressed his pride in having such a little cotton-padded jacket. How could she negotiate so swiftly? Lu Mengyan inquired, puzzled. It is said that this German, Schmidt, was intrigued by Xiaoming's friend, which facilitated the rapid conclusion of the contract. Su Yunlong had placed several of his own informants within the company to report on its every move. Lu Mengyan remarked, "So, Xiaoming's friend has indeed been a tremendous help to us." Su Yunlong replied, "Indeed, it is largely thanks to her that Xiaoming managed to negotiate so successfully." Lu Mengyan gently patted Su Yunlong's shoulder, saying, "This is all your fault. Xiaoming's character mirrors yours, passionate and decisive in her actions. Couldn't you have been more accommodating towards her? Now, with Xiaoming returning from her business trip, she will no longer reside here." Su Yunlong sighed, "My dear, can you truly blame me? Xiaoming adopted a child from the orphanage before even marrying. How can she ever hope to find a husband? Would any family be willing to accept such a situation, taking on a child along with her?" He continued, "Had I not been so bold in love, I would not have won you so swiftly." Lu Mengyan retorted playfully, "You have a sharp tongue. I believe Xiaoming has her reasons for her actions. She would not act without cause. You both, father and daughter, need to have a proper conversation to clarify matters. As parents, we must be informed." Su Yunlong contemplated this and recognized that the stalemate could not persist. Though he had previously spoken in anger, upon reflection, he realized he should not have reacted so strongly without understanding the reasons behind her actions. "Very well, I shall heed your advice. When Xiaoming returns, we shall sit down and have a thorough discussion." Chapter 73. Hooray! Meng has a daddy, my little darling. Rise and shine. The sun is shining on your backside. At this moment, Jiang Ning had already prepared a heartfelt breakfast and was calling out to Meng from her bedroom. "Uncle Jiang, I want to sleep a little longer." Meng murmured, her sleepy eyes fluttering open before closing once more. "Is Meng becoming a little lazy bug? If you behave, Uncle Jiang promises to call himself Daddy and be your father," Jiang Ning said cheerfully. "What? Really?" Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Meng's eyes widened in joy as she asked excitedly, "Am I dreaming?" She then shook her little head. "This is not a dream. If you are a good and obedient child, Uncle Jiang promises to always be a wonderful father to you," Jiang Ning said indulgently. At that moment, Su Meng stood at the door, watching the heartwarming scene between the father and daughter, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. She stepped into the room, saying, Meng, look, Uncle Jiang has now become your daddy. Call him Daddy. Is that true?" "Yay, Meng has a daddy." "Yay, Daddy, I want to give you a kiss." Meng exclaimed as she jumped out of bed like a little dumpling, hanging around Jiang Ning's neck and giving him a sweet kiss on the cheek. "Daddy, you will never leave Meng, right?" she asked in a soft, innocent voice. "Yes, Daddy will never abandon Meng and Mommy. We will always be together as a family," Jiang Ning replied, tightly embracing Meng. He turned to Su Meng and said, "Meng's daddy loves you very much, dear." Su Meng gazed at Jiang Ning tenderly. "Husband, I love you too. Mommy, let me kiss you too." Meng, who had been resting her head on Jiang Ning's shoulder, stretched out and planted a kiss on Su Meng's cheek. "Mommy, I love you as well." She then leaned in to give Jiang Ning another kiss. "Daddy, Meng loves you very much. Today I am the happiest." Meng giggled with delight. "All right, let us go. Meng is getting up, and Daddy will help you get dressed." Though the three of them shared no blood ties, they were brought together by Meng, officially forming a small family. Because of Meng, two individuals from different worlds found their intersection. Jiang Ning and Meng now showered Meng with even more love, regarding her as their own flesh and blood. Daddy, what breakfast did you prepare for Meng today? After washing up, Meng eagerly took Jiang Ning's hand and asked with curiosity. Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled Meng's hair. Today, Daddy has prepared century egg and lean meat congee for you. Since you had a big feast last night and ate too much, we should keep this morning's meal light. All right. As long as it's made by Daddy, Meng likes it. Meng's mood was exceptionally bright today, and calling Jiang Ning Daddy was so sweet. It was evident that Meng's longing for paternal love had finally been fulfilled. Jiang Ning and Meng exchanged glances and shared a gentle smile. One could clearly perceive Meng's joy, how deeply she yearned for the warmth of paternal love. Why do daughters so often adore their fathers, becoming their father's little snug coats? Fathers serve as safe harbors for girls. Perhaps daughters universally regard their fathers as towering figures of greatness. Only in their father's presence do they feel truly secure. After breakfast, she inquired, "Darling, which car shall we take to the Civil Affairs Bureau today?" Meng had now shed her aloof CO demeanor, revealing a more delicate and feminine demeanor. "Let's just take the BMW. It's more understated," she suggested. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, agreeing that it was best not to draw too much attention. At this stage, he preferred to keep his marriage to Meng discreet, wary of unwanted disturbances intruding upon their tranquil life with Meng. "That residential complex still has 4 of my bodyguards rotating shifts. Should we bring them along?" he inquired. Meng felt that ever since discussing marriage with Jiang Ning the previous night, she had lost some of her former assertiveness in front of him. Perhaps only in Jiang Ning's presence could she shed her facade of forced dominance. She wanted to show him as much respect as possible. "There is no need for bodyguards. My presence suffices." Jiang Ning displayed a confident demeanor. "Darling, can you truly handle more than a dozen by yourself?" Meng asked with suspicion. Jiang Ning gazed at Meng's exquisite visage and nodded. That was his previous capability at the elementary level of martial arts. Now, he had ascended to the rank of a martial arts master, regarding 100 elite bodyguards with indifference. However, Jiang Ning refrained from elaborating, fearing that Meng might perceive him as boastful and arrogant. After all, it would be imprudent to summon 100 elite bodyguards merely to demonstrate his prowess to Meng. That is quite absurd, creating trouble out of nothing. "All right, I will heed your words, my dear husband." Meng felt that having such a capable husband by her side provided a greater sense of security than any hired bodyguard. The 3 of them drove in the BMW towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Dad, Mom, where are we headed?" Seated in the rear child's safety seat, Meng curiously inquired. "Are Daddy and Mommy going to obtain their marriage certificate? From now on, will Daddy, Mommy, and Meng truly be a family?" Jiang Ning smiled as he drove and replied, "Is that so? Hee, dear father and mother, may we all, including Meng, sleep together every day?" With a sweet giggle, Meng spoke, causing both Jiang Ning and Meng, seated in the passenger seat, to flush a deep shade of crimson simultaneously. "Ahem, Meng, that's not possible. You're already 3 years old. You must learn to sleep independently," Jiang Ning explained. However, Meng longed to be with her father and mother, wishing to sleep together. With a hint of expectation, Meng spoke, feeling a twinge of grievance in her heart. Yes, there would indeed be a chance for her, along with her father and mother, to share the same bed. However, they needed to allow her parents some time to adjust. At this moment, Meng intervened to provide Jiang Ning with a reprieve. "But why? Father and mother have already tied the knot." Meng still doesn't quite comprehend the concept of adult marriage. Isn't it that once married, they should share a bed? What's this about an adjustment period? This left Meng utterly perplexed. Indeed, how could it make sense for a married couple to sleep in separate rooms? It was completely unreasonable. "Ahem, Meng, if you have just met a little friend, would you sleep together with him?" Jiang Ning coughed twice and countered. Meng scratched her head, pondered for a moment, and replied, "No. Indeed, Dad and Mom have not known each other for long either." Just like Meng's thought, once time passes and they become very good friends, it would naturally be fine to sleep together. Jiang Ning smiled as he spoke. Meng contemplated for a while and felt that her father's words seemed quite reasonable. However, Meng had not known her father for very long either. Yet she wished to sleep with him. Jiang Ning paused for a moment and said, "That is because Dad is with Meng every day. Mom has just returned from a business trip." Meng thought it over and nodded, seemingly in agreement. "All right, Dad, can you sing a song for Meng? It's so boring in the car." Meng was very excited. Chapter 74. The Concerns of the Civil Affairs Bureau Today. Meng found herself blessed with both a father and a mother, who were together, filling her heart with immense joy and happiness. "All right, let us take turns singing as a family, shall we? Meng, you go first." Jiang Ning reveled in this warm, familial atmosphere, feeling exceedingly fortunate to have a lovely daughter and a captivating goddess for a wife. Although their marriage was a whirlwind affair, primarily for the sake of Meng, he found himself increasingly drawn to the idea of winning Meng's heart, no longer viewing her merely as an unattainable corporate deity. Meng began to sing the nursery rhyme, Two Tigers. Her voice was indeed melodious, yet Jiang Ning felt compelled to teach her a broader repertoire of songs, sensing that her current selection was quite limited. Soon, Meng concluded her song, and it was Meng's turn. She too did not hold back, softly beginning to sing. Meng's voice was sweet and enchanting, captivating Jiang Ning to the point where he wished he could pause the drive and become a devoted listener. Clapping joyfully, Meng exclaimed, "Mommy, that was beautiful. Now it's Daddy's turn." Meng was aware of Jiang Ning's musical talent, having previously seen a video of him singing and playing the guitar. Experiencing it live was a first for her, and she awaited it eagerly. "Darling, it's your turn," she urged impatiently. "All right, I'll sing a lifetime with you," Jiang Ning replied, and began to softly croon. "Because I dreamed of your departure, I awakened from my tears. As the night wind caressed the windows, can you feel my love? When the day of old age arrives, will you still be by my side? Watching those vows and lies drift away with the past. So many have adored you." Instantly, Meng was entranced by Jiang Ning's tender voice, surprised by how mesmerizing it was in person. It seemed to possess an enchanting quality that compelled her to grasp his other hand tightly, fearing he might slip from her sight. "Come closer, smile a little," the photographer instructed. Before long, they had captured their wedding photos and swiftly obtained their marriage certificate. However, the number of people applying for marriage certificates was scant, while the line for divorce certificates was long and filled with young couples, suggesting many were parting ways after only a few years of matrimony. "Honey, I dread the day we might find ourselves in that line," Meng said nervously. "Rest assured, my love, that will never be our fate. Do not worry. I will always cherish you and Meng. We shall never reach that point," Jiang Ning reassured her. Despite the fleeting nature of their marriage, the sight of the divorce queue did leave an impression on them. Yet Jiang Ning believed strongly that they would not succumb to such a fate. Only a fool would choose to part with such a beautiful and enchanting goddess. Hand in hand, they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Meng gripping Jiang Ning's hand tightly. As they emerged, each of them held a red marriage certificate in hand. "Meng, come on. Today is the joyous occasion of your parents' wedding. Let us head home. I promise I will prepare something delightful for you tonight," Jiang Ning cheerfully declared as he lifted Meng into his arms. Sure. Whatever dish you make, I will love it, Daddy," Meng replied, her face lighting up with joy, and she planted a sweet kiss on Jiang Ning's cheek. This tender moment evoked envy from the many individuals nearby who were in the midst of divorce proceedings. Some among them had made the heart-wrenching decision to part ways due to infertility, and upon witnessing the innocent charm of little Meng, their parental instincts were stirred. Little did they know that this cherished child was not the biological offspring of Jiang Ning and Meng, but rather an adopted blessing from an orphanage. Moreover, Meng's ailment bore resemblance to the struggles of several individuals present. In the car, Meng turned to her husband and said, "Darling, I would like to take you and Meng home to meet my parents." After contemplating, she continued, "Since we are already married, it is imperative that my parents are informed about such a significant matter." Jiang Ning pondered before responding, "Wife, what do you think their reaction will be if we go to see them at this time? Of course, if you feel it's appropriate, we shall go." He mused that they might perceive their actions as rash, especially since his parents had vehemently opposed the adoption of Meng. Additionally, the suddenness of their marriage would undoubtedly astonish them. "There is also something I must tell you," Su Meng remarked, glancing at the slumbering Meng. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "Actually, your university classmate, Su Che, is my biological brother," Su Meng revealed, feeling that such matters should not be concealed now that they were wed. "What? Su Che is your brother?" Jiang Ning was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, causing the car to jolt slightly, albeit he was driving at a slow pace. "Yes, my brother was raised by my grandparents, since my father wished to prevent him from adopting the undesirable habits of a wealthy heir." As Su Meng recounted the story, Jiang Ning attentively listened while navigating the road. Understanding now, he realized why Su Che had previously approached him seeking help as a nanny. When Jiang Ning had asked him if he was Su Meng's brother, Su Che had stumbled over his words and avoided eye contact. This rascal had kept such a significant secret from him. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming urge to confront Su Che and deliver a firm reprimand. He had always treated Su Che well, sharing everything with him, embarrassing childhood tales, like falling into a cesspit during nocturnal bathroom visit, were all divulged. Yet, this young man had concealed such an important truth. "Jiang Ning, please do not blame my brother. He assured my father that until he inherits the family business, he must never acknowledge being the young master of the Su family." Su Meng explained, offering insight into her brother's struggles. "I know my brother well. Despite his carefree demeanor, he bears a heavy heart. He has parents and a sister, yet they cannot acknowledge each other in front of outsiders. As a child, he must have endured the taunts of many children, who likely said he was an orphan." This thought brought forth a sense of compassion from Su Meng. "Rest assured, I merely speak in jest. How could I truly hold him accountable?" She continued, "Let us invite him over this evening. After all, we can be together, and he has contributed significantly to this bond. If it weren't for his plea for me to come, I would never have had the fortune of meeting you, my dear wife," Jiang Ning remarked with a smile. "Yes, let South also invite my close friends, Xiao Yining and Li Xiaoyo." Su Meng nodded in agreement. "Li Xiaoyo? Assistant Li?" Jiang Ning inquired. "Indeed," Su Meng replied. "In truth, Liao is also one of my closest friends. She hails from a prominent family. She has several brothers who dote on her, which is why she often comes to lend me a hand. In public, she presents herself as my assistant, but in reality, she is a cherished confidant." Su Meng spoke with a sense of pride. Jiang Ning beamed. "Very well. We shall announce this matter tonight and celebrate accordingly. I cannot express how proud I am to have wed the goddess of the corporate world. Though I may not yet be able to hold Su Meng in my arms at night, I firmly believe that with this marriage certificate, our days together are assured, and there is no reason we cannot achieve our dreams. Moreover, judging by Su Meng's current demeanor, she appears to be increasingly fond of me." Chapter 75, Shopping at the Mall, my love. Shall we visit the mall first? I'd like to purchase a few outfits, and perhaps select some clothing for your parents in advance, Jiang Ning inquired tenderly, gazing at Su Meng. "Of course. I was just thinking the same." "Wait, what do you mean by your parents?" "You should say our parents," Su Meng retorted with playful haughtiness. "Very well, then let's embark on a grand shopping spree. New attire for all four of our dear elders, as well as for ourselves. How does that sound?" Jiang Ning was in exceptionally high spirits. "Agreed, let's go. I've just returned from my business trip and decided to take the day off. We shall indulge in a leisurely day at the mall." Soon, they arrived at Yinxiang Mall, the largest and most renowned shopping destination in Sangnan City, home to numerous high-end international fashion boutiques. Parking the car, Jiang Ning gently roused Meng. "Sweetheart, wake up. Cool me. Daddy will buy you new clothes." "Really? Daddy, are you truly getting Meng new clothes?" Instantly revitalized, the child's energy surged, typical of little ones who doze during long rides only to awaken with boundless enthusiasm. "Daddy, Mommy, hurry." Meng dashed ahead excitedly upon exiting the car. "Darling, be careful," Jiang Ning called out, swiftly catching up with Su Meng in tow. System merged the top-tier fashion design and grandmaster dance skills. Jiang Ning commanded mentally as they walked. "Understood, host." Merging top-tier fashion design and grandmaster dance skills in progress. 5 minutes later. "Congratulations, host." Top-tier fashion design has been elevated to grandmaster fashion design level. A flood of sophisticated fashion knowledge, design philosophies, and textile expertise seamlessly integrated into Jiang Ning's mind. Simultaneously, his demeanor and aura underwent a subtle yet profound transformation, exuding the refined elegance of a sartorial virtuoso. "My dear, have you somehow become even more dashing?" Meng studied him intently, sensing an inexplicable enhancement in his presence, though she couldn't quite articulate it. "Oh, do I now radiate the aura of a fashion luminary?" Jiang Ning said. "Honestly, I never knew you had such a vain streak. But now that you mention it, there's something rather distinguished about you." Meng clasped his hand, scrutinizing him with amused admiration. "Darling, please spare me this scrutiny. We're drawing quite the audience," Jiang Ning murmured, flustered by the lingering gazes of passers-by. Meng, even concealed behind sunglasses and a mask, was undeniably arresting. Her form-fitting white floral dress accentuated her statuesque grace, effortlessly commanding the attention of every man in proximity. Her flowing ebony locks and poised silhouette alone betrayed her as a woman of extraordinary beauty. As the poised CEO of the Su Corporation, Meng was no celebrity. Yet her reputation as Songnan's peerless beauty preceded her. Frequently featured in press coverage and news segments, her allure was no secret to the public eye. Seeing many people looking over, Meng quickly came back to her senses. Together with Meng and Jiang Ning, they hurried to the third floor of the mall. The third floor was predominantly filled with children's clothing stores, maternity series, and children's toys. Based on Meng's physique and appearance, Jiang Ning selected a plethora of outfits for her, including dresses, hairpins, socks, and shoes. Meng was momentarily entranced by Jiang Ning's impressive skills in selection and matching, as he displayed an extraordinary talent for fashion. Each time Meng donned the clothes, pants, shoes, socks, and even hair accessories chosen by Jiang Ning, she appeared utterly splendid. Moreover, these selections perfectly accentuated Meng's unique characteristics, transforming her from a naturally beautiful girl into a radiant little angel, akin to a star. Unable to contain her curiosity, Meng inquired, "Darling, have you truly studied fashion design?" "Dear, I am a fashion art designer. I have a modest understanding," Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's humble claim of a modest understanding, Meng felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her modest husband. Jiang Ning possessed an abundance of knowledge. Had it not been for their shopping trip, she would have remained oblivious to his expertise in fashion design. "Oh, and you're even feeling proud about it. Just a modest understanding? What else do you understand?" Meng continued to question. "Can you allow your husband a bit of privacy? If I divulge everything to you, I would be standing before you completely exposed," Jiang Ning said. The term exposed inadvertently sparked a thought in Meng's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. "Darling, you're being a bit improper." "Cough. That was merely a metaphor." "My dear, where did your thoughts wander off to? You should be aware of our parents' heights and weights, right? Do you have any photographs to show me?" Jiang Ning hurriedly shifted the topic. "I do." Meng retrieved her phone and shared the pictures with Jiang Ning. Subsequently, with Jiang Ning's meticulous selections, they purchased a series of clothing for both sets of parents. However, Jiang Ning felt a pang of regret as the expenses mounted. Although Meng was footing the bill, it was common for a single outfit to cost over 10,000 yuan. He felt little concern when buying for Meng's parents, as they were former president and first lady, individuals of notable stature who could naturally wear more expensive attire. Conversely, when it came to purchasing for his own farmer parents, Meng was equally generous, choosing items within the same price range. Jiang Ning's reluctance stemmed from a profound understanding of his own parents. He knew that if he informed them that each piece of clothing exceeded 10,000 yuan, they would likely refrain from even wearing it, fearing they might ruin it. Even in pants, they would hesitate to sit on a chair, worried about damaging the fabric. Furthermore, there was an aspect of Jiang Ning's upbringing that played a role. He had long been accustomed to frugality, with his entire wardrobe costing no more than 100 yuan. His pants were 25 yuan, a white t-shirt was 15 yuan, his underwear 3 yuan each, shoes 35 yuan a pair, and socks just 1 yuan and 50 cents. Suddenly, The thought of a shirt costing 12,000 yuan struck Jiang Ning as excessive and indulgent, especially considering the materials, which he recognized were not particularly precious. The prices seemed to be inflated solely for branding, yielding profits even greater than those of hospitals. Regrettably, no matter how persistently Jiang Ning attempted to dissuade Su Meng from purchasing such expensive attire for him, she remained unyielding. I refuse to hear others remark that my husband wears clothes worth merely a few hundred yuan, Su Meng declared with an air of imperious elegance, her tone brooking no argument. Nor will I tolerate anyone looking down upon the man I've chosen. Though her words carried warmth, her demeanor reverted to that of her former aloof and domineering self, leaving Jiang Ning no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he selected an outfit for himself, yet this was insufficient. Su Meng insisted he pick 3 more ensembles, demanding he discard his old wardrobe entirely. The total for these garments, trousers, and belts exceeded 50,000 yuan, much to the delight of the shop assistant, whose ingratiating smiles betrayed the substantial commission she stood to gain. Ultimately, Jiang Ning succumbed to Su Meng's persistence, assembling 3 complete sets. In turn, he chose several dresses and outfits for her, each selection defying her initial skepticism. To her astonishment, every piece she tried on transformed her appearance beyond expectation. Wow, Mommy, you look so beautiful in this. Meng clapped her hands in admiration. Does it truly suit me? Su Meng's delight was unmistakable. Meng nodded emphatically. Only then did Jiang Ning realize that Su Meng, like many women, harbored an insatiable passion for shopping. Despite having tried on nearly 8 outfits, all of which she purchased, her appetite remained unsated, urging him to continue selecting more. Darling, if you're satisfied with this one, let us finalize the purchase and return home, Jiang Ning interjected at last, invoking Meng as unfinished homework as an excuse. Very well, as you wish, Su Meng conceded. Jiang Ning could only sigh, gaining a fleeting glimpse into the extravagance of the affluent, as Su Meng disappeared into the fitting room with his chosen garments. A saleswoman approached him with a sneer. Listen, boy, she muttered disdainfully, eyeing his modest attire. Judging by your clothes, you're clearly some rich woman-esque kept man. Do us all a favor. Stop talking nonsense and just pick the clothes she wants. Chapter 76. The boutique incident. Jiang Ning frowned deeply. Excuse me, miss, he said to the sales assistant. Is it wrong for me to ask my wife to buy fewer clothes? The sales assistant scoffed. Calling her wife over and over. How nauseating. Look at your outfit. Probably worth less than 100 yuan. Country bumpkin. Their exchange happened to be overheard by Su Meng, who had just stepped out. Furious, she stormed over. What did you just say about my husband? In nothing, the assistant stammered, shrinking back under Su Meng's icy glare. The sheer force of Su Meng's presence left her trembling. Call your manager. Now, Su Meng demanded, her voice sharp. Miss, you could discuss this with me. Our manager isn't available, the assistant replied timidly. Su Meng's eyes narrowed. Are you refusing to call the manager? Or are you simply afraid of what will happen when they arrive? Her voice rose, drawing the attention of nearby shoppers and even staff from neighboring stores. Miss, let's talk this through calmly. There's no need for anger, the assistant pleaded, growing more nervous as the crowd thickened. Fine. If you won't call, I will. Su Meng pulled out her phone and dialed. Manager Zhou, how impressive. Your boutique is practically on fire, yet you're nowhere to be seen. Manager Zhou's voice turned anxious. What? President Su? You must be joking. I'm on the 8th floor. How could I not know if there was a fire? I won't repeat myself. You have 3 minutes to appear in your store or face the consequences. Su Meng hung up with finality. Sweat beaded on Manager Zhou's forehead. Su Meng was their top client, spending no less than 1 million yuan annually across seasons. Worse yet, she had brought in several high-spending friends, all VIP members. Each visit from them meant tens of thousands, sometimes even millions, in sales. His career had flourished thanks to her. She was a goddess, a patron saint, someone he could never afford to offend. Without hesitation, Manager Zhou bolted downstairs, bypassing the crowded elevator in favor of the stairs. President Su, what seems to be the issue? He panted, wiping his brow as he took in the gathered crowd. Su Meng crossed her arms. Your employee has quite the sharp tongue. Care to explain? Manager Zhou turned to the assistant. Shall he? What exactly did you say to President Su? Shally averted her eyes. Manager, I didn't say anything disrespectful. Baffled, Manager Zhou looked back at Su Meng for clarification. Store Manager Zhou, your specialty store is equipped with surveillance cameras. Wouldn't it be easier to simply check the footage rather than inquire? At this moment, Su Meng was a loss for words. Oh, right. I will check the surveillance immediately. Subsequently, as store manager Zhou accessed the monitoring app on his phone, he overheard a conversation between sales associate Xiao Li and Jiang Ning, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He also stumbled upon a startling revelation. The rumor that Su Meng had a 3-year-old daughter was indeed true. Moreover, her husband had also made an appearance. Until now, no one knew the identity of Su Meng, the president of the Su Group's spouse. Many prominent figures had speculated, and now he found himself face to face with the individual in his own store. However, he dared not disclose this information. He needed Su Meng to bolster his sales performance. Offending a significant client like Su Meng was an unthinkable act, unless he had suffered a severe brain injury or had been foolishly reckless, which was unlikely. Xiao Li, you are terminated. Your salary and compensation will be calculated by the finance department. You may leave now, store manager Zhou declared, his expression darkening. Why, store manager Zhou? Why am I being dismissed? I have not offended this young lady. On what grounds? Xiao Li retorted, her voice filled with indignation. The current market climate was challenging, with many industries facing intense competition and shopping malls struggling to survive. After much effort, she had finally secured a position at this brand store. She calculated her earnings over the past few months, including commissions. It was significantly better than her previous job, and she was reluctant to part with it. Why? I must report your actions and the reason for your dismissal to the mall's operations management center. Store manager Zhou replied angrily. This is unacceptable, store manager Zhou. You cannot do this. I have not wronged this young lady. What gives you the right? Shally fought back defiantly. What gives me the right? With your condescending attitude and words, I will submit this surveillance video as evidence. If you wish to explain yourself, speak to the mall's operations manager. This store will not keep you. You may seek employment at other stores in the mall. That is your concern. Store manager Zhou waved his hand dismissively, his frustration palpable. Due to the incompetence of his subordinates, if he failed to handle this matter properly, it could jeopardize future sales, possibly even resulting in his dismissal from the company. It was only thanks to Su Meng and her prominent clients that he had risen to a position of authority at the Changnan Yinshan Mall. Now, store manager Zhou, you should calculate this properly. It would be best to resolve this matter amicably, or else do not blame me for being ungracious, Su Meng interjected. Wishing to remain uninvolved in their internal disputes and lacking the desire to linger. Rest assured, President Su, I will handle it appropriately, store manager Zhou responded respectfully. Before long, they completed their transactions and exited the mall. Jiang Ning emerged, arms laden with bags and boxes of clothing, having spent over 600,000 yuan on this shopping trip. It would have taken him a decade of working as a network administrator, without any personal expenses, to amass such a sum. It seemed prudent to limit future shopping excursions with Su Meng to such extravagant venues. Observing the sales assistants in the shops, each one displaying utmost respect and beaming smiles, it was evident that their commissions were substantial. This experience profoundly impressed upon Jiang Ning the adage that one's appearance speaks volumes. Dressed as they were, the sales assistants could easily discern his humble origins. Accompanying Su Meng, he would inevitably encounter affluent and influential individuals. Thus, it was imperative to dress more elegantly. I apologize, my dear, for the embarrassment you endured, Su Meng remarked, clasping Jiang Ning's hand in the car. My love, it's quite all right. You ought not to shoulder all the expenses. I'm capable of covering these costs myself. Allow me the pleasure of paying to effectively confront them. Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Even if you were to pay, they would still assume the money originated from me, Su Meng said, lowering her head in remorse. Very well, you have a point, Jiang Ning sighed. At that moment, a notification chimed on Jiang Ning's phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message indicating a transfer of 30 million from Huang. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. Hello, Master Jiang, this is Wu Lianxiu. I just sent over the signing fee. Have you received it? Greetings, Director Wu. I have indeed received the funds. Thank you. I am currently driving. So I shall keep this brief, Jiang Ning replied. Wu Yanxiu, the chief planner of Huayin, quickly apologized. Understood. My apologies, Master Jiang. Let us conclude our conversation for now and discuss further another day. With that, Jiang Ning ended the call. But Su Meng regarded him with a hint of suspicion after overhearing the conversation. Soon, another notification pinged on his phone. Chapter 77. From now on, he will be called husband. Jiang Ning glanced at the screen, confirming the arrival of 20 billion from the Tang Group. As he beheld the multitude of zeros following the numeral 2, his heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, this is Tang Xiachuan. Master Jiang. I just wanted to confirm that the 20 billion has been transferred. Have you received it? Hello, Chairman Tang. I have received it. Thank you. I'm currently driving. Let's discuss later. All right, Master Jiang, please drive safely. I won't keep you. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. In the following moments, several calls came through from General Manager Wu, Chairman Tang, and others, all regarding the transfer of funds. Su Meng felt increasingly perplexed by Jiang Ning. He appeared to possess a mysterious identity that was undoubtedly intriguing. Husband, why do I feel like I can't quite grasp you anymore? Su Meng looked at Jiang Ning with curiosity. My dear, it is said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it signifies she is not far from falling in love, Jiang Ning teased. Who cares about you? Su Meng huffed dismissively. Husband, are you a hacker or a spy? Su Meng asked with a whimsical imagination. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. He playfully tapped her on the head. Dear, what wild thoughts are you entertaining? Why not suggest that I am an undercover Agent 008? Su Meng pouted and fell silent. Looking quite miffed, Jiang Ning found it amusing. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the aloof goddess president of the Su Group. All right, my dear, I suppose I should tell you the truth. I actually secured 2 contracts, and this is the signing bonus they transferred, Jiang Ning explained. What contracts? Husband, don't tell me you're planning to enter the entertainment industry? Su Meng's eyes widened in surprise. Entertainment industry? Oh, indeed, with my youthful looks. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to break into that realm, Jiang Ning bantered, initially intending to reveal the truth, but unable to resist teasing her upon hearing her misunderstanding. Stop being so glib and just tell me. Otherwise, I'll impose a punishment on you tonight. A punishment? Su Meng pondered for a moment, struggling to conceive an appropriate punishment, as nothing seemed suitable for him. How about forbidding me from sleeping in your room? That works. Or making me mop the floor. Sure, I can do that. Or preparing 3 meals a day. No problem. I'll handle it, Jiang Ning replied with a playful grin. Ah, Jiang Ning, I'll punish you by not calling you husband anymore, Su Meng declared, feigning anger. How about this, dear? If you give me a kiss, I'll reveal everything to you. What do you say? Jiang Ning continued to tease, finding amusement in toying with the goddess president. Really? Su Meng asked, filled with skepticism. Indeed. Just then, before Jiang Ning could finish his sentence, Su Meng leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Is this enough? She asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, genuinely curious about Jiang Ning's contracts. Ah, I hardly felt that. Do it again. Jiang Ning was utterly bewildered by Su Meng's sudden ambush. Catching only a whiff of her intoxicating fragrance and the fleeting softness of her lips before she retreated. Giggle, Daddy, Mommy kissed. Now it's Meng's turn. The little girl laughed gleefully, already fumbling with the buckle of her child's safety seat. No, Jiang Ning and Su Meng exclaimed simultaneously, freezing Meng mid-motion. Meng, you're still a baby. Safety comes first. You must understand this, okay? If you want kisses, we'll do it at home. Daddy will let you kiss as much as you want then, Jiang Ning quickly reassured, softening his tone, afraid their earlier sharpness might have startled her. Oh, okay. Then Meng will kiss Daddy 100 times when we get home. Ah, won't that cover Daddy's face in drool? Jiang Ning grimaced playfully. Giggle, I don't care. I will kiss Daddy 100 times. All right, my sweetheart. Daddy will let you kiss to your heart's content later, Jiang Ning replied with a tender smile. Husband, you still haven't answered me, Su Meng interjected, pouting. Wife, answer what? Jiang Ning feigned ignorance. Husband is being slippery. From now on, I'll call you Tricky Dog Husband. Su Meng crossed her arms and tilted her chin away, signaling her displeasure. Fine, I'll tell you. One contract is with Huayin the other with Tang Group, Jiang Ning conceded. What? Huang? Husband? Are you an internet celebrity? Something like that, he nodded. And? Tang Group? The capital's Tang Group? Meng gaped at him in shock. If it truly was the Tang Group of the capital, their influence eclipsed even 5 Su corporations combined, merely in terms of assets. In connections and business networks, the Su family couldn't even hold a candle to them. While the Su Corporation held prestige in San'an City, in the capital, they wouldn't qualify to so much as polish the Tang Group's shoes. The capital teemed with conglomerates worth hundreds of billions, even trillions. Those ranking in the top 5 wielded not just commercial, but political leverage. This was precisely why, for decades, the Tang Group had remained a principal organizer of the Culinary God Championship, representing both commerce and authority. Every winning culinary team skyrocketed to fame, launching chains and amassing fortunes, with some even ascending to corporate status through gastronomy alone. The Tang Group itself dabbled in the restaurant industry, albeit lacklusterly. This was why Tang Xiachuan eyed the market hungrily yet lacked the prowess to dominate it. Until Jiang Ning appeared, embodying his hope. He saw something extraordinary in Jiang Ning. Naturally, so did other prominent culinary empires. Fortunately, the 6 dishes prepared for Schmidt yesterday have yet to be uploaded. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have caused a sensation throughout the culinary world. These 6 creations have unequivocally demonstrated that Jiang Ning is not merely adept at crafting ordinary home-cooked meals, but possesses the prowess to work with high-end ingredients, qualifying him as a formidable contender in the culinary competition, a dark horse not to be underestimated. Today, Jiang Ning's artistic abilities have reached a masterful level, while his dancing skills have ascended to that of a grandmaster. His proficiency in calligraphy and piano has also attained a level of mastery. His aesthetic sensibility places him leagues ahead of other competitors. Moreover, Jiang Ning's culinary skills have progressed to a mid-master level, rivaling those of his peers, with significant enhancements in the color and presentation of the ingredients. It is no exaggeration to assert that had Jiang Ning uploaded those 6 exquisite dishes yesterday, it would have ignited a frenzy among culinary elites, who would spare no expense to recruit him into their ranks. Should they fail in their attempts to entice him, they might resort to underhanded and scrupulous tactics. Chapter 78. A call from Su Yunlong. Jiang Ning nodded, confirming, yes, it is indeed the Tang Group from Kyoto. My contract will be signed in October of next year, representing Tang in the Culinary Master Competition. Regardless of the outcome, whether I claim the title of the top chef or not, my agreement with the Tang Group will conclude. Honey, what is the signing bonus offered by Tang? Meng inquired further. 2 billion. Meng gasped in astonishment. So much? That represents a significant cash flow. Although the Su Group claims to possess over 1 trillion in assets, their actual stake only amounts to around 600 billion. The real cash flow available to the Su family is just over 100 billion. In contrast, Jiang Ning effortlessly maintains a cash flow of 20 billion in his account each year, which left Meng utterly stunned. Yes, I promised that regardless of winning or losing, I would prepare 20 original signature dishes for Tang to use as their specialties. Each dish will be purchased for 100 million by the Tang Group, and I will also assist them in competing for the title of Culinary Master. If I win the championship, the Tang Group stands to gain immensely. If I do not, they will incur no losses. Although it may take several years to recoup their investment, it will significantly elevate their culinary business's status. Jiang Ning elaborated. While it may appear that the Tang Group is risking much, the astute old patriarch of the Tang family ensures that he will not incur losses. It seems as though the burden lies solely on me, yet he has already secured his investment. If I emerge victorious, the profits will be astronomical. The Tang family's culinary division could see its annual net profit multiply significantly, possibly transforming it into a primary channel under the Tang Group. Since achieving peak cognitive ability, Jiang Ning discerned the old patriarch's intentions with clarity. Reflecting on this, he felt that possessing such cognitive prowess was indeed advantageous, allowing for a lucid analysis of circumstances. System. Merge peak cognitive ability with master-level dance skills. System. Understood. Host. Merging peak cognitive ability with master-level dance skills is currently in progress. Honey, your analysis is quite insightful. Su Meng nodded in agreement, realizing that Jiang Ning's intelligence seemed to rival, if not surpass, her own. At that moment, she felt increasingly confident in her decision made the previous night. Unable to resist, Su Meng gazed at Jiang Ning, whose profile appeared strikingly charming, with defined features and an indescribable aura that easily captivated female attention. 5 minutes later, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Peak cognitive ability has been upgraded to master-level cognitive ability." Jiang Ning's mind became clearer, his thought processes more agile, particularly regarding dance. His eyes brightened with newfound clarity and vitality. Meanwhile, Su Meng quietly observed him, sensing a subtle change in Jiang Ning. She rubbed her eyes, peered closer, yet could not discern any visible alteration. Merely observing, one cannot help but perceive that Jiang Ning possesses the visage of a sage, though articulating this sentiment proves elusive. "Darling, I sense a change in you, yet I cannot pinpoint its nature," Su Meng gently murmured. Jiang Ning, grasping Su Meng's hand, smiled teasingly. "Perhaps you have fallen for me. When a woman loves a man, she often perceives him as ever-changing, becoming increasingly captivating with each glance." Jiang Ning, too, was aware of the subtle transformation within himself, his demeanor, his gaze, and his intellect appearing more lucid, changes that Su Meng, who was intently observing him, had keenly detected. "Oh, dear husband, I've noticed your increasing self-absorption in your speech." Su Meng jested, feigning nausea. "Hee, I believe that my father is the most handsome and remarkable man in the world. Mother is fortunate to love him." Meng chimed in with a giggle. "What do you know about handsomeness, you little imp? Fortunate? Where did you learn such things?" Su Meng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Meng. "From a television. I was watching with Aunt Hong the other day, and it was said there too. Am I wrong?" Meng scratched her head, reflecting on her previous words. "Ha, even our precious Meng agrees. Dear wife, your affection for your husband is indeed a valuable investment. Jiang Ning, you two are plotting against me now, aren't you?" Su Meng mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Meng was a child she had rescued from the orphanage, and now, after merely a few days with Jiang Ning, the girl was already defending him, leaving Su Meng with a sense of defeat. Yet, recalling that her daughter was her father's little treasure and thinking back to her own parents, she realized her father had always been more indulgent towards her than her mother. This sense of defeat quickly dissipated. At that moment, Su Meng's phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was her father calling. She hurriedly gestured for silence before pressing the answer button. "Hello, father. Xiao Meng. I heard you returned from your business trip yesterday and took a leave today. Why didn't you call your father?" Came the gentle, affectionate voice of Su Yunlong. "Father, I'm taking the day off to spend quality time with Meng," Su Meng replied calmly. "Ah, Xiao Meng, are you free to come home for lunch? Your mother and I miss you dearly. I will prepare a feast of your favorite dishes. How's that sound?" Su Meng hesitated momentarily, glancing at Jiang Ning for his input. He nodded affirmatively. "All right, father, we will head over shortly," Su Meng said, taking a deep breath. "Wonderful. I'll see you soon then," Su Yunlong replied, clearly delighted. Little did he know that his beloved daughter had not only brought home a granddaughter, but had also introduced a man who might steal her heart away. Dear, Xiao Meng has promised to return for lunch," Jiang Ning declared. Su Yunlong said cheerfully to his wife Lu Mengyan, "I understand. I heard your conversation clearly from here. When our daughter returns later, dear husband, please don't lose your temper. You know very well what kind of temper our daughter has." Lu Mengyan smiled faintly. "I know. Since we've already adopted Meng, and the deed is done, of course I've forgiven her. I also hope she'll bring Meng back to live with us soon. Otherwise, with her being so busy, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving Meng with a nanny." Su Yunlong had now come to terms with it. If they continued to dwell on this matter, it would only affect Su Meng's work. Especially now that she was the CEO, many important decisions could not be influenced by domestic trivialities. Otherwise, major judgments might be swayed by family matters. As a former president of the Su Group, he understood this well. "It's good that you can think this way, dear husband," Lu Mengyan remarked. Though she appeared to be a homemaker, raised under the guidance of her parents, she was gentle and refined, never interfering with her husband's career. Her role was simply to provide a warm home and a happy family for him to return to when he was weary. This was why, every time Su Yunlong came home, it felt like returning to a safe harbor. For his wife, he held nothing but deep respect and love. Chapter 79. The Four Treasures of the Study Husband. Are you really going to meet my parents now? Su Meng asked with concern. A plain daughter-in-law must face her in-laws, no. Wait, a handsome son-in-law must meet his future parents-in-law. Isn't that right? Jiang Ning teased. Su Meng glared at him in exasperation. Husband, stop joking around. I'm serious. So am I. Since we've already registered our marriage and your father just called, it's the perfect time to visit. We can't wait until everyone else knows about us before telling your parents. What would they think then? That may be true, but I'm afraid they might not approve of you. Su Meng was still worried Jiang Ning might be looked down upon. Don't worry. By the way, what are your parents like? Any hobbies? Jiang Ning thought it best to learn more about his future in-laws to make a good impression. My father enjoys cooking and calligraphy, while my mother loves playing the piano and painting. Is that so? Jiang Ning mused, stroking his chin as he drove. Oh, husband, why don't you showcase your cooking skills today? It might improve my father's opinion of you. Su Meng suddenly thought this might work. I was thinking the same thing. Jiang Ning nodded. Jiang Ning first drove to a shop specializing in calligraphy supplies. The store was elegantly decorated in a classical style. Displayed on the counter were various sets of the four treasures of the study, while the walls were adorned with framed masterpieces of calligraphy. Jiang Ning, Su Meng, and Meng entered the shop. Shopkeeper, do you have any high-quality four treasures here? The elderly shop owner, who had been reading with his reading glasses on, looked up at Jiang Ning. He removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on, scrutinizing Jiang Ning carefully. Yes, sir. Are you the tap dance king from the viral video a few days ago? The old man seemed visibly excited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yes. Shopkeeper, do you have any premium four treasures? Jiang Ning found the situation familiar. The last time he visited a traditional medicine shop, Lu Qiyu, the grandfather of his university classmate Lu Xiyu, had reacted the same way. Now, this shop owner had the same expression. Has my tap dance really gone viral online? Jiang Ning wondered to himself. If he had known that since the night his video was secretly recorded and uploaded, nearly 100 million people had watched it, and that it had been shared and spread like wildfire, now reaching nearly 200 million views, he would have found it so strange. It was even more popular than his videos on Huayin, with 1 or 2 times more viewers. Yes, of course. The shopkeeper eagerly ushered them in. From the back room, he retrieved a pearwood box. Tap Dance King, what do you think of this set? The shopkeeper asked as he carefully placed the box on the counter. The fact that it was stored in the back suggested this set was extraordinary, something the shopkeeper normally wouldn't part with easily. Jiang Ning examined the pearwood case containing the four treasures. The rectangular box, slightly over a foot in length, had harmonious proportions in width and height. Its surface smooth and warm to the touch, the wood grain delicate and refined. Upon opening the lid of the box, one is greeted by an exquisite and thoughtfully arranged interior. In the upper left corner lies a delicate goat hair brush, resting serenely in a specially crafted groove. The brush handle is elongated and straight, fashioned from bamboo, its pale yellow hue smooth and refined, offering a comfortable grip. In the upper right corner, a square inkstone is securely nestled. The inkstone, deep purple in color, exhibits a fine and gentle texture. Below, a square block of Huema ink presents a lustrous black hue with a hard and intricate consistency. Bringing it closer, one could discern a faint aroma of pine smoke. The inner side of the lid is adorned with a pair of small paperweights, also crafted from pearwood, their surfaces meticulously polished to a mirror-like sheen. Jiang Ning gazed in admiration, instantly captivated. How much for this? He inquired eagerly. It's yours, the proprietor generously replied. What? No, I can't accept this precious set of writing implements for free, Jiang Ning quickly protested. May I know your surname, Tap Dance King? I am Jiang Ning. But please keep it a secret, if you would, he requested. Oh, of course, no problem, Master Jiang. Would you be so kind as to sign your name? The shopkeeper looked on with great anticipation. How about this? Could I borrow your desk for a moment? I would like to compose a piece of calligraphy, and I will be pleased to leave you a copy, Jiang Ning suggested thoughtfully. Su Meng, holding on to him, was equally astonished. She knew Jiang Ning possessed commendable penmanship, yet she had not realized he practiced calligraphy as well. Just because one excels in hardpan writing does not imply proficiency with a brush. Ah, that would be marvelous. Master Jiang, please, the shopkeeper beamed, leading Jiang Ning to the desk. There lay the brush, prepared ink, and rice paper. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning began to inscribe upon the rice paper. The sea embraces all rivers. Greatness lies in tolerance, followed by the date and his signature, Jiang Ning. He then switched to another sheet of rice paper. Integrity and kindness sustain a family for generations. Poetry and literature endure through ages, again signing his name with the date. As Jiang Ning laid down his brush, he observed the shopkeeper and Meng gazing in astonishment at the calligraphy displayed before them. The shopkeeper was the first to recover, trembling hands cradling the two calligraphic works, his voice brimming with awe. Master Jiang, this calligraphy possesses a robust yet ethereal brushwork, flowing like clouds and water. In my decades of running this shop, I have encountered countless calligraphic pieces, yet none compare to this exquisite craftsmanship. Meng, regening had composure. Looked at Jiang Ning with eyes full of surprise and admiration. Darling, you possess such a hidden talent. Why have you never mentioned this before? Jiang Ning scratched his head, somewhat bashful. I merely practiced in my spare time. I never imagined it would catch your attention. The shopkeeper carefully set the calligraphy aside to dry, then reverently presented the pear-wood writing set to Jiang Ning. Master Jiang, you must accept this writing set. To receive your artistic creations is a tremendous honor for my humble shop. It is far more precious than any payment. Unable to decline, Jiang Ning graciously accepted the gift. Boss, loyalty and kindness endure through generations. Poetry and scholarship prolong the family line. This scroll is for you. As for the ocean embraces all rivers, tolerance leads to greatness. I shall take this one with me. Of course. Master Jiang, I am deeply honored by your calligraphy. My sincerest gratitude. The shopkeeper trembled with excitement, as though cradling a priceless treasure. Truly, joy brightens the spirit. No wonder the magpies have been singing so merrily at dawn. His heart swelled with elation. Very well, boss. Thank you for the exquisite writing tools. We must take our leave now. With a courteous farewell, Jiang Ning departed the shop, carrying the brushes, inkstone, and scrolls, accompanied by Meng and Meng. Throughout their journey, Meng gazed at Jiang Ning with a dazed fascination, her eyes never leaving him. Somehow, he had become an enigma to her. His talents were boundless. What had Li Xiaoyo even investigated before? Every revelation from Jiang Ning struck her with awe, that he was merely the child of an ordinary farmer, that he toiled as a lowly network administrator in some company, that he scraped by on a meager salary, renting a cramped 10-square-meter room, that he had been unemployed, struggling to make ends meet. The more Meng dwelled on it, the more she longed to seize Li Yao and give her a thorough scolding. Just last night, she had lain in bed, tormented by regret. How had she been so bewitched as to marry Jiang Ning? Yet now, it seemed her choice was far from unwise. In fact, she had struck gold. Chapter 80. Arrival at the Su family. As they drove into the luxurious villa, Jiang Ning felt a surge of anxiety, though he remained outwardly composed. Daddy, Mommy, are we going to meet Grandpa and Grandma? Meng inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Although she had previously encountered Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan, her memories of them were clouded by their forced warmth. Unbeknownst to her, this visit carried no burden of expectation. In stark contrast, Jiang Ning's palms were clammy with sweat. His heart raced as they approached his in-laws, never once slowing its frantic pace. Meng, didn't you tell Daddy that you've never met Mommy as parents? Meng gazed at Jiang Ning in innocence, recalling that indeed, she had not yet met her maternal grandparents. Are we here to see Grandpa and Grandma? Husband, don't mention Meng. Well, I brought her here before. She was in the car, and all I taught her was to call them Grandpa and Grandma. Then we left. Meng explained with a bittersweet smile. Meng, what do we call Mommy's father? And Mommy's mother? She asked, looking perplexed at Jiang Ning and Meng. It was true. Children raised in orphanages were seldom taught the names of familial relations, for fear that the absence of parental affection would leave them heartbroken. Meng, Mommy's mother is called Grandma. And mommy's father is called grandpa. Daddy's father is grandfather, and daddy's mother is grandmother. Do you remember? Jiang Ning guiret. With her remarkable memory, Meng absorbed the information in one go, nodding vigorously. Daddy, I've remembered everything. Husband, should we change into the new clothes we just bought? Meng noticed Jiang Ning's earlier tension and asked gently. No, my dear. I prefer to remain as I am. If I were the new clothes you bought now, it would only make my in-laws regard me with even greater disdain, Jiang Ning replied, forcing a smile. All right, darling, don't be anxious. I'm here with you. Meng reassured him. He nodded in response. The trio exited the vehicle, with Jiang Ning cradling Meng and Meng linking her arm through his. They rang the doorbell. Creak. The iron gate swung open, revealing the elderly butler, Old Hu. Upon seeing Meng, a smile brightened his face. Miss, you've returned. However, noticing Meng's arm entwined with Jiang Ning's and the little one in his embrace, he hesitated on how to address him. Young miss, you are back as well? Grandpa Hu, are you calling me? Meng asked with innocent curiosity, having noticed Old Hu's warm greeting directed at her. Ah, this is my husband, Jiang Ning. Meng quickly clarified. Old Hu, whose full name was Hu Chunming, had served the Su family for over 30 years, beginning with Meng as grandfather. Greetings, son-in-law. Please, come in, he said, stepping aside with a gesture of invitation. Esteemed Uncle Hu, this is my husband, Jiang Ning, Meng hurriedly introduced. Her respect for the venerable steward evident, having grown up under his attentive care. Good day, Uncle Hu. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Ning greeted with utmost respect and a smile. It's no trouble at all, young master, young miss. Please come inside. Your father and mother have been waiting for you for quite some time. Uncle Hu replied, closing the iron gate behind them without following. As they entered the villa, Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan sat conversing on the living room sofa, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of their daughter with a child and an unfamiliar young man. Stunned into silence, they observed Meng linking her arm with Jiang Ning while he held Meng. Father, mother, allow me to introduce my husband, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. These are my parents, Meng quickly stated. Grandpa, grandma. Meng joyfully chimed in, breaking the spell cast upon Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan. Yes, good girl, Meng. Come sit with grandma. Lu Mengyan smiled, rising to beckon Meng closer. Father, mother, I am Jiang Ning. He introduced himself, feeling somewhat disoriented. Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan remained unresponsive, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. You're Jiang Ning, I see. No need to call us father or mother. Simply address us as uncle and aunt. What exactly is transpiring here with you and Meng? Su Yunlong replied curtly, his expression revealing his bewilderment. Meng rushed to Lu Mengyan, who welcomed her to sit down. Meng pulled Jiang Ning closer on the sofa. With a firmer grip on his arm, she continued, Father, mother, the truth is, Jiang Ning and I are already married. We have obtained our marriage certificate. I brought Jiang Ning and Meng here today to share this with you. Su Yunlong's face darkened. But, Meng, how could you be so hasty in your marriage? Why didn't you discuss this with us beforehand? With Jiang Ning present, he refrained from being overly harsh. Father, I did not act rashly. This was a decision I considered thoroughly. Regardless of whether you accept Jiang Ning as my husband, I have chosen him, Meng declared with a playful tone. Seeing her resolute stance ignited a fire within Su Yunlong, though he suppressed it, his face reddening in frustration as he struggled to contain his anger in the presence of Meng. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Ning, his tone icy. So, Jiang Ning, what exactly did you employ to win my daughter's affection? Speak. Uncle, I did not employ any tricks. I simply love Meng. It is as simple as that. Jiang Ning replied, his earlier apprehension flaring into youthful indignation at Su Yunlong's glare. However, he restrained his temper, recognizing the importance of maintaining decorum with his father-in-law. Many have claimed to love Meng. You are but an ordinary fellow. I suspect you are more enamored with her wealth and beauty, Su Yunlong retorted. Su Yunlong candidly expressed, I confess my admiration for Meng's beauty. It is a universal inclination to appreciate aesthetics. Oncle Su, can you truly claim to be indifferent to beauty? If you were not enamored by beauty, how could you have wed such a captivating wife? Jiang Ning. maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded Su Yunlong with a penetrating gaze. Despite Su Yunlong's attempt to assert dominance, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, cleverly countering his stance. This prompted Lu Mengyan, seated nearby, to stifle a laugh, surprised by the young man's composure and his ability to turn the tables while inadvertently complimenting himself. Lu Mengyan felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, thinking how discerning her daughter's taste was. After all, it is often said that a mother grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law. At that moment, Su Meng clung to Jiang Ning's arm, clearly revealing her genuine affection. Throughout her life, she had never allowed a man to hold her hand, let alone touch her. Now, she clutched him tightly, as if fearing he might depart in anger. Lu Mengyan playfully nudged Su Yunlong, who was on the verge of an outburst after being challenged by Jiang Ning. Upon feeling his wife's gentle push, he swallowed his ire. All right, he conceded. I admit I was impulsive. Your sudden arrival left me at a loss, and I suppose the same applies to my wife. Lu Mengyan then interjected with a smile. Jiang Ning, could you share what line of work you are in and how you came to know her, Su Meng? Jiang Ning lowered his head and replied, I am currently unemployed. I've come to serve as a temporary nanny for Mr. Su, which is how I met Su Meng. Dear, call me wife. I won't allow you to refer to me as Mr. Su any longer, Su Meng retorted playfully. Yes, wife, Jiang Ning promptly amended. What do you mean you're unemployed? Ain't any? And then you went and seduced my daughter? Su Yunlong erupted once more, rising to his feet in a fury. Chapter 81. The secrets of Jiang Ning are unveiled. Ouch, that hurts. Why are you poking me, dear? Su Yunlong exclaimed as Lu Mengyan jabbed him in the side, leaving a red mark on his flesh. Hee, Grandpa fears Grandma. Meng giggled, covering her mouth. Meng, who said Grandpa fears Grandma? It's merely a sign of respect. Su Yunlong retorted, his face flushed. He was bewildered by his wife's apparent disregard for his dignity in front of this outsider, Jiang Ning. Oh, is that so? Meng hastily fell silent, for Su Meng shot her a warning glance. Dad, that was rather unkind. Let me handle this, Su Meng sighed. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Mom and Dad, the Jiang Ning you see may seem ordinary at first glance. However, once you truly get to know him, you will realize, as I have, that he possesses remarkable talents, and he is not motivated by our family's wealth. Even if he isn't after money, my daughter, he still isn't worthy of you. Su Yunlong quickly fell silent as Lu Mengyan shot him an admonishing glare, urging him to let Su Meng finish. Jiang Ning is fluent in impeccable German. Our collaboration with Mr. Schmidt is entirely due to his efforts. Furthermore, he is an accomplished chef, having signed a contract with the Tang Group in Kyoto to participate in next year's culinary master competition. Su Yunlong Gast, for his passion for culinary arts, made him acutely aware of the significance of participating in such a prestigious event. Moreover, Jiang Ning is skilled in calligraphy. This piece was written by him at a calligraphy shop before he arrived here, and it is a gift for you, Su Meng declared, retrieving a piece of rice paper from the gift bag they had brought along. Hurry, let me see it. Su Yunlong digerli. His enthusiasm peaked at the mention of calligraphy, a hobby of his, albeit at a more modest level than that of Tang Xiaochuan. As the rice paper unfolded, the large characters came into view. Su Yunlong stared in awe at the 8 characters. Are you certain this is his work, Xiaoming? Indeed, Meng and I watched him write it right in front of us, Su Meng affirmed, her gaze filled with admiration for Jiang Ning. Grandma, this is what my dad wrote. Meng was there too. My dad is the most amazing dad in the world, Meng interjected proudly. Lu Mengyan studied the calligraphy closely. Although she was not well versed in the art, she could discern that Jiang Ning's skill far surpassed that of her husband. You young man, what level of calligraphy do you currently possess? Su Yunlong's tone had markedly softened. Uncle, I now hold the title of master in calligraphy, Jiang Ning replied modestly. What? Master level? Su Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was well aware of the implications of such a title. In the Great Xia, there were no more than 5 calligraphers who had attained this esteemed rank. This meant that Jiang Ning's calligraphy was among the top 5 in the entire realm, a truly exceptional accomplishment. Su Meng continued. The Tang Group has signed a contract worth 2 billion, and Huayin Platform is committed to 30 million. Father, Do you truly believe my husband is after our family's wealth? Moreover, we had previously agreed upon this and even signed a prenuptial agreement. Please, do not judge him with such petty thoughts. What? 2 billion? Huayin has also signed for 30 million? No, Meng. How can you speak of your father in such a manner? Su Yunlong glared at Su Meng with irritation. Su Meng pouted and muttered, but that's what you said yourself. No, Meng, you mentioned that Huayin signed with this guy. Is he an internet celebrity? Su Yunlong's gaze shifted to Jiang Ning as if he had just realized something. Father, could you please refrain from referring to him as this guy? It's quite disrespectful. All right, I admit my lack of tact. Jiang Ning, since you possess such remarkable culinary skills and Huayin has signed with you, you must indeed be an internet celebrity. Therefore, do you know about young daddy? Su Yunlong stammered, seemingly piecing things together, his eyes fixated on Jiang Ning. Yes, uncle, young daddy is indeed me. Jiang Ning nodded expressionlessly. My father is also quite skilled at dancing. What is it called? Tap Dance King is my dad too. Grandma. Isn't my father the greatest in the world? Meng chimed in with a giggle, her voice sweet and innocent. What? Tap Dance King is also you? Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan, though they had not seen Jiang Ning's Tap Dance King video, had frequently heard the name around the community over the past few days, even witnessing many residents attempting to learn tap dance. They hastily took out their phones, searched for Tap Dance King, and soon found familiar figures, Jiang Ning, Han Yuan, Liao, and Meng joyfully dancing in the video. Undoubtedly, Jiang Ning's performance stood out, capturing the attention of both Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan. The room fell silent, with only the sound of their phones emanating rhythmic taps. Tap, 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 tap. Unconsciously, they began to move their hands and feet. Su Meng stared in astonishment at her parents. What on earth is happening? She had heard of this before, but hadn't taken the time to look it up herself, as she had been busy accompanying Schmidt on a tour of the corporate group. Today, she had also gone with Jiang Ning to register their marriage, so her curiosity had been piqued, but not thoroughly explored. Unable to resist, she stood up and joined her father, watching the video. Soon enough, her hands and feet began to move as well, and the three of them found themselves tapping away in the living room. Meng watched her grandparents and mother with wide eyes, finding it both fascinating and peculiar. Jiang Ning made a shushing gesture to Meng. 10 minutes later, as the video concluded, they all paused, returning to reality, and stared at Jiang Ning in shock. My dear husband, the dance you performed was truly captivating. I felt an exhilarating surge of energy that compelled me to join in, Su Meng inquired, her curiosity piqued. My dance has reached the level of a grandmaster, which is also referred to as the realm of artistic conception. It possesses the ability to inspire and influence those around me, immersing them in that very essence. Jiang Ning elucidated. I see. You looked exceptionally handsome in the video, my love, Su Meng exclaimed, unable to restrain herself as she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Jiang Ning's cheek, despite the presence of her parents. Almost immediately, she seemed to reconsider, covering her face with her hands and retreating to a corner, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan exchanged knowing glances towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, in the Huayin video series, I am a devoted fan of Young Daddy. Your recent video titled King of Tap Dance was indeed captivating, igniting within me a desire to learn tap dancing. What other talents do you possess? Dad, I've already mentioned that my husband is exceptionally talented. Is that not enough? Well then, today I shall reveal to you, dear father, that Jiang Ning is an accomplished artist, a martial artist, a pianist, a medical practitioner, and a fashion designer. Su Meng continued to unveil Jiang Ning's myriad of skills with fervor. My father is also skilled in wood carving, having crafted numerous adorable rabbits for Meng. He tells enchanting fairy tales and enjoys playing with Meng, be it with toys, Rubik's Cubes, or puzzles. Meng chimed in excitedly, her little voice adding to the joyous atmosphere. Chapter 82. Su Meng's apology, all these skills? Xiao Meng, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Su Yunlong couldn't believe one person could master so much. Uncle, I do happen to have some knowledge in the areas Su Meng mentioned. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt it necessary to prove himself to his future father-in-law. After all, The man had immediately put him on the spot, accusing him of coveting his daughter's beauty and wealth. Admittedly, Su Meng was stunning. Who wouldn't he be drawn to her unless they had certain deficiencies? But as for wealth, Jiang Ning couldn't he agree. Call me dad. Who said you could call me uncle? Su Yunlong shot Jiang Ning an exasperated look. Yet, hearing the sudden shift in address, Jiang Ning's mood brightened considerably. This was a sign of approval from his future father-in-law. All right then, Dad. How about I prepare a sumptuous feast for you at noon? Silver-tongued rascal. Though Su Yunlong feigned annoyance, inwardly he was elated. His idol was now his son-in-law. How could he not be thrilled? On the day of Jiang Ning's livestream, he had watched every minute, stunned by the millions in donations. Though he had contributed a space rocket himself, he was merely an enthusiast, unlike those culinary professionals vying for Jiang Ning's favor. Mom, Dad, these two sets are outfits Jiang Ning specially selected and coordinated for you. Clothes, trousers, everything. Go try them on. He is a fashion designer. After all, with an impeccable eye for style. Su Meng proudly handed the gift bags to Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan. Really? Well then, let us try them on right away. Lu Mengyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She wanted to see if her son-in-law truly had such refined taste, and whether he really was a designer. 3 minutes later, Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan emerged, dressed head to toe in Jiang Ning's selections. Clothes, trousers, shoes, belts, skirts, hairpins, scarves, earrings, bracelets, the works. The elderly couple exchanged glances, visibly astonished. Darling, you look absolutely radiant today. Su Yunlong couldn't resist murmuring sweetly. Indeed, Lu Mengyan's entire demeanor had elevated with Jiang Ning's styling. And you, my love, this suit makes you look younger, more distinguished, Lu Mengyan replied, her eyes gleaming. Yet Jiang Ning, seated on the sofa, frowned slightly. Sweetheart, fetch your mother's comb. I need to adjust her hairstyle to better complement this ensemble. Jiang Ning, you can style hair too? Su Meng asked skeptically. Obviously. What kind of designer would I be if I couldn't pair hairstyles with outfits? I can even do makeup. At this moment, Jiang Ning possessed comprehensive knowledge of fashion design, not just in creation, but also in cosmetics, hairstyling, pattern making, the evolution of clothing history, design sketches, fabrics. Every facet of the craft was at his fingertips. Mom, sit still. I'm going to give you a new hairstyle. From now on, with this outfit, with this look. Lu Mengyan nodded in satisfaction, increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. After 5 minutes, Jiang Ning not only transformed Lu Mengyan's hairstyle, but also reconfigured the knot of her silk scarf. Su Yunlong gazed at his wife, his mouth agape, nearly drooling at her beauty. Today, his wife appeared particularly enchanting. Unable to restrain himself, he offered his admiration. Meng, Grandpa and Grandma, as well as Dad, have selected numerous lovely outfits for you and your mother. Meng exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, she was still his little darling, frequently interjecting to commend herself. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle at Meng's words, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Is that so? Did Dad pick out a few outfits for you and your mother? Lu Mengyan inquired, her spirits lifted. Dad chose 5 outfits for me, but for Mom, he selected a whopping 9. Meng replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. Oh dear, your mother has such a penchant for frivolous spending. Grandma must teach her to curb this bad habit. She shouldn't buy so many clothes, all right? If she must, it should be less than what Meng has. Don't you think Grandma is right? Lu Mengyan smiled, immediately recognizing Meng's dissatisfaction at the disparity in clothing selection. Her wisdom was evident, a reflection of her refined upbringing. Standing nearby, Jiang Ning, well-versed in parenting, admired his mother-in-law's insight. Even if he were not at home, he was confident that his mother-in-law would educate Meng just as well as he would. Yes, Mom's extravagant spending is indeed a bad habit. Grandma will have to admonish her. Meng cheerfully chimed in. Upon hearing this, Su Meng shot Meng an irritated glance. Oh, you little rascal, daring to tattle. Just wait until I give you a little spanking. Dad, quickly protect Meng. She is such a good girl. Mom's going to spank her. Meng hastily ran to Jiang Ning, clinging to his neck in fear. All right, Meng, your mother is just joking. Don't be afraid. It is true that she spends too much, which is a bad habit. Both Dad and Grandma agree and will sternly reprimand her, Jiang Ning reassured, wrapping his arms around Meng. Will Meng spend like Mom in the future? He asked indulgently. Meng pondered for a moment before replying. No. Why not? Jiang Ning inquired, intrigued. Because earning money is not easy, Meng responded earnestly. Her words left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Could such wisdom truly emanate from a 3-year-old? Meng, where did you learn that earning money is hard? Jiang Ning asked with keen interest. It was what the grandmother at the orphanage said, Meng replied in her sweet, childish voice. Connie, I'm sorry. I bought too many clothes today. I'll change my ways, Meng finally said after a brief silence, leaving Jiang Ning perplexed. After all, the money was spent by Meng herself. Her sudden acknowledgement of fault was puzzling, even to Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan, who stood nearby. The temperament of one's own daughter is well understood. She delights in shopping, particularly for clothing and cosmetics, and when she finds something she likes, the price becomes inconsequential. Yet, due to Meng's words and the recent marriage of her newly acquainted husband, she has uttered an apology. What immense allure must Jiang Ning possess to evoke such contemplation and concern in his beloved daughter, Meng? Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan exchanged a glance. Although during a recent family outing to the mall, Jiang Ning had urged moderation in spending on extravagant items, his admonitions were primarily directed at himself and his parents. He had never impeded Meng or her family, including Meng, from indulging in their purchases. Furthermore, all expenses were borne by Meng. Jiang Ning believed he had never chastised her. However, following his gentle persuasion in the mall, Meng's offhand comment, and Jiang Ning's stance of aligning with her mother to oppose her reckless spending habits, Meng now felt a genuine need for transformation. Jiang Ning, with his remarkable qualities and frugality, contrasted sharply with the wealth her family had gradually amassed since her grandfather's time. If she wished to forge a lasting life with Jiang Ning, she must evolve. When she offered Jiang Ning a substantial sum to procure ingredients for Meng, he returned it without hesitation. On the day they were to obtain their marriage certificate, Jiang Ning requested to drive a BMW rather than his lavish Lamborghini, which cost over $26 million. This clearly illustrated his understated and economical nature. Such an impeccable man made Meng feel inadequate in many respects, burdened by her own flaws. If she aspired to be with Jiang Ning forever, she recognized the necessity for self-improvement. Thus, with sincerity and earnestness, Meng conveyed her heartfelt apology. Chapter 83. A dialogue between mother and daughter. My love, please don't be like this. Your reaction only makes me feel that I've gone too far. There's nothing wrong with your love for shopping. You don't need to force yourself to change. And you don't have to apologize to me either. I truly don't blame you. I was merely using Meng's situation to teach her a lesson. Jiang Ning was utterly flustered. How could he, on the very first day of marriage, criticize his wife in front of her parents? He wished he could slap himself twice. His words had been reckless. Meng stepped forward and nestled into Jiang Ning's embrace. Darling, don't be nervous. Don't blame yourself. I genuinely believe I was in the wrong. Will you forgive me? Her voice was soft and tender, which only made Jiang Ning more uneasy. No, my love. I really don't blame you. I was just disciplining Meng. Please don't act like this. The more you do, the more embarrassed I feel in front of Mom and Dad. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly. But I truly recognize my mistake, and it's not because of what you said. Meng turned to Meng, who stood frozen in shock, and smiled gently as she drew the little girl into their embrace. The three of them, bound not by blood but by love, held each other tightly. Clap, clap. Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan applauded. Never had they imagined their daughter would humble herself before them for a man willing to change her habits. Just how extraordinary must this man be to soften their strong-willed daughter so completely. Though their little cotton-padded jacket had sprung a leak, Su Yunlong found himself approving. After all, she was mending her ways, and this man was not only his idol, but now also his son-in-law. His attitude toward Jiang Ning had done a complete turnaround. As for Lu Mengyan, ever since Jiang Ning had helped her select clothes and restyle her hair, she had already accepted him as family. If anyone dared oppose him now, she would be the first to protest. Come, Jiang Ning, let us head to the kitchen. At noon, We'll prepare a fine meal for the ladies of the house. Su Yunlong said cheerfully, eager to witness Jiang Ning's culinary skills firsthand, and perhaps learn a thing or two. And me, Grandpa, Daddy has to cook for Meng Meng too. The little girl panicked, fearing she had been forgotten. Of course. We'll cook for our precious Meng Meng as well, Su Yunlong assured her, crouching down to ruffle her hair affectionately. Inside the kitchen, Jiang Ning, take a look at the ingredients in the fridge and decide what we'll make for lunch. I'll assist you, Su Yunlong said excitedly. All right, let me see what we have. Jiang Ning opened the refrigerator. The spacious fridge was stocked with an abundance of high-quality ingredients, premium meats, fresh vegetables, and more. As Jiang Ning surveyed the selection, dishes began taking shape in his mind. He retrieved a prime cut of snowflake beef, intending to prepare a pan-seared snowflake beef short rib, allowing the natural richness of the meat to shine through simple yet refined cooking. Continuing on, upon seeing the fresh deep-sea prawns, the recipe for cheese-baked prawns sprang to mind. The rich cheese paired with the succulent shrimp promises an exquisite taste experience. Noticing the vibrant green broccoli and tender mushrooms, he resolved to prepare a dish of seasonal vegetables, both nutritious and delicious. With the addition of plump hairy crabs, he opted for the classic steamed hairy crab, intending to savor the purest essence of crab meat. Lastly, discovering some red dates and white fungus, he decided to concoct a nourishing red date and white fungus soup to serve as a sweet and restorative dessert after the meal. Dad, I plan to make pan-seared snowflake beef short ribs, cheese-baked prawns, seasonal vegetable medley, steamed hairy crab, and for dessert, nourishing red date and white fungus soup. I'll be filming a video, so you just need to stay out of the way. All right. Upon hearing Jiang Ning mention the video recording, Su Yunlong felt elated to assist his son in becoming a youthful father, even if he would not appear on camera. This was precisely what he desired. If he were to show his face, it would only bring him considerable trouble. Soon, the father and son duo busied themselves in the kitchen. Su Yunlong washed the vegetables and meat, while Jiang Ning taught him knife skills and the art of carving intricate patterns into vegetables. Su Yunlong was thoroughly enjoying the learning process, absorbing an abundance of knowledge. His interest was merely a hobby, not a profession. Thus, with each new skill Jiang Ning imparted, his spirits soared, feeling a sense of pride. In a little while, he would be able to boast, "Honey, this is what Jiang Ning and I prepared together." As he thought this, in the living room, Meng Meng played with a toy airplane. Lu Mengyan pulled Su Meng to sit on the sofa. "Xiao Meng, tell your mother. What made you suddenly think of adopting Meng Meng?" "Mom, I don't want to hide it from you any longer. I have infertility." Su Meng lowered her head and spoke softly. "What? Infertility? Have you consulted a skilled doctor?" Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Mengyan finally understood why Su Meng wished to adopt Meng Meng as her daughter. "I've seen many top-tier hospitals, including the finest private institutions, and the conclusion is always the same. The chances of conception are zero." Su Meng spoke in a hushed tone, her heart racing. What does it mean for a girl to be unable to bear children? In the Eastern Great Xia Empire, it signifies being an incomplete woman. Does Jiang Ning know about this? Lu Mengyan grew anxious upon learning of her daughter's condition. She did not want to see her promising son-in-law leave because of her daughter's affliction. "Jiang Ning knows, and I've spoken to him about it. I told him he has 3 years. If he finds a woman he loves within that time frame, he can unconditionally divorce me." What did Jiang Ning say? Lu Mengyan gripped Su Meng's hand tightly, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Ning stated that if he married me, he would remain with me and Meng Meng forever, with no thoughts of divorce. Moreover, he feared I might misunderstand his intentions regarding our family's wealth, so he proposed signing a prenuptial agreement, ensuring he would not take a single cent from us. His intentions are genuine. He truly wishes to care for both me and Meng Meng. Did Jiang Ning really say that? Lu Mengyan felt a slight lift in her mood. Last night, Jiang Ning took my pulse. He's actually skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. He accurately diagnosed my condition and said he could treat it, though it would require 6 months of herbal remedies. Really? Jiang Ning knows Chinese medicine and can cure your illness? Lu Mengyan's emotions surged between hope and disbelief. Yes. Today, we were supposed to get our marriage certificate first, then go shopping for clothes. But before we could even pick up the medicine, you called, so we came straight here. Lu Mengyan continued. "My dear, I trust your judgment, just as I trust my own. Jiang Ning is exceptional, a rare talent. Both your father and I hold him in high regard. So what are your plans now? Actually, Mom, I'm more worried about myself. Jiang Ning married me because he adores Meng. It was a whirlwind decision, and even now, I don't know if he truly loves me. I'm terrified he might leave. Meng, don't fret. Have confidence in yourself. If Jiang Ning cares for Meng and chose to be with you, I can see he has affection for you too. If he had married you solely for Meng's sake, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to win your father's and my approval. The fact that he willingly signed a prenuptial agreement proves he isn't after our family's wealth. He wanted to reassure you, to dissolve any doubts. Meng, cherish him. He is a good father and will be a good husband. Trust me, but you must also soften your demeanor. The more warmth you show him, the more he'll reciprocate. Sumin nadit silently. 5 minutes later. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the primary aircraft manufacturing skill. Instantly, a flood of knowledge surged into Jiang Ning's mind. Aircraft components, assembly, control systems, aerodynamics, and comprehensive intelligence on various models. Passenger jets, fighter planes, helicopters, stealth aircraft, and more. Could it be? Is Meng playing with a toy airplane right now? Amidst his busy kitchen preparations, Jiang Ning pondered this sudden acquisition with quiet intrigue. Chapter 84. The visit of Elder Qin and Qin Shihe. My dear, Xiaoming, Meng, hurry and wash your hand for dinner. Su Yunlong called out joyfully. Yay, it's time to eat. Meng exclaimed, joyfully putting down her toy airplane and dancing with excitement. The three of them washed their hands and emerged from the restroom. Su Yunlong brought forth steaming dishes, filling the dining room with an enticing aroma. My love, these dishes were crafted by Jiang Ning and me today. Do try them and tell me how they taste. Su Yunlong beamed with pride, his smile wide. Lu Mengyan glanced at the sumptuous spread and immediately discerned that it was not her husband's handiwork. Really, dear husband, can you not have a shred of dignity? You dare claim the culinary skills of her son-in-law. After years in the kitchen, I could recognize his flavors with my eyes closed. Humiliated by his wife in front of the children, Su Yunlong, who had intended to show off, flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, my dear, the children are present. Could you spare me some grace? At that moment, Jiang Ning emerged with the final dish, a nourishing red date and white fungus soup. Hearing his mother-in-law's remark about his father-in-law, he smiled and said, Mom, you mustn't discredit Dad. He indeed carved these dishes. This stir-fried seasonal vegetables was also prepared by him, though I assisted him. Is that so? Well then, tomorrow you must prepare these same dishes for me to taste. Lu Mengyan said with a hint of suspicion in her smile. Rest assured, my dear, I promise tomorrow's meal will not be significantly inferior to today's. Su Yunlong declared, patting his chest. Lu Mengyan looked at him with a smile and asked, what do you mean by not significantly inferior? That gaze of yours sends shivers down my spine. Ahem, my love, I'll do my utmost to ensure it is as delectable as today's, Su Yunlong replied awkwardly. After all, the seasoning and techniques had been entirely Jiang Ning's, with Su Yunlong merely mimicking his methods after a few demonstrations. 30 minutes later, the family lounged back in their chairs, too full to move, having indulged beyond their limits. Jiang Ning. It's the first time in my life that I've tasted such exquisite food. I overindulged today. If only your father possessed your culinary skills, Lu Mengyan said, affectionately patting her belly as she gazed at Jiang Ning. Fear not, Mom. Dad's cooking will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Soon, you shall enjoy meals like today, as every day. Jiang Ning quickly reassured his mother-in-law. I hope your father can achieve that, Xiaoming. You truly are fortunate, Lu Mengyan remarked, casting a slightly envious glance at her daughter, admiring her good fortune. Mom, what are you saying? My father works very hard. We can simply have Jiang Ning teach him more culinary skills. We, as mother and daughter, could just look forward to enjoying the food, Su Ming murmured, pouting slightly. At that moment, a knock echoed from the living room, followed by the entrance of the old butler. Old who? Sir, madam. Our neighbor Elder Qin and his son Qin shall have arrived. Quick, let them in. No, we'll go out to greet them ourselves. Su Yunlong rose with excitement. Old Qin, a close family friend of Su Yunlong's father, Su Jiangwo, was now accompanied by Qin Shihan, the director of the Chang'an Municipal Government Office, who had a good relationship with Su Yunlong since childhood. After Su Jiangwo's passing, the contact between the Qin and Su families had diminished for a while. However, since they became neighbors at the Dihao Villa, their ties had strengthened again. The Qin family was a powerful lineage, and Old Qin, like Su Yunlong's father-in-law Lu Xixiong, had survived the battlefield in his youth. Although Old Qin was now in his 70s or 80s, his official connections remained intact, particularly with some influential figures in the capital. Su Yunlong did not expect Old Qin and Qin Shihan to visit at this hour after lunch. Previously, he had always taken the initiative to visit them, but refrained from doing so frequently, fearing that they might misconstrue his intentions as seeking to curry favor. Su Yunlong, Lu Mengyin, Su Meng, Jiang Ning, and even Meng stepped out from the living room to personally welcome their guests at the villa's entrance. "Uncle Qin, what brings you here today? If there's anything you need, just say the word, and I'll come over," Su Yunlong said, adopting a humble demeanor. "Yunlong, what are you saying? I can't always be the one visiting you while you refuse to let me see your family," Old Qin replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Of course, you're always welcome. Shihan, let's go inside together," Su Yunlong said, taking Old Qin's arm on one side and Qin Shihan's on the other. "Who is this?" Old Qin inquired, glancing at Jiang Ning beside Su Meng with a puzzled expression. "Uncle Qin, this is Xiaoming's husband, my son-in-law, Jiang Ning, and Meng is their child." Lu Mengyin hastily explained. "Xiaoming is married? Why wasn't I informed with a wedding invitation? I had no idea." Old Qin chided. "Yunlong, you should have handled this better. After all, your father and I were good brothers." "Uncle Qin, let us discuss this inside," Su Yunlong suggested with a smile, though feeling somewhat embarrassed. The group settled into the living room. "Uncle Qin, the situation is this. Jiang Ning and Xiaoming just obtained their marriage certificate this morning. We haven't yet prepared for the engagement and banquet, but we will certainly send invitations to Shuhan when the time comes. As for Meng, she's a child adopted by Xiaoming from an orphanage," Su Yunlong clarified. "Oh, I see. Yunlong, I came today because Shuhan just returned from a business trip and is on vacation this afternoon. I wanted to bring him over. Given the close relationship I had with your father and the fondness you and Shuhan had for each other as children, I do not wish to wait until I'm gone to see the two of you drift apart. Do you understand my meaning?" Old Qin looked at his son, his intent unmistakable. "Father, rest assured, my relationship with Brother Yunlong will remain strong," Qin Shihan quickly affirmed, nodding in understanding. "Young man, it seems you must be quite remarkable for Xiaoming to have chosen you," Old Qin remarked. Elder Qin then turned to Jiang Ning and spoke kindly. "Ahem, my dear, I am merely an ordinary person." Jiang Ning awkwardly coughed a couple of times, his face flushed as he lowered his gaze. "Father, how could you inquire so of him?" Qin Shihan, noticing Jiang Ning's demeanor, quickly intervened. "Grandfather, my father is truly remarkable. He excels in every endeavor." At that moment, Meng, nestled in Jiang Ning's arms, chimed in. "Indeed, it was heartwarming to have such a little darling." "Oh, Meng, is it? Pray tell, what extraordinary qualities does your father possess?" Elder Qin's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed upon the adorable little girl, filled with affection and kindness. "My father is exceptional at everything. The dishes he prepares are the most delectable in the world. He can paint, creating the most beautiful artworks. He plays the piano and sings, producing the most enchanting melodies. Moreover, he dances splendidly, carves little rabbits for me, and spins enchanting tales." Meng chattered on, her enthusiasm infectious, eliciting hearty laughter from all present. Chapter 85. Jiang Ning treats Old Qin. "Uncle Qin, have you heard of the king of tap dance? Recently, he has topped the trending charts, and that is Jiang Ning. Also, the young daddy from Huayin is also Jiang Ning," Su Yunlong proudly introduced. "Oh, I have heard of the king of tap dance, but I haven't watched the videos. As for the young daddy, I must admit I am not familiar with it," Old Qin replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had no need to cook. Thus, he had little interest in the young daddy videos. As a gentleman in his 70s, his interest in the trends prevalent on mobile devices was understandably limited. However, he had overheard others discussing the king of tap dance in the community. Meanwhile, Qin Shihan scrutinized Jiang Ning closely. He had seen the videos, but as a government official, he had only skimmed through them without much attention. Indeed, He bears a striking resemblance to the king of tap dance in the videos. I have heard my spouse mention the young daddy as well, Qin Shihan remarked. Father, Lanzi mentioned that the young daddy is particularly skilled in the kitchen, with an exquisite selection of dishes and detailed introductions. Lanzi has been following the young daddy's cooking tutorials these past few days. She is quite the devoted fan, Qin Shihan continued. Oh, that explains it. I have noticed a significant improvement in Lanzi's culinary skills lately, and her presentation has become quite impressive, old Qin mused, stroking his beard and casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Ning. Child, you are indeed remarkable. The moment I entered, I sensed your extraordinary demeanor. Do come and visit with Xiaoming sometime, old Qin suggested to Jiang Ning. Rest assured, Grandpa Qin, I will certainly bring Su Meng to visit you in the near future. Jiang Ning respectfully replied. Uncle Qin, I know you have a deep interest in calligraphy, and your expertise surpasses mine. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning gifted me a piece of his calligraphy this morning. Would you care to have a look? Su Yunlong chimed in. Really? Yunlong? Do bring it out for me to see. Old Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an ardent calligraphy enthusiast, he was always thrilled to examine exceptional works. When Su Yunlong presented the calligraphy that read "The sea embraces all rivers, it possesses great tolerance," old Qin eagerly approached to scrutinize the piece, supported by Qin Shihan. As it was evident that old Qin had some difficulty with his legs, Jiang Ning observed silently, contemplating whether to speak up, but hesitating. Marvelous, marvelous. This is truly masterful calligraphy. Yunlong, this piece is invaluable. In our great Xia, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of such skill. Wait, is this Jiang Ning's work? Old Qin exclaimed, looking up in astonishment upon seeing the signature. Jiang Ning, no, Master Jiang, is this truly your creation? Old Qin's passion for calligraphy was rivaled only by Tang Xiachuan, and his proficiency far exceeded many others. Now, as a top calligrapher, he could discern the depth of Jiang Ning's artistry. Yes, Grandpa Qin, it is indeed my work. Ah, you may simply call me Jiang Ning. Meng mentioned that my father has a fondness for calligraphy, so I decided to present a humble offering this morning, Jiang Ning said, scratching his head modestly. No. Elder Qin waved his hand. In calligraphy, age is irrelevant. Only mastery matters. Those who reach the level of grandmaster are indeed referred to as masters. Indeed, Qin Shihan interjected. In the Young Daddy videos, your fans affectionately call you culinary master, culinary deity, young chef, and daddy master. Master Jiang, you are worthy of such titles. Jiang Ning was at a loss for words and turned to his father-in-law, Su Yunlong. Understanding the nuances of social interactions, Su Yunlong proposed, Uncle Qin, let us do it this way. At home, Jiang Ning is the younger generation, so he shall be addressed as Jiang Ning. When we are in public or among outsiders, we can refer to him as Master Jiang. How does that sound? Very well, it is settled then. Elder Qin reluctantly shifted his gaze from the ink treasures. At this moment, Qin Shihan spoke up, Brother Yunlong, we have another matter to discuss. Next month, on the 17th, is the elder's 80th birthday. We would like to invite your family to join us in the celebrations. Oh, I see. That sounds splendid. We shall all be there, and first, I wish to congratulate Uncle Qin on his longevity. May you live as long as the southern mountains, Su Yunlong replied, elated by the invitation. Especially since even the elderly patriarch, who had difficulty walking, personally came to extend the invitation. His heart swelled with joy, particularly as their business continued to flourish, and connections were paramount. A powerful family like the Qins had ties to influential and esteemed families. Meeting numerous figures from the political realm would significantly benefit the development of the Su group. Although his own father had passed away, Elder Qin's remembrance of old ties, bringing Shuhan along, was unmistakable in its intent. Should the Su group encounter challenges in the future, the Qin family would likely extend their assistance, and Shuhan would not turn a blind eye to their plight. At this juncture, Jiang Ning hesitated before speaking. Grandfather Qin, may I take your pulse? A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned to Jiang Ning. Grandfather Qin, you see, Jiang Ning has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, Su Meng hurriedly clarified. Ah, then by all means, Jiang Ning, please feel free to check my pulse. Elder Qin smiled, extending his hand. Jiang Ning, do be meticulous, do not speak recklessly. Su Yunlong admonished, anxious that Jiang Ning might inadvertently say something unfavorable on the occasion of Elder Qin's upcoming birthday. Jiang Ning nodded, fully grasping his father-in-law's concern, which was why he had hesitated earlier. The room fell silent as Jiang Ning closed his eyes. Grandfather, have you been sleeping only 3 or 4 hours each night recently? Often dozing off during the day? Elder Qin's eyes widened. Yes. Indeed, I find myself hesitant to sleep early, for I wake at around 1 in the morning and can't fall back asleep. I often take a nap around 10 in the morning for about an hour, and another nap around 4 in the afternoon, he continued. Qin Shihan, taken aback, had no idea that his father was experiencing such symptoms. He looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment, surprised that Jiang Ning could discern these ailments merely by taking his pulse. Grandfather, do you also find discomfort while sleeping, often dreaming, and waking with a sore back? Jiang Ning continued with his eyes still closed, attuning himself to the feedback from the pulse. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Old Qin's hands and body trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ning could deduce from his pulse that he only slept a few hours each day, often dreamt, and awoke with a sore back. While it seemed reasonable to discern which part of a person's body was unwell through pulse diagnosis, Old Qin believed that such insights were commonplace among skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. However, to ascertain the specific duration of a patient's sleep, their frequent dreaming, and the resultant discomfort upon waking was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Indeed, Jiang Ning, you are absolutely right. Every time I awaken, the vertebrae in the middle of my back ache for a while. Am I suffering from a grave illness? Old Qin anxiously gazed at Jiang Ning as he spoke. Chapter 86. The favor owed to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and gazed at Old Qin. Rest assured, Grandpa Qin, you are not gravely ill. Simply relax. He continued, is your right hand often trembling, and does your jaw sometimes feel sore? Indeed, my hand has been shaking, which is why I have hardly practiced calligraphy this year. My jaw does feel sore too. I thought it was due to my dentures, replied Old Qin, alarmed by Jiang Ning's accurate diagnosis, fearing he might be seriously ill. Do not worry, Grandpa Qin, your ailments are merely minor symptoms, Jiang Ning reassured him. Do you trust me, Grandpa and Uncle Qin? In half an hour, I can restore Grandpa Qin's mobility. However, I must clarify that I do not possess a medical license. Really? You can make my father move easily? Qin Shihan asked, her voice filled with surprise and anticipation. Yes, just half an hour of acupuncture, and Grandpa Qin will be able to walk freely as before without assistance, Jiang Ning declared confidently. Qin Shihan turned to Old Qin for his opinion. Dad, what do you think? I trust Jiang Ning. Let him give it a try. He can discern my symptoms just by taking my pulse. He is more capable than those with medical qualifications, Old Qin responded. Shihan, arrange for Jiang Ning to obtain a medical license someday. Do you hear? Old Qin added. Yes, I will make the arrangements tomorrow. Jiang Ning, I leave my father's legs in your hands, Qin Shihan said, her emotions a mix of anxiety and joy. On one hand, Jiang Ning lacked a medical license, and although her father's mobility was impaired, he could still walk with support. With the upcoming celebration for his 80th birthday, uncertainties lingered about Jiang Ning's abilities. On the other hand, she felt hopeful. Her father had seen countless esteemed hospitals without improvement. Jiang Ning's claim that he could restore her father's mobility in half an hour seemed miraculous. If her father could move freely, he would be able to interact comfortably with numerous dignitaries attending the birthday banquet, including influential figures from the capital. The four of them, Old Qin, Qin Shihan, Su Yunlong, and Jiang Ning, entered the guest room. Old Qin lay on the bed and removed his trousers. Jiang Ning proceeded to administer acupuncture on both of Old Qin's legs, inserting 49 needles into each limb. The silver needles densely populated his calves and thighs. Su Yunlong, filled with trepidation, feared Jiang Ning might make a mistake. Old Qin could still walk with assistance, and he hoped Jiang Ning would not inadvertently force him into a wheelchair. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his anxiety palpable. Each silver needle Jiang Ning placed targeted the areas where Old Qin's blood vessels were blocked. As age advances, blood thickens and is prone to obstruction. Over time, these blockages accumulate, leading to stagnant blood, resulting in restricted mobility. Now, as a martial arts master, Jiang Ning possessed inner strength. He gently manipulated the needles placed in the severely blocked areas, facilitating the flow of energy. Soon, the lifeless blood began to flow drop by drop from the silver needles. A dark crimson hue. "What are you doing, Jiang Ning?" Su Yunlong asked nervously, witnessing the blood flowing from the needles, fearing that Jiang Ning had made a mistake. He had never seen blood flow in such a manner during a patient's treatment. It was not just a single drop, but a continuous stream. "Father, do not be anxious. That is merely stagnant blood. There will be much more to come. Only by expelling this stagnant blood can Grandpa Qin recover fully, perhaps even more agile than before," Jiang Ning explained without lifting his head. "In any case, your grandfather's legs must not suffer any issues, so be careful," Su Yunlong warned, filled with concern. As outsiders, Qin Shihan and the others chose not to intervene. You would not indulge Jiang Ning's actions. "Rest assured, Father, I am fully aware of what I am doing," Jiang Ning replied with resignation. Under similar circumstances, anyone else would have shared Su Yunlong's apprehension. This procedure resembled a typical blood transfusion, or rather, a blood draw, though what was being extracted was stagnant blood and necrotic clots. As Jiang Ning had previously indicated, half an hour later, he withdrew all the silver needles and wiped away the thick, dark crimson stagnant blood from Grandpa Qin's leg. "All done, Grandpa Qin. You may rise and put on your trousers. The treatment is complete," Jiang Ning remarked while cleaning the needles. Grandpa Qin stood up and began to walk. "Oh, Jiang Ning, I can truly move," he exclaimed. "Shihan, step aside. I want to walk unaided." At that moment, he felt strength returning to his legs. No longer the feebleness he had previously experienced. He brushed aside his son Qin Shuhan's supportive hand and paced back and forth in the guest bedroom. "Haha, Jiang Ning, you truly are a miraculous physician. My legs feel so much more nimble now," Grandpa Qin joyfully declared. "Grandpa Qin, I will prepare a prescription for you shortly. You must take a dose of medicine daily for a week to ensure your legs fully recover without any recurrence of previous symptoms," Jiang Ning said, choosing to withhold some details. "Very well. Shihan, you stay here and take the prescription to get the medicine for me. I am off to surprise our neighbor, Old Yang. I also want to play chess with him. Yunlong, you and Shihan have a good chat. I shall take my leave," Grandpa Qin said, buoyed by his newfound mobility. "Father, do you truly not need assistance?" Qin Shihan asked, still unconvinced. "Fear not. I am as agile as a young man now," Grandpa Qin replied cheerfully before turning to depart. Once his father had left, Qin Shihan turned to Jiang Ning. "Now, Jiang Ning, you can be honest with me. What illness does my father actually have?" He was convinced that Jiang Ning's earlier remarks about symptoms were unrelated to his leg issues. Jiang Ning hesitated, glancing at Su Yunlong for guidance on whether to disclose the truth. Su Yunlong nodded, urging him to speak freely. "Jiang Ning, do not worry. Your grandfather is not present. Please be candid." Jiang Ning hesitated before saying, "Uncle Qin, Grandpa Qin is exhibiting classic signs of stroke. If I am not mistaken, it will manifest within 10 days. "What? A stroke? Jiang Ning, can you treat it? I must take my father to the hospital." At that moment, Qin Shihan felt an overwhelming tension upon hearing about the stroke. "Uncle Qin, please do not be anxious. Grandpa Qin's stroke is rather unique. It cannot be diagnosed at the hospital. If you trust me, the prescription I will provide shortly is a traditional remedy for treating Grandpa Qin's stroke. Therefore, Jiang Ning, the prescription you mentioned earlier, which must be taken daily for a week, is not actually for his leg injury, but rather for treating his stroke?" Qin Shihan inquired with uncertainty. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the blood stasis and necrotic blood in Grandpa Qin's leg have already been resolved, and he no longer requires medication for his leg. The herbal remedy I will prepare is specifically for his stroke, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to regain normal sleep and cease his hand tremors within a week. However, I must remind you that I do not possess a medical license. As you are aware, should any issues arise, I would be in a precarious position. It is only due to the relationship between Grandpa Qin, you, and my father-in-law that I am willing to intervene. I cannot assure you of a complete guarantee, but I am confident to a degree of 90%. Ultimately, the decision rests in your hands, Uncle Qin. Qin Shuhan understood Jiang Ning's concerns and replied, "Rest assured, Jiang Ning, your medical skills are well recognized. I choose to place my trust in you. If my father's leg can improve, and if his stroke can also be treated, the Qin family owes you a favor." "Shuhan, let us not stand on ceremony between our families," Su Yunlong interjected. He understood well the significance of such a favor, especially in the upper echelons of society, where personal connections often hold more weight than monetary transactions. Debts of gratitude can be far more challenging to repay than financial ones. Chapter 87. Encountering robbers on the road, leave family villa. Dad, Su Meng has returned, accompanied by her daughter and the nanny she hired, and they are at the Dihao villa without a single bodyguard in sight. At that moment, Li Haishan burst in with excitement upon receiving the news. Li Qingfeng, the head of the Li family, who was sipping tea, stood up upon hearing his son's words. "What? That girl Su Meng is back from her trip so soon? How audacious of her to come without any bodyguards." Li Haishan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Indeed, it is absolutely true. It seems that I will soon have Su Meng at my mercy." However, he quickly recalled that the nanny she had hired was not an ordinary individual. Previously, he had single-handedly defeated 5 members of the Green Serpent Gang. Li Qingfeng paced back and forth, filled with uncertainty. "Son, fortune favors the bold. Has the Li family not thrived on such audacity? Let us seize this grand opportunity. Once we complete this undertaking, we shall wash our hands of this line of work and venture into legitimate business." Li Haishan continued to encourage him, having long harbored desires for Su Meng's beauty. Li Qingfeng, still worried, inquired, "Are you certain it is only Su Meng, that nanny, and the little girl? No bodyguards accompanying them?" Li Haishan confidently replied, "Father, rest assured, it is indeed confirmed. They seem to fear detection, driving an old BMW, clearly wishing to remain inconspicuous. This time, we shall mobilize all our forces. There is no need to involve the Green Serpent Gang, given their complexities. With over 40 of us acting together, we could easily abduct the 3 of them in under a minute. What do you think?" "Very well, but prior to the operation, everyone must wear masks to be safe. We shall set an ambush on Tianhu Road, a route that is usually deserted. We will strike swiftly and take them to the abandoned site." Li Qingfeng ultimately resolved to proceed. Over the years, he had engaged in such deeds countless times, abducting numerous individuals. Some were returned, while others were silenced. Fortunately, they had always concealed their identities with masks and hoods, and their license plates were also forged. Today, his family's fortune amounted to around 7 to 8 billion, much of which had been amassed through such means. Neither he nor his son possessed business acumen. Every attempt at legitimate enterprise had resulted in loss. Their journey had been propelled by sheer audacity and ruthlessness, leading them to their current standing. Given that the Su group was now under the control of Su Yunlong, with Su Meng as his only daughter, he was confident that he could secure this lucrative deal. He had also assessed that Su Yunlong would likely be able to produce over 100 billion in cash flow without issue. In recent days, he had been contemplating whether to extort them into selling shares or to demand cash outright. While selling shares could yield a greater ransom, it carried substantial risk. Thus, he concluded that it would be wiser to request an increase in cash flow deposited directly into an overseas account. Li Qingfeng had been focused intently on the Su group over the past year, particularly after learning 8 days ago that Su Meng had a daughter and had quarreled with Su Yunlong, leaving home. This revelation ignited a sense of opportunity. Initially, he had intended to capture Meng to blackmail Su Meng, but now, with his son Li Haishan reporting that Su Meng had come out without bodyguards, driving an old BMW, the plan began to take shape. This is a rare opportunity. "Son, notify everyone to set off towards Tianhu Road for the operation." Li Qingfeng made the final decision. Li Haishan confidently assured, "Yes, Dad. Rest assured, we will have them all taken away in less than a minute. They won't even have a chance to resist." At the Dihao villa, within the Su family estate, Qin Shihan hurriedly departed with the prescription written by Jiang Ning, eager to procure the necessary medicine. "Jiang Ning, have you spoken to your parents about your marriage to Xiaoming?" Su Yunlong inquired earnestly. Jiang Ning replied, Dad, not yet. Xiao Meng and I just decided last night. We're going to get the marriage certificate this morning and then come to see you. I haven't had the chance to tell my parents yet, but I will inform them when I return home. Su Yunlong stated solemnly, All right, first discuss this with your parents and set a date. I will meet with them to discuss the best timing to announce your engagement and arrange the wedding banquet. Dad, I need your assistance with the company matters in the coming days. Jiang Ning and I just discussed it, and I will also meet with his parents. Therefore, I must entrust the company affairs to you, Su Meng said, her cheeks tinged with a blush. After all, one must meet their in-laws before the wedding. Understood. Meng, when you meet Jiang Ning's parents, you must comport yourself well. Do not tarnish the Su family's reputation. Try to temper those proud habits of yours and bring along some gifts, Su Yunlong said with a serious expression. Got it, Dad. We should be on our way now. You and Mom should take a rest. Su Meng playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing a mischievous side. Su Yunlong waved his hand. All right, be careful on your way back. Lu Mengyan reluctantly added, Jiang Ning, Xiao Meng, do come back to visit often. Jiang Ning, with a sweet demeanor, embraced Meng and said, Understood, Mom. Grandfather and grandmother. Meng will miss you. Meng waved her chubby little hand, her voice soft and sweet. Yes, my dear granddaughter, grandfather and grandmother will miss you too, Lu Mengyan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears filled with reluctance. All right, my dear, it is not as if we are far apart. If we miss them, we can visit in a few days. It's just over an hour's drive, Su Yunlong comforted, noticing his wife Lu Mengyan's reddened eyes. Lu Mengyan sighed, Dear, you don't understand. Now that Xiao Meng is marrying Jiang Ning, it reminds me of when I married you and moved far away. Su Yunlong sighed as well. Indeed, I never expected our Xiao Meng to marry so soon. The speed of this whirlwind romance has caught me off guard. Thankfully, Jiang Ning is a good person. Although his family is average, he is quite capable, far superior to those second-generation wealthy or political offspring. Lu Mengyan praised, Our Xiao Meng resembles you in this regard. She identifies her target and acts swiftly and decisively. Su Yunlong chuckled. My dear, when I hear that, it sounds less like a compliment for me and more like praise for your own excellence. At that moment, Jiang Ning, Su Meng, and Meng were already driving towards the Yunding Villa community. Not long after, perhaps due to the arrival of the lunchtime break or the fatigue from Meng's morning escapades at the mall, she quickly succumbed to slumber while seated in her child's safety seat. Observing the peacefully sleeping Meng, Jiang Ning and Su Meng exchanged tender smiles. Their hands entwined. They shared a sweetness that deepened their bond. As their vehicle navigated along Tianhu Road, a path already sparse with pedestrians, the midday hour rendered it even more desolate. Suddenly, a blockade of 7 or 8 SUVs appeared at the intersection ahead, obstructing their passage. Jiang Ning hastily applied the brakes, intending to reverse, but to his dismay, another 5 or 6 SUVs emerged behind them, sealing off their escape route. Honey, what is happening? Are they coming for us? Su Meng's expression was fraught with tension. At that moment, all the occupants of the SUVs disembarked, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their eyes. Each individual wielded a steel pipe or a watermelon knife. Do you trust me? Jiang Ning asked, gazing intently at Su Meng. I believe in you, she replied, her hand gripping his tightly. Wait here, do not exit the vehicle. I will handle them while you call for help, Jiang Ning instructed, and without waiting for Su Meng's response, he exited the car as the assailants rapidly advanced towards them. Chapter 88. Confrontation with the robbers. Jiang Ning was apprehensive that the robbers might rush to the car and damage it, potentially alarming Meng, which he wished to avoid. After all, Meng had experienced trauma before, and he did not wish for history to repeat itself. This time, Jiang Ning propelled himself forward utilizing the steps of the Qing Feng Phantom Shadow technique. Brothers, swiftly subdue this rascal. We must act decisively. The woman inside the car may have already alerted the authorities. A middle-aged man donned in a hood shouted orders from the rear. In an instant, Jiang Ning, who had been a considerable distance away, reached the foremost bandit. With a precise hand strike, he targeted the wrist of the robber wielding a steel pipe. The robber cried out in agony as the steel pipe slipped from his grip. Jiang Ning deftly caught the pipe with his right hand and crouched down. delivering a powerful left fist strike to the bandit's lower abdomen. The robber clutched his abdomen, propelled backward like a bowstring, crashing into a group of his fellow criminals. With a splatter, the robber spat blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Ning advanced once more, wielding the steel pipe to strike the foreheads of two fallen robbers who were attempting to rise. Thoof, thoof. The two bandits were caught off guard and swiftly lost consciousness, their skulls fractured, blood streaming from their foreheads. Of course, Jiang Ning had moderated his strength. Otherwise, given his current prowess, he could have easily obliterated their skulls. He had no desire to face imprisonment due to self-defense or an unfortunate accident, especially since he had just wed and had yet to even kiss his beloved wife. Witnessing Jiang Ning incapacitate 3 men in mere moments, all of whom were bleeding profusely, instilled fear in the remaining robbers. "What are you waiting for? Go!" The middle-aged man shouted frantically from the back. "Blast it, kill this brat!" One of the robbers bellowed, rallying his companions. Jiang Ning, adhering to the Qing Feng Phantom Shadow technique, charged towards the remaining assailants. However, his speed was so extraordinary that they scarcely had time to react before he was upon them. Employing both the steel pipe and his fists, he targeted their lower abdomens with punches and struck their arms and thighs with the pipe. He refrained from attacking their heads, fearing he might misjudge the force and inadvertently kill them. Thoof, thoof. The cries of pain echoed as blood splattered profusely. Robbers struck by Jiang Ning's fists were sent flying backward, colliding with their comrades. These robbers, lacking the finesse of professional bodyguards, exhibited numerous vulnerabilities in their combat. Given Jiang Ning's current mastery in martial arts, he was capable of facing 100 seasoned bodyguards. Dealing with these 40 or so robbers was a mere trifle. In less than a minute, all 20 or so robbers surrounding Jiang Ning lay unconscious on the ground, each incapacitated by a single blow from him. As a group of robbers approached from a distance, hastening towards Jiang Ning's BMW, he hurled the steel pipe at the foremost bandit. The pipe struck him squarely on the forehead, rendering him instantly unconscious. Fortunately, the distance was considerable. Otherwise, this ruffian would likely have met a dire fate. With the grace of a swift breeze, Jiang Ning darted towards the BMW, arriving before the throng of robbers could encircle the vehicle. "Damn it, smash the car first. And seize that woman inside," commanded a middle-aged man, his anxiety palpable. Alas, Jiang Ning's fists and speed were formidable, delivering devastating blows that incapacitated one foe with each strike. Within the span of a minute, the assailants who had surged forward to assault the BMW and capture Meng lay strewn upon the ground, defeated. Inside the vehicle, Meng's countenance was etched with worry as she peered through the rear window, suppressing her voice to avoid awakening the slumbering Meng. "Jiang Ning, please be careful. Don't get hurt," she murmured softly. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng seethed with rage, gritting his teeth. "All of you charge. How can so many of you be bested by a single man? What are you waiting for? Bring him down," he bellowed, clenching his fists. Once Jiang Ning had dispatched the group behind him, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With renewed vigor, he activated his swift steps again, propelling himself towards the remaining group of 10 or so, including Li Qingfeng. Panic-stricken, Li Qingfeng shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" Yet, despite his frantic commands, the robbers around him trembled in fear, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Was this truly a man? In less than 4 minutes, over 30 adversaries have been vanquished, each blow resonating with immense power. "Are you all deaf? Do you not hear me?" Li Qingfeng cursed as he prepared to flee upon seeing Jiang Ning approach. As Jiang Ning passed by the unconscious robbers, he spotted a steel pipe on the ground, picked it up, and hurled it at Li Qingfeng's back. This man, with his incessant cursing, was evidently the leader, and he could not be allowed to escape. With a resounding crack, the steel pipe struck Li Qingfeng squarely in the back, causing him to stumble forward and crash to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness instantly. The sheer force of Jiang Ning's strike was truly terrifying. "Father, are you all right?" cried Li Haishan, another masked robber, as he witnessed his father being struck down. The remaining robbers, paralyzed with fear, quaked in their boots, unwilling to meet the same fate as Li Qingfeng. One by one, they discarded their steel pipes, crouching with their hands over their heads. What are you doing? Who told you to drop your weapons? Get back in there. Li Haishan shouted furiously, brandishing his pipe at them. Young Master Li, surrender at once. Is this still a fight? In mere minutes, nearly 40 individuals were subdued. One of the robbers urged, do you truly believe that with just our current 12, we stand a chance? Damn it, if you want to go, then I will. Li Haishan retorted, brandishing a steel pipe as he charged forward. With a resounding crash. Before Li Haishan could advance even a couple of steps, Jiang Ning, who had been a considerable distance away, appeared before him in an instant. Li Haishan barely had time to react before he was sent flying, crashing against the rear door of an SUV. Blood erupted from his mouth as he slid down, succumbing to unconsciousness, with an unknown number of ribs likely broken. The SUV's door now bore a dent, triggering its alarm. The crouching robbers gasped in shock at the sight. Indeed, he was no mere mortal. Surrendering quickly seemed to be the wisest choice. As Jiang Ning approached them, he emanated the aura of a martial arts master, instilling a profound fear that rendered them motionless. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and some, paralyzed by terror, found their pants soaked in fear. Chapter 89. The robbers' complete capture soon after. One of the robbers knelt down, stammering, "BB brother, it was all Li Qingfeng and his son who sent us. We have no grievances from the past, nor any enmity in recent days. Please, spare us." Another robber, his voice choked with desperation, pleaded, "Why yes, brother, from now on, we will all obey you. Just let us go, I beg you. Be brother, please don't harm us. We surrender. Whatever you say, we will comply. We were forced by Li Qingfeng and his son to come here against our will." The robbers, some squatting, others kneeling, even one who had been so frightened he lost control, all begged for mercy, terrified that Jiang Ning would strike again, not wishing to share the fate of those before them. "All of you stay put. Wait for the police to arrive," Jiang Ning commanded coldly. "You will all confess honestly. If I catch even a hint of deceit or any attempt to flee, you know the consequences." His expression remained impassive, the icy demeanor instilling fear in the hearts of the robbers, causing them to avert their gazes and shiver. This was the aura of a martial arts master. Jiang Ning had drawn inspiration from the films he had watched. When dealing with villains, one must exhibit a fiercer demeanor. Only then would these wrongdoers truly fear you. Thus, an imposing presence was essential. 10 minutes later, the distant wail of police sirens echoed through the air. Soon, a dozen police vehicles arrived, and 4 to 5 dozen officers disembarked. Upon seeing the scene, they collectively gasped in shock. One officer approached Jiang Ning, saluting him respectfully. "Hello, who called the police? Did you take down these individuals?" "Good day, officer. It was I who had my wife report the incident. She is in that car over there." Jiang Ning pointed towards the BMW parked a few meters away. "These individuals attempted to abduct my wife and child. I acted in self-defense." He succinctly recounted the events. The officer nodded, saying, "Understood. Please follow us to the station to make a statement." "Of course," Jiang Ning replied before returning to his vehicle. "Darling, are you hurt?" Meng, seated in the passenger seat, anxiously examined Jiang Ning. She checked his arms, shoulders, body, and head, relieved to find no injuries. "Rest assured, my love, I am perfectly fine. However, we must head to the police station for a report," Jiang Ning assured her with a smile. He then turned to the back seat where Meng was still blissfully asleep, drooling slightly, seemingly dreaming of delicious treats. The police escorted all the robbers away, leaving a few officers behind to secure the scene, while one was taking photographs for evidence. Jiang Ning drove the BMW, following the police convoy. "Dad, Jiang Ning and I are fine now. We're on our way to the police station." Meng spoke on the phone with her father, Su Yunlong. Earlier, while in the car, she had not only called the police, but also informed her father of the situation. "Xiaoming, is Jiang Ning injured?" On the other end of the line, Su Yunlong's concerned voice resonated. "No, I just checked on Jiang Ning. He is unharmed." That is good. "Xiaoming, your mother and I are driving to the police station. Rest assured, we are here for you. We'll see you at the station shortly." The call ended with a beep. Meng hung up the phone, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Jiang Ning, who was driving. "Darling, I must say, you looked incredibly handsome when you confronted those robbers. Su Meng couldn't help but compliment him. Jiang Ning, while steering the vehicle, teased, "So, have you fallen for me?" "Oh, please, you're just being vain, dear," Su Meng retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning remarked, "Wife, I suspect that the robbers this time are the same group that attempted to abduct Meng during your business trip at the park." Su Meng found his reasoning compelling. Surely, they were after the wealth of the Su Corporation. "By the way, dear, didn't you previously mention that taking on a dozen thugs would be manageable, but 20 could lead to injuries, and 30 would result in mutual destruction? Anything over 40 would mean just escaping. But what if you encounter a martial arts master? That complicates things, doesn't it? Yet today there were nearly 50 of them, and you emerged unscathed." Upon hearing Su Meng's words, Jiang Ning rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. "Wife, let's not dwell on that. My martial arts skills have improved recently." "Darling, do enlighten me about your current martial arts level," Su Meng inquired, recalling what her higher bodyguard had told her about the hierarchy of martial arts. "I'm at the master level." While Su Meng gasped in astonishment. "Is that true? If you're at the master level, how many can you take on?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before replying, "That depends on the opponents. If they're like those thugs we just faced, I can handle 200 or 300 without issue. Against professional bodyguards, I'd estimate around 100. As for those with martial arts ranks, I'm uncertain. I haven't had the chance to measure my skills against them." "Really? You're that formidable?" Su Meng's eyes sparkled, her hands gripping Jiang Ning's free hand tightly. "It's not that impressive. Most individuals with martial arts training typically refrain from engaging in fights. The ones out there causing trouble are mostly just thugs. Professional bodyguards usually only act in defense of their employers and will only engage when absolutely necessary. Who would have the time to fight aimlessly nowadays?" "True enough. But with you around, I feel confident that Meng will be well cared for under your guidance." Su Meng said. "You wouldn't mind focusing on nurturing Meng, would you?" she asked playfully. "Of course not. I'll be by Meng's side every day, safeguarding her. As for you, my dear, with your 16 bodyguards, you'll manage just fine," Jiang Ning joked. Su Meng pouted. "No way. You must protect both Meng and your beautiful wife." Jiang Ning chuckled softly at Su Meng. All right. I promise to protect both of you for life. That should suffice, don't you think?" Su Meng let out a soft huff. "Humph, that's more like it." Inside the police station, Jiang Ning cradled the peacefully sleeping Meng, while Su Meng had just completed her statement. "Ms. Su, this robbery is no ordinary matter. It appears they were targeting the assets of the Su family. We will contact you by phone regarding any further developments," explained Chief Lu Wenxiang. After all, Su Meng was now the president of the Su Group, and her position warranted the police's utmost attention. At that moment, Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan hurried in. "Xiaoming, Jiang Ning, are you both all right?" "Dad, Mom, we're fine. We've already finished our statements. The police will inform us after the interrogation," Su Meng replied. "That's a relief. Was Meng frightened?" Lu Mengyan inquired, her gaze shifting to the slumbering child in Jiang Ning's arms. "Don't worry, Mom. This little sleepyhead fell asleep in the car, and didn't wake up. Just look at her. She's sleeping so soundly." Jiang Ning gently stroked Meng's head. "Daddy, Meng isn't a little sleepyhead," Meng murmured in her sleep, seemingly responding to Jiang Ning's words. "Ha, Meng isn't a little sleepyhead. Just keep sleeping, dear," Jiang Ning whispered, hoping she would remain undisturbed until they returned to the villa. Su Yunlong then said, "If everything is fine, Jiang Ning, Su Meng, you may head back first. I have some matters to discuss with Chief Lu." Su Meng playfully replied, "All right then, we'll take our leave. Dad, Mom, we're off. Meng is still asleep, so we'll take her home." Su Yunlong and Lu Mengyan nodded in agreement. MHM. Chapter 90. The blockade at Jiang Ning's car. As Jiang Ning's vehicle approached the entrance of the Yunding Villa community, a throng of people had gathered at the gates. "Greetings, everyone. We have pinpointed the location of the Tap Dance King, but alas, we are thwarted by security and cannot enter to meet in person." Numerous live stream hosts brandished their phones, capturing both themselves and the opulent villas behind them. "Dearest fans, I adore you all. This is Lu Yao. We have journeyed from afar to reach the Yunding Villa community in Songnan City, only to be barred from entry. Is there anyone who can assist us in gaining access for an interview with the Tap Dance King?" Another streamer pleaded for help from their audience. They had all converged here to capitalize on the trending moment. Fortunately, the security personnel at Jiang Ning Villa were plentiful and vigilant, making it difficult for anyone to gain entry. Ding ding. Jiang Ning's car arrived at the entrance, but the throng at the gate rendered it impossible to exit the vehicle. He had no choice but to honk the horn. Upon hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, the crowd hastily parted. However, as they did, several individuals recognized the driver as none other than the tap dance king Jiang Ning. "Stop that car! It's the tap dance king behind the wheel," a few voices shouted. In an instant, the crowd that had initially moved aside encircled the BMW once more. "Tap dance king, would you please step out of the vehicle? We have some questions for you. At long last, we meet you in person. Hello, tap dance king. I am your devoted fan. Would you kindly exit the car for an autograph? Tap dance king, my name is Lu Yao. I have traversed several provinces to be here. Could you step out and say a few words to the audience in a live stream?" The incessant knocking on the car window resonated amidst the cacophony of voices. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed in frustration at their audacity. Ding ding. He continued to honk the horn, but it proved futile. The crowd remained obstinately in place, denying him passage. At that moment, Meng was stirred awake by the commotion. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she inquired, "Daddy? Mommy, why are there so many people blocking our car?" "Sweetheart, please be quiet. They wish to interview your father," Meng gently replied. Jiang Ning opened the car window a crack. "Excuse me, could everyone please make way? You are severely disrupting our lives and blocking our path. Security, kindly assist in dispersing the crowd." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's plea, a dozen security personnel rushed forth, urging the crowd to step aside. "Please, do not obstruct the vehicle. Everyone, kindly make way." However, no matter how insistently the security attempted to disperse them, the crowd remained unyielding. The sounds of knocking against the vehicle grew louder and more relentless. "Tap dance king, how can you behave this way? Is it truly necessary to be so ostentatious? Just come down and say a few words. I assure you, once you finish, we will leave. Here they come. Dear ones, behold the demeanor of the tap dance king." With the simultaneous broadcast from over a dozen live streams, each room boasts an audience of tens of thousands. The cacophony of insults fills the chat, relentlessly criticizing the tap dance king for his lack of decorum. How disheartening it is to discover that this tap dance king is such a character, lacking even the courage to face the crowd. Perhaps he should be dubbed the cowardly dance king. Who is that striking figure beside him in the passenger's seat, adorned with sunglasses and a mask? It appears quite alluring. Alas, from up here, the view of the interior is obscured. "Broadcaster, why not simply smash the car?" The barrage of comments continues, predominantly laced with vitriol directed at the tap dance king. "Bang, bang, ohat, mommy, Meng yes shofeten." The overwhelming noise of people banging on the car instills a deep sense of fear in Meng. "Do not fear, dear Meng, for your father and mother are here," Jiang Ning reassures her. In this moment, Jiang Ning feels utterly helpless. These individuals have crossed the line, and he is unable to resort to violence. Calling for security proves futile, as their numbers are insufficient to quell the crowd. Beep, beep. The head of the villa's security team has called for the police, fortunate enough to have a station nearby. For officers, wielding batons and blowing their whistles, hastily approach the scene. Upon their arrival, the throng of onlookers finally ceases their assaults on the vehicle. What is the meaning of this? You are inciting a public disturbance. If you do not disperse, I shall take you into custody, one officer declares sternly. "Officer, we are not causing a disturbance. We are broadcasting live. Inside the car is the tap dance king, and we merely wish for him to descend and address the audience. He refuses to emerge, and we harbor no ill intentions. Indeed, this tap dance king is far too ostentatious. One cannot conduct oneself with such arrogance. Is it not simply a matter of stepping out to speak? What could possibly warrant such concealment? Is there something nefarious in his past that he fears being revealed? Officer, you must thoroughly investigate him. I suspect he may be concealing dangerous items, perhaps even narcotics." The crowd grows increasingly irate at Jiang Ning's refusal to exit, launching a tirade of accusations. "Everyone, step back. We will clarify the situation. Your actions are tantamount to inciting a disturbance. You have 3 minutes to disperse, or I shall take you all in." These officers, Fully aware of the motivations of the live streamers seeking attention and traffic, proceed with caution. With the assistance of the 4 officers and a dozen security personnel, the throngs of streamers and onlookers are pushed aside. A firm knock resonates on the driver's window. Only then does Jiang Ning lower it. The officer salutes. "Good day. I am the head of this station, Officer Wu, badge number. Please, drive your vehicle inside." Meng continues to sob. "Do not cry. Dear Meng is safe now. The police are here to protect us." Jiang Ning comforts her. "I apologize, sir, for the distress caused to the child. Be good, little one, do not cry. Everything is all right now." Officer Wu gently reassured as he lowered his head to glance at Meng in the back seat with a look of compassion. "Officer, those are the bad people. They blocked our car, preventing my father from entering, and they kept banging on the vehicle." Meng was frightened. She sobbed, her voice quivering. "Fear not, dear Meng, you are safe now. They merely wish to meet your father, who is quite remarkable, and thus they hold him in great esteem." "Oh, I see. My father is the strongest in the world," Meng exclaimed, a smile breaking through her tears as she realized that the group admired her father just as she did. "Thank you, Officer Wu. We shall proceed inside now," Jiang Ning said respectfully. "You're welcome. I sincerely apologize for the disruption caused to the tap dance king. We arrived late." Officer Wu replied, gesturing to the security personnel to lift the barrier. "Goodbye, officer." Meng waved cheerfully. "Farewell, little Meng," Officer Wu responded, waving back. He then turned to address the group of live streamers, speaking softly. "Dear broadcasters and your online audience, you have just witnessed the situation. Your enthusiasm for the tap dance king is well known, particularly among you broadcasters, who have significantly disrupted the lives of others in your pursuit of views. The cries of a child in the car were a direct result of your raucous assembly, which frightened the young girl. If you possess even a modicum of legal awareness, it will be wise to depart promptly." Chapter 91. Your son is getting married, my dear. You have become quite the sensation. What shall we do? Meng said, troubled by the throngs of people gathered outside their villa, neighbors, friends, and relatives of residents alike. "Honey, do you not have 16 bodyguards stationed in the community? Have them collaborate with the security personnel to disperse the crowd. This fervor should subside in a